In April, the peach blossoms filled the city. In the northern Song capital of Kaifeng, a small spring examination took place, with the exam papers submitted to the Longtu Pavilion. This examination was not meant to select talented officials, but rather to find individuals who were knowledgeable about ancient and modern texts, patient and meticulous enough to organize and restore scattered ancient books and documents. The papers were graded by two elderly officials, both of whom had been quite busy lately. It is said that in Kaifeng, from the royal family to the common people, everyone knew there were two individuals in the court who were like fire and water. One was the infamous corrupt official, Grand Minister Pang Ji, and the other was the renowned honest official, Bao Zheng. Bao Zheng and Pang Ji had served together for 20 years, both of similar age and rank, but their personalities clashed, and they were fundamentally incompatible. Ironically, one was the emperor's father-in-law, and the other was a high-ranking minister, neither willing to give way to the other. To some extent, their animosity was also related to Emperor Renzong. Zhao Zhun, the seemingly kind and benevolent young emperor, actually had a bit of a wicked sense of humor. Whenever the court was peaceful, he liked to have some fun at the expense of the two old officials. Recently, with the borders stable and no disasters or grievances in the court, Renzong suddenly had the idea of sorting out the various unresolved cases from the Longtu Pavilion over the past 3 years for study. As a grand scholar of the Longtu Pavilion, Bao Zheng felt a bead of sweat forming on his dark forehead and stepped forward to suggest, "Your Majesty, there are many documents in the Longtu Pavilion. It would be better to select some students from the Taixue to help organize them." Alas, Grand Minister Pang Ji chimed in, elongating his tone, "Your Majesty, how can the students from the Taixue distinguish between what is an unresolved case and what is not? It requires Sir Bao to personally handle it." Bao Zheng squinted at Pang Ji, thinking to himself that this fat man was taking the opportunity to stir up trouble. Pang Ji, seeing Bao Zheng squinting at him, felt a bit uneasy, but since he saw Bao Zheng in a predicament, he couldn't resist throwing stones into the well. Emperor Zhao Zhan stroked his chin leisurely and spoke, "The Grand Minister has a point. Let's have Sir Bao handle the organization personally." Pang Ji's mouth curled into a smile, but before he could fully form a grin, Bao Zheng interjected, "Your Majesty, I fear one person may not be enough. I would like to ask the Grand Minister to help share half the burden." The corners of the Grand Minister's mouth stiffened, and after hearing Zhao Zhan's cheerful approved, he completely deflated. With a small eunuch announcing, "The court is dismissed," the officials watched as Bao Zheng and Pang Ji walked out of the palace, each tugging at the other's arm. "Hey, why are you dragging me into this mess?" Pang Ji complained. "Thanks to you, I'm the one who has to bear the brunt," Bao Zheng retorted. After being cooped up in the Longtu Pavilion for 3 days and nights, covered in bites from bookworms, the two officials decided to stop bickering and actively seek a way to save themselves, leading to this spring examination. In the end, the successful candidates were all students from the Taixue, and 10 students took nearly half a month to sort through just the unresolved cases from the past 3 years, with more work still to be done. One day, Emperor Zhaozhen strolled around the Longtu Pavilion, pulled out a scroll, and asked Bao Zheng, "Sir Bao, is the Garjan idle?" Bao Zheng looked up and thought for a moment. Meanwhile, Zhan Zhao, who was eating wontons at Tai Bai residence, suddenly sneezed. "He's idle," Pang Ji interjected. "I say, old Bao, you really are capable. Where did you find such a competent Zhan Zhao?" Since he arrived in Kaifeng, all those old and unresolved cases, especially those involving the Jianghu, have been solved. You used to be troubled by a small sect, but now it's all good. Pang Ji didn't notice Bao Zheng giving him a meaningful look, but unfortunately, Bao Zheng's facial expressions were lost in the darkness of his complexion. Old Pang, having aged and with slightly poor eyesight, couldn't see clearly. "Are both Sir Bao and the Grand Minister also idle lately?" Zhao Zhan's words finally made Pang Ji quiet down, which earned him a fierce glare from Bao Zheng. "These cabinets full of unresolved cases?" Zhao Zhan pointed from the first row to the last, then patted Bao Zheng and Pang Ji, saying, "How about the two of you go on a tour to investigate?" Bao Zheng and Pang Ji's mouths dropped open. Bao Zheng quickly replied, "Your Majesty, the affairs of the Kaifeng Prefecture are quite busy. Did you not just say you were idle? If there's something, I can send someone to fetch you," Zhao Zhen countered, leaving Bao Zheng speechless, then turned to Pang Ji. The Grand Minister could only swallow hard, as he had no excuse left since he was indeed quite idle. "Let's start with this scroll." Zhao Zhen handed the document he had just pulled out to Bao Zheng and turned to head back to the palace, satisfied. This left Bao Zheng and Pang Ji staring at each other, one with a dark face and the other with a pale one, both sighing together. When Zhang Zhao returned to the prefecture, he saw the constables packing their bags and a long procession at the entrance, with the integrity and fairness sign held high. Quite a sight. He spotted Bao Zheng and Pang Ji walking out side by side. Pang Ji immediately noticed the red figure ahead. Zhang Zhao had only recently arrived in Kaifeng, and it seemed that with a little coaxing from Bao Zheng, this well-known young hero was now helping with the investigation. Pang Ji had mixed feelings about this tall and handsome young man. On one hand, he had a good impression because he seemed amiable. It was hard not to like someone like him, and likable was the first impression he left. On the other hand, Pang Ji had lived for so long and seen so much that he understood that such gentle people were often harder to deal with than those who were less so. Usually, the more humble a person is, the more proud they are at heart, the more someone loves to smile, the less likely they are to reconcile when they turn angry. Zhang Zhao, young as he was, had already made a name for himself in the Jianghu, indicating he was no ordinary character. Moreover, he had a certain nonchalant air that seemed to accommodate both righteousness and villainy. It was unclear whether he was a pot plant in a warm greenhouse or a vine outside the mountain wall. Of course, the most troublesome aspect was that he was on Bao Zheng's side. Guard Zhang, Pang Ji greeted Zhang Zhao very politely. Zhang Zhao slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his large eyes curving in a crescent as he gave the Grand Minister a smile he often used with others. The Grand Minister felt a warmth in his heart. It had been a long time since someone had smiled at him so sincerely, at least as far as he could see. "My lord, are we heading out?" Zhang Zhao asked Bao Zheng while his eyes were on the scroll in Bao Zheng's hands. "Yes, Guard Zhang, you should prepare, as well we will set out tonight to investigate the unresolved cases." Upon hearing unresolved cases, Zhang Zhao seemed quite interested, reaching out to take the scroll, giving it a gentle shake. With a rustling sound, the scroll opened, and the other end of the scroll fell into his other hand. He gave it a shake and unfurled it. In a single motion, Zhang Zhao caused a stir behind him, and when Bao Zheng turned around, he saw a crowd of maids, big and small, in the Kaifeng prefecture, all huddled together, and by their lip movements, he could tell they were all saying one word: handsome. Bao Zheng cleared his throat, turned back, and saw Pang Ji's mouth agape. Bao Zheng pushed him away, saying, "Stop staring at my innocent young man." Pang Ji waved his hands. He wasn't a young girl who thought Zhang Zhao was so handsome he could make the heavens fall, but rather he was astonished by the change in Zhang Zhao's expression. Zhang Zhao was serious, silently reading through the scroll, then looked up and said, "The decapitation case wiped out all members of the Broken Blade sect. It looks like a Jianghu feud. Guard Zhang has a lead." Pang Ji interjected, trying to get closer. "This case is quite bloody. One knife severed many heads. This is a Jianghu brawl method. The dead are all from the Broken Blade sect, and even their leader was killed. The murderer must be a skilled knife master." Zhang Zhao put away the scroll and gently tapped his chin. "There are many swordsmen in the Jianghu, but few possess such knife skills. You could count them on one hand, and they're all famous heroes, unlikely to commit such acts." "Who are they?" Bao Zheng asked, not very familiar with Jianghu matters. "If we're talking about knives, the most formidable would be Tian Zun, but he's a martial arts sage who has retired from the Jianghu for many years, so it shouldn't be him. Additionally, there is one person's suspicion that should also be ruled out." "Who?" Bao Zheng and Pang Ji asked in unison. "Prince Jiao Zhaopu." Zhang Zhao made a motion as if to sever a head. He has done this often on the battlefield. But Zhao Pu's knife skills have certain characteristics. He uses the demon blade Xininghao, which is massive and cannot be wielded so nimbly to sever multiple heads at close range. As he spoke, Zhang Zhao made a swift motion, and before Pang Ji could understand what was happening, he saw the hat of a stone lantern behind him break with a snap. Pang Ji's mouth twitched. Zhang Zhao nodded to himself. It should be a knife similar in size to a sword. So thin? Pang Ji was surprised in his mind. Knives were all those large golden silk ring knives, green dragon crescent moon knives, or Zhao Pu's giant Xininghao that could crush bears. There are two types of knives that are very thin, yet powerful. Zhang Zhao rubbed his nose. One is the Fusong knife. Then the culprit could be a Fusong person. Pang Ji recalled having seen some Fusong warriors using similar knives, which were quite fierce. Not quite. Zhang Zhao shook his head again, raising his hand to shake the giant sword. Pang Ji still didn't see what was happening. All he noticed was something bright flashing before him, and the poor stone lantern behind him was cleaved in two, the top half sliding down. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhao continued tapping the scroll. Generally, Fusang knives are used in a top-down manner, with a singular style that emphasizes speed and is quite brutal. However, the method of severing heads here is intricate and smooth, with many lateral techniques. You should know that the most difficult knife technique is the lateral cut, which cannot rely on top-down force and is hard to control, yet the knife must be fast, requiring profound internal strength. Garjan, Bao Zheng said, seeing Zhang Zhao evaluate the murderer as a high-level expert. Do you have any potential suspects in mind? Zhang Zhao thought for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. It's unlikely to be him. Then, even if he is not a suspect, if his knife skills are excellent, he might know who the murderer is. Pang Ji probed. That is indeed possible. I'm not very familiar with knife users. Zhang Zhao nodded slowly. The second type of long, powerful knife is the Miao knife, which counters the Fusang knife. The Miao knife? Bao Zheng was taken aback. Could it be that the culprit is a Miao person? TSK. Zhang Zhao extended a long finger and casually turned around, and Bao Zheng heard another stir behind him. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. Ever since Zhang Zhao arrived in Kaifeng, those girls had been acting as if they had taken an elixir, lively and aggressive. Pang Ji suddenly recalled how Zhang Zhao had impressed the inner palace guards and won the hearts of everyone for the Empress Dowager to the little maids. Could this be the real reason Zhao Zhen sent them out of the palace to handle cases? Upon thinking of this, Pang Ji and Bao Zheng exchanged silent glances, realizing that Zhang Zhao had been wrong this time. The Miao knife is the most ferocious and ruthless of all knives, originating from the Miao region. Resembling rice seedlings from which it gets its name, it is 3 feet 8 inches long, with a handle 1 foot 2 inches long, making a total length of 5 feet, capable of cutting through iron like mud, usable with 1 hand, 2 hands, or even thrown, and its techniques are varied. Zhang Zhao looked at the descriptions of the wounds on the corpses in the scroll and nodded to Bao Zheng. It looks very much like the work of a Miao knife. After all this, Pang Ji couldn't help but ask, who is Garjan's suspect? Ah, not a suspect. This person is not to be trifled with. Zhang Zhao waved his hands repeatedly, shaking his head vigorously. This person is famously known in the Jianghu as the ghost who makes people fear, the evil who makes people hide. There is no need to provoke him unless absolutely necessary. Bao Zheng looked at Zhang Zhao with suspicion. Zhang Zhao had always been full of Jianghu's spirit and had never seemed afraid of anyone. So why did he speak of this individual as if they were quite troublesome? Garjan, do tell, it might not be him. Pang Ji grew increasingly curious. Zhang Zhao thought for a moment and said, because the Miao knife is too difficult to control, those who wield it are prone to injure or even kill themselves, so the number of Miao knife users has dwindled. Moreover, because Miao knives are long and prone to breaking, they are hard to forge after several famous knife smiths passed away. No good Miao knives have emerged. The only surviving, best, and strongest Miao knife is the one in that person's hand, the Yunzhong knife. The Yunzhong knife? Pang Ji stroked his chin. He liked to collect antiques, but had never heard of it. The Yunzhong knife has a significant background. Zhang Zhao continued. It is said to be forged by the genius blacksmith Yi Ji using 1,000 ghost head knives combined with 1,000-year-old mysterious iron and dragon blood, making it extraordinarily tough and sinister, an ominous object whose murderous intent rivals Zhao Pu's Xintinghao. Compared to Xintinghao's military pedigree, it is even more sinister. What is a ghost head knife? Pang Ji and Bao Zheng asked in unison. Zhang Zhao looked at them and shook his head. It's the kind of large knife used by executioners to behead when it gets dull. They toss it aside. That's a ghost head knife. Pang Ji instinctively felt a chill run down his neck, and even Bao Zheng couldn't help but touch his own neck. At this point, Zhang Zhao opened the scroll again. This incident occurred a month ago, and the entire Broken Blade sect was nearly wiped out. The Broken Blade sect is a branch of the Knife Alliance, and just like that, they were exterminated. The leader, Dao Xingfeng, will certainly not let this go. It is likely he will cause a big commotion. After saying this, Zhang Zhao rushed into the room to pack his things, preparing to go watch the excitement. Bao Zheng and Pang Ji exchanged glances, realizing that after all this, Zhang Zhao still hadn't mentioned who the owner of the Yunzhong knife was. When it was time to depart that evening, Zhang Zhao, carrying a bundle and holding the giant sword, stood in the night breeze on his beautiful chestnut horse. The gentle evening wind in April combined with the half-moon in the sky, outlined this red horse, red shirt, and black-haired figure, with a glimmer of starlight in his eyes, suggesting he could kill without shedding blood. As Bao Zheng got into the carriage and turned around, he couldn't help but shed a tear for the girls in the prefecture who were waving goodbye to Zhang Zhao with handkerchiefs. The long procession, led by 500 elite soldiers, set out from Kaifeng, moving majestically and quietly at midnight to avoid disturbing the citizens. In the darkness, Zhang Zhao rode at the back of the procession, following at a leisurely pace, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, the Grand Minister's carriage slowed down until it was level with Zhang Zhao, and the curtain was lifted. Pang Ji poked his head out. Zhang Zhao glanced at him and smiled. Under the moonlight, Pang Ji unexpectedly found that Zhang Zhao's smile was the same as before. If he wasn't suffering from old age, he was sure that this smile was filled with sincerity. So he curiously asked, "Guard Zhang, do you smile at everyone? But do you have boundaries?" Zhang Zhao blinked, not thinking much, and replied, "As long as they don't harm me or others, it's fine." Pang Ji laughed and nodded. Was this Zhang Zhao's bottom line? Seeing him yawn, seemingly preparing to take a nap on horseback, the Grand Minister quickly seized the opportunity to ask one last question. "What is the name of that expert who wields the Yunzhong knife?" Zhang Zhao's mouth curled up slightly, a very pleasant name. Pang Ji waited. "Yunzhong knife master. Yunzhong knife, the unparalleled by Yutong." Zhang Zhao raised an eyebrow at Pang Ji. "Remember to steer clear when you hear these three words. He specializes in killing corrupt officials and wicked ministers." Pang Ji instinctively shrank his neck, shaking the carriage where Bao Zheng was dozing off. "Blackie, you need to let Guard Zhang take care of me." Bao Zheng yawned, illustrating what it meant to have sharp teeth and no eyes, then flipped over and swatted at Pang Ji like shooing away a fly. "How did you teach me to fend off mosquitoes the other day?" Pang Ji paused, scratching his head. "Don't wear clothes and keep your mouth shut at night. The mosquitoes won't see you." Bao Zheng looked back at him with some resentment. "So, if you don't act like a corrupt official and turn over a new leaf, you would be safe and sound, right? Just smear some ink and impersonate me." After saying this, he handed him a piece of ink. Outside, Zhang Zhao heard the carriage start bickering again, helplessly rubbing his nose. Ever since he was young, he had this habit. Whenever something significant was about to happen, his nose would always itch. Shaking his head, he rode forward for a bit. Feeling a bit anxious on one side was the leader of the Knife Alliance, the currently most famous swordsman Dao Xingfeng, and on the other side was the most renowned and controversial young figure, praised by Tianzun as the #1 knife in the world by Yutong. This was sure to be an exciting spectacle. Chapter 2. Knife and Axe Town Gathering Heads. Knife and Axe Town is located in the southwest of Qin City, surrounded by mountains on all sides. Nestled in a valley. To enter the town, one must pass through several gorges. The surrounding mountains are steep and orderly, resembling knife cuts and axe shavings, hence the name. Although the town is not large, it is quite famous due to its beautiful scenery, attracting many visitors. To enter the town, one must walk through a narrow passage, and to exit, one must also pass through this narrow path. The mountain town is not small, but it has the smallest city gate in the Song dynasty. One early morning, the sound of jingling copper bells came from the mountain below, crisp and pleasant. Down the mountain, a scholar was leading a small donkey uphill. The scholar, in his 20s, was thin like a piece of paper, but quite spirited, with a handsome face and clean features, long hair, and wearing a green robe, casually holding the donkey's reins behind him, neither too tight nor too loose. The small donkey was plump and short, very cute, with big ears and big eyes, and its gray-white coat was clean and distinct. On the donkey's back sat an even cuter little boy. This boy was about 4 or 5 years old, small in stature, looking like a peanut from a distance, with big eyes, a small nose, and a tiny mouth, smooth and shiny, indicating he was well cared for. The little boy held a small medicine box in his hands, sitting on the donkey's back, calling out to the scholar in a soft voice, "Daddy." The scholar, looking no more than 20, seemed too young to have such a big son, turned back and replied with affectionate indulgence, "Ah, Daddy." The little boy leaned in a little. "If we walk so slowly, will we block the people behind us?" The scholar glanced back and saw someone coming up from the foot of the mountain. This narrow passage was long and steep, just wide enough for one person and one horse to pass. If someone came up behind them, they would indeed get stuck. The father and son turned back to see a thin, short-legged horse pulling a small cart filled with grass. driven slowly by an old farmer. The little boy and the scholar exchanged smiles, seeing that it was all right. "Sir, so early?" The old farmer raised his head to see the scholar and the little boy and asked, "Are you a doctor?" The scholar nodded. "Yes. I see. You must be here to help at the county office, right?" The scholar was slightly taken aback and shook his head. "No, I came to Knife and Axe Town to buy herbs." "Has something happened at the county office that requires a doctor?" The old farmer seemed quite surprised. "You're an outsider, huh? You don't know about such a big incident?" The scholar shook his head. The most famous Broken Blade sect in Knife and Axe Town was exterminated recently, with many corpses. The old farmer spoke as if still haunted by the memory. "There are too many corpses in the county office, and it is said that the warmth from the corpses has passed on to the constables, so they're looking for a doctor to treat them these days." The scholar frowned slightly. "Why not cremate the bodies? Although it's not hot, leaving them for long will still cause diseases. Who dares to burn them?" The old farmer shook his head repeatedly. "The Broken Blade sect belongs to the Knife Alliance, and it is said that the leader, Dao Xingfeng, has declared that he will not allow his brothers to be buried with honor until he has avenged them." The scholar sneered. "Those who die in Jianghu brawls are not those who sacrifice for their country on the battlefield. How can one speak of a grand burial?" "Shoo, shoo." The old farmer hurriedly waved his hands. "Sir, you mustn't speak carelessly. Be careful of the Knife Alliance members finding trouble with you." The scholar shook his head and continued walking, but he noticed that the little boy on the donkey was squinting at the direction of the mountain below, occasionally rubbing his eyes. "Xiao Sitsi," the scholar rubbed the little boy's face. "What are you looking at?" The boy, called Xiao Sitsi, suddenly pointed down the mountain cloud. The scholar didn't quite understand. "Cloud? Floating," Xiao Sitsi said while raising his hand. As he spoke, the scholar and the old farmer saw something white flash by, seemingly skimming along the mountain wall, whoosh, and disappeared above them. "Is it cloud, Daddy?" Xiao Sitsi asked the scholar. The scholar thought for a moment and shook his head helplessly. "I didn't see clearly." At that moment, the sound of a gong signaling the way came from below. Xiao Sitsi took a glance and quickly turned back to grab his father's sleeve. "Daddy, look, so many people." The scholar looked back in surprise. It wasn't that he was surprised by the crowd, but he saw the clear integrity and fairness sign. They really came. The old farmer also looked back. "Who came?" The scholar asked curiously. "Sir, you really know nothing. There was such a big case in Knife and Axe Town that it attracted Lord Baozheng from the Kaifeng Prefecture. They are here to investigate the case." Down the mountain, Pang Ji looked up at the long and narrow passage and felt the need to measure his waist to see if he could squeeze in. Bao Zheng, on the other hand, was a bit troubled with so many people lined up going up. He wondered how long it would take and whether they should leave some behind at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Zhao stood at the entrance of the narrow passage, looking up the mountain, and saw people walking slowly along the mountain road. His keen eyesight spotted a chubby boy sitting on a donkey, looking very adorable, and he waved at him. Xiao Sitsi also saw a person in red waving at him from afar and waved back. The scholar pinched his son's face. "Who are you waving at?" "There's an older brother." Xiao Sitsi pointed at Zhang Zhao down the mountain. Zhang Zhao, even from half a mountain away, wanted to tease the child, and Bao Zheng helplessly thought that Zhang Zhao had two great loves in life: tasting food and teasing all kinds of small animals, including children. "My lord, let's take a break before going up with the elderly and children. They will probably move slowly." Zhang Zhao turned back to Bao Zheng. Bao Zheng nodded, agreeing with the plan, and didn't forget to point at Pang Ji behind him. "Let him stay at the back if the cart accidentally falls. Having him as a cushion won't hurt. If he goes in front and rolls down, it would be like hitting a mechanism." Zhang Zhao suppressed a smile, while Pang Ji perked up his ears and asked, "Bao Zheng, are you talking bad about me?" Pang Ji's shout was quite strong, carrying far, and even the scholar on the mountainside heard it. Surprised to look down again, realizing that the person standing next to the red-clad figure was indeed the legendary Bao Qingtan, who was indeed very dark. While pondering, a group of people suddenly rushed down the mountain. The scholar glanced back, frowning, and saw several constables, along with an official behind them. Judging by the official's attire, he should be the county magistrate. Oh dear, the county magistrate looked anxious, as if he were rushing down to welcome Bao Zheng. But unexpectedly, he was blocked midway. "Make way, make way," several constables urged, pushing the scholar and the others aside. The little donkey brayed as it was pushed to the side. The scholar quickly reached out to block, relieved to see that Xiao Sitsi had neither fallen nor bumped into anything, and frowned at the county magistrate. "My lord, Why push a child? The county magistrate frowned. Who is this scholar? Get out of the way. I need to go down the mountain. The scholar sneered. My lord, you know better than anyone what kind of official is down there. If this child start crying now, who do you think he will help? The county magistrate was slightly taken aback, looking the scholar up and down. Seeing his outstanding appearance, he seemed not to be an ordinary person. Why isn't Lord Bao coming up? Does he understand this reasoning? The scholar smiled slightly, exuding a special shrewdness. Think about it, you fear Jianghu people, and the corpses left untreated could lead to a plague in the city. If this case remains unsolved and you fail to act, be careful. As he spoke, he gently touched his neck. You see, the 3 chopping knives behind you are quite glaring. If someone dies of plague in the city, my lord, I'm not scaring you, you could lose your life at any moment. The county magistrate broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. After all, having been in the officialdom for a long time, the county magistrate had some insight. As he thought about it, he bowed to the scholar. Sir, what is your name? With the surname Gong and the given name Cun, the scholar replied, also bowing. Gong, sir. Do you have any good suggestions? Gong Cun smiled slightly. It is not difficult for my lord to turn danger into safety. Please, sir, instruct me, I will surely express my gratitude. No need for thanks. Gong Cun pointed behind him. Lord Bao does not appreciate flattery. You don't need to go receive him. Hurry back to the county office and prepare more porridge, rice, and grain to help the people. When Lord Bao asks why you haven't dealt with the corpses, just say you were afraid those Jianghu people would be unreasonable and cause trouble, harming the citizens in the city. The county magistrate thought about it and found it reasonable. He quickly thanked Gong Cun and took his men up the mountain. Down the mountain, Zhang Zhao tilted his face as if listening to something, a slight smile on his lips indicating he was in a good mood. Garjan, what are you listening to? Pang Ji also turned his face. The mountain wind sounds nice. Very nice, Zhang Zhao nodded. It has a cleverness to it. Pang Ji was puzzled. How could one hear cleverness in the wind? Gong Cun sent off the county magistrate and continued up the mountain, glancing down the mountain as he walked. He originally wanted to catch another glimpse of Bao Zheng, the famous honest official, as he was interested in seeing how he would solve this case. However, with just one glance, Gong Cun saw the young man and read, give him a thumbs up. Gong Cun was slightly taken aback, stroking his chin lightly. Indeed, there were capable people around Lord Bao. As Gong Cun and his son entered the town, Zhang Zhao waved to the line of people behind him, up the mountain. Thus, the procession set off up the mountain in a grand manner. Halfway up, Pang Ji could no longer keep up, and the constables and soldiers looked at Zhang Zhao with bitter expressions, as if they couldn't carry him. Looking at this weight, he must weigh at least 200 pounds. In the end, Zhang Zhao helplessly asked Pang Ji, Grand Minister, are you afraid of fainting? Fainting? What are you talking about? Pang Ji panted heavily. I'm already about to faint. All right. Zhang Zhao reached out to grab Pang Ji's waistband and leaped. Everyone saw him leap into the air like a swallow with a whoosh and then land steadily in front of the city gate at the mountaintop. Pang Ji sat down on the ground, feeling dizzy. By the time Pang Ji finally regained his senses, Bao Zheng and the others had also arrived, and they all entered the town together. Upon entering the city gate, Bao Zheng noticed that no officials came to greet them. Instead, the streets were clean, with bustling trade, and there were porridge shops and medicine shops helping the poor. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, though one needed a keen eye to notice. Pang Ji was displeased. What kind of county magistrate is this? He doesn't even know to come welcome us. Bao Zheng shot him a glare, leading everyone towards the county office. Zhang Zhao looked around and soon spotted a familiar figure at the entrance of an inn, where a worker was leading a cute little donkey to the back. My lord, Zhang Zhao said to Bao Zheng, I'd like to take a look around. Bao Zheng nodded. He had great admiration for Zhang Zhao. Although this child was young and appeared harmless, he was full of ideas and never lost out in any dealings. Since Zhang Zhao arrived, Bao Zheng had only nodded at him and never shook his head. Leaving the grand procession, Zhang Zhao entered the inn. Pang Ji leaned over to ask Bao Zheng, is Garjan hungry? Bao Zheng stroked his beard. He has his own reasons. Pang Ji fell silent for a moment before quietly asking, Hey, old Bao, you have to be honest with me. Bao Zheng looked at him in confusion. Honest about what? You treat Zhang Zhao particularly well. Pang Ji chuckled. I'm asking you, is he your son? Bao Zheng stared at him for a long while before suddenly opening his mouth and spitting. Bah! The Grand Minister wiped the spit off his face. wondering if black would be contagious. Zhang Zhao wandered into the inn and, after looking around the first floor without finding anyone, he went upstairs, where he immediately spotted Gong Siyuan and Xiao Sitzi sitting at a table ordering food. Xiao Sitzi saw him at a glance, and after a moment of eye contact, Zhang Zhao smiled. Children are often very perceptive, able to sense others' kindness or malice, and Zhang Zhao's smile amused him. After Gong Siyuan finished ordering, he looked down and saw Xiao Sitzi smiling at the stairway, so he raised his head to look. Upon seeing Zhang Zhao, Gong Siyuan felt a spark what a spirited young man, with a warm feeling that was truly special, like beautiful jade that did not hide its sharpness. Zhang Zhao felt refreshed, as well. This scholar was indeed special, cultured yet seemingly carrying some Jianghu nonchalance. But it was clear that it was due to his character rather than martial prowess, and he paired well with the little boy. Zhang Zhao was naturally friendly and walked over to the table. "I'm Zhang Zhao, may I join you?" Gong Siyuan smiled, realizing this was the renowned southern hero. After introducing themselves, Gong Siyuan had the waiter bring an extra set of chopsticks, and Zhang Zhao ordered a few more dishes, generously treating them. After a few exchanges, they became familiar with each other, chatting and eating while enjoying some drinks, feeling like they hadn't known each other for a long time. The inn was lively, and outside, it was not quiet either. Bao Zheng and Peng Ji, leading their grand procession, had just entered the county office when another grand procession entered the city. Seeing so many Jianghu people wearing large knives and mourning attire, with black veils, the onlookers around began to feel tense. Many people on the second floor were watching, and Zhang Zhao also leaned out to take a look, immediately spotting Dao Xingfeng, who was walking at the front of the procession with a serious expression. Zhang Zhao frowned slightly. Dao Xingfeng had been famous for 30 years, rising from an unknown individual to the leader of the Knife Alliance, making him undoubtedly difficult to deal with. In addition to the Broken Blade sect that had been exterminated, Dao Xingfeng had 13 other equally sized sects under his command, forming the Knife Alliance, which had immense power. His knife skills were also formidable. Zhang Zhao had never fought him, but had heard that he was good at using fast knives, living up to his name, with a knife technique that flowed like the wind. Dao Xingfeng walked quickly, as if heading straight for the county office. Zhang Zhao thought for a moment and patted Xiao Sitzi's head, saying to Gong Siyuan, "Sir." Gong Siyuan smiled slightly. "Guard John, hurry back to the office to help the two of us. Will stay in the inn for now. We can meet again if fate allows." Zhang Zhao smiled and nodded, "Certainly." After saying this, he didn't go downstairs but instead climbed onto the roof, hastening towards the county office. After Gong Siyuan and Xiao Sitzi finished their meal, they also went downstairs. Gong Siyuan told Xiao Sitzi to wait at the door while he went to the back to lead the donkey over. Xiao Sitzi stood obediently by the door and noticed a girl nearby who was crying. He thought the girl looked somewhat familiar. It seemed she was the one who had been singing in the inn earlier, and Zhang Zhao had given her a silver coin, making her quite happy. How did she end up crying now? "Sister," Xiao Sitzi walked over and asked her, "Why are you crying?" The girl looked up at Xiao Sitzi, wiping her face, which was dirty from tears and mud, and appeared surprised. Xiao Sitzi offered her his handkerchief. "Why are you crying? Did you fall?" The girl sniffled. "The young master who gave me the silver earlier. I was going to buy medicine for my grandfather, but it was snatched away by 2 ruffians." "How wicked." Xiao Sitzi seemed displeased, but he patted himself and found he had no money. He thought he would ask his father for some money to help the girl when he arrived. Just then, a hand reached out, and Xiao Sitzi saw a white sleeve, finely made, and a beautiful hand. It was a man's hand, neither too thick nor too thin, with distinct clean joints. Xiao Sitzi admired the hand while a silver ingot was placed in the girl's hand. The girl looked up but saw no one. Xiao Sitzi quickly turned around, rubbing his eyes. Was it an illusion? In that moment of turning, he seemed to see the same white thing that had flown past on a mountain road. When Gong Siyuan returned, he saw Xiao Sitzi staring wide-eyed at a girl, looking somewhat puzzled. At that moment, 2 ruffians suddenly ran over and plopped down in front of the girl. The girl was startled and hurriedly hid the silver, fearing it would be snatched again, but upon closer inspection, she realized that the 2 ruffians looked different from before. "Auntie, hey, race the silver for you." The ruffians obediently returned the money they had stolen from her. The girl stood there in a daze, holding the silver. The 2 ruffians pleaded with her. "Auntie, let us be your servants for a month to take care of your grandfather. Please." Gong Siyuan watched for a while, tilting his head. Ah, the people in Knife and Axe Town are so simple-hearted, even the ruffians are so warm-hearted. Not far away, on the second floor of an inn, a young nobleman in a purple long robe stood by the window, shaking his head. Why go to such lengths for an unrelated girl? Not far behind him, a man in white just pushed the door open. It was unclear whether he had heard anything or not, but he walked to the table, picked up something, and turned to leave. The young nobleman sighed helplessly, shaking his head. It's so cold if you don't pay attention to people. Will it rain red in the sky when you smile? 3. Confrontation. Dao Xingfeng clearly came with anger. Zhang Zhao glanced around from the rooftop and noticed that not only Dao Xingfeng was there, but all 3 top experts of the Dao Alliance had arrived. The Yamen runners at the gate had just taken their positions when Zhang Long and Zhao, who saw a fierce group of martial artists approaching, and quickly sent someone to report. Master Pang had just sat down, ready to sip some tea and catch his breath, when he heard the report coming in. My lord, the Dao Alliance people have arrived. Bao Zheng remained calm, noting that there were quite a few of them, dressed in mourning attire and armed with weapons. As the Kaifeng Prefecture officials, they had seen some things and were not in a panic. My lords, why don't we avoid the county magistrate for now? Master Pang actually considered it for a moment. Who knew how these martial artists would act when they went crazy? The Dao Alliance leader sounded quite formidable, and there were only a handful of them. Nonsense. Bao Zheng frowned and shot a glare at the county magistrate. After all, it was the first time the county magistrate had seen Bao Zheng, with his dark face and glaring eyes, which startled him into taking a step back. This is the government office. Everything must be conducted according to the laws of the Song dynasty. As a court official, how can you be afraid of a few martial artists? Yes, Bao Darren is right. The county magistrate thought to himself, you are all big figures. I'm just a small official and one to play with you. I'll go call for more guards. After saying that, he slipped away. Bao Zheng stood up, preparing to go outside to see the situation. When he reached the door and turned back, he saw Pang Ji calmly holding a teacup, seemingly oblivious. Sigh. Bao Zheng looked at him. Aren't you going? Master Pang coughed. I have never been interested in these martial arts grievances. You go. Bao Zheng stared at him for a while, then chuckled. I say, old Pang, you've been through storms and rain for quite some time. What kind of scene haven't you seen? How could a few martial artists scare you? Sigh. Pang Ji couldn't hold it anymore. Who said I was afraid? I, a dignified grandmaster of the first rank, would be afraid of a few martial artists? Bao Zheng then shrugged, implying that if he wasn't afraid, they should go together. Master Pang, saving face, had to walk out, lest he be made a laughingstock by Bao Zheng later. However, as he walked out, Master Pang kept looking around. Zhan, who was still out having a meal. Bao Zheng, seeing his frightened expression, intentionally tried to scare him. I estimate he won't be back until it gets dark. Master Pang's chubby face instantly wrinkled with several lines as he regretted leading the way. The two reached the gate, where 500 elite troops had left most of their numbers outside the city, with only the Yamen runners and a small part of the soldiers brought inside. In contrast, the procession of martial artists dressed in mourning attire approaching was quite imposing. A rough glance showed there were at least 200 to 300 people. Master Pang knew that martial artists usually equated to several official soldiers, and apart from Zhang Zhao, the rest were basically useless, even if Zhang Zhao were present. What could he do against hundreds? Hey, Blackie. Master Pang saw Bao Zheng still acting as usual. His face darkened and quickly tugged at him. Take it easy. Don't provoke them. Bao Zheng flicked his sleeve and shot him a disdainful glance. Master Pang took a step back, thinking to himself, if you want to act righteous, go ahead. I want to interfere. Dao Xingfeng and his men arrived at the Yamen, initially not intending to cause a commotion, but simply wanting to retrieve the bodies of their fallen brothers. However, upon reaching the gate, he saw the plaque of justice and integrity, the patrol flags, and a large number of Yamen runners and soldiers. At the main entrance stood a person. Dao Xingfeng was startled at first glance, thinking, what is this? It was indeed Bao Zheng's own fault. He was already dark-skinned and preferred to wear all black, which made him look like a little mud figure from a distance. In fact, Bao Zheng had tried various colors for his casual attire, but black was the most harmonious. Wearing other colors would give the impression of a black head floating around. Stop. At that moment, Zhao Hu shouted, this is the government office, no gathering and causing trouble. Pang Ji raised an eyebrow, having always thought that the 4 guards at the Kaifeng Prefecture were merely for decoration, but it turned out they were useful in critical moments. Seeing that the guards were not weak and the black-faced official had a commanding presence, Dao Xingfeng thought for a moment and bowed slightly. Could it be that you are Bao Darren? Bao Zheng looked Dao Xingfeng up and down. Dao Xingfeng indeed had the demeanor of a master of a generation. appearing to be in his 40s, though according to Zhang Zhao, he should be in his 50s this year. He was exceptionally skilled, making him look younger than ordinary people. Moreover, Dao Xingfeng was quite handsome, exuding an aura of righteousness, with a tall and sturdy figure. Bao Zheng nodded. Indeed, you are Dao Xingfeng, the leader of the Dao Alliance. Exactly. Dao Xingfeng clasped his hands. Bao Darren, please do not take offense. We only wish to retrieve the bodies of our fallen brothers. Bao Zheng waved his hand. Dao Alliance leader, we understand your feelings, but this case involves many lives and must be left for the government to investigate. We will capture the real culprits and bring them to justice. As for the bodies, they will be returned to the families after the coroner's examination. Bao Darren is just and fair. I naturally trust you will handle impartially, but this case no longer requires government investigation. Dao Xingfeng replied, seemingly not so easily dismissed. We already know who the murderer is. These matters belong to the martial world. I hope the government will not interfere. Bao Zheng frowned slightly. The martial world has its own rules, but the country has its laws. Gathering for a brawl and abusing capital punishment is a serious crime. My lord, Dao Xingfeng didn't seem to be a pushover. He interrupted Bao Zheng with a cold laugh. The bodies will be returned to the Dao Alliance or to the families. I can leave that aside, as they will ultimately be buried by the Dao Alliance. But as for the murderer, I must take his life and use his blood to honor my brothers. It is only natural for a life to be paid for a life. Even if it is said to the ends of the earth, this principle stands. If Bao Zheng's face wasn't already dark, the crowd would have seen it drop even further, his voice deepening. As the leader said, a life for a life. If you execute the murderer privately, then you're also a murderer. Hindering the government's investigation, regardless of what alliance you belong to, is against the law as long as you are in the Song dynasty. Everything must be conducted according to the laws of the Song dynasty, and strict punishment will follow. Pang Ji gently tugged at Bao Zheng's clothing from behind, quietly reminding him, Old Bao, you're getting on in years. Don't mess with these martial ruffians. They have knives, and of course you have a knife too, but yours is a guillotine, not as quick as theirs. Bao Zheng shot him a glance, signaling for him to keep quiet and act according to the law. Pang Ji looked up at the sky, helplessly deciding to refrain from interfering. Dao Xingfeng secretly admired him. Despite Bao Zheng being a civil official, he indeed had courage and lived up to his reputation. However, Bao Darren, I'm afraid I cannot comply. Dao Xingfeng said, I know there's a witness in the yamen, a watchman. I need to ask him some questions. Please hand him over. Bao Zheng looked at Pang Ji, who shook his head, realizing the county magistrate probably hadn't had time to report. Bao Zheng straightened his face and said, investigating the case is the responsibility of this office. Naturally, I will not hand the witness over to you. I say, Bao Darren. At that moment, a tall, thin man behind Dao Xingfeng spoke up. Compared to Dao Xingfeng, he was much more casual and impolite. This man's surname was Wei, with the given name Hong, and he was one of the 3 top experts of the Dao Alliance, the master of the Wooden Knife School. Wei Hong was in his 30s this year, known in the martial world as Wooden Knife Hong, famous for his skill with a wooden knife. Although his knife was made of wood, its power was astonishing. Most people in the Jianghu do not have a good opinion of the government. Wei Hong listened impatiently as Dao Xingfeng politely bargained with Bao Zheng and interjected, haven't you seen that the brothers are all in mourning? How can we go back empty-handed today? Whether you agree or not, you have to hand this person over. As soon as Wei Hong said this, Dao Xingfeng turned back and shot him a glare, seemingly blaming him. Wei Hong thought, what is there to be afraid of? They're just a few yamen runners. At worst, we could just grab someone. Bao Zheng was naturally displeased. These Jianghu people were utterly contemptuous of the law. Behind him, Pang Ji also found it unpleasant to hear, thinking that this bunch of ruffians had gone too far. However, before either of them could speak, a very pleasant voice came through, with a light and cheerful tone, seemingly carrying a smile. What a bold statement. Wei Hong was taken aback, not because the words were particularly heavy, but because of the person speaking. Their internal power was profound. Jianghu people, being experts, could tell at once from the ethereal sound carried by internal energy that this was someone of even higher skill. Dao Xingfeng frowned, as he had feared. The situation he was worried about had indeed arrived. Earlier, Dao Xingfeng had heard that Zhang Zhao had entered the Kaifeng prefecture, following Bao Zheng to investigate cases. The Jianghu did not have much opinion on Zhang Zhao's decision. After all, the Jianghu and the court had never completely severed their ties. It was just that the modes of cooperation were different. Some Jianghu people worked as thugs for corrupt officials, some protected honest officials and helped the common people, while others joined the military to defend the country. Bao Zheng was known as an honest official, and Zhang Zhao was a famous hero who loved to meddle in affairs. So everyone felt that the two of them should get along well and that their cooperation was quite fitting. Although Zhang Zhao is young, he is well known. Among the younger generation in the martial arts world today, there are only two famous names, Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong. Both entered the martial arts world early and gained fame early on, having received accolades as the supreme masters of the martial arts realm, which can be said to be well-deserved. Wei Hong was still trying to discern where the sound was coming from. Dao Xingfeng looked up at the top of the county office's door. Following his gaze, everyone looked up together. They saw a young man sitting cross-legged on the roof above the porch where Bao Zheng and Peng Ji were. He was in his 20s, with fair skin and a handsome appearance, delicate features, a smile at the corner of his mouth, and large, expressive eyes that were both refined and spirited, leaving an unforgettable impression at first glance. Although Dao Xingfeng had never seen Zhang Zhao in person, he had heard many descriptions of him, noting that he was likable and had a good presence. Upon seeing him today, it was indeed true. Wei Hong caught sight of him, and, upon realizing who it was, felt displeased, thinking to himself that it was none other than Lord Zhang. He deliberately emphasized the title Lord when saying it. Zhang Zhao smiled with his eyes curved and nodded, being obedient and polite. While speaking, he told Zhao Hu, Tiger, give him a piece of candy. Wei Hong felt awkward and pointed at him, saying, Zhang Zhao, what do you mean? Zhang Zhao looked surprised and said to Dao Xingfeng, the leader of the Knife Alliance, your subordinates need to improve their intelligence. It's one thing not to speak properly, but how can they not even understand human speech? Bao Zheng nodded. Peng Ji, behind him, thought to himself that Zhang Zhao was indeed serious in supporting Bao Zheng, seemingly dissatisfied with Wei Hong's disrespectful words towards Bao Zheng earlier. Dao Xingfeng understood the meaning behind Zhang Zhao's words, but he also wanted to see just how capable Zhang Zhao was. Although he had a great reputation, he was only in his 20s. How strong could he really be? Seeing that the leader remained silent, Wei Hong sensed a degree of tolerance. And he also felt that Zhang Zhao was still young. Just because he was in the spotlight didn't mean he should be given special treatment. Who knew if he had real strength or was just a figurehead? What if I really need someone? Wei Hong looked at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao raised an eyebrow and said, come and take it if you dare. Wei Hong's expression changed slightly, thinking to himself, Zhang Zhao, do you really think I won't dare to fight? Just as he was about to draw his knife and step forward, he saw Zhang Zhao stroking his chin, seemingly puzzled about something. He asked Dao Xingfeng, by the way, have you found out who the murderer is? Wei Hong felt a surge of anger. Zhang Zhao didn't take him seriously. After a moment of silence, Dao Xingfeng spoke 3 words by Yutong. Zhang Zhao sat cross-legged, resting one hand on his chin, and fell silent for a moment before saying 3 words. Impossible. Dao Xingfeng furrowed his brow and asked, how do you know it's impossible? Zhang Zhao thought for a moment and replied, as far as I know, Bai Yutong shouldn't have a problem with small fry. Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Zhao, who are you calling small fry? Wei Hong's expression changed, thinking to himself, didn't people in the Jianghu say that Zhang Zhao was knowledgeable, considerate, and polite, someone easy to get along with? Why, upon meeting him today, is he not only sharp-tongued, but also so arrogant and rude? Zhang Zhao waved his hand at Wei Hong and said, I'm just stating the facts, given by Yutong's way of doing things. I believe that if the people from Duandao men truly offend him, the likelihood of him wiping out the Knife Alliance is much greater than that of wiping out Duandao men. As soon as this was said by Zhang Zhao, the expressions of the members of the Blade Alliance became uniform, and they all gasped in anger. Grandmaster Peng then asked Bao Zheng, Haizi, does Zhang Zhao really have a good temper, or did he just eat undercooked rice? Bao Zheng remained expressionless, still as calm as ever. People often think that those with good tempers have no temper at all, but on the contrary, a good temper is due to being magnanimous and reasonable, while having a temper comes from having principles. Moreover, from the perspective of the Blade Alliance, they might feel that Zhang Zhao disrespects them. But if we consider Zhang Zhao himself, what he said is just what he believes to be the plain truth. And the plain truth is often unpleasant to hear. Zhang Zhao. Finally, the Windwalker of the Blade Alliance couldn't help but speak up. I respect you as a Southern hero, but if you continue to insult my Blade Alliance, don't blame me for not considering our friendship in the martial world. Zhang Zhao saw that Dao Xingfeng was angry and shook his head. He originally thought that the leader of the Blade Alliance would be more dignified, wise, and have the bearing of a great person. But it turned out to be just so. However, before Zhang Zhao could speak, he heard Bao Zheng reprimanding, you are outrageous. I came here on official inspection and only now realize how arrogant and tyrannical your Blade Alliance is. This is the government office, not a vegetable market, and certainly not a stage for you martial artists to compete. Anyone who dares to obstruct official proceedings will be severely punished. The members of the Blade Alliance all looked at Dao Xingfeng. Dao Xingfeng was furious, but in front of him was a first-rank official, the magistrate of Kaifeng, and a royal envoy on an official inspection. If things escalated, they would definitely be the ones to suffer. However, if he was suppressed now, how could he continue to be the leader of the Blade Alliance? And he would also become the laughingstock of the martial world. Just as the standoff was happening, a sweet and soft childish voice suddenly came. Look, Grandpa, it's Zhang on the roof. This awkward silence was broken by the beautiful childish voice. Zhang Zhao lowered his head and saw that Xiao Cici had come over at some point, waving at him. Not far behind, Gongsun was leading a small donkey, which already had a good amount of herbs on its back, indicating a fruitful harvest. From the moment he saw Zhang Zhao, Xiao Cici had taken a liking to him, running while waving his little hand at Zhang Zhao on the roof. Zhang Zhao was even happier to see him, smiling and waving. Little four, don't run so fast. Watch where you're going. Gongsun, holding a donkey behind, noticed that the atmosphere seemed off and saw so many people from the martial world, feeling a bit worried. Little four, come back. But the child, just 4 or 5 years old, didn't he understand much. When he saw someone he liked, he hurried over, thinking about playing together. Little four ran fast and bumped right into Wei Hong, who was standing nearby. Wei Hong felt a light bump and looked down to see little four had come to his senses, looking up at the person he had bumped into. Wei Hong initially thought the little kid was quite cute. After all, he was from a righteous sect, not some shady organization. So getting bumped by a child was no big deal. However, he felt a bit frustrated with Zhang Zhao and had no place to vent his anger. Seeing that the child seemed quite familiar with Zhang Zhao, he glared at little four and said, "Where did you come from? Adults are talking here, go stand aside." While speaking, he waved his hand. He originally thought that a child would just run away after a little scare, but little four was different from other boys. He was quite dazed and stood there, looking at him in shock, unable to move. Wei Hong waved his hand, not expecting to hit such a delicate little kid who seemed like he could be easily frightened. Little four shouted, "Gongsun!" Zhang Zhao leaped down from the roof just in time, but it was too late. Even Dao Xingfeng wanted to stop Wei Hong, but was a step behind. Just as Wei Hong felt his palm had landed on the forehead of the little fourth son, suddenly, a hand grabbed his arm. Wei Hong was taken aback, and so was Dao Xingfeng, while Zhang Zhao blinked. With a loud slap, Wei Hong felt the ground beneath him spinning, turning into the sky. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already on his back, having been spun around in place, landing with his 4 limbs in the air. At that moment, the dazed little fourth son looked up and called out, "Yin!" Wei Hong fell hard, caught off guard, and it was quite embarrassing. As the head of the Wooden Sword sect and one of the 3 great masters of the Sword Alliance, he was thrown onto his back without any awareness or ability to fight back. He looked up and could only see the sky above him and the fluttering white garment. His first reaction was that the fabric seemed quite nice. The little fourth son looked up and saw a tall person suddenly appear beside him, certainly taller than his father. Although they hadn't met before, the little fourth son recognized the fabric of the clothing and the hand outside the sleeve. It was the hand that had just given him money. A beautiful hand. The little fourth son stared blankly at that hand, which was now holding something long wrapped in a piece of white silk, unsure if it was a stick. The white silk was embroidered with a long snake and silver thread, and there was also a square object packed in a small bundle. The little fourth son was lost in thought. At this moment, Wei Hong on the ground seemed to have regained his senses, and the white garment floating in the air fell back down, revealing a tall, slender man in white standing beside him, striking various graceful poses. Wei Hong didn't know whether to be angry or frustrated and shouted out loud. This shout startled the dazed little fourth son, who instinctively took a step forward, grabbing the white garment and hiding behind it. Zhang Zhao came down from the rooftop, but didn't approach. The current scene was quite interesting. Before him was a sea of white, quite blinding. Several hundred people were dressed in mourning attire, standing in line. The white mourning clothes were supposed to evoke sadness, but due to the hostility of the people from the martial world, it only stirred feelings of anger. However, everything has its contrasts. Compared to the angry white over here, the white that had just descended from the sky was indeed pleasing to the eye. Firstly, this exquisite white was precious, tasteful, and carefully chosen. Secondly, the person wearing this striking white was simply eye-catching. Zhang Zhao stroked his chin and observed the man in white. Although he had never seen him before, he felt that this face must belong to that name, which was quite fitting. He had heard countless exaggerated descriptions before, but seeing it in person was still astonishing. Shaking his head slightly, Zhang Zhao sighed inwardly. The reputation was well-deserved. Pang Taisher and Bao Zheng completely did not understand what was happening. They only saw Wei Hong's reckless behavior, nearly injuring Child. Just as he was about to push over the chubby Child, suddenly a man in white landed beside him, reached out to grab his arm, and swung him around like throwing a fish, sending Wei Hong tumbling head over heels. Pang Ji whispered to Bao Zheng, Hey Z, who is this? Bao Zheng stroked his beard. The man in white looked to be about the same age and stature as Zhang Zhao, and his appearance was astonishingly handsome. Such beautiful men were indeed rare in the world. When he first saw Zhang Zhao, he thought Zhang Zhao was outstanding in looks. However, Zhang Zhao's beauty was comfortable to look at, gentle and moderate, pleasing and agile in every way. But the man in white before him was so good-looking that it was somewhat blinding. As a man, although the man in white was exceptionally handsome, he had no trace of makeup. On the contrary, his slightly slender face had strikingly beautiful yet sharp features. Compared to Zhang Zhao's gentleness, this person was somewhat arrogant in his good looks. Additionally, his expression was too serious, not fierce but cold and icy. The man in white gave off a vibe of keep your distance, yet at that moment, a chubby and very cute little child was hugging his leg, hiding behind him. The juxtaposition of the two was quite a scene to describe. Zhang Zhao couldn't help but chuckle as he watched. The man in white looked up at him for a moment, seemingly assessing him as well. After a moment of eye contact with him, Zhang Zhao raised the corners of his mouth and gave him a brilliant smile. The man in white seemed taken aback, perhaps not expecting Zhang Zhao to smile at him. Or maybe Zhang Zhao's smile was so unique that he had never seen such a smile before, cheerful and warm, like the sunlight on a winter afternoon. At that moment, Wei Hong also stood up. The mutual scrutiny among the crowd happened in an instant. Wei Hong's anger had certainly not dissipated, and he couldn't clearly see who the man in white was, only knowing he had been ambushed. For the sake of his pride, he kicked out angrily at the man beside him in white. The man in white neither dodged nor moved. Just then, during the awkward pause where everyone was unsure how to react, Zhang Zhao extended both hands, blocking the furious Wei Hong and also stopping the man in white, whose hand was raised about 3 inches, holding a long strip of cloth. Of course, no one saw how Zhang Zhao got there, just as no one had seen how the man in white appeared. Master Pang rubbed his eyes and asked Bao Zheng, Haizi, do people in the Jianghu these days really know how to fly? Although Bao Zheng was not skilled in martial arts, he was not someone who had never seen the world. He understood what level of expert Zhang Zhao was. When he first took Zhang Zhao by his side, he knew this person had exceptional martial arts skills, but he didn't have a clear concept of how high they were until one time. Zhao Zhen's close bodyguard, known as the top expert in the palace, Nan Gongji, told him that in the Jianghu, among the younger generation, the only one who could compete with Zhang Zhao was probably Bai Yutong. Bao Zheng curiously asked Nan Gongji, can you beat Zhang Zhao? Nan Gong shook his head. Of course not. Bao Zheng stroked his beard, pondering whether the so-called real expert does not reveal their true strength. Could this man in white before him be the legendary Jin Mao Shu Bai Yutong? He had heard of Bai Yutong before, whose greatest characteristic was being extraordinarily handsome, the kind that was almost dazzling, which certainly fit the description. The man in white withdrew his hand, seeming to dislike being close to others, and glanced at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao also retracted his hand, smiling as he said to him, don't be so serious, you're scaring the little kid. The man in white instinctively glanced back at the little boy, who was still hiding behind. Zhang Zhao observed his expression, and the subtle changes made his smile deepen a bit. Indeed, the rumors in the Jianghu should not be fully trusted. He was not the heartless demon everyone claimed, but rather a good person at heart. Xiao Cici. At that moment, Gongsun finally caught up. He didn't even care about his donkey. Throwing the reins aside and rushing over to hug Xiao Cici, Wei Hong was furious but didn't expect to be stopped by Zhang Zhao. Feeling that he couldn't vent his anger, he said, Zhang Zhao, step aside. The usually silent Dao Xingfeng finally spoke up. Zhang Darren saved your life. Wei Hong frowned. Zhang Zhao smiled as he watched Dao Xingfeng. Fortunately, Dao Xingfeng's demeanor wasn't very impressive, and he didn't quite understand the situation. But at least he knew the difference between heaven and earth. His martial arts seemed decent. At least he knew that Bai Yutong's skills were significantly better than Wei Hong's. And he understood that if Bai Yutong had drawn his knife just now, Wei Hong's life would have been in danger. This is what a master is like. It's like playing chess. If you know you're going to lose, it means you're not too weak. The real fear is when you know you're going to lose but still have no idea how strong your opponent is. That's when you're in trouble and could easily meet an untimely end. Gongsun was holding the stunned Xiao Cici, patting his back and comforting him. Xiao Cici clung to Gongsun's neck, burying his head between his shoulder and neck, remaining silent. But he wasn't crying, so it seemed he wasn't too frightened. Gong Sun turned to the man in white and said thank you. After getting a good look at his face, he was momentarily stunned and said, "Hey, are you Bai Yutong?" Zhang Zhao's mind flashed with the thought of as expected, followed by surprise at the fact that this scholar knew Bai Yutong. The name Bai Yutong also caused the faces of the mourning members of the Knife Alliance around him to tighten. Wei Hong glanced at Dao Xingfeng, who was squinting his eyes, examining the man in white. Bai Yutong was nicknamed Jinmao Rat because he was the smallest among the 5 rats of Xiankong Island. The 5 uncles of Xiankong Island were renowned in their region. In addition to their exceptional martial arts skills, they also conducted extensive business, straddling the line between merchant and warrior. Each of the 5 rats had a peculiar temperament, and the influence of Xiankong Island was vast, dominating the waterways of Songjiang Prefecture and becoming immensely wealthy. The eldest, Lu Fong, was a business genius. The second, Han Zhang, was known for his extraordinary digging skills and shipbuilding expertise. The third, Su Qing, possessed innate strength. The fourth, Jiang Ping, was exceptionally clever and had remarkable swimming abilities. These 4 were also famously fond of their younger brother, the 5th brother Bai Yutong, the Jinmao Rat, whom they spoiled to the heavens and back, leading to his eccentric personality. Dao Xingfeng saw Bai Yutong dressed in white garments more expensive than gold, and the refined air of a nobleman in his every gesture, confirming that the rumors were undoubtedly true. In his hand, wrapped in fine white silk, was presumably the famous cloud knife. Dao Xingfeng couldn't help but feel that. Although both were renowned, Zhang Zhao looked much more agreeable compared to this young master, who at least offered smile. Bai Yutong turned his face, glanced at Gong Sun, and seemed to recall who he was. With both hands slightly cupped, he gave a slight bow, "Mr. Gong Sun." Zhang Zhao opened his mouth politely, and everyone exchanged glances. Bao Zhang stroked his beard thoughtfully, showing his refined manners and upbringing. Pang Ji twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself that it was obvious from the man's attire that he was a child of a wealthy family. He was well aware of what clothes were valuable and what materials were precious, given that he had many wives at home. This Bai Yutong was not only wealthy, but also had great taste. He really didn't look like a man from the rivers and lakes. If he had encountered him in Kaifeng, he would have thought he was a young prince from some family. Gong Sun patted the little boy CZ and smiled at Bai Yutong, saying it had been a long time since they last met. How were his elder brother and sister-in-law? Bai Yutong nodded, his voice soft yet warm, saying they were well and thanking him for his concern. "Little CZ, don't be afraid. This brother is someone you met when you were small," Gong Sun said, patting CZ's little bottom. CZ looked up, turned a glance at Bai Yutong, then hugged Gong Sun's neck, covering half of his face, but in his heart he thought, "Wow, this brother is so handsome. Just as good-looking as the Zhan I just met." Gong Sun poked his bottom, saying, You don't remember? You met him 3 years ago." CZ blinked, wondering how old he was 3 years ago. It turned out that 3 years ago, the master of Xiankong Island, Lu Fong, suddenly fell ill with a strange disease that was hard to treat. Bai Yutong's sister-in-law, Min Xiuxiu, was the daughter of the medicine king and had incredible medical skills. But even she was unable to save him as Lu Fong's condition deteriorated day by day. Everyone was anxious and worried. During this time, an old doctor told Min Xiuxiu that she could take Lu Fong to find a Mr. Gong Sun at Jingyuan in Shaoxing. This Mr. Gong Sun was young but had incredible medical skills, known as the enemy of the King of Hell. If he said there was no hope, then they would really have to prepare for the worst. At that time, Lu Fong was on the verge of collapse, and Bai Yutong carried him on his back, traveling thousands of miles to Jingyuan to seek medical help. Although Gong Sun was a famous doctor, he did not concern himself with the affairs of the rivers and lakes or the court, focusing solely on his medical practice. He treated patients without any airs or discussions about money, and immediately began treating Lu Fong. Little CZ was probably just over a year old at that time, unsteady on his feet, looking like a little dumpling. Lu Fong was severely ill, and it took Gong Sun nearly half a month to cure him. During this time, Bai Yutong stayed at Jingyuan, waiting, and since Gong Sun could not be distracted, he helped take care of the little dumpling like CZ for half a month until Lu Fong miraculously recovered. After that, Lu Fong and Min Xiuxiu often visited Gong Sun. But Bai Yutong had never been, though he had a deep impression of and great respect for this young divine doctor. He didn't expect that the child in front of him was the little dumpling who used to only smile foolishly and never cried. "So you are Bai Yutong?" Wei Hong interrupted their reminiscing. "You killed everyone in my Duandao sect. This is a matter of the rivers and lakes, right? How about we meet somewhere for a one-on-one?" Bai Yutong glanced at him. He had heard that someone from Duandao sect had clashed with the young hero Bai Xiao, and it seemed he had already grasped some clues. The young hero Bai seemed to have a habit of exterminating those he disapproved of, It was unknown whether the rumors in the rivers and lakes were true. Bai Yutong was silent for a moment, then spoke, seemingly bored. I find many people displeasing. If I were to exterminate each one, wouldn't that keep me very busy? Zhang Zhao pressed his lips together, straining to hold back a laugh. The night watchman saw a person in white come out from the broken blade gate. Wei Hong asked Bai Yutong, "What a coincidence that you appear in Knife and Axe Town at this time." Bai Yutong frowned slightly, feeling a bit impatient. "You are also wearing white, and it's quite a coincidence that you appear in Knife and Axe Town as well." Zhang Zhao felt a slight soreness in his jaw. "Bai Yutong, don't try to argue. Who doesn't know that you're the only one in the martial world who uses a Miao knife?" Bai Yutong frowned even more. "Why are you so talkative? And your voice is unpleasant too." Zhang Zhao reached out to touch his jaw. "Bai Yutong, you Wei Hong feel that today is incredibly unlucky." As soon as Bai Yutong appeared, he made himself lose all face. Why is this person's personality so unpleasant? Dao Xingfeng slightly raised his hand to stop Wei Hong and said, "Young hero Bai, do you have any evidence to prove your innocence?" Bai Yutong seemed extremely reluctant to speak, looking at the people from the Blade Alliance with disdain. He turned to Zhang Zhao, who was touching his jaw, and said, "I was just passing by. You may continue." After saying that, he turned to Gong Sun and politely nodded, saying goodbye and mentioning that he would visit again next time. Zhang Zhao struggled to suppress his laughter. This man was quite amusing, treating Gong Sun in a completely different manner than he did the Blade Alliance. Gong Sun nodded and said, "All right." Then turned to Xiao Cixi, "Say goodbye to Brother Bai." Xiao Cixi waved at Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong stared at him for another moment, confirming that this was indeed the same little dumpling from back then, before turning and walking away briskly. Zhang Zhao noticed that Bai Yutong seemed to have something urgent. Why did he come to Daofu Town? Wasn't it because the recent rumors in the martial arts world suggested that he was a suspect in the notorious Dun Daomen massacre case? Wait. Wei Hong stepped forward to block Bai Yutong, saying, "You have serious suspicions and cannot leave. Let's clarify this." Bai Yutong's eyes turned slightly cold. Zhang Zhao waved his hand to calm down, urging not to act impulsively. Bai Yutong looked at Zhang Zhao, seemingly surprised. The character of the southern hero Zhang Zhao was unexpectedly lively. Patience in his demeanor, Bai Yutong turned to look at Dao Xingfeng, saying, "If it really is someone from the Duandao sect who has provoked me to the point of wanting to kill to vent my anger, I would kill you directly and wouldn't bother with the minions." Upon hearing Bai Yutong's words, everyone felt a sense of déjà vu and turned to Zhang Zhao, as if to imply that the two of them had conspired together. Zhang Zhao looked up at the sky. "Indeed, Bai Yutong, if you don't clarify your words today, you won't be able to leave." Wei Hong blocked Bai Yutong, and the others from the Blade Alliance also drew their swords. Bai Yutong was displeased, and even Zhang Zhao could sense the killing intent emanating from him. Sigh. But at that moment, Dao Xingfeng suddenly waved his hand to stop his subordinates. Looking at Bao Zheng, "Lord Bao, didn't you say you would investigate the case and give my Blade Alliance an explanation? Now that the suspect is right here, you wouldn't just watch him escape, would you?" Bao Zheng was slightly taken aback. Pang Ji at the back grinned. "Ah, this Dao Xingfeng is a tough character." Dao Xingfeng chuckled. "I kindly ask Lord Zhang to stop this suspect." Zhang Zhao blinked and exchanged a glance with Bai Yutong. Bao Zheng cleared his throat. Knowing this was Dao Xingfeng's scheme, if Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong fought, it might lead to mutual destruction. However, Bao Zheng had always been fair and just in his enforcement of the law, and Bai Yutong did have suspicions against him, so he should stay to cooperate with the investigation, at least to prove his innocence. Wei Hong sneered and urged Zhang Zhao to take action. "Why haven't you taken him yet?" Zhang Zhao stroked his chin, seemingly in a dilemma. Bai Yutong remained still, but his demeanor suggested he was about to leave. Just when everyone was uncertain about what would happen next, Zhang Zhao suddenly reached out and picked up Xiao Sizai. Everyone was stunned. Bai Yutong saw Zhang Zhao holding Xiao Sizai in front of him, grabbing Xiao Sizai's chubby little hand and waving it at him, asking Bai Gij to stay for dinner. Xiao Sizai blinked and looked back at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao said seriously, "If you don't talk, I'm going to fight him." Ah, Xiao Sizai was startled. "You're going to fight?" Zhang Zhao nodded. Yes, it was a fierce battle that left people reeling and bloodied. Xiao Sizai reached out to grab Bai Yutong's sleeve, saying, "Let's leave this behind and go have a meal." Bai Yutong looked at Xiao Sizai awkwardly. Xiao Sizai shook his sleeve. "No fighting, let's just eat." Bai Yutong looked at Zhang Zhao, a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Zhang Zhao nodded with a smile, meaning that it was no big deal for the two of them to have a fight, but it wouldn't be worth it if it turned into a laughingstock for others. Bai Yutong was silent for a moment, then nodded, agreeing. Zhang Zhao turned around and winked at Bao Zheng, successfully handling the situation. Pang Ji couldn't help but admire the talent, but Zhang Zhao heard that Bai Yutong had more to say and turned to look at him. He saw Bai Yutong reach out and pass little four over to Gong Sun. Then he raised an eyebrow at Zhang Zhao, suggesting they should fight first, with the loser treating the winner. After a slight pause, Zhang Zhao nodded in understanding. As soon as he pronounced good, he raised his hand, and Wei Hong, who was behind him, couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely by Zhang Zhao's elbow. Clutching his nose as blood began to flow. "Oh, I'm sorry." Zhang Zhao quickly turned around to apologize. "Here they come," Bai Yutong said, and Zhang Zhao felt a gust of wind behind him, swiftly dodging and leaping up, flipping into the crowd of the Knife Alliance. Bai Yutong's lips curled into a slight arc as he followed in. Pang Ji crossed his arms, watching the excitement. It was amusing to see Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong fighting, how they kept sending Knife Alliance members flying. Dao Xingfeng's face turned white with anger, and his group of subordinates became a chaotic mess, each one inadvertently hit by Zhang Zhao, all striking their noses, precise as could be. Bao Zheng let out a cold laugh. "Who says Zhang Zhao has no temper?" Pang Ji suddenly poked Bao Zheng's arm and pointed to the crowd, where two figures in red and white were flipping around so fast they were almost unrecognizable. They seemed to be having quite a good time. "Bao Zhen, Thou Wen, you can see that?" Gong Sun, holding Xiao Cixi, saw the chaos and quickly led the little donkey to hide under the balcony of a nearby tavern, watching the excitement with the onlookers. Xiao Cixi was mesmerized. "Look at those two." Above them, on the second-floor balcony, sat a man in purple, holding a wine cup with one hand and resting his chin on the other, watching intently. After a long while, he finally spoke, "So you really can smile." Suddenly, a fine crack appeared on the cup in his hand, wine dripping down his fingers and splattering onto the ground, shattering. In front of the Yamen in Daofu Town, there was chaos as Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong teamed up under the guise of fighting to take care of the Knife Alliance, while also testing each other's martial arts skills. Although this is the first time Zhang Zhao has met Bai Yutong and they haven't talked much, he genuinely appreciates this person. First of all, he finds Bai Yutong very pleasing to the eye. In other words, according to Zhang's aesthetic standards, he thinks Bai Yutong is very good-looking and easy on the eyes. Secondly, although this person seems cold and difficult to get along with, observing his polite behavior towards Gong Sun and his protection of Xiao Cixi reveals that he is a good person. Zhang Zhao always believed that a martial artist character can be judged by 2 points. First, their attitude towards those who cannot martial arts, and whether they show respect. Second, whether they are willing to protect the weak. If both of these are fulfilled, then they can be considered hero. As for temperament and disposition, Zhang Zhao has never been concerned, as everyone has their own personality and preferences. Moreover, while outsiders watch the excitement, insiders observe the subtleties. In this encounter, Zhang Zhao was surprised by Bai Yutong's exceptional martial skills and profound internal strength. Indeed, he is the most favored disciple of the Heavenly Master. A great teacher produces outstanding students. Although the Tianshan sect is quite chaotic, Bai Yutong seems not to partake in the internal struggles of the sect. When Bai Yutong first met Zhang Zhao, he also had a good impression. First of all, he found Zhang Zhao not unpleasant. Bai Yutong's standard for judging people is quite strange. He does not care about appearance, status, or talent, but rather whether someone is pleasing to the eye. That's just how people are in this world. Some may be a bit odd, but very pleasing to look at, while others may have everything good but just don't appeal. Additionally, Bai Yutong usually has no particular requirements for how others look, and he is somewhat dull in this regard. However, upon seeing Zhang Zhao for the first time, he unexpectedly thought that this person was very good-looking, especially his smile. Zhang Zhao's first impression on Bai Yutong might be different from the first impression he gives to most people. Many people, upon seeing Zhang Zhao for the first time, would think he resembles a gentle white cat, delicate, soft, and unassuming. However, Bai Yutong perceives him as a cunning black cat. Although his exterior appears smooth and shiny, that is merely a facade, as his claws are sharp and his personality is quite intense. Bai Yutong actually does not like nice guys. If someone has no temperament at all, he finds them uninteresting. Yet, Zhang Zhao seems to have many secrets and hides his true character, indicating he must have a very complex background. Moreover, Bai Yutong considers himself to be quite unsuccessful in dealing with people. While Zhang Zhao evidently is the type who can express his thoughts clearly, excels in communication, and is very successful in his interactions, Bai Yutong appreciates this ability. Lastly, Zhang Zhao's martial arts skills are truly impressive. Once they sparred, Bai Yutong realized that his master had indeed warned him to be cautious when dealing with Zhang Zhao, as being careless could lead to losses. Although he didn't quite understand how his master knew about Zhang Zhao's strong skills, perhaps they had crossed paths before. The two fought evenly and were quite happy about it, while Dao Xingfeng's face looked quite grim. The three top experts of the Dao Alliance frowned. How should one put it? Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong were toying with them, but the most frustrating part was that both were top-tier experts, and Dao Xingfeng probably couldn't compete with them. Gong Sun was holding little Forzi and watching from the side, carefully protecting little Forzi. As more people arrived, the crowd became denser, and Gong Sun kept stepping back until he unexpectedly retreated to the steps, only to find a pit on the stairs. He lost his balance and fell backward. Gong Sun hurriedly stepped back to regain his balance, just as someone passed by him from behind. He bumped into that person and quickly turned to apologize, not knowing who he had hit. However, when Gong Sun turned around, he was startled to see a dark figure behind him. The person was dressed entirely in black, tall in stature, and crucially, even in broad daylight, they had a black cloth covering their head, their collar pulled high to obscure most of their face, looking very suspicious. After being bumped by Gong Sun, the person did not pursue the matter but glanced back toward the yamen while running forward, slipping into the crowd as if afraid of being seen. Gong Sun followed the direction in which the person had looked and saw that they were staring at the entrance of the yamen, where Bao Zheng and Peng Ji were standing. Gong Sun squinted. Who could this mysterious person be? Were they perhaps a bandit or thief afraid of Bao Zheng? Little Forzi, not tall enough to see over the mysterious figure, asked the child he was holding, "Did you see that black-clothed person just now?" Little Forzi pointed to the black-clothed person, who had almost disappeared from sight, and seemed to find them suspicious. "Is it him, father?" "Yes," Gong Sun nodded. "Well, I didn't see him, but I heard him speak," Little Forzi replied. "What did he say?" Gong Sun hurriedly asked. It seemed Little Forzi thought for a moment, and then said, "He said someone died, and that Baozi was here, and we should hurry and run, or we'd be in trouble if caught." Gong Suin's heart stirred. Could this be the real culprit? But when he stood on tiptoe to look around, the black-clothed person had already vanished. TSK, Gong Sun felt a bit frustrated. Just then, he heard Bao Zheng cough. Zhang Zhao timely jumped out of the battle zone, and Bai Yutong also stepped aside. Looking around, more than half of the disciples of the Blade Alliance were lying on the ground holding their noses, creating a somewhat humorous scene. Before Bao Zheng had a chance to speak, he heard Peng Ji shout that private fights and disturbances were not allowed in front of the yamen. Dao Xingfen glanced at Zhang Zhao, then at Bai Yutong, his expression darkening. Bao Zheng gestured to Bai Yutong, making a motion to invite him to speak inside the yamen. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yutong ultimately walked into the yamen. Dao Xingfen looked at Bao Zheng, who was known for his fairness and integrity, but seemed to be showing some favoritism. Bao Zheng waved his hand, saying that this office does not require your guidance on how to handle cases. Today, since you spoke disrespectfully and caused a disturbance, this office will consider it a first offense and not hold it against you, but it won't be the case next time. After finishing, he flicked his sleeve and returned to the yamen. Peng Ji smirked, thinking that seeing Haizi's demeanor was amusing, and he turned to follow him into the yamen. Curious about Bai Yutong, Dao Xingfeng stood at the door, pondering the situation, realizing that things had changed unexpectedly with Bao Zheng suddenly arriving here. He instructed his subordinates to return to the inn to settle down and think things over. Soon, even the passers-by had left, and Gong Sun was still nearby, holding onto little Sitsi. "Daddy," little Sitsi asked while tugging on the reins of the little donkey, "when are we going back?" Gong Sun felt that it was necessary to inform Bao Zheng about what had just happened. After all, he had some connections with Bai Yutong, and there was no reason for him to suffer unjustly, especially when he had clues he could share. After thinking it over, Gong Sun ran to the entrance of the yamen with little Sitsi. At the door, Zhang Long and Zhao were standing. When Zhang Long saw Gong Sun approaching, he politely asked, "Sir, is there something you need?" Before Gong Sun could respond, someone said, "It's fine, let them in." As they spoke, Zhang Zhao ran out, reaching out to take little Sitsi from Gong Sun's arms, almost forgetting about him. "Come in and sit. Lord Bao said he wants to treat you to some candy." Little Sitsi pouted and wrapped his arms around Zhang Zhao's neck, asking him to carry him into the yamen. Gong Sun helplessly noted that little Sitsi was indeed not being shy with Zhang Zhao, having only met him twice before calling him to carry him away. Upon entering the guest room of the yamen, Bao Zheng and Peng Ji were seated in the main seats, while Bai Yutong sat in the guest seat. When the maid in the yamen brought tea, she was staring at Bai Yutong. As she stepped out, she bumped into Zhang Zhao, who was smiling and carrying little Sitsi. She turned to stare at the pair of them, and when she turned back, she saw a handsome scholar entering, making her feel dizzy and overwhelmed. Seeing that everyone seemed to be about to discuss serious matters, Gong Sun thought about taking little Sitsi away, but Bao Zheng invited him to take a seat. Mr. Gongsun, please sit. Gongsun felt a bit awkward, but still sat down. Zhang Zhao was running around in the courtyard, holding Xiao Sizai, who was giggling at his antics. Gongsun glanced outside, then looked at Bao Zheng, who was sipping tea while observing Bai Yutong with a relaxed demeanor, appearing quite amiable. Gongsun's impression of this Bao Qing Tian deepened. He was not as unapproachable as he seemed. Young hero Bai, where were you on the night of the incident? Bao Zheng asked Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong put down his teacup and, without beating around the bush, replied, When was the incident? About a month ago. I just arrived today, he said calmly. I have never been to Dao Fu Town before. I've been on Xian Kong Island for the past 2 months, during which I made 2 trips to Tianshan to see my master. Bao Zheng nodded, took out the case file, and handed it to Bai Yutong. Young hero Bai, would you like to take a look? Bai Yutong reached out to take it and opened the scroll. The maid who came in to bring tea for Gongsun happened to see it, and her heart skipped a beat, her eyes sparkling. Bao Zheng observed this and shook his head, thinking it was fortunate that there was only one Zhang Zhao in Kaifeng. If there were a few more like Bai Yutong, the maids in the office would probably be unable to work. So you suspect that I am the murderer? Bai Yutong said after putting down the scroll, seeming to ponder. The scroll was spread out on the table, and Gongsun, while drinking tea, glanced at it and walked over, leaning down to look closely. He spoke. These people did not die from knife wounds. Bai Yutong looked up at Gongsun, asking, Why do you say that? Gongsun replied, Well, I don't understand martial arts, but... He pointed at the bodies in the painting. Once a person's neck is cut, a large amount of blood will spray out. This means that if he was standing here when he was struck, the blood should have sprayed far away, while the blood at his feet is just dripping. After he falls, there would be a pool of blood around the wound. That's how it is. Zhang Zhao didn't know when he had come in. He was standing beside Bai Yutong, looking at the painting, with both hands covering Xiao Sizai's ears. Xiao Sizai was short and couldn't see the painting on the table or hear the adults talking, so he just stared wide-eyed in curiosity, not making a sound. However, there were these corpses, and there were almost no splattered bloodstains around them, but there were many spray spots beneath the corpses. Gongsun said, I haven't seen a corpse before, so I dare not make a judgment, but I feel there is something wrong with the corpses. Bao Zheng asked, Mr. Gongsun, are you a coroner? Gongsun opened his mouth, but hadn't spoken yet when Bai Yutong said, Mr. Gongsun is the world's best divine doctor. Gongsun quickly waved his hand. Bai Yutong looked at him. No need to be modest. It's what the medicine king said. Bao Zheng and Peng Ji exchanged glances. They always felt that what Bai Yutong said was very persuasive. Zhang Zhao let go of Xiao Sizai's ear and asked him, Is your father a divine doctor? Yes, Xiao Sizai replied confidently, looking up. My dad can bring dead people back to life. Gongsun reached out and pinched his cheek, saying, Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Sizai rubbed his cheek and said, Everyone talks like this. Bao Zheng stood up and asked, May I invite Mr. Gongsun to take a look at the corpse? Gongsun was surprised. Is that possible? Naturally, Bao Zheng rose to invite him out of the room, asking Mr. Gongsun for his assistance. Gongsun was more than happy to help, and Bao Zheng was truly polite and courteous. Bai Yutong, seeing that they were busy, reached for a box, stood up, and prepared to leave. Zhang Zhao reached out to stop him, saying, Aren't we going to eat before we leave? All right. Xiao Zizi tilted his face up, smiling as he grabbed Bai Yutong's sleeve. Bye-bye. Shall we eat before we go? At that moment, Zhang Long walked in and whispered a few words in Zhang Zhao's ear. Zhang Zhao was slightly taken aback, then leaned down to whisper in Bai Yutong's ear, Someone is looking for you at the door. Bai Yutong frowned and looked at Zhang Long. Who is it? A person in purple clothing, holding a golden knife. After hearing this, Bai Yutong furrowed his brows even more, stood up, and said to Zhang Zhao, I have something to attend to, farewell. Zhang Zhao turned to look back. Bao Zheng was not there, having gone to the moor with Mr. Gongsun, while Peng Ji shrugged and sipped his tea, implying that he didn't care. Bai Yutong had already walked out the door. Xiao Zizi pouted and looked up at Zhang Zhao, as if wanting to keep Bai Yutong for a meal. Zhang Zhao stroked his chin, reached out to pick up the little fourth son, and turned around to place him next to Peng Ji. Master Peng blinked. Zhang Zhao patted Xiao Sizai's head and instructed Master Peng, Master, please take care of him until Mr. Gongsun returns. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. Peng Ji lowered his head while Xiao Sizai looked up, and the two exchanged glances. After a long while, Master Peng chuckled and poked Xiao Sizai's soft belly. This chubby boy was really adorable. Xiao Sizai glanced at Master Peng's plump belly and reached out to pat it a couple of times. When Bao Zheng and Gongsun returned, they saw Xiao Sizai already sitting on Peng Ji's lap, the two of them chatting away, while Peng Ji was laughing so hard he nearly fell over. Gongsun quickly went to pick up Xiao Sizai, thinking it was inappropriate for him to be so familiar. Bao Zheng walked over to take a look at Pang Ji's belly and suddenly remarked, "You really have a motherly love." Master Pang's tea sprayed all over the floor. Zhang Zhao ran out of the yamen and looked around, but there was no sign of Bai Yutong. He asked the yamen runner where Bai Yutong had gone. The yamen runner pointed in a direction, and Zhang Zhao was about to chase after him. At that moment, Zhang Long came out, saying, "Lord Zhang?" Lord Bao said, "There's a suspect." Zhang Zhao was startled. "So soon?" Zhang Long continued, "Mr. Gongsun just saw someone described as wearing all black about this tall." And he gestured. They were sneaky and covered their face, saying something about killing someone. "Lord Bao is here, and we need to hurry." "Really?" Zhang Zhao was surprised. "Did he have any other characteristics?" Zhang Long shook his head. Lord Bao said to pay attention while you chase after young hero Bai. "Oh." Zhang Zhao nodded and ran outside. After running for a while, he began to wonder how Lord Bao knew he was chasing Bai Yutong. Zhang Zhao's lightness skill was impressive. After chasing for a while on a rooftop, he spotted two figures ahead. It was strange that the two were not walking side by side. Bai Yutong was walking in front, while a person in purple clothing followed behind. The person in purple was dressed in luxurious attire, and from the back view, he appeared graceful, with a striking golden knife in his hand. Zhang Zhao secretly raised an eyebrow. This person with the golden knife should be Yao Xiling, the eldest disciple of the Tianshan sect. Yao Xiling has a noble identity and is said to be a descendant of the Xiongnu royal family, born beyond the Great Wall. Admiring the martial arts of the Central Plains, he came to the sacred place of the martial world, Tianshan, to learn from a young age. Yao Xiling rarely participates in the Jianghu, and although the Tianshan sect is chaotic, it is a place that produces talent. Among the major disciples of the Tianshan sect, Yao Xiling is the most low-key one, but his skills are said to be excellent and unfathomable. Zhang Zhao took a few steps and saw Bai Yutong hurrying along, feeling a bit curious about why the two of them had rushed to Axe and Hatchet Town. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Zhao leaped down, landing next to Bai Yutong like a hawk. Bai Yutong turned his face and was a bit surprised to see Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao held the back of his hand with the sword behind his back, casually following along. Bai Yutong looked at him for a while and asked, "Do you know where I'm going?" Zhang Zhao smiled slightly and said, "Just go straight, right?" Bai Yutong felt a bit speechless. There was obviously a straight road ahead, so of course they would go straight. However, that being said, Bai Yutong seemed unable to dislike Zhang Zhao, and it didn't matter. He walked forward with him. Zhang Zhao turned to look at Yao Xiling, who was lowering his head, gripping the golden knife as if he were on his own path. His other hand casually rested on his waist, habitually rotating the ring on his finger. Zhang Zhao gently nudged Bai Yutong with his elbow. Your senior brother Bai Yutong frowned and said, "Junior nephew." Zhang Zhao saw Yao Xiling helplessly look up at Bai Yutong. Zhang Zhao was curious why these two senior brothers were so unfamiliar with each other and quietly asked, "Are you arguing?" Bai Yutong shook his head. "You're in a hurry to do something?" Zhang Zhao looked up at the sky and noticed it was almost time for a meal. "Do you want to eat together?" "I have urgent matters." Zhang Zhao spotted the square box in his hand, jokingly said it would fit perfectly into a person's head. Bai Yutong stopped in his tracks. Zhang Zhao saw that he had stopped, so he also stopped to look at him. Bai Yutong picked up the box and placed it in front of Zhang Zhao. It was indeed a human head. Zhang Zhao fell silent for a moment, then reached out with both hands to gently pinch Bai Yutong's cheeks on either side. Pulling a little, "Don't be so serious." Bai Yutong widened his eyes to look at Zhang Zhao. Behind them, Yao Xiling was stunned for a long time. Surprised that someone dared to pinch Bai Yutong's face, Zhang Zhao was really brave. Bai Yutong stared at Zhang Zhao for a while. And Zhang Zhao patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go drink." As they walked, he continued, "Did you just pinch Xiao Cizi's face? The feeling was really good, like a dumpling." Bai Yutong agreed with Zhang Zhao's description of Xiao Cizi as a dumpling and, somewhat confused, followed Zhang Zhao into the inn to drink. Yao Xiling frowned and watched from behind, then saw Zhang Zhao, who was already on the second floor, waving at him, meaning to come up and eat together. Yao Xiling thought for a moment, turned around and left, and Zhang Zhao noticed that quite a few people ran out from the nearby alley, following him as he left, seemingly his attendants. "Your personality is even more reclusive than mine." Zhang Zhao sat down, poured wine for Bai Yutong, and after ordering dishes, he slapped the box and asked Bai Yutong, "Is it really a human head?" Bai Yutong put down his chopsticks and looked at Zhang Zhao. "You have quite a cheerful personality." Zhang Zhao nodded and said, Yes, many people say that. You have a habit of touching others' faces as soon as you meet them." Zhang Zhao smiled, "It's okay." Just as the words left his mouth, Bai Yutong suddenly reached out. Zhang Zhao felt a cool finger brush against his jaw and poked it a bit. He was stunned for a while, and Bai Yutong retracted his hand, picked up his wine glass, and looked at Zhang Zhao's slightly embarrassed and awkward expression. A sly glint passed through his eyes. His skin was quite nice. 6 a bit deeper, a bit livelier. Zhang Zhao stuffed a piece of food in his mouth, feeling that being touched a bit wasn't too much of a loss. As he had touched him too, so it was even. Therefore, the usually carefree Zhang Daxia quickly forgot about it and began to pick and choose with his chopsticks, trying out the flavors of the dishes. Daofu Town was a small place, but small places also had delicious food, especially some local dishes. Bai Yutong observed that this cheerful Zhang Daxia was indeed a true foodie, as he even knew about the special snacks in such an obscure place like Daofu Town, and he was quite fluent when ordering. In fact, Zhang Zhao had already asked the old folks in the yamen before he left, knowing what was good to eat. Zhang Zhao, while eating vegetables, looked at Bai Yutong and noticed that he was only drinking and not eating any food. He frowned and said, "If the food doesn't suit your taste, just let me know what you want to eat." Bai Yutong seemed to be in a good mood, reached for the chopsticks, picked up a piece of vegetable, and actually found it quite tasty. Zhang Zhao really knew how to order food. Zhang Zhao was puzzled as to why Bai Yutong's posture, while picking up food, looked so gentlemanly. He couldn't help but pass a spoon over, thinking to himself that he didn't believe Bai Yutong would continue to act like a gentleman while drinking soup. However, Bai Yutong set the soup spoon aside without touching it, put down his chopsticks, and continued to drink wine. Zhang Zhao put away his playful thoughts and looked at the square box on the table, asking Bai Yutong, "You came all the way to Knife and Axe Town, not for the case of the extermination of the Broken Blade sect?" "I just found out about the Broken Blade sect matter." Seeing that Zhang Zhao was curious about the box, Bai Yutong reached out and removed the white silk wrapping the box. Zhang Zhao saw that there was a black wooden box in a cloth bag, so he glanced at Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong raised an eyebrow and opened it to take a look. Zhang Zhao frowned. Could it really be a human head? Bai Yutong was drinking. Zhang Zhao reached out to open the box and took a glance inside. He was stunned to see a white, eerie skull inside the wooden box. Zhang Zhao didn't quite understand, so he closed the lid and looked at Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong spoke up, "Take a closer look again." Zhang Zhao opened the box and looked carefully. There were many people around, and he didn't want to take the skull out, so he slightly tilted the wooden box back. At a glance, Zhang Zhao noticed something special about the skull. On the white, bony cheekbone, there was a black mark that seemed to be a tattoo of a character. It was the character for crime, which was often tattooed on the faces of serious offenders when they were sent to the frontier. Because the tattoo was deep and there was little flesh on the cheek, it was often inked directly on the cheekbone. Zhang Zhao covered the box and began to daze. The Tianshan sect has many disciples, but people in the martial world know that the internal situation of the Tianshan sect is quite chaotic. The leader, Lu Feng, simply cannot control those young, impetuous, and highly skilled disciples. This all relates back to the character of the Heavenly Master. As the supreme master of the martial world, the Heavenly Master is known alongside the leader of the Tianma Palace, Yin Ho, as the #1 in the world. However, his personality is quite childish. He himself is extraordinarily gifted, so when he takes on disciples, he prefers to find those with exceptional talents. Throughout his life, the Heavenly Master has chosen many disciples, but most of them he felt lacked talent after teaching them a few moves, and he handed them over to the Tianshan sect leader for further instruction. Among these many disciples, only Bai Yutong was taught seriously by the Heavenly Master from start to finish, and he is the only one acknowledged as his successor. Aside from Bai Yutong, the Heavenly Master has pointed out at least a dozen or so unnamed disciples over the years. Although these disciples are not as talented as Bai Yutong, each possesses their own strengths. The Tianshan sect is a holy place of martial arts, with a large collection of martial arts books and a library. After growing up, these dozen or so disciples each established their own schools and became highly skilled martial artists. Although Lu Feng is the leader of the Tianshan sect, due to the chaotic hierarchy, he cannot manage these disciples. Therefore, the Tianshan sect has been divided into many factions. Some obedient disciples, responsible for managing the daily affairs of the Tianshan sect, follow Lu Feng. Other disciples each follow a senior brother, with some establishing their own sects, while others covet the position of the Tianshan sect leader, fighting fiercely among themselves. Among these many disciples, there is one quite special, named Yang Kaisheng. Yang Kaisheng is one of the early disciples taken by the Heavenly Master, though he cannot really be called a disciple since the Heavenly Master never acknowledged him. He can only be said to be under his tutelage. This person has a carefree personality and is said to be charming and dashing, not fond of power struggles, but rather enjoying wandering through mountains and waters. After Yang Kaisheng mastered his martial arts, he traveled the martial world alone, living a carefree life. However, during this time, something unknown happened, and he fell in love with a foreign woman. The two loved each other passionately and intensely. Unfortunately, this woman was an assassin who was captured for assassinating a government official. Yang Kaisheng, not knowing the circumstances, saved her and helped her escape, violating the law and ultimately being betrayed by her, suffering serious injuries. In the end, Yang Kaisheng was framed and branded as a traitor, disappearing from sight, and it is said that he has already died. This incident happened over a decade ago and has spread widely in the martial world. As a result, many martial artists in the Central Plains are wary of foreign women, fearing they might become the second Yang Kaisheng. Zhang Zhao stared at the withered bones for a long time and asked Bai Yutong, "Is this Yang Kaisheng?" Bai Yutong put down his wine cup and said, "A few days ago, my master sent someone to call me to Tian Shan, and this box was on the table." Zhang Zhao held the wine cup and listened carefully. "A few days ago, a woman from an outside tribe delivered this box to Tian Shan, saying she wanted to see my master." Bai Yutong spoke slowly, and after handing the box to my master, he said that inside was the head of Yang Kaisheng, and the events of that year actually contained hidden truths. Yang Kaisheng died to save her, and she was neither an assassin nor a traitor. They were both framed together. Oh, Zhang Zhao was surprised if there were hidden truths. Why didn't she say so earlier? She was very ill and died before she could finish speaking. Bai Yutong frowned and said that before she died, she mentioned that Yang Caisheng's body was in Dao Fusen, and he left a letter before his death, asking her to deliver it to my master when she was unable to do so, as a way to fulfill a last wish. As he spoke, Bai Yutong took a letter from his waist and handed it to Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao took the letter with some surprise. "Are you sure I can read it?" Bai Yutong doesn't mind, "But did you kill Yang Kaisheng?" Zhang Zhao blinked his eyes. "Of course not." "So what's wrong with watching Bai Yutong pour wine?" Zhang Zhao held the letter and felt that Bai Yutong's personality was quite likable. A gentleman is open and honest, with nothing to hide from others. He opened the letter, and Yang Caisheng's handwriting was crooked, but Zhang Zhao could tell that he must have written well originally. However, due to his frail condition, he couldn't hold the pen properly, which caused the shaky writing. Looking at the letter, Zhang Zhao felt a sense of sorrow. Such a great hero had fallen to such a fate. The content of the letter began with greetings to the Tianzuan regarding his health, and mentioned that he had disgraced his master's teachings and dared not return to the Tianshan sect to see his master. This letter was a suicide note, and by the time the Tianzuan read it, he would likely no longer be in this world. It seemed that Yang Kaisheng held great respect and filial piety towards the Tianzuan, as the beginning of the letter was very sincere and devout, moving the reader. In the latter part of the letter, Yang Kaisheng recounted the events from years ago. It turned out that he had fallen in love with a foreign woman, who was not a spy, but a descendant of a now extinct tribe from the northern frontier, here to the Central Plains to search for a lost treasure of her tribe, the executioner's knife. Yang Kaisheng stated in the letter that neither he nor the woman knew what was special about this ordinary short knife. It was merely a tribal memento. However, during their search for the knife, they encountered some mysterious figures from the martial world who pursued them, and later they were wanted. The official they attempted to assassinate was a key figure from the Ministry of War named Tan Jin. Back then, Yang Kaisheng and his companions found out that the executioner's knife was in Tan Jin's possession, and they only intended to ask him for it, but unexpectedly fell into an ambush and suffered calamity. Afterward, Yang Kaisheng continued to pursue Tan Jin's whereabouts, but he was very cunning. After resigning from his official position, he went into hiding. The last time anyone saw him was in Daofu town. After reading the letter, Zhang Zhao asked Bai Yutong in confusion, "What kind of knife is it? Is it famous?" "I've inquired with some friends from the northern frontier, but no one has heard of the executioner's knife." Bai Yutong put away the letter and replied, "My master didn't ask me to find a knife. He only instructed me to find Yang Caisheng's body and bring it back to Tianshan to be buried together with that young lady." Zhang Zhao nodded. The Heavenly Lord actually has a sense of humanity. People say that the Heavenly Lord is transcendent and emotionless, but it seems that's not the case at all. After finishing his meal, Zhang Zhao felt that it was more important to attend to serious matters. He decided to look for the elusive black-clad masked man. So, he paid the bill and asked Bai Yutong, "Are you going to look for Yang Caisheng's body? I'll go investigate the case. I've been at the county office these past few days. If you want a drink, come find me." Zhang Zhao stood up to leave, and Bai Yutong pointed to the seat, saying, "Aren't you going to help find the body?" Zhang Zhao was taken aback, confused. "Ah." Bai Yutong slightly frowned. "You saw the letter." Zhang Zhao thought for a moment and said, "You asked me to take a look. I can't just look without purpose." Bai Yutong lazily propped his cheek with his hand, looking at Zhang Zhao. His good-looking eyes lack spirit and seem a bit drowsy. If you're not sincerely helping, what's the point of looking at the letter? Zhang Zhao opened his mouth wide, feeling wronged. Bai Yutong gave a faint smile, saying that the Yamen should have a record of the heads of the executioners, and it wouldn't be difficult to find a Tianjin. Zhang Zhao understood this time. He said that Bai Yutong was so straightforward in showing him the letter, and even the head. It turned out he was using him as a laborer. Bai Yutong looked at the sky and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Brother Zhang. I live in the inn opposite the Yamen. If you have any clues, come find me." After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave. Zhang Zhao was quick and agile, grabbing Bai Yutong's sleeve. Bai Yutong turned to look at him. "How about this, Brother Bai? I'll help you find Tianjin, and you help me catch a man in black." Zhang Zhao smiled. "He's quite tall, probably a bit taller than you, dressed all in black with a black cloth covering his face, sneaky." Bai Yutong was puzzled. "Catching people is your official business." Zhang Zhao poked at the bowls and chopsticks on the table, "But you just had a meal, and you can't eat for free." Bai Yutong and Zhang Zhao exchanged glances. Zhang Zhao reached out and grabbed a handful of peanuts, stuffing them into Bai Yutong's hand. "I'm going back to the Yamen to go through the files and take a nap. After you catch the man in black, remember to come find me." Bai Yutong saw Zhang Zhao grinning widely, a sly cat indeed. Then, with a swift motion, Zhang Zhao disappeared, even helping him bring back the head, saying it was for Mr. Gongsun to examine. Bai Yutong looked at the handful of peanuts in his hand, feeling for the first time the sensation of not being able to steal the chicken and losing the rice instead. Zhang Zhao was quite clever. Then he thought about who he was supposed to find, the man in black. Zhang Zhao returned to the Yamen holding a skull. Gongsun and Bao Zheng were in the study discussing the case, and they seemed to get along well, as laughter from Bao Zheng and Pang Ji could be heard from time to time. Zhang Zhao took a detour to the back courtyard, wanted to find the library or the archives of the Yamen. Just as he reached the backyard, he heard the faint braying of a little donkey. Zhang Zhao peeked into the yard and saw Xiao Sizai banging a wooden basin on the ground, sitting on top of it, holding 2 carrots in his hands, one for the little donkey to nibble on and the other for himself. Zhang Zhao saw this scene, and a smile appeared on his face. He quickly walked over and squatted down beside Xiao Sizai. "Xiao Sizai, why are you stealing the little donkey's carrots?" Xiao Sizai was munching on a carrot, and, seeing Zhang Zhao, smiled broadly. "Zhang, why are you back so quickly?" Zhang Zhao held a wooden box and had taken on a lighter task. While speaking, he looked around and said, "By the way, where is that county magistrate?" "Over there, I just saw him." Xiao Sizai stuffed the remaining 2 carrots into the little donkey, stood up, patted his bottom, and took Zhang Zhao's hand to lead him to find the county magistrate. Zhang Zhao followed Xiao Siji to the other courtyard, where the county magistrate was holding a teacup, sighing under a locust tree. "Lord Wang." Zhang Zhao stepped forward. "Oh, it turns out to be Lord Zhang." The county magistrate put down the teacup and quickly stood up to pay his respects to Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao asked him where the file room was. The county magistrate was so nervous that he broke out in a sweat. Zhang Zhao was also a bit puzzled. "What's wrong? Is Lord Zhang going to investigate past cases?" The county magistrate was sweating profusely. Indeed, Lord Bao was going to investigate him. Not to mention that many past cases were still unresolved. There might even be wrongful judgments. It's over. This time he's going to face the guillotine." Zhang Zhao found it quite funny that he was so nervous. "I want to ask you for a list of names. I'm looking for someone." "Oh." The county magistrate let out a sigh of relief and quickly instructed the clerk to find the list of names for Lord Zhang to review. Zhang Zhao sat in the side courtyard with Xiao Sizai, waiting. There were 3 thick volumes of the register of names. Zhang Zhao flipped through them one by one, and Xiao Sizai helped him search as well. However, it was strange that after spending about an hour carefully going through all 3 volumes, Zhang Zhao did not find anyone named Tianjin. Zhang Zhao called for the clerk and asked him if there was a former high-ranking official from the Ministry of War named Tianjin in the local area. The clerk shook his head and replied that there wasn't. Confirming this, the clerk smiled and said, "Sir Zhang, how high-ranking must a Ministry of War official be? How could he possibly retire to this poor place like Knife and Axetown? Besides, we haven't had any significant officials come from Knife and Axetown. If there were really a former high-ranking official from the Ministry of War, the whole town would know about it. Anyway, I was born and raised in Knife and Axetown, and I've never heard of anyone named Tianjin." Zhang Zhao found it strange that there was no person named Tianjin. Could it be that he changed his name? If he did change his name, that would be troublesome. In the vast sea of people, how could they find him? "Lord Zhang, do you know anything about that person's characteristics?" The assistant asked. "There aren't that many people in Daofu town. If they knew his appearance, they should be able to find him." "Well, about that," Zhang Zhao thought. Maybe he could ask Bai Yutong when he arrives. Just as he was thinking this, he saw Zhang Long rush in. Lord Zhang, Bai Yutong has arrived. Oh. Zhang Zhao thought it was just the right time to ask him about the characteristics, so he ran outside. When Little Four heard that Bai Yutong was coming, he also followed him out. Zhang Zhao hadn't forgotten to hold the box containing Yang Caixing's head that Bai Yutong had given him, but when he ran outside, he began to regret it. Should he have avoided this first? At the entrance of the yamen, there were at least 400 or 500 people standing, and from a distance, it looked like a sea of black, all tall figures dressed in black clothing. The noise outside disturbed Bao Zheng and the others inside, prompting everyone to come out and take a look. When Bao Zheng saw the crowd of black-clad individuals at the door, he was somewhat taken aback. Zhang Zhao saw that the situation was not good and turned to make his escape. A white figure landed beside him and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "All the tall, black-clad figures from the Knife and Axe Gang are here. Why don't you pick one?" The crowd at the entrance was filled with grievances. While Bao Zheng squinted his eyes, his large dark face only showing 2 white seams, staring at Zhang Zhao, as if questioning what was going on. Zhang Zhao reached out and tugged at Bai Yutong's sleeve, saying, "Why are you grabbing so many people? I only want one, just one, so you can pick one, and let the others go later." Bai Yutong looked serious, not joking, and asked, "I brought the people. Have you found out about Tianjin?" "Ah." Before Zhang Zhao could speak, the onlooker, Master Peng, suddenly asked, "Tianjin?" Zhang Zhao looked at Master Peng and suddenly had an idea. "Right? Master must know him, the key figure in the Ministry of War, Tianjin." Master Peng nodded. "Indeed, it's him. Of course I know him. The Ministry of War is under my jurisdiction." Bao Zheng also came over and asked Peng Ji, "You mean that Tianjin?" Master Peng nodded, and both of them showed a trace of faint doubt on their faces, as if this name touched upon something they didn't want to mention. Gong Sun held Xiao Cixi and looked around at the door, indicating that the person from earlier was gone. Xiao Cixi was so confused that he couldn't recognize who it was. After sending away the black-clothed man at the door, Bao Zheng didn't pursue the matter of Bai Yutong and Zhang Zhao's antics. He just glanced at Peng Ji and said, "If you want to find Tianjin, you should speak." Peng Ji stroked his beard and waved at the two. "That Tianjin." Before Master Peng could finish his sentence, Xiao Cixi, who was standing at the door watching the black-clothed man leave, suddenly called out. Everyone turned to look outside the door. They saw Xiao Cixi pointing at a shadow, rushing away in the distance. "It's him." Zhang Zhao leaped out to chase after him. Bai Yutong stood behind, frowning slightly. "Not bad at all. His lightness skill is said to be the best in the world." Peng Ji tried to get close. Bai Yutong shook his head. "I know. Zhang Zhao has run so far and still hasn't caught up. That man in black has impressive skills." Bao Zheng and Peng Ji exchanged glances, and when they looked again, Zhang Zhao and the man in black had already disappeared. Bai Yutong also chased after them. Gong Sun, holding Little CZ, asked, "Little CZ, you didn't see wrong, did you?" "No, definitely him." Little CZ nodded. Gong Sun, holding him, also ran to see. Bao Zheng wanted to lead people to chase. "Ahem." Peng Ji coughed and waved his hand to Bao Zheng. "Old Bao, you do your thing, I'll handle this." Bao Zheng chuckled awkwardly. "You fat guy." Seeing a suspect with Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong chasing him, you want to sit back and enjoy the benefits, right? "Ha." Peng Ji curled his lip. "What do you take me for? I do this for the country and the people." "Enough." Bao Zheng waved his hand, too lazy to listen to his nonsense. "Take some elite soldiers and chase after him. This person's identity is unknown. Find out the truth before we talk. Don't cause any trouble. You don't need to worry about it." Peng Ji cheerfully got on the carriage and instructed the men chase after him. Sitting in the carriage, Master Peng was quite pleased. "That black guy usually shows off. Today, Master Peng, will show him something impressive." Once everyone left, Bao Zheng returned to the study to continue working on the case. In the tavern across from the yamen, on the second floor by the window, a young man in a yellow long gown rested his chin on his hand, staring into the distance. "Oh no, that lost soul isn't lost again, is he? Why is he running into a dead end?" A young man in ochre clothing pushed him. "What are you saying? What is there to be afraid of?" The man in yellow grinned. "Even if they catch him, what is the worst that could happen? Can Peng Ji take care of Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong?" A young man in purple clothing poked his head out from the rooftop. "Speaking of which, it seems the prince doesn't know Zhang Zhao. Isn't that even better?" The young man in yellow chuckled. "No matter if it's Zhang Zhao or Zhang Zhao plus Bai Yutong, as long as I can see Zhao Pu getting beaten in my lifetime, I'll die without regrets." The three raised their faces to imagine that scene, truly satisfying. However, after thinking about it, the three quickly jumped onto the rooftops to follow, ensuring they could witness the good show later. Zhang Zhao chased after the man in black, becoming more and more puzzled as he pursued. Zhang's martial arts skills are exceptional, especially his lightness skill, but the lightness skill of the person in front is surprisingly strong as well. Zhang Zhao followed closely, while the person in front ran fast, but seemed unfamiliar with the route. Turning into an alley, he found it was a dead end and ran back, cursing as he went. Bai Yutong also followed, chasing alongside Zhang Zhao. Both were experts and could tell this person was not simple. His internal strength and skills were impressive. From the back, he appeared tall and formidable, and even somewhat handsome, truly not looking like a bad person. He gave off a rather confused vibe, and despite running away, he did so quite audaciously. Finally, this gentleman stopped, kicking a wall that blocked his path, cursing, "What the hell is this place? A ghost wall? There's not a single way out." Zhang Zhao squatted on the wall and reminded him, "You have a problem with your sense of direction. You're just going around in circles here." The man in black stroked his chin and replied, "Oh really?" Bai Yutong stood at the mouth of the alley, sizing him up with a slight frown. Is this person from a different ethnic group? Judging by his physique, the man was tall and sturdy, but not fat. He wore casual black clothing, with hair that was neither long nor short, and his skin was slightly tanned, as if he spent a lot of time in the sun. It was hard to see his face clearly, as he had a black cloth covering it, but from the outline visible through the cloth. He had a high and straight nose and a narrow, chiseled face. Do people from the Central Plains look like this? He was also deliberately covering his eyes with his hand, but from the slightly raised brow, one could catch a glimpse of his eagle-like eyes. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong instinctively exchanged glances. This person exuded a commanding presence. Could he be a mixed blood, resembling both Central Plains people and foreigners? The man in black found himself cornered behind a wall. He took a couple of steps back and looked at Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong again. This time, upon turning back, he was also taken aback and asked, "Who are you two?" Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong exchanged a glance. This person is quite something. They were chased for half a day and still couldn't see who was chasing them. Zhang Zhao pointed at him. "He came after you." The man in black seemed confused. "Why are you two chasing me? I don't like men." Zhang Zhao's mouth twitched, and Bai Yutong glanced to the side. This person was comparable to Zhang Zhao, with good skills, but an even more eccentric personality. "Lord Bao wants to see you. To save time, he will just ask you 2 questions. Zhang Zhao felt that this person had an extraordinary demeanor. Although he was sneaky, he was quite flamboyant about it. In any case, he had caught countless thieves and didn't think this person was a bad guy, so he spoke to him politely. Upon hearing this, the man in black quickly shook his head, saying, No, I cannot meet Bao Zheng." Zhang Zhao was slightly taken aback, wondering why he directly called out Bada Ren's name. Zhang Zhao thought for a moment. After all, this person was identified by Xiao Cici, who himself was a bit confused. He didn't want to mistake the person, so he asked, "I heard you've killed before." The man thought for a moment and replied, "Well, I have indeed killed quite a few." Zhang Zhao was taken aback. "You are from the Jianghu." The man stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "Not really." Zhang Zhao frowned. "A month ago, did you kill someone?" The man in black hissed and tilted his head, thinking maybe a month ago. Zhang Zhao stared at him. This person underestimated his agility and internal power. He was definitely a master of internal martial arts. However, among the people in the rivers and lakes at such a young age, there was no one with this kind of skill. Listening to him casually talk about killing, he couldn't help but wonder if he was some kind of ruthless outsider. "How should I address you?" Zhang Zhao asked, showing quite a bit of patience. The man in black curled his lip, revealing a set of very clean white teeth. As for this, one had to be discreet. Zhang Zhao really couldn't help him clear his name. This person refused to meet Lord Bao and wouldn't reveal his name, and it seemed like he had killed many people. There were no good people like him in the world. Bai Yutong stood at the entrance of the alley. It wasn't originally his concern, but he observed the actions of the man in black, who seemed to have a flavor different from that of the people in the Jianghu, feeling more like a soldier. If he were indeed a soldier who had fought in the desert, it wouldn't be surprising if he had killed people. However, the Song army had strict military regulations, especially after Prince Zhao Pu took command of the 3 armies. He should be guarding the homeland in the northern frontier and wouldn't come alone to the Central Plains. Would he? At this moment, a large group of people arrived from behind. On the carriage, Master Pang saw that the man in black was cornered by Zhang Zhao and the others in the alley, and quickly said, "Guard Zhang, quickly stop him." The man in black, upon seeing Master Pang, turned around and leaped to scale the wall. Zhang Zhao darted forward with a swoosh, blocking the way. The man in black turned around and clicked his tongue. Zhang Zhao squatted on the wall, and just at that moment, he seemed to have seen the face of the man in black. It really looked a bit like a mixed blood, and did this person have a problem with his eyes? Were his pupils of different colors, or did he see it wrong? When Master Pang saw that the man in black was stopped, he was overjoyed and said, "Jean Guard, hurry, catch this criminal." Jean Zhao wanted to make sure one last time, so he asked the man in black, "Did you kill everyone in the Duandao sect?" The man in black was taken aback. "What Duandao sect?" Jean Zhao frowned, reacting similarly to Bai Yutong. This person should not be pretending, but why conceal their identity and whereabouts? Pang Ji stood on the carriage, seeing the standoff without any action, growing more anxious. "Jean bodyguard, stop wasting time with him. Capture him, throw him into the prison cart's wooden cage, and take him back for severe interrogation." The man in black turned his head, covering half of his face with one hand, looking at Pang Ji. Pang Ji glared. "What are you staring at? I'm just capturing a murder suspect. If you resist, I'll take you down." The man in black pointed at his own nose. "Take me down?" "Yes," Pang Ji replied, still defiant, displaying the authority of his position. "I'll say it again. You murderous suspect, surrender yourself." Jean Zhao saw the man in black take a deep breath, mumbling to himself, "I can endure you, you dead fat man. I'll beat you up when I have the chance." Jean Zhao was surprised, wondering if he knew the Grand Tutor. Grand Guard Pang was anxious, feeling that the sun was quite hot. He urged, "Stop the nonsense. Catch him and take him back for interrogation. Once we solve the case, we can return to Kaifeng." Jean Zhao was speechless. It seemed that the Grand Master wanted to meet with the Kaifeng Prefecture. The black-clad guard, Zhan Huwei, appeared surprised. "You're Jean Zhao." Jean Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, how do you address?" The man in black frowned and replied, "I have matters to attend to. I can't be delayed." "How to release the water?" Jean Zhao smiled slightly and said, "Give me a reason to let you go." The man in black thought for a moment and replied, "You must keep it a secret." Just as Zhang Zhao was about to speak, he saw the person raise his hand and gently wave something in front of his eyes. Although the motion was quick, he clearly saw what was in the person's hand. It was a golden token with 9 coiling dragons intertwined. And in the center was the character Zhao. Zhang Zhao was taken aback and recalled the moment he had just seen those differently colored eyes, realizing they were not an illusion. This person had a pair of heterochromatic eyes, one gray and one black. He was renowned and considered a legend. His birth nearly caused chaos in the palace. At 16, he led an army to defeat foreign tribes, capturing cities and territories, causing the Liao soldiers to flee in fear. He had fought in the desert for over a decade without ever facing defeat. By the age of 30, he commanded 1,000,000 troops of the Song dynasty and was known as the Gray-Eyed Azura, the 9th Prince Zhao Pu. Zhang Zhao felt a sudden chill. No wonder his martial arts were so good. But why did he come in Knife and Axe Town? Bai Yutong saw the man say a few words to Zhang Zhao and showed him something, after which Zhang Zhao was stunned. At the same time, the man in black leaped over the wall, passing right by Zhang Zhao, who surprisingly did not try to stop him. Alas, Pang Ji stomped his foot. "Stop! Don't let him escape." The man in black had already jumped onto the wall and just steadied himself when he heard Bai Yutong call out, "Be careful." A cold flash of light suddenly appeared from his side, accompanied by a faint fragrance. The man in black sidestepped to avoid it, while Bai Yutong raised his hand and shot 3 black jade locust stones, knocking down 3 silver lights coming from the other side. Zhang Zhao looked down and saw 4 silver flying darts at his feet, the dart shafts glimmering with a dark hue, indicating that they were poisoned. At this moment, Gong Sun, holding the little boy, also arrived. Gong Sun immediately spotted the man in black behind Zhang Zhao and recognized him. It was that person. The man in black raised his eyes and saw a thin scholar carrying a chubby child, running out of breath. "Taisher, your man released the hidden weapon?" Zhang Zhao asked Pang Ji. Pang Ji was confused. What hidden weapon? The man in black seemed to want to leave, but Zhang Zhao suddenly reached out to stop him. "Someone is plotting against you. You can't leave." The man in black frowned. "You're being overly concerned." Zhang Zhao raised an eyebrow and told Bao to run that the man in black wanted to climb over the wall, but slipped down again. Looking at Zhang Zhao, he said, "Aren't you a hero? Your words don't count." At this moment, Bai Yu Tang seemed to have figured something out. Zhang Zhao appeared to know the man in black. Pang Taisher, anxious, saw Zhang Zhao standing still and said to the nearby officers and soldiers, "Come on, capture that evil thief." The man in black crossed his arms and turned to look at Pang Ji, saying, "Where do I look like an evil thief?" "Hey, you're still being stubborn. Do you believe I won't slap your mouth?" Taisher thought to himself that Bao Zhang's job was not easy. Thieves were so rampant these days. In fact, the man in black was Zhao Pu. To put it bluntly, Zhao Pu had secretly come to Dao Fu Town to handle some personal matters. He wanted to keep a low profile, but unexpectedly encountered Bao Zheng on patrol as soon as he arrived in Dao Fu Town. So he hurriedly covered his face and ran away. However, Zhao Pu was used to the desolate and uninhabited places in the northern desert. And this Jiangnan town with its small bridges and stone paths made him dizzy. Having been lost for a while and wanted to see some excitement, he had previously bumped into Gongsun. Xiao Cixi heard that line, which was actually Zhao Pu talking to a shadow guard, saying, "Someone died, isn't that Bao Zheng? He mustn't see me, I need to slip away." Xiao Cixi misunderstood and miscommunicated it to Gongsun, which led Gongsun to suspect that Zhao Pu had killed someone. Zhang Zhao suddenly had a thought and felt a bit playful. Tai Shi, this person cannot be captured. Why doesn't Tai Shi understand? Oh, this person is known by Lord Bao. Zhang Zhao spoke up. Moreover, doesn't he look like a thief? Bai Yutong frowned slightly. Zhang Zhao was the type who smiled without any ill intentions, but he was speaking quite seriously, and it seemed like he was just a mischievous cat. Zhao Pu nodded, finding his words agreeable. When Pang Tai Shi heard this, he became excited. So he's a friend of Bao Zheng. Well, old Bao. So you have your moments of favoritism too. I must take this opportunity to speak up. Tai Shi curled his lip. This person had a lewd expression, covering his face with a cloth, with a furtive look in his eyes, clearly guilty of theft. Zhang Zhao silently chanted Amit Ba in his heart for the Grand Tutor, thinking, "Grand Tutor, you're done for." Zhao Pu was so furious his mouth twisted, pointing at his own nose and exclaiming, "I look like a rat-faced villain." Bang Yi, seeing his defiance, retorted, "Isn't it only natural that a murderer pays with his life and a debtor repays his debt? Hasn't the Kaifeng Prefecture always upheld justice? This man is utterly vicious, having killed countless people. He deserves execution." Zhang Zhao gritted his teeth and suppressed a laugh. Zhao Pu was amused, saying, "That's difficult. I've killed countless people. My one life might not be enough to make up for it." "Oh, you ruthless criminal. How can you be so arrogant?" Master Pang pointed at him. "Are you even human, raised by your parents?" Zhao Pu nodded. "That's true. My father died early. And he didn't raise me when he was alive. I was brought up by my mother." Master Pang shook his head, thinking this criminal was too arrogant. "Is your mother some kind of wicked woman to raise such a ruthless and unrepentant son?" Master," Zhang Zhao heard that if Master Pang continued, it might really endanger his life, so he quickly intervened. Master Pang waved his hand, instead stopping Zhang Zhao. "I say, just take him down and execute him on the spot. It's not excessive. People like him shouldn't be allowed to live in this world. It's against the principles of heaven." Zhang Zhao rubbed his forehead. The man in black nodded, reached out to pull down the black cloth covering his face, and threw it to the ground. "Pang Ji, come here and see if you dare to punish me." After a moment of silence, Bai Yutong glanced at the Grandmaster, only to see his eyes wide open and his mouth agape, left only with heavy breathing, looking extremely shocked. Moreover, Pang Ji was accompanied by several hundred elite soldiers and constables. In the Song dynasty, every soldier knew Zhao Pu. A few soldiers exchanged glances and knelt down to Zhao Pu, respectfully calling out, "Greetings, Ninth Prince." Bai Yutong raised his eyebrows slightly. This person was indeed Zhao Pu. Gongsun was somewhat stunned, staring at Zhao Pu in front of him, his grip on the little fourth son tightening inexplicably. Zhao Pu had just enraged Grandmaster Pang, who had even scolded his own empress, leading him to remove his mask. But seeing the reaction of these people was so extreme that he quickly waved his hand, signaling them to keep it low-key. At that moment, Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong suddenly looked up at the wall. They saw a sudden flash of about 10 black-clad figures on the wall, armed with crossbows, aiming at Zhao Pu. Pang Ji was startled. He was now alert, realizing that Zhao Pu's life was more precious than anything else, and quickly shouted, "Protect the prince." However, neither Zhang Zhao nor Bai Yutong moved, watching the black-clad figures with some interest. At the same time, two figures suddenly leaped onto the wall, their movements so swift that the black-clad men didn't have time to react before being kicked down. Grandmaster Pang heard a noise behind him, looked up, and saw a yellow figure landing over his head, wielding a nearly 7-foot-long ice iron staff. With a few strikes, he knocked down all the black-clad figures that had fallen, leaving them unable to move. Looking at the walls on both sides, one was squatting a man in purple, and the other was standing a man in ochre. Both were young men. The one in purple looked to be under 20, with a fair complexion and delicate features. He carried a black leather pouch on his back, which presumably held a huge saber. The one in ochre was in his 20s, with a dignified appearance and a composed demeanor. The one in front, holding the staff, was also in his 20s, tall and thin with a baby face and a short haircut that looked like a monk's. However, the monk's head was bright red. This person was born with red hair. Looking at the staff in his hand, silver with a golden dragon wrapped around it, it was ancient and quite special. Bai Yutong understood. The The soldiers had just referred to the black-clad figure as the Ninth Prince, so this must be the infamous gray-eyed Azura Zhao Pu, while the two on the wall were his shadow guards. The one in front was the vanguard of the Song dynasty, Zhao Pu's right-hand man, Qi Qilin Ouyang Shaozheng. Bai Yutong had encountered two of the most prestigious martial artists of the day, one from the Jianghu, Zhan Zhao, and one from the military, Zhao Pu. However, Bai Yutong felt that meeting them was not as impressive as hearing about them, as both seemed a bit eccentric. Of course, their eccentricities had their own charm. Zhan Zhao's was rather amusing. Ahem. Pang Ji and Bai Yutong coughed together. Bai Yutong coughed because he was lost in thought. Grandmaster Pang pressed his throat, feeling that his cough was sharp and delicate, his lungs a bit blocked, and his head buzzing. Just now, he had actually argued with Zhao Pu and even spoke ill of the Empress Dowager. At this moment, there was the sound of horses and carriages approaching from behind. Bao Zheng, feeling uneasy, hurried over in a carriage. The cart stopped at the alley entrance, and Bao Zheng quickly walked in to see the man in yellow in front of him, his mouth agape, General Ouyang. The man in yellow leaned on his staff and waved at Bao Zheng. Long time no see, Bao Xiong. Saying this, he turned a glance at Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu rubbed his forehead and said, I told you to be low-key. You didn't even cover your face when you came out. Zhan Zhao stroked his chin and examined the red-headed man in the yellow robe, asking Zhao Pu, is this the Red Qilin Ouyang Shaozheng? Zhao Pu curled his lips. Seeing is believing. At that moment, they heard Bao Zheng exclaim, Prince Ji. Zhao Pu grinned and chuckled at him, Bao Xiong, long time no see. Bao Zheng looked at Pang Ji, as if asking what was going on. Pang Ji had a mournful expression. What's happening? Help! Blackie. Ouyang Shaozheng stepped on a black-clad man's broken rib, and the man let out a terrible scream. Gong Sun held onto Xiao Cixi, who covered his ears, seeming a bit scared. Bai Yutong glanced at Ouyang Shaozheng, who seemed to notice the child was present and smiled apologetically at Gong Sun. Gong Sun showed no reaction, but his face was very grim. Bao Zheng tugged at Pang Ji's sleeve. What nonsense did you just say? Pang Ji's face looked as if he had just eaten a fly. Zhan Zhao leaned close to Bao Zheng and whispered. The Grand Preceptor said he wants to capture people and throw them into wooden cages for severe torture. He also said that the person in question has a shifty appearance and isn't a good person. In the end, even the late Emperor and the Grand Empress Dowager were criticized. It's quite fierce. Bao Zheng looked at Pang Ji with admiration mixed with glee, and finally gave a thumbs up, saying, what a guy, Grand Preceptor, the greatest of all time. The Grand Preceptor was so anxious that he stomped his feet, regretting it deeply. Who sent you here? Ouyang asked the black-clad assassin, who was left on the brink of death. The black-clad man suddenly tilted his head back and then breathed his last. Zhan Zhao frowned. These men in black were death warriors, and it seemed like they had poison hidden in their teeth. Gong Sun reached out and handed the little fourth son to Bai Yutong, then quickly stepped forward. Bai Yutong caught the little fourth son, holding him as if he were carrying a watermelon, unsure of where to place his hands. The little fourth son felt particularly uncomfortable in his arms, wrapping his hands around his neck and pouting, constantly squirming. Zhan Zhao grabbed one of Bai Yutong's wrists and pulled it down to support Xiao Sizai's bottom, while using his other hand to pull up and support his back. Xiao Sizai immediately felt comfortable. Bai Yutong stood stiffly there, locking eyes with Xiao Sizai. Zhan Zhao couldn't help but chuckle at Bai Yutong's amusing expression. Gong Sun walked over to the corpse, crouched down to examine it, and finally seemed to select one, pulling out a silver needle. He jabbed it twice at the head of the person who should have been dead, and suddenly the man in black gasped for breath. Ouyang Shaozheng was startled, and Zhao Pu couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, who sent you?" Ouyang squatted down to continue asking. Gong Sun frowned at him. The poison in his teeth had burned his tongue, making it impossible for him to speak. Ouyang frowned. Then what's the point of saving him? He's a human, not a pig. Do you really enjoy seeing dead bodies? Gong Sun shot him a glare and added, a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. Ouyang was taken aback, looking at Gong Sun. Gong Sun stood up and turned to leave. Ouyang blinked, turned back to look at Zhao Pu, implying, is that your enemy? Zhan Zhao and Bai Yutong exchanged a glance. Gong Sun Su was usually so refined, but he had never acted like this before. Zhao Pu stroked his chin, certain that he did not know this scholar. Gong Sun had saved a life and walked over to take the little Cixi from Bai Yutong's hands. Bao Zheng understood his serious demeanor. Gong Sun was a divine doctor and perhaps disapproved of Zhao Pu and the other's heavy-handedness in killing. Bao Zheng had admired Gong Sun since their first meeting, believing him to be knowledgeable and skilled in medicine, a rare talent. It would be best if he could stay in Kaifeng. Mr. Gong Sun, why not return to the Yamen? Gong Sun gently waved his hand. Lord Bao, I will not return to the Yamen. If you have anything, just send someone to the inn to find me. After saying that, he turned and walked away, holding little Sitsi. The others glanced at Zhao Pu again, implying that he might have offended someone without realizing it. Zhao Pu scoffed. Scholars were all like this, talking nonsense. Gongsun paused, turned to look at Zhao Pu, and with a sharp gaze, made Zhao Pu start to doubt whether he had offended him. Little Sitsi clung to Gongsun's neck and quietly asked, "Daddy, who is that person?" Gongsun was silent for a moment before uttering 2 words, "Bear." After saying that, he walked away quickly. The scene fell into silence. Then, a sound of laughter erupted. Ouyang was squatting on the ground, laughing and pounding the wall. Zhao Pu crossed his arms and ground his teeth, wondering what kind of scholar dared to call him a bear. Pang Ji gently tugged at Bao Zheng beside him. "That Mr. Gongsun has more guts than I do." Zhang Zhao felt that the situation was quite chaotic and wanted to ask Bai Yutong if he could discern the origins of these men in black. But when he turned his head, he saw Bai Yutong standing outside the crowd, slightly furrowing his brows, looking at the bodies of the men in black on the ground, seemingly deep in thought. The atmosphere was off. Zhao Pu had inexplicably left the military camp and come to Daofu town, which was originally a big deal. Given the official ranks of Bao Zheng and Pang Ji, it was not appropriate for them to inquire too much. After all, he was a great marshal with military power and a royal relative, and even Zhao Zhen did not interfere with him. However, regardless of why Zhao Pu came, it was clear that he had been assassinated, and Bao Zheng could not ignore this. Pang Ji also had to keep a close watch on this bodhisattva. If anything happened to him, his son-in-law's position would be unstable. Bao Zheng ordered the bodies and the assassin who had been saved by Gongsun to be taken back to the yamen, and he also reluctantly dragged Zhao Pu back to the yamen. Zhang Zhao was walking at the back, preparing to return to the yamen with the main group, when he saw Bai Yutong walking alone in another direction. Zhang Zhao stood in the middle of the road, looking back. That white figure was walking away into the distance. Bai Yutong's back was definitely as handsome as his front, and his walking style didn't have any of the airs of a young master. He moved with the demeanor of a person from the Jianghu, quite carefree and with smooth actions. Zhang Zhao gently scratched his chin. For some reason, just by looking at his silhouette, he felt that there seemed to be something on his mind. Zhang Zhao turned back to look at the departing troops. If the man in black was Zhao Pu, then Bai Yutong had already fulfilled his promise to him. But he had yet to accomplish his own promise to help him find Tianjin. Zhang Zhao frowned slightly and turned back. At the same time, he saw Bai Yutong standing at the entrance of an alley in the distance, looking at him with a somewhat amused expression. Though it was unclear how long he had been watching, Zhang Zhao scratched his head. Bai Yutong couldn't help but laugh. As he turned around, he saw Zhang Zhao standing in the middle of the road, glancing at him one moment and then looking back at the marching crowd the next, spinning in circles like a cat wandering aimlessly. The two exchanged glances across the street for a moment, and Bai Yutong pointed into the distance. Zhang Zhao followed the direction of his finger and saw a very tall roof, which was the biggest and best inn in Daosu town. Zhang Zhao understood that Bai Yutong had plenty of money and should be staying there. Just now, Master Pang hadn't mentioned anything about Tianjin, and Zhang Zhao was wondering if Bai Yutong had forgotten, or else he would call him to go back to the yamen to inquire about it and grab a meal while teasing little CZ. But in the distance, Bai Yutong raised his hand and gave him a slight wave, as if to say goodbye. Zhang Zhao had his hands still behind his back, holding onto the giant sword, while Bai Yutong had already walked into the alley. Zhang Zhao took 2 steps to the side and glanced into the alley. At the moment Bai Yutong entered the alley, it seemed he was also looking at him, with the slight curve of his lips suggesting that the stoic face was smiling. Zhang Zhao squinted his eyes and turned around to catch up with Bao Zheng and his large team. Since he already knew where that white rat lived, he decided to first help inquire about Tianjin's situation. After finding out, he planned to go drink with him later. Zhang Zhao jogged back to the yamen and, passing by a small inn near the yamen, caught sight of a little child peeking out from the second-floor window, who quickly waved when they saw him looking up. Zhang Zhao was amused and jumped directly up to the second floor, squatting in front of the window. Xiao Sizai was standing on a small stool, only able to stick his head out to look outside. There was no one in the room, and Gongsun didn't know where he had gone. Zhang Zhao. Xiao Sizai leaned on the windowsill, glanced down, then looked up and spoke to Zhang Zhao, said a sentence, and continued to look downstairs. Zhang Zhao noticed his expression and knew he was waiting for Gongsun, so he asked, "Where's your father?" "Dad went to buy medicinal herbs, and there's still a little bit he hasn't bought yet." Little Sitsi lifted his foot to show Zhang Zhao, "I got a blister on my foot, so Dad won't let me go out." Zhang Zhao leaned over to take a look and saw that Xiao Sitsi was barefoot, dragging a wooden sandal, with a small piece of gauze on his little foot, along with some yellow herbs, indicating that it had already been treated. Does it hurt? Zhang Zhao frowned, wondering if the child was tired from running too much today. It doesn't hurt, the new shoes are rubbing my feet. Xiao Cixi wiggled his toes in the wooden sandal and asked Zhang Zhao, have you eaten yet? Not yet, how about you? I had something to eat. Daddy said he would come back to eat. As Xiao Cixi spoke, he climbed down from the small stool and ran to the table to bring over a small food box for Zhang Zhao. Want some? Zhang Zhao curiously opened the box lid and saw many osmanthus cakes inside. He took a piece to taste and was surprised. This is delicious. Where did you buy it? My father made it. Xiao Cixi replied with a smile. It's quite hospitable, and you can't find this anywhere else. Eat more. Zhang Zhao picked up another piece and thought that aside from being a bit slow and somewhat dull, Xiao Cixi was not as mischievous as other boys his age. He was very well-behaved, sensible, and quiet. Gongsun had really taught him well. With this in mind, Zhang Zhao curiously asked, Xiao Cixi, where's your mother? Xiao Cixi blinked and replied, I'm still looking for her. Zhang Zhao was taken aback. What are you looking for? I'm looking for my mother, Xiao Cixi replied confidently. Your mother is missing? Zhang Zhao was surprised. Xiao Cixi shook his head vigorously. No, she has never been gone. Zhang Zhao is a wise person. He thought that it was impossible for Gongsun, at such a young age, to have such a big child. Perhaps Xiao Cixi was adopted by him, which makes sense. He immediately dropped the topic and stopped asking questions and started chatting with Xiao Cixi about pastries, like osmanthus cake and mung bean cake, which they both liked. Just as they were talking, suddenly, a shadow darted in from outside the window. Xiao Cixi was startled. It was a large mass of black cloud. Zhang Zhao saw a figure in black rush in, swiftly closing the window in one motion. Turning his face, they exchanged a glance, and the shadow held up a finger, letting out a prolonged shoo. Zhang Zhao frowned. Isn't this Zhao Pu? Zhao Pu listened carefully for a moment. It seemed that no one was chasing after him downstairs. He breathed a sigh of relief and sat down at the table to have a sip of tea. Zhang Zhao asked him, You ran out again? Zhao Pu pouted and shook his head. Bao Xiang and Peng Ji are too talkative. They insisted on sending me back to Kaifeng. Otherwise, I would have gone back to Heifeng City. I haven't finished my business yet. Someone wants to assassinate you. It's normal for those two to be worried. Zhang Zhao also reached the table and saw that Xiao Cixi was still standing by the window, curiously staring at Zhao Pu with wide eyes. Zhang Zhao smiled and waved to him. Xiao Cixi, come sit here. Xiao Cixi darted behind Zhang Zhao, peeking out with half his head to look at Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu took a sip of water and saw that the chubby little boy was fair and tender, just like a peach, very adorable. He reached out and pinched him. Your room. Xiao Cixi nodded. I'll just step aside and leave. Zhao Pu winked at him. There's a wolf chasing me. Zhang Zhao shook his head. Little Four opened his eyes wide and asked, Are you afraid of wolves? Zhao Pu laughed and said, Aren't you afraid of wolves? Little Four nodded. I am afraid. Seeing Little Four's dazed expression, Zhao Pu reached out and stuffed a piece of osmanthus cake in his mouth, while also eating a piece himself. He nodded in approval, saying, not bad, and ate another piece. Little Four chewed on the osmanthus cake, staring intently at Zhao Pu. Zhang Zhao felt puzzled and thought to himself that perhaps Xiao Cixi found Zhao Pu's eyes strange, which is why he was staring. After all, Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu weren't very familiar with each other, and he didn't know what Zhao Pu's temperament was like. There were no rumors about this person in the martial world, but there were quite a few in the court, and his reputation was even worse than by Yutong's. He was practically known as a shura who would kill with a mere gesture. Just as Zhang Zhao was about to say something to Xiao Cixi to stop him from staring at Zhao Pu, he suddenly heard Xiao Cixi ask Zhao Pu, But you are a bear. How can a bear be afraid of a wolf? Zhang Zhao couldn't help but choke on his osmanthus cake, spraying it all over the table. Zhang Zhao was quick-witted and snatched the box of osmanthus cake from the table, saving the remaining half box of osmanthus cake. Zhao Pu coughed while looking at Xiao Cixi, pointing to his own nose. Bear Xiao Cixi hid behind Zhang Zhao and said seriously, Father said you are a bear. Zhao Pu opened his mouth wide, staring blankly at Xiao Cixi, seemingly struck a heavy blow. Zhang Zhao was somewhat worried that Xiao Cixi might offend Zhao Pu, so he smiled and said, Children speak without restraint. But suddenly, Zhao Pu raised his hand, looking seriously at Xiao Cixi. Xiao Cixi moved a little behind Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao quickly protected himself and saw Zhao Pu squinting at Xiao Cixi while beckoning him with his finger, meaning for him to come out. Xiao Cixi peeked out, glancing at Zhao Pu. You said that scholar just now is your father? Zhao Pu asked unexpectedly, How old are you? Xiao Cixi tilted his head for years old. Zhao Pu scoffed. Are you really 4? At 4, you would be that short. Xiao Cici seemed displeased, pouting. I'm 4.5. More like 3.5. Zhao Pu shook his head. I'm almost 4.5. Xiao Cici insisted anxiously. Zhang Zhao is amusing. Zhao Pu's focus seems to be different from that of a normal person. However, Zhang Zhao believes that with Zhao Pu's status and demeanor when handling matters, he wouldn't take things too seriously like a child. As expected, rumors are not to be trusted. Your father looks like he's only in his 20s. To get married so early and have such a big son, Zhao Pu said as he wiped the table with his sleeve and then flicked it, the movement so natural. Zhang Zhao could only shake his head at the sloppiness, wondering what kind of prince this was. Not bad, Zhao Pu muttered to himself. This scholar looks quite serious. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. My father isn't married, Xiao Cizi replied. Oh, Zhao Pu's mouth dropped wider. I can't tell. A big boy like this and not married, impressive. Father is very impressive, Xiao Cizi said, liking Zhao Pu even more as he stepped out from behind Zhang Zhao. Oh, so you know your father's impressive? Zhao Pu clicked his tongue twice, grinning at Xiao Cizi. How old is your father? 24 years old. Xiao Cizi answered. And you're 4.5. So he was only 19 when you were born? Zhao Pu shook his head in amazement. But 19 isn't too early. That's normal. Who says 19 is too young? Xiao Cizi replied proudly. 14 years old, right? Zhao Pu exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Xiao Cizi nodded. I'll be 14 soon, too. Ambitious. Zhao Pu didn't wait for Xiao Cizi to finish before clapping his hands and giving him a thumbs up. You're not laughing. Xiao Cizi looked at Zhao Pu in surprise. Before, when I said this, everyone laughed at me. Not laughing at you. Zhao Pu reached out to pat Xiao Cizi's head. A real man should have great ambitions. It's a good thing to have lofty goals. Xiong Xiong. Xiao Cizi clung to Zhao Pu's knee, starting to really like him. Zhao Pu smirked. Xiong Xiong is good, but it's not a bear. It's a hero. MHM. Xiao Cizi nodded. A hero. Zhao Pu grinned at Zhang Zhao, meaning impressive, right? He's changed. Zhang Zhao rubbed his forehead. Are these two discussing the same thing? Zhao Pu ate some osmanthus cake and then a few peanuts and ran to the window, opening it to look outside. Zhang Zhao curiously asked Xiao Cici, what do you want to do at 14? To be a divine physician, Xiao Cici replied. My father became a divine physician at 14. Zhang Zhao's mouth twitched slightly. It turned out to be a case of talking at cross purposes. Zhao Pu saw that there were people coming and going below, and with not much activity, he thought about slipping away. Just then, Zhang Zhao grabbed him. Are you just going to leave like this? Before Zhao Pu could say anything, someone dropped down from the window, and a red head glared in the sunlight. TSK. Zhao Pu grabbed him and dragged him in. I told you to be low-key. With a big head like that, looking like an egg yolk, how can you still have the face to flaunt in the sun? The one being dragged in was Ouyang Xiaozhen. Ouyang, somewhat displeased, touched his own head. In my lifetime, the most peculiar thing is this head. You don't have to hide. Ouyang waved his hand at Zhao Pu. Lord Bao said, either you go back to Yamen, or he'll go back to Kaifeng right now. What for? Going back to Kaifeng? Zhao Pu scoffed. He said he is going to complain to the Empress Dowager. Zhao Pu immediately looked like he had been hit, frowning. This old Bao really shows no regard for human feelings. If someone wants your life, of course, you have to be cautious. Ouyang, who had been used to going crazy with Zhao Pu, was still quite clear-headed at critical moments. But speaking of which, we've been careful enough along the way. Yet we haven't found anyone following us. These assassins must have come up with this idea on the spur of the moment, seeing that there was no way to leave. Zhao Pu returned to the table, sat down, and picked up a teacup to continue drinking tea. Zhang Zhao thought for a moment and said, there are people in Knife and Axe Town who want to kill you. Zhao Pu raised his face and replied, unless there are some foreign tribes here. Otherwise, it shouldn't be the case. I haven't returned to the Central Plains for a long time, and I don't have any enemies. The mention of foreign tribes made Zhang Zhao's heart stir slightly, as he recalled Yao Xiling, but he felt it shouldn't be that sinister. Zhang Zhao naturally wouldn't speak recklessly without solid evidence, but Bai Yutan's expression just now still made him a bit concerned. Zhao Pu seemed at a loss with Bao Zhang, and after beckoning to Ouyang with a finger, he left, saying they would discuss it again later. Zhang Zhao noticed that it was getting late and needed to return to ask Master Pang about Tianjin's matter. He got up together with Zhao Pu and asked, by the way, why did you suddenly come to this Daofu town? Zhao Pu was slightly taken aback, looking at Zhang Zhao as if deep in thought. Ouyang leaned in and whispered in Zhao Pu's ear, now that you're being watched so closely, it's not convenient for you to act. Why not find someone to help you? Zhang Zhao seems quite capable. Zhang Zhao smiled. Whether he could do it depended on the situation. Zhao Pu crossed his arms and thought for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, the big door suddenly opened. Everyone looked up and met the gaze of Gongsun, who walked in carrying 2 large bags. "Dad, little four," he called out, as usual running over to hug his leg. Gongsun glared at Zhao Pu, a bit wary. "What are you here for?" Zhao Pu opened his mouth for a long time, just passing by. Ouyang shot him a glance. "Can you at least show some sincerity while spouting nonsense?" Zhang Zhao touched his nose, feeling that the atmosphere was quite subtle. Gongsun Su was usually considered refined and elegant, although it was evident that he had a bad temper. He appeared very scholarly and gentle. However, seeing Zhao Pu was like seeing a hedgehog. Could it be that there was really an old grudge? Gongsun casually threw 2 large bags of medicinal herbs aside, hitting Zhao Pu squarely on the foot. Hiss! Zhao Pu quickly stepped back. Luckily, he reacted fast. This scholar was quite reckless. Gongsun picked up Xiao Cixi and, noticing Zhang Zhao was also there, his expression softened a bit. He carried Xiao Cixi to the table and asked Zhang Zhao, "Brother Zhang, have you eaten yet?" Zhang Zhao shook his head and said, "Not yet. Shall we go eat together?" Xiao Cixi really liked Zhang Zhao. "Sure, I'll head back to Kaifeng first, and then I'll ask about something. How about we go find Bai Yutong to eat together?" Zhang Zhao pointed to a grand inn in the distance, which looked quite nice. As soon as Zhang Zhaohua spoke, before Gongsun and Xiao Cixi could nod in agreement, Zhao Pu leaned over and asked, "Was that Bai Yutong just now?" Zhang Zhao nodded and said yes. Zhao Pu seemed a bit surprised. "Is Bai Yutong a disciple of the heavenly sovereign?" Zhang Zhao nodded again, yes. Zhao Pu patted Zhang Zhao's shoulder. "It's better to meet by chance than to invite. Let's go together in a while. I'll treat you." Zhang Zhao smiled and said, "You're being so polite. To be honest, I have some things to inquire about Bai Yutong, so it's only right to treat you to a meal." As Zhao Pu spoke, he gestured for Ouyang to clear the way. Zhang Zhao waved his hand and said, "You go first. I'll return to the yamen and be back quickly." Zhao Pu nodded and turned back to look at Gongsun with Ouyang shouting. The little fourth son was naturally happy to hear that so many people were going to eat together. However, Gongsun glanced at Zhao Pu and frowned. "I'm not going." Zhao Pu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked him up and down for a while, confirming that he really didn't recognize this scholar. Seeing that the little fourth son was eager to go, Gongsun said, "Dad is going to the yamen to treat that uncle whose tongue was burned just now. You can go eat with Zhang Zhao for a while, and after eating, come back to the yamen with him." "But Dad isn't going to eat?" The little fourth son seemed disappointed. "We'll eat later. That person's illness can't be delayed." Gongsun pinched his cheek. The little fourth son stopped eating and said he would help Dad. "What can you help with?" "Go eat, or you won't grow tall," Gongsun said while packing the medicine box. Ouyang curiously asked Gongsun, "That person's tongue was burned. Can it still be treated?" Gongsun nodded but didn't respond, his tone cold. The little fourth son chimed in, "Dad can cure any illness." Gongsun took the medicine box, held the little fourth son's hand, and left the house for the yamen, passing by Zhao Pu without even glancing at him, as if he didn't exist at all. Zhang Zhao watched from the side, pretending not to see. When Gongsun went out, he hurried over to help carry the not-so-mobile little Cizai, running off to find Master Pang. Zhao Pu stood at the door, hands on his hips, his brows furrowed in a shape, still unable to remember when he had offended Gongsun. Ouyang patted him and said, "It shouldn't be your fault." Zhao Pu pointed at Ouyang. "Could it be that you offended him?" Ouyang rolled his eyes at him. "Haven't you noticed he dislikes both of us at the same time?" Zhao Pu, feeling impatient, said, "So how do we offend him together?" Ouyang thought for a moment and replied, "I think he might dislike soldiers." Zhao Pu was momentarily stunned, seemingly confused. "So I forget it. Who cares? Let's go eat." Ouyang kicked Zhao Pu. "This time we're lucky to bump into Bai Yutong. Maybe we can find some clues." Zhao Pu brushed off the shoe prints on his pants while retorting, "Did you think about the fact that I'm your boss when you kicked me?" Ouyang grinned and nodded. "Yeah, I'm so scared. Are you going to cut off my head?" The two exchanged light banter, and by then, Ying and Jin, the 2 shadow guards, were already waiting downstairs. The 4 of them then headed to the inn to find Bai Yutong. Zhang Zhao hurriedly returned to the yamen and caught Master Pang to ask about Tianjin's situation. Master Pang carefully explained it to him, but Zhang Zhao didn't know how to respond to this matter. Filled with confusion, he took little CZ and went to find Bai Yutang. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the inn, they felt that the atmosphere seemed off. The largest inn in Daofu town was called Xiangman Lu, and it appeared that the roast duck inside was quite famous. Zhang Zhao and Xiao Cixi walked along, chatting and laughing, sharing their experiences of eating roast duck. Although Xiao Cixi was small, he had quite a bit of knowledge about food, and since Gongsun doted on him, he often came up with various delicious dishes for him to enjoy. Therefore, at such a young age, he could be considered a little gourmet. Zhang Zhao, needless to say, had a great passion for food. The atmosphere between the two was quite good, and they were feeling a bit hungry. They hurried to the entrance of Xiangmenlu, but sensed something unusual. The oddity was not about any foul play, but rather that the large inn was empty. Outside, there were only a few curious onlookers and passers-by. This was unreasonable, as it was mealtime, and there should have been many diners present. Zhang Zhao crept up behind a man who looked like a worker and curiously looked with him, while Xiao Cici also looked. However, there was no one on the first floor, and they didn't know what they were looking at. The worker felt someone behind him, turned his face, and saw Zhang Zhao and Xiao Cici's two faces, one big and one small, but both pairs had big eyes. "What are you looking at?" Zhang Zhao asked the worker in confusion. "Is Xiangmenlu not doing business?" The worker foolishly nodded. Zhang Zhao and Xiao Cici exchanged glances and entered the building together, ready to find Bai Yutong and Zhao Pu. Alas, a fellow stopped Zhang Zhao, saying, "Young master, you can't take the child inside. There are martial artists fighting in there." Zhang Zhao was taken aback. "Who's fighting? It's terrifying. They can fly." The buddy described it vividly, saying that the tables and chairs upstairs were all on the ground, with one person in black and another in white. Zhang Zhao and Xiao Cici exchanged a glance, wondering if Zhao Pu and Bai Yutong had started fighting. Zhang Zhao thought to himself, "This is not good. No need to take the stairs anymore," and leaped up to the second floor, shouting, "Harmony is precious." On the second floor, apart from the table in the center, indeed, all the surrounding tables and chairs had collapsed to the ground. Zhang Zhao, being an expert, recognized that it had been shaken down by internal force. However, there was no tense atmosphere. The central table was still intact. At the table, Zhao Pu and Bai Yutang were sitting opposite each other, each holding a wine cup, and they turned their faces together to look at Zhang Zhao on the balcony railing of the second floor. Beside them, Ouyang was holding chopsticks, Zi Ying was holding a rice bowl, and Zhe Ying was holding a soup spoon. The three of them were all looking at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao blinked and didn't fight, did he? Zhang Zhang. Zhang Zhao turned his head and saw Xiao Sizai poking his shoulder. His slipper was about to fall off. Zhang Zhao looked down and saw that one of the wooden clogs on Xiao Cizi's foot was hanging by a thread. He quickly reached out, leaped over the railing, and helped Xiao Cizi put on the clog. When he reached the table, he was puzzled. The waiter downstairs said they were fighting. Bai Yutang and Zhao Pu were both stunned for a moment, and after exchanging glances, they seemed to understand. Ouyang laughed, saying there was no fight. They both knew how to handle a knife. Bai Yutang poured a glass of wine for Zhang Zhao and asked him to sit down. Zhang Zhao sat down and placed Xiao Sizai aside. Zi Ying casually pulled Xiao Sizai over and fed him, enjoying the sight of the little child. Zhang Zhao understood that Zhao Pu and Bai Yutang were both skilled with swords, and that Yin Zhongdao and Xian Ting Ho should also be formidable sword practitioners. When they met, it was likely they would exchange techniques and bond over their shared skills, which seemed like a natural thing for the two to do. After looking at the nearly completely destroyed second floor, Zhang Zhao was dissatisfied and reminded them, "You two remember to pay for the damages." Zhao Pu smiled and replied, "Of course." After having a drink, Zhang Zhao noticed that Zhao Pu and Bai Yutang seemed to be getting along well, which reassured him. He then asked Zhao Pu, "What are you trying to find out from Bai Yutang?" Zhao Pu responded with a question, "Have you heard of the sword demon?" Zhang Zhao was originally holding his chopsticks, ready to eat, but after hearing Zhao Pu's words, he put them down. "So it was about this, huh? Does it have anything to do with your sudden arrival in Daofu Town?" "A little." Zhao Pu took a sip of wine and noticed that Xiao Sizai was eating while curiously looking at the wine cup in his hand, so he handed it over. "Try it." "Hey." Zi Ying quickly snatched the wine cup. "He's still so young, and you want him to drink? Trying it won't kill him." Zhao Pu puted. "When you were young, didn't you sneak a sip of wine? How would you know how to drink later?" Zi Ying pouted. Zhao Pu playfully teased Xiao Sizai. "Just a little bit, and don't tell your dad, and it'll be fine." Xiao Sizai beamed as he took the wine cup, took a sip, and stuck out his tongue. It was bitter. Everyone laughed at him, and Zhang Zhao held up his wine cup and smiled, glancing at Bai Yutong beside him, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, looking in a good mood. Here's the thing. After Zhao Pu finished teasing Xiao Sizai, he turned back to Zhang Zhao to discuss serious matters. "Recently, something strange happened near our military camp." Zhang Zhao listened carefully. Near the fortress in the northwest, a temporary shed would be set up around this time every year. Zhao Pu said, "I will invite many swordsmiths there, on one hand to forge some new weapons, and on the other hand to help the soldiers repair their chipped or rusty swords." Zhang Zhao nodded. At this time of year, there were usually no wars, so repairing and stockpiling weapons was a necessary task. He then asked what happened next. Zhao Pu replied, "Well, then something strange occurred. This batch of iron ore was transported from the west, but it wasn't good quality. The few swordsmiths said that the sword made from it would definitely be substandard. So I needed to find another batch of iron ore urgently. A local guide told me that near the edge of the desert in the northwest, there's a hematite mine. It had been mined before, and a batch of swords made from it were said to be red swords, cutting through iron like mud. However, later on, the mine somehow became desolate. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong both nodded, agreeing that this was indeed a good thing. Zhao Pu seemed to be running out of steam as he gestured to Zhe Ying with his finger, meaning for him to continue while he took a break. While serving soup to Xiao Sizai, Zhe Ying said, I took some people to investigate and brought along a few blacksmiths. After the masters examined it, they said it was excellent red iron ore, so we dug it up and brought back quite a bit of good ore. We thought we might as well make more weapons. Zhang Zhao was drinking soup, puzzled. This is a good thing. But what does it have to do with Axe and Knife Town? The problem arose after that batch of iron ore was brought back and forged into knives, resulting in the deaths of 3 knife-making masters. Why was Zhang Zhao surprised? The cause of death for those 3 knife-making masters was the same. Zhe Ying said that when forging the knives, they worked day and night, their eyes glowing red with blood. After finishing the forging during the knife testing, they suddenly went into a frenzy and ultimately killed themselves. Zhang Zhao was so caught up in what he heard that he forgot about the soup. Were all 3 of them with knives like this? Zhe Ying nodded, saying that they felt something was off at the time. All the blade casting projects were halted, and they called a doctor to check. All the blade craftsmen had undergone some changes. Their tempers had become irritable, and their eyes were bloodshot and unwilling to rest, as if they were possessed. Zhang Zhao is so clever that he understood it as soon as he heard it. Could it be that batch of iron and stone has a problem? I thought the same at the time, so I found several doctors to take a look. Zhao Pu shook his head, but they didn't find any issues. I even invited fortune tellers. Ziying carefully picked out the boneless roasted duck meat for Xiao Zi and fed it to him while saying, what wizards, what gods. All kinds of deities have been invited to take a look, and each one understood what was going on. Until later, an old local guide mentioned the legend about the curse mine. Ouyang seemed to have eaten enough, holding Xiao Zi and feeding him while letting Ziying eat his own. Zhang Zhao was very eager to listen to their strange story. But seeing these renowned generals feeding the little boy like a kitten, he couldn't help but wonder how they were so skilled at it. In the military camp, the children are all free-range. Zhe Ying seemed to be a very observant person and noticed Zhang Zhao's confusion. So he helped explain, the marshal is the king of children. All the little rascals in the camp like to follow this big rascal for meals, and we all help with feeding. Zhang Zhao nodded, gaining some new understanding of the military camp. Although Zhao Pu and these generals were quite famous, they were not arrogant at all. They were very easygoing and friendly. He did not know why Gong Sun seemed to have a grudge against them. However, Zhang Zhao had a good impression of Gong Sun as well. This scholar, despite his strange temper, had a kind heart and skillful medical abilities. Just look at how well he took care of Xiao Zizi. He was definitely a good person and a good doctor. There must be some misunderstanding between the two. Xie Kuang Bai Yutong muttered to himself, is there such a thing as an evil mine? It was said that this mine was discovered about 100 years ago. At that time, many herding tribes were active in this area. One tribe accidentally found this iron mine while searching for a water source and began to secretly mine it to make weapons. That must be a capital offense. Zhang Zhao asked. No matter who owned the land at that time, privately mining iron and forging weapons was definitely a serious crime. So later, when it was discovered, the entire tribe was exterminated, staining the mine with blood. Ouyang shook his head. However, from then on, any country or tribe that mined that iron or to forge weapons, no matter who they were, would surely perish within a year if they got involved. Zhang Zhao frowned, feeling that this was quite sinister. So it's an evil mine, huh? Ouyang nodded. After talking for a long time, Zhang Zhao looked at Zhao Pu. The knife in Axe Town has something that can suppress your evil mind, evil iron, and evil weapons. To calm the anger of these blades, we need the earliest knife. Zhao Pu shrugged, so I said we need to find the knife demon. What is the knife demon? Little C, who finally had a moment to speak after not being able to eat, couldn't help but lift his face and ask everyone. The knife demon is also called the knife soul or knife blood, Zhang Zhao said. Usually, some madmen forge knives or swords and like to add other things in a mix, such as their own blood, someone else's blood, animal teeth, or even directly using a person for forging. The purpose is to give the knife a life, a personality of its owner, or the personality the owner desires. Little C blinked. Really? Zhang Zhao looked at Bai Yutong. And the reason Zhao Pu sought his confirmation was that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Master. People in the Jianghu all knew that the Heavenly Master was obsessed with knives and was also an expert in studying them. so he might have some understanding of the legend of the knife demon. The knife demon that the marshal was looking for was the first knife forged with the blood of the tribal leader back in the day. Ziying thought for a moment and said that it was rumored that the knife was melted down, poured into iron juice, and then remade, which made the knife quiet. That knife was in the knife axe town. Zhang Zhao asked Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu remained silent. Zhang Zhao glanced at Bai Yutong and raised an eyebrow slightly, as if to ask him something. Bai Yutong remained silent, and upon seeing Zhang Zhao's inquiry, he put down his wine cup and said, "My master has said that this is nonsense." Zhang Zhao also nodded, looking at Zhao Pu. He didn't seem like someone who would be so superstitious, right? Zhao Pu glanced at the two of them and smiled. "Of course I don't believe it, but I have investigated some matters." Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong continued to listen. There was an incident that happened in Daofu town where an iron mine was discovered deep in the mountains. The ore produced was intended for weapons. But before it could be transported out of the town, a conflict broke out between the swordsmiths and the knife carriers, leading to a mutual slaughter. Zhang Zhao was surprised. How many years ago was this? Zhao Pu held up 2 fingers. 2 years ago. So recent. Zhang Zhao was astonished that so many people died and no one knew. Because the swordsmith and the escort were both soldiers, Zhao Pu explained, and at that time, the war was intense. To avoid shaking the morale of the troops, it wasn't announced to the public. Zhang Zhao frowned. Is it the same kind of, or? The reason I came here is that a blacksmith didn't die back then, and it is said that he taught others how to deal with the remaining oars and swords. After that, things calmed down, and there were no more strange occurrences or deaths. Also, do you remember the hint about Zhao Pu from the legend? The legend says that anyone who comes into contact with these iron ores or weapons will definitely perish within a year. Zhang Zhao understood. The knife in Axe Town has been peaceful for the past 2 years, which means there is a way to break the curse. Bai Yutong asked Zhao Pu, "You seem anxious. Is there something going on in the military?" Zhao Pu frowned slightly, as if he had been asked something troubling. Are they starting to fight? Zhao Pu didn't respond, and then Xiao Cixi suddenly asked. Everyone was slightly taken aback and looked at Xiao Cixi. "What did you say?" Zhao Pu stared at him. Xiao Cixi looked up and said, "Isn't it true that no one was fighting before, but recently people have been fighting and causing trouble every day? Everyone's temper is getting worse." Zhao Pu frowned at Xiao Cixi. "How do you know?" Seeing Zhao Pu suddenly serious, Xiao Cixi stopped talking and widened his eyes to look at Zhao Pu. Zhang Zhao pulled Xiao Cixi and asked, "What do you know about the iron ore?" Xiao Cixi shook his head. "I don't know." "Then how do you know that there are more people fighting?" Ouyang seriously asked. "You all said it." Xiao Cixi replied with a puzzled expression. "Didn't you say that the blacksmiths have red eyes, can't sleep, and even kill each other?" "Yes," Zhao Pu nodded. "This is a mania. My father has treated so many cases." Xiao Cixi swung his legs. "Some may be madness, others may be epidemics or poisoning. In the early stages of mania, the eyes are red, and then they are energetic and can't sleep. The more it goes on, the worse it gets. Some even eat people, which is terrifying." Zhao Pu was pleasantly surprised. "Your father can treat this kind of illness?" Xiao Cixi straightened his face. "My father can treat any illness, but he has to see the patient first." Zhao Pu stroked his chin. "If that's the case, we could ask that scholar to come back and take a look." "Your Highness, it's not that I don't remind you." Ouyang Shaojing poured cold water on Zhao Pu. "Do you remember the name of that scholar?" Zhao Pu was taken aback, scratched his head. "Is it something like Zhuzi or bamboo shoots, spring bamboo shoots, winter bamboo shoots?" Zhang Zhao looked at Zhao Pu with a face full of disbelief. Xiao Cixi was annoyed. "Dad is not a bamboo shoot. Dad is called Gongsun Su. All right." He nodded at Zhao Pu. Ouyang, who was nearby, chimed in slyly. "He still dislikes us." Zhao Pu frowned. "He must have some principles, right? This is a matter of life and death. That bookworm wouldn't be so petty as to hold a grudge. Besides, I really have no enmity with him. Why does your dad dislike him?" Bai Yutong asked Xiao Cixi. Xiao Cixi tilted his head, confused. "Who does Dad dislike?" "Him." Everyone pointed at Zhao Pu together. Xiao Cixi looked up at Zhao Pu, thought for a long time, furrowed his brows, and rested his chin on his hand. "I didn't hear Dad say he dislikes bears." Zhao Pu rubbed his forehead, considering whether to directly talk to Gongsun. "The priority is to find that blacksmith from back then, and then locate that mine. Let Gongsun take a look at what the problem is before we go to the military camp to treat the symptoms," Zhang Zhao suggested. Zhao Pu nodded. "Indeed, Zhang Zhao is truly talented. He has a clear line of thought. Where's that blacksmith? Do you have a clue?" Bai Yutong asked Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu nodded and took out a piece of paper to hand to Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao glanced at the paper he was holding, then brought it to Bai Yutong's eyes to show him the addresses written on it, many of which were crossed out with red vermilion, leaving only the last 3. Zhao Ying had previously inquired about all the blacksmiths in the town. We have already checked them all, leaving just these last 3. Zhao Pu suggested, how about we go tomorrow morning after breakfast? Bai Yutong and Zhang Zhao, however, spoke in unison, and after finishing their words, they exchanged a glance and simultaneously added, delay may lead to changes. Zhao Pu, holding his wine cup, looked at the two who were in perfect sync, smiled, and nodded very good. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong found themselves in a somewhat awkward situation as Zhang Zhao put away the paper and returned it to Zhao Pu. At that moment, footsteps echoed on the stairs, indicating that someone was coming up. Zhang Zhao looked around and saw that there were no seats left. The incoming diners probably wouldn't have anywhere to sit. Since they had finished eating, it would be better to let the newcomers have their place. However, he noticed that Bai Yutang hadn't eaten much and wondered if the food didn't suit his taste, as he kept drinking instead of eating. Bai Yutang seemed to have heard the footsteps and glanced towards the stairs, then furrowed his brows when he withdrew his gaze. At that moment, Zhao Pu shouted, is the noodles I ordered here? Xiao Cz, holding a chicken foot, looked at Zhao Pu in amazement at how much he could eat. Jiying leaned close to his ear and whispered, of course, he has a huge appetite. Xiao Cz blinked and thought, no wonder his father hated gluttons. But he didn't say this out loud, or it would lead to a spanking. Ascending to the second floor wasn't a waiter carrying noodles, but a person in purple. Zhao Pu turned back to take a look, frowned, and stroked his chin, feeling that the person looked familiar. The person in purple was naturally Yao Ziling, who also seemed puzzled by the chaos on the second floor. He looked towards Bai Yutang's table and, without paying attention to anyone else, first asked Bai Yutang, have you found anything? Bai Yutang was taken aback for a moment. And Zhang Zhao suddenly remembered that he hadn't told Bai Yutang about Tanjin yet. So he casually patted Bai Yutang's hand resting on the table and said, you're not in a hurry to leave, right? I found out about Tanjin, but it's quite long, so it might take a while to explain. Bai Yutang nodded and leaned closer to listen as Zhang Zhao began to babble on about it. Tanjin Zhao Pu tilted his head back and muttered to himself. That name sounds so familiar. You don't remember? Ouyang reminded him. It's that Tanjin from the Ministry of War back in the day. Zhao Pu frowned, unable to recall. When he turned around, he saw Yao Ziling standing at the staircase, staring expressionlessly at the table. Zhao Pu thought to himself, he looks like he is going to pop a vein from staring so hard. Is he hungry? When he turned back, he saw Jiying giving him a look. Following his gaze, Zhao Pu noticed Zhang Zhao focused on Bai Yutang's wrist, speaking intently. Bai Yutang listened carefully, and while this action wasn't inappropriate, Zhao Pu could tell that Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang seemed to get along very well. Given Bai Yutang's aloof nature, it was indeed a sign of closeness toward Zhang Zhao. Zhao Pu glanced back at Yao Ziling, and suddenly a name flashed through his mind, reminding him of the identity of the person in purple. Zhao Pu smiled faintly, feeling it was quite intriguing. Xiong at that moment. Xiao Cz suddenly tugged on Zhao Pu's sleeve. Is he a hero? Zhao Pu corrected him and pulled him over. Do you have 9 dragons? Xiao Cz asked a strange question. Zhao Pu thought for a moment and confirmed. Yes. I know why Dad hates you. Xiao Cz clapped his hands. Before Zhao Pu could respond, 2 shadow guards and Ouyang leaned in curiously. Why? Xiao Cz sighed like a little adult, standing on a stool and stretching his arms to pat Zhao Pu's shoulder. You're doomed. The person Dad hates the most in his life is you. Zhao Pu felt his head buzzing, thinking, no way. We've never met, and there's such hatred across tens of thousands of miles. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang had only spoken halfway when Yao Ziling approached and sat beside them, saying, Lord Zhang is quite enthusiastic. Zhang Zhao smiled and waved his hand, saying it was a small matter. Yao Ziling poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip. Bai Yutang glanced at him, thinking he had picked the wrong cup. When Yao Ziling noticed Bai Yutang looking at him, he looked down in surprise. Your cup. Bai Yutang turned around to ask the waiter for another one, but all the waiters were downstairs. Use this one. Zhang Zhao placed his cup in front of him and poured him a glass of wine, continuing to talk about Tanjin. Meanwhile, Ouyang and Zhao Ying exchanged a silent glance. Ouyang raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you think Zhang Zhao is doing this on purpose? Zhao Ying looked at Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang, who were calmly talking and drinking, and smiled, shaking his head. Maybe, but Zhang Zhao really isn't as easygoing and gentle as he seems. He's a cat with claws, best not to provoke. The matter has 2 sides, both quite important. On one side, Zhang Zhao was whispering to Bai Yutang, informing him about Tanjin's news. On the other side, Xiao Cz was whispering to Zhao Pu. telling him about the grudge between Gongsun and him. Ziying, Zhiying, and Ouyang Xiaozheng felt their ears weren't enough to catch everything. Which side should they listen to? Well, have I ever offended your father? Zhao Pu couldn't figure out. I never hold grudges against scholars. Xiao Cixi squinted at Zhao Pu. Many years ago. Zhao Pu raised an eyebrow at him. You little chubby, are you trying to scare me? You were weaned just 1 or 2 years ago, not many years ago. Xiao Cixi puffed out his cheeks and stared at Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu met his gaze. What's wrong? Xiao Cixi suddenly turned his face away and moved to Zhang Zhao's side, mumbling, I'm not talking to you anymore. Zhao Pu was taken aback, while Ouyang Xiaozheng, Ziying, and Zhiying looked at him with cold expressions, as if to say, look at that mouth of yours. Zhang Zhao was telling Bai Yutong that Tan Jin originally worked in the Ministry of War, a promising young talent with a bright future. However, one day, something unexpected happened. The story seemed to have no beginning or end, and it felt like someone was tugging at his sleeve. Zhang Zhao turned his head, and Bai Yutong tilted his head to see Xiao Sizai holding on to Zhang Zhao's sleeve, looking quite aggrieved. Behind them, Zhao Pu was holding onto Xiao Sizai's sleeve with a face that said he was a rogue who had no principles, as if to say, is it wrong for me to admit my mistake? You've been weaned for a month, little hero, just talk to me. Xiao Sizai looked at Zhao Pu with a face full of disdain, while Zhang Zhao shook his head in silence. His previous assessment of Zhao Pu was that he had no heirs, but now it was that he was unreliable. Yao Xiling watched this scene with great interest and couldn't help but speak up. After many years, the ninth prince really hasn't changed at all. Zhao Pu smiled at him. A smile that was neither warm nor cold, lacking the surprise that comes from not seeing someone for years. It seemed their relationship was not very good. Bai Yutong glanced at Yao Xiling, implying that they knew each other. Yao Xiling smiled faintly, just childhood playmates. Zhang Zhao and the others were surprised that Yao Xiling and Zhao Pu were childhood playmates. Yet their relationship seemed to be poor. Ouyang, who had also grown up with Zhao Pu, curiously looked up and down at Yao Xiling, puzzled as he glanced at Zhao Pu, wondering who he was. Zhao Pu raised an eyebrow slightly, implying that he would explain later when they had time. Ouyang shrugged and handed a tangerine to Xiao Sizai, saying, Xiao Sizai, he just has this kind of personality and talks too much. Don't take it to heart. Xiao Sizai seemed to be in a slightly better mood. Zhao Pu tugged at his sleeve, pulling him over and stuffing some tangerine pulp into his mouth, saying, come on, let us get to the point. What did I wrong your father? Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong also stopped talking and listened curiously. Well, my father has been studying medicine since he was young, and he has a very big chest. Pu Ziying spat out a mouthful of soup all over Zhiying's face. Ouyang Xiaozheng and Zhao Pu both looked up, wondering if Gongsuan's chest was as thin as a piece of paper. Inside the yamen, Gongsun sneezed 7 consecutive times in a row, startling Pang Ji and Bao Zheng, who silently wished for a long life. Zhang Zhao also found it quite strange and turned to look at Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong took a sip of his drink and said lightly, it's probably about having great ambitions. Oh, right, Xiao Sizai nodded. The unified reaction from everyone present was a twitch of their lips and looking at the round little Xiao Sizai. For the first time, they felt an impulse to give him a good beating. Father's ambition, cough cough. Zhang Zhao reminded, having great ambitions, and then what? Just wanting to save more people? That year, Xiao Sizai took a sip to moisten his throat. I heard that the 9 dragons in the west won a big victory, but many people were injured. Zhao Pu was slightly taken aback, rubbing his chin. Oh, I know. That should be 5 years ago. Wasn't that the hardest battle we had with the Liao people? Ouyang asked. Only that battle had more injuries. Zhao Pu nodded, frowning in confusion as he asked Xiao Sizai, what does this have to do with Gongsun? Wasn't it said that there weren't enough doctors back then? Xiao Sizai replied. Many places were recruiting doctors, sending them quickly to the west. Father also wanted to participate, but what? Zhang Zhao was puzzled. With Gongsuan's medical skills, it would be great if he was willing to save people. But the recruiters said that the 9th prince ordered not to recruit skinny scholars, saying they would die before reaching the border. Xiao Sizai puffed out his cheeks. Every time father gets drunk or can't sleep at night, he brings this up and curses that 9th prince so badly. Everyone fell silent for a moment and looked at Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu scratched the back of his head and asked Ouyang, did I say something like that? Ouyang looked at him with disdain. Not to recruit skinny scholars is your catchphrase. Zhao Pu touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's just a saying, your father is too petty, holding a grudge for so long. What kind of structure does your father have to come up with such a dramatic curse against me? Zhang Zhao glanced at Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong put down his cup, feeling drenched in dog blood. Oh, everyone suddenly realized and then looked at Bai Yutong with admiration. This is also your unique skill. Zhang Zhao asked Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong, expressionless, replied with 2 words, natural talent. Zhang Zhao made him laugh, and Bai Yutong casually placed an orange in front of him. After talking for a long time, it turned out to be just this little thing. Zhao Pu thought it was nothing and said, "Tomorrow I'll apologize to your father, saying that he is not a weak scholar just because he has a big chest. Is that all right?" Xiao Siji glanced at him and said, "It's not over yet. There's more." Zhao Pu, curious, asked, "What else did I say?" Father said he later personally rode to the border, wanting to save people. Xiao Siji replied. He traveled for over half a month, but when he arrived at the border, the guards at the gate drove him away, saying, Zhao Pu was puzzled. They said the prince hates scholars the most and told him not to cause trouble, that this is not a place for him, and to go back and study. Xiao Siji pouted and continued. Father said he was cursing at the gate, and later a soldier had to go in to find the prince. Zhao Pu scratched his chin. Is there really such a thing? Yeah. Xiao Siji nodded, but later that soldier came out and said that the 9th prince said this scholar is not easy, actually coming all the way from the central plains to the northern desert. Everyone nodded, and Ouyang also nodded. That's a reasonable thing to say. There's more. Xiao Siji sighed. Father said he calmed down a bit, and then the soldier continued, saying the 9th prince said to quickly find a doctor to check on that scholar. He traveled so far, he must be exhausted. As soon as Xiao Siji finished speaking, the scene fell silent. For a long time, everyone didn't know what to say. Ouyang pointed at Zhao Pu and said, Zhao Pu, what kind of virtue do you have that makes a dog eat it? Why are you so mouthy? Did I? Zhao Pu completely forgot he had said that. Of course you did, Xiao Siji murmured. Father said he waited outside the military camp for a whole day, but no one let him in to see a doctor. When it got dark, the guard came over and gave him some food, saying the marshal and the generals were very busy these days and had gone out of the pass, telling him not to wait anymore. That it was very cold in the desert at night. Zhao Pu touched his nose again. Did this really happen? Later, father returned to his hometown, and then he met a man who had lost half a leg. Xiao Siji said he was a retired soldier. Zhao Pu frowned slightly. That man came to find father for treatment because his leg hurt in the rain. Father said it was a quack who amputated his leg, and if he were there, he could have cured him. He hated that 9th prince, calling him a hero, a big bear. Zhang Zhao glanced at Bai Yutong subconsciously. Bai Yutong raised an eyebrow slightly, implying that this phrase was not an idiom. After Xiao Sizai finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances and fell silent. Ziying exchanged a look with Zhiying, and Zhiying gently shook her head, meaning to stop the nonsense. Looking at Zhao Pu, he had a serious expression and was silent, sitting aside in a daze. Ouyang suddenly asked Xiao Sizai, So, your father is so capable, why doesn't he take the imperial examination and just treats people in his hometown? Is there any connection to this matter? Xiao Sizai tilted his head and replied, Well, some people say my father should take the imperial examination. My father would definitely be able to top the list. He took the provincial examination once and was first place at that time. But afterwards, he never took it again, saying he hated being an official, especially those yellow-robed ones. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Bai Yutong in unison. Bai Yutong helplessly replied, Royal relatives. Everyone nodded and then looked at Zhao Pu in unison, expressing their disdain. What a shame, ruining a person's life. At this moment, Zhao Pu had no expression on his face. To be honest, he usually appeared lazy, but this was the first time he looked so serious. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong weren't very familiar with him, but Xing and Jing knew all too well. This expression had only appeared on Zhao Pu's face a few times before, when many soldiers were wounded in battle, when a friend died, or when his mother fell ill. Ouyang shot Zhao a meaningful glance and subtly signaled with his lips for him to stop Xiao Si from saying any more. Zhao Pu probably wasn't doing too well at the moment. Zhang Zhao nodded and stuffed 2 pieces of tangerine pulp into Xiao Siji's mouth. Xiao Siji widened his eyes, eating the tangerine, feeling that the atmosphere among the people around him seemed a bit off, so he looked around. Is everyone full? Ouyang asked Ying and Jing. Ziying nodded, and Jing ran off to pay. Zhao Pu stood up, seemingly preparing to leave. Sigh. Zhang Zhao called out to him, pointing at Xiao Siji, who was still sitting on the bench. Take Xiao Siji back to Gongsun, will you? I still have some things to take care of, and will probably be late getting back. Zhao Pu looked at Xiao Siji, his expression quite complicated. Zhang Zhao said, We'll go find those addresses later. You handle your own issues. I'll stay here to help. Ouyang raised his hand, signaling Zhao Pu to take Xiao Siji and apologize to Gongsun. This matter needs to be resolved. Zhao Pu and Xiao Siji exchanged glances for a while. Xiao Siji stretched out his hands, meaning he wanted a hug. Zhao Pu reached out and picked up Xiao Siji, who sat on his arm, looking at him and asking, Aren't you unhappy? Zhao Pu raised an eyebrow. You can tell? I can tell, Xiao Cici replied. He twisted a few strands of Zhao Pu's hair that fell on his shoulder and said, make sure to apologize to Daddy properly when we go back. Zhao Pu smiled. You're actually not silly. Xiao Cici grinned. That's right. Zhao Pu carried Xiao Cici away, while Xing and Jing waved goodbye to Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong before following suit. Ouyang then sat down beside them, smiling as he watched the two. You two can talk while looking for people. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong exchanged a glance, and Ouyang suddenly became anxious. Yao Xiling, feeling curious, asked Bai Yutong, it's almost dark, who are you looking for? Before Bai Yutong could respond, Ouyang grinned and said, of course, we're going to find some girls to drink and have fun. Are you coming? Yao Xiling was slightly taken aback and then laughed. Are you sure you want to take Yutong to that kind of scene? Cough. Bai Yutong coughed to interrupt Yao Xiling, while Zhang Zhao was quite curious. What kind of scene is that? Let's go, we could talk on the way. Bai Yutong stood up. I'll go too, Yao Xiling said, resting his chin on his hand, but not standing up. You can eat. After Bai Yutong finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Yao Xiling seemed to have anticipated this. Raising his hand, a man in black stepped forward, who Zhang Zhao had noticed earlier, likely a subordinate of Yao Xiling, similar to Zhao Pu's shadow guards. Yao Xiling instructed the man in black to order food, and Zhang Zhao and Ouyang Xiaojing stood up to leave. Zhang Zhao was walking at the back, and when he was going down the stairs, he saw Yao Xiling glance up at him, his gaze sweeping over him with a hint of calculation. Zhang Zhao went down the stairs, slightly furrowing his brows. Having traveled the martial world for so many years, he had seen many people and had some judgment about first impressions. Yao Xiling was the type of person who was hard to fathom. It should be difficult to read his thoughts or emotions. However, that glance just now was eerie, giving a strange feeling as if being stared at by a venomous snake. After reaching the bottom of the stairs, everyone hurried towards the first address. Bai Yutong then asked Zhang Zhao what had happened to Tianjin later. Oh, it was said that before Zhang Zhao could respond, Ouyang beside him suddenly interjected, sorry to interrupt, but there's something very important I want to ask. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang looked at him together. Who was that just now? Ouyang pointed to the tavern behind, where they had just eaten. Yao Ziling. Bai Yutang said. Oh, Ouyang thought for a long time, then nodded him. What's wrong? Zhang Zhao asked, puzzled. Ouyang hesitated for a moment, glancing at Bai Yutang. He knows you well. We are fellow disciples, Bai Yutang replied, but not very well. Not very well? Zhang Zhao asked curiously. He is from the Tianshan sect, but he doesn't really stay in Tianshan. I've only been to the Tianshan sect a few times. He usually resides on Xiankong Island. Bai Yutang asked Ouyang if there was any problem. Ouyang rubbed his nose and said something irrelevant. Actually, among so many people in the Zhao family army, the one with the best martial arts is undoubtedly the prince. The second place shouldn't be me. It should be Zhou Liang. I'm about the same as Qiao Guang. An oldie doesn't fight, so we haven't compared. It's unfathomable. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang exchanged a glance. Zhou Liang, known as the Mute Wolf, was said to have a very strange personality, but exceptional martial arts skills, with a heavy killing intent. He was a general in the left wing of the Zhao army, and Zhao Pu had always used him to lead surprise attacks. However, Ouyang suddenly brought this up for no apparent reason. What are you trying to express? Bai Yutang asked directly. Why not use Zhou Liang as the vanguard and instead use me? Ouyang inquired. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang looked at each other. The vanguard officer, Fire Qilin, was quite famous, but why he was chosen as the vanguard officer, who knows? Because I have 3 abilities that others don't have. Ouyang extended 3 fingers. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang listened attentively. The first one, I know the way. Ouyang Dao. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang both nodded. Ouyang Xiaojing is well-versed in geography, as everyone in the Song dynasty knows. The second point is that I have good eloquence and can curse at people. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang's silence could be considered a necessary skill for a vanguard officer, right? What about the third? Zhang Zhao asked. Ouyang Xiaojing rubbed his nose. My nose is good. Bai Yutang was puzzled. Good nose? Better than a dog's, Ouyang said, crossing his arms and pointing at Bai Yutang. You didn't bring any incense with you, but you stayed at 3 inns along the way. Each inn used a different type of incense, and the smell on your clothes should be from home. Bai Yutang was taken aback, and Zhang Zhao leaned over to grab his sleeve to smell it, only detecting a faint fragrance. You could distinguish that? Ouyang pointed at Zhang Zhao again. Darren Zhang must have eaten wontons for breakfast, and also had steamed buns with red bean paste, plus fish balls from a shop near the government office, and during that time, he also had vermicelli soup from another place. Cough, cough. Zhang Zhao quickly coughed. Bai Yutang looked at him, meaning that breakfast was quite rich for you. Your nose is indeed very good. So what now? Zhang Zhao asked Ouyang. Ouyang turned around and glanced in the direction of the inn. The crossbow bolt used by the man in black who attempted to assassinate the prince had a kind of rosin smell. Bai Yutong frowned slightly. Zhang Zhao noticed the change in his expression. There was also a pine fragrance on Yao Xiling. Ouyang shrugged and said, I already told the prince just now. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang looked at Ouyang in confusion, as if to say, when did you tell Zhao Pu? Ouyang once again touched his nose. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong both recalled that Zhao Pu had indeed touched his nose a couple of times earlier. It turned out he was communicating with Ouyang Xiaoving. The prince should send someone to follow this Yao Xiling. Ouyang raised an eyebrow at Bai Yutong, saying that since they had shared a drink, they were friends, and he didn't want to hide anything from him. Since Bai Yutong wasn't very familiar with him, it would be easier to handle. Bai Yutong remained silent and continued walking forward. Zhang Zhao took a couple of steps. It might just be a misunderstanding. Bai Yutong walked a few steps and spoke. It doesn't matter. Zhang Zhao was slightly puzzled. Bai Yutong didn't seem like such an unfeeling person. Even if there was no relationship, it was clear that Yao Xiling cared about him. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Bai Yutong nodded because it wasn't his doing. Zhang Zhao and Ouyang Du were taken aback by his certainty. Bai Yutong smiled faintly, saying that if he really wanted to kill Zhao Pu, he wouldn't use such a foolish method. While speaking, he pointed to his head, saying that he was very smart. If one was a bit dull, they wouldn't be able to learn my master's skills. In the Tianshan sect, if one was slightly foolish, they wouldn't survive until the next day. Zhang Zhao smiled and nodded. So that's how it is. Ouyang, feeling both amused and helpless, looked at Zhang Zhao and said, the Kaifeng prefecture handles cases based on evidence, right? You actually accept this reason? Zhang Zhao looked up at him, wondering if this reason was not sufficient enough. Ouyang widened his eyes slightly, questioning its sufficiency. But Zhang Zhao had already continued discussing Tan Jin's matters with Bai Yutong. Ouyang, with his hands behind his back, watched the two figures in red and white, noting their various tacit understandings, and suddenly the phrase a match made in heaven popped into his head for no reason. He patted his head and jogged to catch up, but couldn't insert himself between the two. Moving left or right felt awkward. Accustomed to being the vanguard, he was really not used to trailing behind, so he had no choice but to run ahead to lead the way. This Tan Jin, it is said, was once the most appreciated and promising official in the Ministry of War, holding a high position at a young age. Zhang Zhao walked side by side with Bai Yutong, steadily recounting what Peng Taisher had told him about Tan Jin's past. However, this person had a quirk. He was extremely attached to his sword. Bai Yutong frowned slightly, noting that he didn't really know martial arts. Zhang Zhao shook his head, explaining that although he belonged to the Ministry of War, he was indeed a civil official. However, civil officials could also have hobbies, and it seemed that collecting famous swords from around the world was his obsession, almost like an addiction. Bai Yutong nodded in acknowledgement. Originally, he was doing well in his position, but one time, when he went to the palace to handle some matters, he saw something in the storeroom where tribute items were kept. Can you guess what it was? Bai Yutong thought for a moment. A precious sword? Zhang Zhao nodded. That's right. It is said that when he saw that knife, he couldn't take a step forward, and Tan Jin was just caught up in a moment and took advantage of the situation. Ha! Ouyang Xiaozheng, who was ahead, heard this and turned his head to interject while walking backward. I know about that too. Bai Yutong looked at Ouyang Xiaozheng and said, that was probably more than 10 years ago. Ouyang shrugged. This was mentioned by Nangong. At that time, the emperor hadn't ascended the throne yet. Zhang Zhao smiled slightly. You're also familiar with Nangong, right? Of course, Ouyang replied with a grin. I, Zhao Pu, Nangong, and the emperor all grew up together. Zhang Zhao was amused. Then let's go to Kaifeng together next time for a drink. I get along well with Nangong too. Ouyang nodded, and Zhang Zhao patted Bai Yutong. Where are you going to Kaifeng? I saw a few shops while patrolling the city, said to be from the floating island. And there's a big mansion called Suation Garden, also from the floating island. Are you planning to stay there? Bai Yutong nodded. Yeah, I go there occasionally. That's great. Then we can drink together when you go, Zhang Zhao said, recalling that he hadn't clarified the matter with Tan Jin, and quickly brought the conversation back, continuing. Speaking of which, Tan Jin's incident is also related to Nangong. It's said that when the emperor was still a prince, he saw that knife and kept thinking about getting it as a gift for Nangong on his birthday from his father. After waiting for a long time, his father agreed. But when it was time to get the knife, it disappeared. Bai Yutong raised an eyebrow slightly, stealing tribute from the palace. Tan Jin's career was completely ruined. Ouyang helped to explain at that time, the matter caused a huge uproar. The late emperor ordered Lord Bao and the then Minister of War, Grand Tutor Peng, to investigate. Think about it. Everyone entering and leaving the storeroom has records, so Tan Jin was bound to be exposed. Bai Yutong frowned. but the timing was just so coincidental. Tianjin was attacked. Ouyang shrugged. Bai Yutong was slightly taken aback. You mean Yang Kaishan? Yeah, Zhang Zhao nodded. Tianjin was seriously injured and eventually resigned from his official position. The knife was retrieved by Lord Bao, and Tianjin returned home, disappearing from public view ever since. Bai Yutong seemed somewhat confused. He committed a crime. So he committed a crime. Did Lord Bao really let him resign like that? Zhang Zhao shrugged and said, well, it's said to be a special pardon from the former emperor. There's a reason for it, but the common people just don't know. Ouyang smiled faintly. It's because of the agreement regarding the sword. Bai Yutong and Zhang Zhao exchanged glances, both puzzled. The agreement regarding the sword? After the sword was brought back, the former emperor gave it to the current emperor and then intended to severely punish Tianjin. Ouyang continued. That day happened to be Nangong's birthday, and Zhao Zhun happily gave him a gift, but unexpectedly, Nangong returned the sword. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang were puzzled about why they didn't like it. Of course not, it was a good knife. Ouyang smiled lightly. Nangong had his own plans. He returned the knife to the former emperor and then asked him to show leniency towards Tianjin. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang were both curious, wondering if there was some connection between the two. It concerned the fact that the late emperor's health was already poor, but the emperor was still very young, with an unstable foundation, and the prince had not yet made a name for himself in the military. Ouyang said that at that time, the Ministry of War was strong and capable. Tianjin was undeniably a competent person, usually without fault and very loyal. However, in a moment of madness, he stole a knife and should be severely punished, but many would likely feel sympathy for him. Furthermore, Nangong felt that he was just a guard, and since this incident originated from him, it would inevitably leave people with the impression that Zhao Zhun could not distinguish between public and private matters and would struggle to achieve great things. It would be better to do a favor for the people in the Ministry of War and deal lightly with Tianjin, which would be beneficial for everyone. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong exchanged a glance. Nangong Ji was the top expert in the imperial court, the leader of the guards, and the person Zhao Zhun trusted the most. He had been loyal since childhood, and he seemed to be very composed, not an ordinary person. The late emperor must have been very pleased at that time. Ouyang smiled, and with Nangong's multiple talents, the late emperor felt more at ease with the emperor, believing that he was good at choosing people and that someone was thinking of him, which indicated he had the people's support. Later, the late emperor indeed lightly punished Tianjin, and this matter was passed over casually, giving the Grand Tutor some face. Eventually, the late emperor made an agreement with Nangong and the emperor under the sword. Nangong would treat Zhao Zhun with sincerity and share his burdens, while Zhao Zhun would also remember Nangong's loyalty and treat him like a brother. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong understood now. No wonder the relationship between Zhao Zhun and Nangong Ji seemed like that of master and servant, yet also like brothers. Nangong had such great skills, not seeking fame or fortune, only knowing how to protect Zhao Zhun's safety. However, Grand Tutor Pang mentioned a detail. While Zhang Zhao was speaking, everyone had already arrived at the entrance of one of the three addresses. At this time, it was almost dark. Ouyang ran to knock on the door, while Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong stood behind, continuing their conversation. What detail? The Grand Tutor said. Tianjin was originally a very cultured person, but I don't know if it's because he collected too many knives that gave off a heavy killing aura, or if he encountered some evil or cursed blade, but he has become increasingly strange day by day, and his temper has turned very violent. Zhang Zhao saw Ouyang knock open the door and go in for a while before coming out dejectedly. He asked, is it this house? Ouyang shook his head. The blacksmith isn't even 20 yet, and no one in his family has forged knives. Then let's go to the next one. Zhang Zhao and the others changed to another house, not far away, while continuing their conversation. I'm not familiar with Tianjin, Ouyang said, crossing his arms, but I've seen him a few times, mostly at banquets or gatherings in the palace. In any case, he feels like a completely different person now. Has he changed that much? Bai Yutong asked. The first time I encountered him, it was because he was the only young one among a group of old men. So I paid attention to him. He was fair-skinned and gentle, speaking softly. But in the blink of an eye, just a few years later, wow. This guy's skin has become rough, he's unshaven, his eyes look dull, and he has several wrinkles on his face. At that time, the prince made a careless remark, saying, did you see? Don't become a civil official. You age quickly as a civil official. While speaking, they arrived at the second house, and Ouyang went to knock on the door again. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong stood at the door. However, if they come into contact with any deadly weapon and remain obsessed, it would be easy to meet an early demise. Bai Yutong felt a bit worried. According to what Ouyang said, if it was this serious 10 years ago, they better not die now. Zhang Zhao sighed. Tianjin should be getting on in years, too. I hope he isn't really dead. What a bad omen. At that moment, Ouyang ran out again, and this one inside is even less reliable, making ear scoops. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong were momentarily stunned, then they started to laugh. Ouyang looked at the two with a mix of amusement and helplessness, saying, yes, yes. Laugh it off. There's only one left, and if we can't find it, it will really be a hassle. Zhang Zhao looked at the third address and said, it's so far away. Let's go. Ouyang quickened his pace, or it would be too late. The three of them hurried towards that address. Leaving the three to find the last address aside, let's talk about the yamen at this time. Zhao Pu was carrying little CZ back, passing by the shop in front of the yamen, when little CZ pointed to the fishball shop and said, Daddy really likes to eat their steamed dumplings with fish skin and fish skin wontons. Zhiying immediately went over to buy a few portions and carried a food box into the yamen with Zhao Pu. Ziying looked around and noticed that several rooms in the yamen had their lights on. She spotted the Grand Tutor sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. Bao Zheng was holding a pair of chopsticks and was just coming out of the study. Zhao Pu glanced at the table and frowned at the simple meal of tea and plain food. It seemed that the Grand Tutor and Lord Bao had only found time to eat now after being busy. Zhao Pu frowned even more, wondering why it was just vegetables and tofu. Zhiying hurriedly stepped forward to offer them the steamed dumplings and wontons, leaving one portion for Gongsun, while Ziying went to the opposite restaurant to order dishes. Bao Zheng quickly stopped her, saying, no need to trouble the prince. I'm used to eating light at night for my health. The Grand Tutor, while eating the steamed dumpling, awkwardly raised his hand and said, Your Highness, Mr. Gongsun just gave me a diet plan. I can only eat cabbage and tofu at night. He said I need to lose 20 pounds in a month, which supposedly can extend my life by 10 years. I'm getting older. It's not like you young people. Eating fish and meat doesn't do me any good. Zhao Pu looked at little CZ, who nodded, saying that breakfast should be hearty and lunch should be filling, but dinner should be light, especially for older people. It's best not to eat a lot of fish and meat at night, or they'll get sick. Zhao Pu raised an eyebrow and asked Bao Zheng, what about the scholar? Bao Zheng exchanged a glance with Pang Ji and pointed, he's in the morgue. Zhao Pu frowned and looked up at the pitch-black sky with half a moon. What was he doing in a morgue at this late hour? He's examining the corpse. Bao Zheng praised Gongsun, his mouth curling up. Mr. Gongsun is truly an extraordinary doctor. Not only did he heal that assassin earlier, but he also found many clues while examining the corpse. I already have quite a few leads. Zhao Punoded asking, has he eaten? Not yet. He said it's not appropriate to eat before the examination, and after that, he won't be able to eat either. He'll eat in the morning. Pang Ji shook his head. This scholar is good at everything except he doesn't take care of himself. It's somewhat like. He paused and asked Bao Zheng. Bao Zheng nodded, obsessed with medicine and has a sense of justice, knowledgeable and well-read. I really don't understand how such a talented scholar is willing to be a small doctor in the countryside. It's really, sigh. Pang Ji and Bao Zheng both shook their heads in regret. Ziying and Zhiying turned back, squinting at Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu felt a bead of sweat on his forehead, realizing it was all his fault. Really, they were dragging their feet. Zhao Pu still held little CZ and walked to the vicinity of the morgue. The morgue had its lights on, but the door was closed. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were at the door. One was sitting in the courtyard and the other on the steps. Upon seeing Zhao Pu, they both stood up and saluted. Zhao Pu smiled and nodded, placing little CZ on the ground. Little CZ ran over to knock on the door, shouting, Daddy, Daddy, I'm back. Inside, Gongsun's muffled voice came, You're back. Go to Lord Bao first. I'll be done here soon. Oh, little CZ nodded, ran to the middle of the courtyard, climbed onto a stone bench, and sat facing Zhao Hu, waiting for his father. Zhao Hu peeled an orange for him and looked up to see Zhao Pu pacing in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu exchanged glances, both puzzled and looking at little CZ, as if to say, Does the prince have business too? Little CZ smiled and made a shushing gesture to the two of them. Zhao Hu and Zhang Long understood each other, seeing that Zhao Pu seemed a bit reluctant to leave, so they said they were going to take turns eating. Zhao Pu was more than happy to let them leave, nodding vigorously for them to go eat. Gongsun would be done soon. In the blink of an eye, almost an hour had passed. Little CZ had already fallen asleep, and Ziying wrapped him in Zhao Pu's cloak, holding him as he snored softly. Zhiying squatted on the eaves, looking at the sky. Zhao Pu watched the flickering lights inside the morgue, feeling a bit incredulous. How could this frail scholar stay focused on the corpse for so long? After an unknown amount of time, they heard the sound of the door opening. Everyone looked up together to see Gongsun walking out of the morgue, removing a piece of gauze from his face. When he looked up and saw Zhao Pu in the courtyard, He was also taken aback. The two exchanged glances. And when Gongsun saw little CZ in Ziying's arms, he approached to take a look, seeing little CZ's small face flushed and feeling somewhat relieved. Ziying thought Gongsun should really dislike them, so she cautiously asked, "Where are you staying tonight? I can help you carry him over." Gongsun pointed to a guest room not far away. "There, sorry to trouble you." Ziying was taken aback, shaking her head repeatedly. "Not a trouble, not a trouble." Ziying also followed. "I'll go warm up the bed." Gongsun smiled and thanked him. Ziying and Ziying were flattered and quickly took little CZ away. Gongsun went to the side to wash his hands, doing it very carefully, and added some medicine to the basin, which had a faint musk smell. Ziying and Ziying worked for a while, putting the sleeping little CZ into the blanket, and then went to the door to watch. Ahem. Zhao Pu saw Gongsun continue to ignore him, but noticing his good mood towards Ziying and Ziying, he decided to seize the opportunity. "Mr. Gongsun." Gongsun poured out the water and went to the well, seemingly intending to fetch another basin. Zhao Pu hurriedly stepped forward to help him draw water. Gongsun saw the basin being taken from him and waited to the side, glancing sideways at Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu placed a full basin of water in front of Gongsun. Gongsun washed his hands. Zhao Pu scratched his head, then coughed again. Gongsun looked at him, coughing. "You talk too much. Drink some licorice water and don't speak for 3 days, and you'll be fine." Zhao Pu's mouth twitched, feeling that this was much more exhausting than going to battle. Scratching his ears and cheeks, Gongsun was somewhat surprised. Zhao Pu's actions were similar to little CZ when he was anxious. Zhao Pu continued to hum and cough. Ziying and Ziying were anxious. "You should say something." Ziying stomped her foot. "Yeah, your mouth isn't sore, so why are you mute now?" Ziying shook his head. "Exactly." Another voice chimed in, and Ziying and Ziying looked down to see little CZ, wrapped in his small quilt, having somehow come over and peering through the door crack attentively. Gongsun had finished washing his hands and was about to leave. Zhao Pu hurriedly said, "Well, eat before you go." Gongsun felt a bit hungry and asked, "Is there something to eat?" "Yes." Zhao Pu took out the steamed dumplings with fish skin and fish skin wontons from the food box. Gongsun saw them and felt a surge of appetite. But they were already cold. "I'll go heat them up." "No need. No need." Zhao Pu reached out to cover the wonton bowl and said to Gongsun, "Just eat. Be careful, it's hot." Gongsun touched the bowl and quickly withdrew his hand, surprised as he looked at Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu touched his ear, tilted his face up, and briefly held up the steamed dumpling before putting it down again, saying that the dumplings were also warm now. Gongsun sat down to eat. He was actually very hungry, and these two dishes were just to his taste, eating them warm and feeling in a good mood. Zhao Pu sat down at the table, seemingly pondering how to start the conversation. In the room, little Forzi clenched his fist and said, "Jiu, let's go." Ziying and Ziying looked at him together. "We should call you Jiu now, it sounds good." Little Forzi tilted his head back, smiling sweeter than honey. Ziying covered her heart, which was pounding, so cute. Gongsun was eating wontons and noticed Zhao Pu beside him struggling, looking as if he was constipated, feeling a bit awkward. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Zhao Pu, hearing him call him Your Highness as if he were calling a fool, scratched his head and finally spoke. "I know that person. His name is Wang Gui, right?" Gongsun was slightly taken aback and looked up at Zhao Pu. Little Forzi tilted his head. "That person who lost a leg seems to be called Wang Gui." Gongsun put down his spoon and stared at Zhao Pu for a long time. "You remember Wang Gui?" "Of course," Zhao Pu replied. "Aren't you from Shaoxing?" "I remember that in that battle, 7 people from Jiangnan were injured and came home. One of them from Shaoxing was Wang Gui." Gongsun paused, then continued eating wontons. "You remember every single one of them?" "Huh? Yeah." Zhao Pu frowned, feeling guilty. "I really didn't expect his leg was harmed by a quack doctor. I always thought that the military doctors in the camp were all good doctors." "It has nothing to do with the military doctors." Gongsun suddenly interrupted Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu was taken aback, "Huh?" Ziying and Ziying exchanged glances and looked down at little Forzi together, who was scratching his head in confusion. "What's going on?" Zhao Pu stared at Gongsun. "Aren't you angry with me because of Wang Gui?" Gongsun asked while eating wontons. "Who told you that?" "Little Forzi," Zhao Pu answered. Gongsun thought for a moment. "Oh, Wang Gui came a few more times later. Little Forzi might not have heard the whole story." "Heard what?" Zhao Pu was puzzled. "Wang Gui doesn't hate you," Gongsun said. "He asked the military doctor to amputate his injured leg." "What?" Zhao Pu was astonished. Ziying and Ziying exchanged glances. "What's going on?" Gongsun finished his wontons and started on the steamed dumplings. Wang Gui's leg was severely injured. Even if it healed, he might still limp. He told me that he was actually very timid and joined the army simply because he had no food to eat. Every time there was a battle, he was always anxious, especially when he saw dead people or thought about dying. Zhao Pu frowned. Then why didn't he retire? I don't force anyone to serve in the army. He knew, but he was limping. What could he do when he got home? Gong Sun asked. Wang Gui said that you'd treat disabled soldiers especially well and would take care of them until they died. He begged that old military doctor, and only then did the doctor amputate half of his leg. Wang Gui returned home with a large sum of money, became quite successful in business, and now is a wealthy man in Shaoxing with many properties and several wives, and his children are all born. He doesn't hate you at all. He even said you were his second parents. Whoever dares to speak ill of you, he would fight with them even after losing a leg. Zhao Pu was stunned. In the room, Zi Ying and Zhe Ying were also stunned. Little Forzi scratched his head. So that's how it is? After a long time, Zhao Pu asked Gong Sun, then why do you hate me so much and say I'm a bear? Gong Sun finished his steamed dumplings, slammed his chopsticks on the table. How dare you say that? I rushed thousands of miles to the desert to help, and you actually said I was a useless bookworm who eats cat food and doesn't gain weight. Too weak to walk halfway and die, refusing to let me into the military camp. Little Forzi opened his mouth wide, looking up at Zi Ying and Zhe Ying. Zhe Ying and Zi Ying exchanged glances, scratching their chins and shaking their heads. This style of speaking doesn't sound like the princess. Zhao Pu also opened his mouth wide. When did I ever say you eat cat food and don't gain weight? You said it. Gong Sun's temper was evidently worse than everyone imagined. At that moment, Zi Ying and Zhe Ying saw little Forzi sigh, shake his head, and crawl back to bed. Zi Ying leaned over. Little Forzi, your dad. Little Forzi waved his hand. Dad is too sensitive. Jiao is innocent, so pitiful. And then covered himself with a blanket to sleep. In the courtyard, Zhao Pu pointed to himself and asked Gong Sun, didn't I just say that the scholar is thin and frail? You still dare to say it. Gong Sun was furious. I hate when people say I'm thin. Call me a quack doctor. Say a scholar is useless. Zhao Pu stared at Gong Sun in disbelief. Who knew Gong Sun suddenly propped up the stool, sat down again, and calmly started tidying up the plates and food boxes, saying, but forget it. Zhao Pu moved a little aside. Are you okay? Why is your emotional fluctuation so big? Gong Sun looked at him and said, I really didn't expect you to remember Wang Gui. Well, seeing how you care for soldiers, I want to hold it against you. Zhao Pu saw a bright smile on Gong Sun's face, and he seemed much more amiable. Why is your heart beating so fast? Sigh. When Gong Sun finished tidying up and was about to leave, Zhao Pu asked him again, you want to take the imperial exams or become an official? Is it also because of me? What are you thinking? Have you grown a face now? I can't bear to see little Forzi running around. Gong Sun said, holding a toothpick to pick his teeth. Besides, I have plenty of money. Those royal relatives are picky and suffer from rich people's diseases. Who has time to serve them? After saying that, he swayed while washing the dishes. Inside the house, Zi Ying and Zhe Ying were stunned for a long time, then suddenly burst out laughing. Zhao Pu felt the cool breeze blowing in the small courtyard, stood there for a while, and cursed, damn, these scholars are indeed unreasonable. Zhanjiao by Yutong. And Ouyang Shaozheng had traveled quite a distance, and finally arrived near the last blacksmith shop. Ouyang glanced at the topographical map of Dao Su Town and then at the address, confirming that he was not mistaken. However, he was quite puzzled by this location as a blacksmith shop. Ahead was a large bamboo forest, and in the distance, he could see a dilapidated house. Indeed, everyone has their preferences. A blacksmith shop so far away? Would there be any business? Ouyang frowned, thinking it looked more like a place for seclusion. Let's go take a look. Zhanjiao circled around the bamboo forest and found a narrow path barely wide enough for one person to pass through, leading inward. After traversing nearly half of the bamboo forest, they finally arrived in front of a small thatched hut. The hut was divided into two rooms. One appeared to be the main room, presumably belonging to the owner, with the door closed and no lights on, while the adjacent small shed was surrounded by black fabric on all sides, with faint light seeping out, and the sound of metal clanging could be heard from within. The group exchanged glances. There was at least a 10% chance it was indeed a blacksmith shop. It seemed inappropriate to just lift the curtain and barge in, so Zhanjiao politely called out, is anyone there? Sorry to disturb. However, after asking twice, there was still no response, but the clanging sound of the ironwork continued unabated. The group was puzzled. Could it be that the one hammering away was deaf? With no other choice, they had to enter. Zhanjiao was very agile and circled around the black fabric enclosure, but couldn't find an entrance. Ouyang noticed an iron basin on the ground nearby, along with a few hammers, and picked one up to make a loud clanging noise, calling out, is anyone there? Sure enough, The noise caused the clanging inside the blacksmith shop to stop. After a while, the black fabric was pulled aside, and a person walked out. This person was dressed in a thick cotton coat and wore an iron mask secured with a hemp rope at the back of his head. The mask had 2 holes, and behind them were 2 eyeballs staring at the group. In the dim light, this figure with such a unique appearance made the 3 experts involuntarily twitch their lips. Zhang Zhao wanted to ask him something, but he saw the other person reach up to remove the mask and take off the cotton coat, revealing that he was only wearing a single-layer shirt, which was already soaked with sweat. Although it was not the height of summer, it wasn't exactly cool either. Why was he wearing so much? The man's face was dark, and he went to wash his face with some well water, wiping it while asking, "Who are you looking for?" We're looking for a blacksmith," Ouyang said while observing him closely. This person was not young. He seemed to be in his 40s or 50s, but he appeared quite spirited and had a sturdy build, suggesting he was an old blacksmith. However, Ouyang felt that he looked somewhat familiar. After washing his face, the man entered the house and came out with a large cup, seemingly filled with cool tea. He sipped while sizing up the group, finally resting his gaze on Ouyang Shaoxing's bright red head, and said, "You've grown so tall. It seems I really am getting old." The group fell silent for a moment, and Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong looked at Ouyang Shaoxing, as if recognizing him. Ouyang stared at him for a long time. Suddenly remembering someone, his mouth agape, in surprise, "You're Tanjin." As soon as Ouyang spoke, it was now Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong who were astonished. "Tanjin?" Bai Yutong stared at him. The man smiled and invited the 3 inside to sit down, pouring them tea, quite amicably. He then sat down himself, asking, "What do you want from me?" The group exchanged glances, as if deciding who would speak first. Ouyang asked, "The prince has come and wants to ask you some questions. Do you know anything about the strange red iron ore?" Ouyang hinted with his question, and Tanjin slightly furrowed his brow, remaining silent, though his expression changed. He took another sip of water and asked Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong, "What about you two? What do you want from me?" Zhang Zhao thought for a moment. "I came here with Bao Darun, but it was he who wanted to talk to you," pointing at Bai Yutang. "Bao Darun?" Tanjin smiled, really nostalgic. After speaking, he looked at Bai Yutang again. "I wish I didn't know you. I came to find Yang Kaisheng's body." Bai Yutang asked, "Do you have any clues? It could be said that you were the one who caused his death." Tanjin frowned again, opening his mouth as if hesitating for a moment, but ultimately closed it again and sighed. "I did not cause Yang Kaisheng's death, to be precise. I don't even know how he died." Tanjin said, "He left after injuring me, but I have to thank him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have survived." Everyone frowned, seemingly confused. Back then, Yang Kaisheng attempted to assassinate you and assisted foreign spies. This has been recorded in the case. How can you say there was no such thing? Zhang Zhao asked while looking at Bai Yutang, who was the person with the character tattooed on their face. Bai Yutang frowned slightly, seemingly also puzzled. "It's a long story regarding what happened back then." Tanjin asked Ouyang Shaoxing with some confusion. "What did you just say about red iron ore?" Ouyang thought for a moment and asked him, 2 years ago, didn't Tidao, Fu Town produce a batch of red iron ore? Then something happened with that batch of ore that was unusable." Tanjin interrupted Ouyang with a wave of his hand. "Why the urgency to use iron ore? There is no war now. What do we need it for?" "No, I just wanted to ask if you helped resolve that matter back then," Ouyang inquired. Tanjin was silent for a moment, then nodded, looking at Ouyang. "Prince Jiao came all the way to Dao, Fu Town. Could it be that something happened in military?" Ouyang chuckled. "Tandarun is still as clever as ever." Tanjin waved his hand. "I'm no longer Tandarun, but speaking of it, the matter of the red iron ore is somewhat related to Yang Kaisheng's case." Everyone was even more puzzled by this. The two matters seem quite distant. How do they connect? "Let us go." Tanjin stood up. "I haven't seen Bao Darun and the prince for many years. Let us go pay a visit and clarify things. Maybe it can help." "Oh, that would be great." Ouyang stood up. Tanjin extinguished the light and closed the door. Just as he was about to go out with Zhang Zhao and the others, Bai Yutang suddenly pushed him. Zhang Zhao raised his hand and blocked ahead with his giant sword, clanging twice as 2 shuriken glowing with blue light fell to the ground. Everyone glanced at them, frowning. It was the same kind of hidden weapon that attacked Zhao Pu before. It seems that the group of black-clad people was lying in ambush nearby. Ouyang touched his nose and gestured with his chin to Bai Yutang, seemingly indicating that someone was in the direction of the forest. Bai Yutang saw his expression and threw out 2 dark jade flying locust stones, and then heard 2 muffled sounds, with 2 black-clad figures falling from the bamboo forest in response. Ouyang turned to look elsewhere, and as Bai Yutang was about to take out more dark jade flying locust stones, Zhang Zhao tugged at his sleeve. Bai Yutang turned back to look at him. Zhang Zhao seemed to shake his head in disagreement, then casually took out a bag of something for Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong opened it and saw a bag of peanuts, the kind coated with snowflake sugar. He looked at Zhang Zhao with some confusion. Zhang Zhao took a candy and casually tossed it, indicating that he would catch them all in one net. Bai Yutong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, grabbing a handful of candies and throwing them around the bamboo forest, knocking down at least a dozen people. This is really useless. Ouyang shook his head with his arms crossed. They still have the nerve to come out and ambush us with such little skill. At this moment, there seemed to be some movement deep in the bamboo forest, but it soon disappeared, indicating that there were still people hiding who had already escaped. There's no time to lose. We need to hurry back. Ouyang pulled on Tanjin. Fortunately, we arrived a step earlier, otherwise you would be in trouble. However, Tanjin frowned slightly. I've been living here for so many years, and no one has ever known who I am or caused me any trouble. What's going on? Zhang Zhao moved quickly, incapacitating the group of black-clad men on the ground one by one. Speaking of which, Zhang Zhao's acupoint sealing technique is as exceptional as his lightness skill. Not only can he move his own acupoints, but he can also seal others' acupoints. Generally, if someone's inner strength doesn't reach a high level, once they are sealed by him, they can only wait obediently for him to unseal them. As no one else can do it, the group did not linger and hurried back to the yamen. Upon hearing that Tanjin had been found, both Bao Zheng and Peng Ji were surprised. When they came out to take a look, it was indeed the Tanjin from years ago. Grand Tutor Peng was somewhat familiar with Tanjin. He had high hopes of the young man, believing he had a bright future ahead. However, it was quite a pity that he made such a foolish mistake later on. Now, looking at Tanjin, although he was older, he seemed to be in better spirits than before. The Grand Tutor was also quite surprised by Tanjin, who politely greeted Bao Zheng and Grand Tutor Peng. Upon seeing Zhao Pu, he even performed a deep bow. Zhao Pu had just strolled out from behind and stepped forward to support him, reminiscing about when he was still a young lad. Now, with gray hair at his temples, Zhao Pu stroked his chin, calculating that he should only be in his 40s. Yet he looked so weathered. Hearing that he became a blacksmith, he couldn't help but feel regretful. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang are outsiders and do not interfere much. But no matter how you look at it, Tanjin does not seem like a thief. After some pleasantries, Zhang Zhao took the opportunity to have Zhang Long and Zhao Hu take people to bring back those men in black from the bamboo forest. These were all alive and hadn't had a chance to commit suicide yet, and they could talk. They would be brought back first, and then their teeth pulled out. After finding a moment, Zhang Zhao went to ask Zhao Pu, "Has Gongsun forgiven you yet?" Zhao Pu's mouth twitched a couple of times. "Don't mention it." "He doesn't forgive you?" Zhang Zhao was surprised. "Really? Xiao Siji even pleaded for you, and it didn't work?" Zhao Pu looked up at the sky, and, at that moment, he saw Gongsun coming over with Xiao Siji in his arms. Xiao Siji was holding a piece of sesame cake in his hand, seemingly having gotten up to eat a midnight snack because he was hungry. Zhang Zhao saw that Gongsun was smiling and seemed to be in good mood. So he asked Zhao Pu, "How about I help you out?" Zhao Pu laughed, thinking that Zhang Zhao was quite a good friend, not minding the trouble and not afraid of offending others, helping to mediate misunderstandings and the like. There are fewer and fewer people willing to do this now. However, Zhao Pu shook his head and said to Zhang Zhao, "I think it's basically beyond saving. Let's leave it at that." Zhang Zhao was taken aback. Bai Yutong, who was behind him, heard it and asked, "Is it that serious?" As Gongsun arrived at the door, Zhao Pu gave a glance to Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong and whispered, "Let's do an experiment for you to see." Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong exchanged a glance. And then Zhao Pu reached out to pat the head of little Sitsi, who was in Gongsun's arms. "Little Sitsi, are you having a midnight snack?" Little Sitsi nodded. Zhao Pu then asked, "Why don't you share some with your dad? Look how thin he is." Before Zhao Pu could finish the word thin, Gongsun suddenly fired back in rapid succession. "Who's thin? You're just a few pounds heavier than a bean sprout, completely powerless, legs not as thick as arms, wasting food." Before Gongsun could finish, little Sitsi quickly covered his mouth. Clearly this was not the first time he had done so. Gongsun blinked and shot a glare at Zhao Pu, then took little Sitsi to the other side to pour tea and clear his throat. When Zhao Pu turned back, he saw Zhang Zhao, Bai Yutong, and Ouyang Xiaozhong, all three sharing the same expression. "Oh." Zhao Pu shook his head and walked away. Xing leaned in to remind the two, "You know, thin, quack doctor, useless scholar. Those are forbidden phrases. If you say them, the consequences are unimaginable." Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong were together, while Ouyang's mouth twitched. The legendary divine doctor doesn't treat himself? Is it because Gongsun still holds a grudge, not against the soldier with a broken leg, but because the prince spoke ill of him? With Ji Ying and Jing plus the little fourth who came to find Zhang Zhao to play. That's how it is. By the way, brother Bai. At this moment, Gongsun, after drinking tea, seemed to think of something and ran over. Everyone quickly fell silent, smilingly greeting him, Mr. Gongsun. Gongsun also smiled and waved his hand, saying, "The box you gave me earlier with the human head." Zhang Zhao raised his hand. "This is for you." Bai Yutong looked at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao said, "I'll have Mr. Gongsun examine it." Bai Yutong, curious, asked, "How can you examine someone who has already turned to bones?" The deceased was around 20 years old when he died, still quite young, and died of illness. As Gongsun spoke, Bai Yutong frowned. "Are you sure you examined the right person?" Gongsun narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you questioning my medical skills?" No. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong both shook their heads. Gongsun's expression softened as he pulled out a piece of paper from his sleeve, on which was drawn a person's profile. "Here, this is what that person looked like. I heard from Brother Zhang about Yang Caixing's situation, and I feel like they don't resemble each other. Are you being deceived?" Bai Yutong took the drawing and looked at it, asking Gongsun with some confusion, "Can you really draw a face just from the bones?" Of course, Gongsun nodded. "A person's appearance is determined by their skull, right? If you give me a complete skeleton, I can certainly draw it out. I can't say it will be exactly the same, but it won't be far off, maybe just a bit heavier or lighter." After looking at it, Bai Yutong shook his head. Regardless of weight, even if you add 10 or 20 years, he still wouldn't be Yang Caixing. Zhang Zhao glanced at Tianjin, who was talking to Bao Zheng and Peng Ji on the other side, and approached Bai Yutong to ask. Tianjin said that back then, Yang Caixing was not exiled to the border, and he didn't know whether he was dead or not. Could it really be true? Then why did Yang Caixing's wife say those words to my master before she died, and even brought a human head with her? Zhang Zhao shrugged, saying he didn't know about that. At this moment, everyone saw Bao Zheng waving at them, indicating that Tianjin was about to speak, so they all gathered around to listen patiently. In fact, back then, when I went to steal the knife, I could say I was bewitched, or it could be said that I was forced into it. Forced into it? Bao Zheng frowned. Could it be that someone was pressuring you? Tianjin slightly shook his head. It's not that someone was pressuring me. It was something that was pressuring me. The crowd exchanged glances. Something? Tianjin recounted the past that changed the course of his life. Tianjin's father was a military general who loved knives. So Tianjin also developed a fondness for knives from a young age and collected them as he grew up. However, although he loved knives, he wasn't obsessed or willing to die for them, until one day he accidentally obtained a curved knife, and everything changed from then on. While traveling west, Tianjin passed through a small grove and saw someone fighting inside, with several black-clad men attacking a woman. He sent his followers to rescue her. The woman seemed to be injured and gradually losing strength. Just as the officials were coming to help, the black-clad men quickly fled, but strangely, the woman also ran away. This left Tianjin puzzled, but who could understand the matters of the Jianghu? He didn't pursue it and was about to leave when he noticed a knife on the ground. It was a uniquely shaped curved knife, the blade resembling a crescent moon, with an ancient black leather sheath embossed with intricate patterns. The handle was made of high-quality dark wood, complementing the leather of the sheath. Tianjin pulled the knife out with force, and a dazzling red light startled him. One of his subordinates saw this and asked, "Is this knife rusty?" Indeed, at first glance, it did look like the knife was rusty. The curved knife had a strange shape, crescent-like, but without a sharp tip, and the blade was rust-red, resembling rust. Yet the surface was unusually smooth. Tianjin immediately recognized it as a treasure knife, and it was not broken, but forged into a half-moon shape. A beheading knife. Beheading knives are typically not used for combat, but are decorative knives given as gifts or commemorative items, designed without a tip to signify that they do not represent killing. Logically, a beheading knife shouldn't be sharp, but this one was not only sharp but very keen. Tianjin didn't know who had dropped the knife, and after waiting for a while without anyone coming to claim it, he decided to take it away. That being said, the original Tianjin, while loving knives dearly, was not a greedy or unscrupulous person. He had been waiting for the knife's owner to come and retrieve it, and even sent someone to wait near the grove. However, as time passed, and the owner didn't appear, Tianjin himself began to change. Originally gentle and refined, he became somewhat fierce, perhaps due to lack of rest or adapting poorly to the environment. Sometimes, Tianjin himself felt that something was wrong. He gradually became violent and greedy, and he was always plagued by nightmares. Moreover, whenever he saw a knife, he felt no resistance and always wanted to possess it, as if his affection for it had suddenly escalated to an extreme, which led to the incident of stealing the knife from the palace. Later, Tianjin felt that he might truly have a problem. and it was at this time that Yang Kaisheng came to steal the knife. Tianjin was severely injured during that incident, and although Yang Kaisheng was captured at the time, he escaped that night. However, the matter was reported, and Tianjin feared that the emperor would think he fabricated facts to evade punishment. So in a moment of desperation, he had a friend from the Ministry of War bring in a criminal who was to be exiled to the border to impersonate Yang Kaisheng, which led to the later incident of Yang Kaisheng being branded and exiled. After Tianjin recovered, he received a light sentence and returned to seclusion at his ancestral home to recuperate. However, after a few days of peace, Tianjin unexpectedly discovered that his illness had improved. From that day on, he was no longer as obsessed with knives, as if he had returned to normal. It was from this day that Tianjin understood that all his problems stemmed from that beheading knife. It was a demonic knife that could lead a person to fall into the path of evil. Tianjin began to consult a large number of ancient texts in search of information about beheading knives. In his investigations, he discovered a type of knife called the blood knife. This knife is entirely rust red or blood red and is said to possess demonic power, forged from deep underground red iron ore. Later, Tianjin started to search everywhere and eventually found similar red iron ore in Knifeaxe Town. As for how he resolved the incident, Tianjin's method was quite simple. He had the villagers throw back the ore and the already forged knives and swords, burying them with mud. The master blacksmith who forged the knives and swords would wear thick cotton clothes and a mask to avoid contact with the knives and swords during forging. Before long, others also recovered. Tianjin never left there, changing his name and surname to settle down, all to uncover the truth behind the ore. After hearing Tianjin's account, everyone had a general understanding of the truth of the events back then. Although the matter regarding Yang Kaisheng was somewhat puzzling, it seemed that the issue with the red iron ore at the border could be resolved. I had old he bury all those iron ores as well as those knives? Ouyang asked Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu stroked his chin. Haven't those knives and ores all been transported away? Yet the illness hasn't improved. Is the red iron, or you mentioned a type of medicinal, or? Gongsun suddenly asked. Zhao Pu and the others exchanged glances. Medicinal, or? In fact, it wasn't that complicated. There are no demonic knives or ghost knives. Gongsun informed everyone that this type of, or was actually called medicinal, or mostly buried deep underground, with layers of soil accumulating above it. Perhaps many years ago, some toxic herbs grew on a certain layer of soil, and after being buried, the herbs underwent changes. Just like simmer medicine, the medicinal properties seeped into the underground with rainwater, soaking into the ore, and over time, the ore became toxic. Years later, during the process of refining and forging stone, people became poisoned due to the different medicinal properties, which made them irritable. After hearing this, everyone felt it made sense. This is also common. It's like a river that flows through a village for years, and the villagers grow up drinking the river water without issue. Suddenly, one day, there is a landslide upstream, and some toxic plant remnants buried underground are spewed out into the river. The villagers downstream, after drinking the water, become poisoned to varying degrees. Gongsun said with a slight smile, I think the cause of the, or turning red, could be a type of herb that creates illusions. There's a plant called luodan grass. Its roots and leaves are fiery red and can be used for dyeing or painting. Just soaking it in water will turn the water red. Luodan grass is actually quite common and has a wide range of uses. For instance, if one has trouble sleeping at night, a small amount can be used to calm the mind, and it can also be used for pain relief. The only drawback is that it has slight toxicity, and taking a large amount can cause hallucinations, making people irritable or even leading to death. Zhe-ing thought for a moment. Your Highness, the brothers who went to dig the ore indeed said that when they dug underground, they found many decayed bushes that were black. Any plant that has been buried for a long time would be like that. Gongsun said, while taking out paper to write a prescription, all medicines in the world are classified. Similar types of symptoms and discomfort can usually be treated with similar antidotes. The method to treat the illusion-causing herbs is quite simple. It's the same as the method for a hangover remedy, just with a larger dosage. Is that really possible? Zhao Pu seemed doubtful. Gongsun Shua opened 2 prescriptions and asked Zhao Pu to have a large amount of hangover remedy cooked in the barracks, so that every soldier could have a bowl. Then he suggested boiling vinegar in the barracks to fumigate everywhere. For those who were really severely ill, they could be put directly into the vinegar pot to simmer for a bit, and they would sweat it out and feel better. Gongsun also mentioned that the reason Tianjin and those blacksmith masters were able to escape safely back then was directly related to sweating it out after wearing a cotton coat. Everyone in the room suddenly realized and nodded, understanding the reasoning. Little Four also nodded, saying that his father was truly capable. Pang Ji saw that Bao Zhang's eyes were almost turning green with envy. So he smiled and asked, "Old Bao, what a talent." Bao Zhang not that VP thing. Truly a genius. After that, Zhao Pu hurriedly sent someone back to the barracks to prepare the hangover remedy and boil vinegar. Bao Zheng and Pang Ji continued to study the case. Everyone was busy, except for Bai Yutong, who didn't know how to proceed. There were still no clues regarding Yang Caixing's corpse, and now it was discovered that the human head was fake. The woman, who was uncertain whether she was a good person or a spy, was also dead, making the investigation seem increasingly confusing. Sitting in the courtyard of the Yamen, Bai Yutong shook his head slightly while holding a teacup when he heard a long sigh beside him. Bai Yutong turned his face and saw Zhang Zhao squatting on the chair next to him, resting his chin on his hands and sighing. "What did you come over?" Bai Yutong was surprised. Zhang Zhao was really like a cat, moving without a sound. "You have no clues about Yang Caixing, and my slight hope regarding the broken knife sect massacre case has also been shattered by Gong Sun." Zhang Zhao shook his head. "What do you mean? Originally, I just needed to find a master with quick knife skills. But now, trouble has come. Everyone could be the murderer, whether they're skilled or unskilled." Bai Yutong didn't quite understand what Zhang Zhao was saying. Zhang Zhao shook his head and told him that Gong Sun said the people from Duandao Men were collectively poisoned before being beheaded, and many of them were already dead when they were killed. Someone deliberately created the illusion of a master exterminating the clan. Bai Yutong frowned. "Speaking of which, the night watchman said that on that dark night, he saw a white figure come out of the big mansion. Dao Xingfeng and the others suspected that the murderer was you. Could it be that some enemy of yours framed you?" Bai Yutong thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything. Zhang Zhao continued to rest his chin on his hand, pondering the case. Bai Yutong glanced at the sky. After a whole night of tossing and turning, it was almost dawn, so he got up and said, "I'm going back. Isn't it going to be bright by the time you return to the inn? Just stay in a guest room. There are so many empty ones." Bai Yutong thought for a moment and felt that was also fine, so he went to stay in a guest room. Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, Bai Yutong lay on his back in bed and took out the crooked handwritten letter from Yang Caixing to read. If all the legends about Yang Caixing back then were lies, then why didn't he come out to clarify? Why such a heartfelt letter now that he is either dead or alive? Could it be forged? Just as he was lying there, he heard 3 knocks. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. Bai Yutong was puzzled. At this late hour, who could it be? "Aren't you asleep?" came Zhang Zhao's voice from outside. "I found an empty threshing ground. Zhao Pu and the others went to roast meat and drink. I can't sleep either, so I'm planning to go there. Are you coming?" Bai Yutong thought for a moment, turned over, got out of bed, and opened the door. Under the moonlight, he saw Zhang Zhao holding a jar of wine, smiling at him. Bai Yutong felt his drowsiness vanish, and he no longer wanted to think about Yang Caixing's troubles. He nodded at Zhang Zhao and went out toward the threshing ground behind the Yamen. It seemed that many people were unable to sleep tonight. Almost everyone was there in the middle of the night, including Master Pang and Lord Bao, who were drinking nearby. Tianjin was also there, and the three seemed to be reminiscing. Zhao Pu was sitting on a straw pile, with little CZ laughing and playing on his knees. Gong Sun and Ouyang were chatting and drinking below, not sure what they were talking about, while Ziying and Zhiying were making a bonfire to roast meat. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang found 2 wooden stumps for chopping firewood to sit on. Gong Sun was in front of them and turned back to ask Bai Yutang, "Have you found any clues about Yang Caixing?" Bai Yutang shook his head. "I don't even know whether he is alive or dead right now. If Yang Caixing has kept the decapitating knife, it could be troublesome." Gong Sun said seriously, "The person who forged that knife seems to have ulterior motives. They intentionally wanted to create a demonic blade that would confuse the mind, but not immediately cause madness or death. If Yang Caixing is still alive and has kept that knife, what could he become?" Bai Yutang asked Gong Sunday. "That's hard to say. He might have gone mad, he might already be dead, or perhaps." Zhang Zhao also raised his head to look at him. Perhaps he would become a completely different person with a distinct personality. As he spoke, Gong Sun took out a sketch from his sleeve to show Bai Yutang. "This is the weapon design I deduced based on the wound. Unlike standing and chopping, cutting someone lying down is exactly the opposite of my previous inference. The weapon should be thick and short." "Thick and short?" Zhang Zhao wondered. "An axe?" Bai Yutang unfolded the drawing, and as Zhang Zhao leaned in closer, both of them instinctively paused. It turned out that Gong Sun had drawn a curved knife with a broken tip, a decapitation knife. At that moment, Tianjin, who had come over to bring roasted meat to Zhang Zhao and the others, recognized the pattern at a glance and exclaimed in a low voice, "It's exactly the same shape." Zhang Zhao pointed to the few wavy lines at the bottom of the blade and asked Gong Sun, "Is this something we can confirm?" Gong Sun replied, "From the wound, It's clear that I just had a skewer of roasted meat. When I saw Xiao Sitsi running back, I grabbed him to feed him. He continued, it's also strange. This knife should be quick, but the person using it seems to have shaky hands, resulting in an uneven wound, which is why there are obvious knife marks. Bai Yutong took out the letter, unfolded it, and handed it to Gong Sun. Gong Sun stared at the letter, frowned, and said, this doesn't seem like a shaky hand caused by weakness. It looks more like a shaky hand caused by uncontrolled emotions. Bao Zheng, who seemed quite interested in distinguishing this, walked over. A weak person would write more slowly as they tire, but an excited person would write faster, so the strokes would appear bolder, and there might even be large ink blots in some places. Bai Yutong glanced at the letter and then at the drawing Gong Sun made, asking, could it be that the murderer of the Duandao sect is Yang Kaishan? This person has been hiding for so many years. If it weren't for this case, no one would have discovered him. Pang Ji couldn't understand. Why would he go to such lengths? Let's analyze it simply, Zhang Zhao said, seeming to have a different opinion. Assuming the real murderer is indeed Yang Kaisheng, then his wife sending this letter to Tianzuan means we could be sure Tianzuan would send you over. Bai Yutong thought for a moment and replied, that should be the case. Moreover, pretending to annihilate the Duandao sect would create a false suspicion against Bai Yutong, which would inevitably attract Dao Xingfeng and his group, so we can also be sure of that. Everyone nodded. This means the other party wants to lure you to find Tianjin, while also drawing the Dao Alliance's people to oppose you. Zhang Zhao curiously asked, do you know the reason? Bai Yutong thought for a moment and shook his head, feeling confused. However, two unexpected incidents occurred during this time. Zhang Zhao extended two fingers to form a fork shape and said, one, the other side definitely didn't know the emperor would suddenly draw attention to the unsolved case of the knife and Axe Town and send Lord Bao to patrol here. Everyone nodded. And secondly, they probably also didn't know Zhao Pu would come here. Zhao Pu stroked his chin, saying, except for a few trusted confidants like old he. The people in a military camp don't know I came here. So this is a variable, Zhang Zhao said. Since Zhao Pu and I arrived, has anything unexpected happened? Everyone frowned slightly and replied in unison, that surprise attack. I said, these people have such poor skills, yet they come to ambush. It seems like they were unprepared and came to their deaths, Ouyang pondered. So it was a coincidence, Zhang Zhao nodded. You're quite smart. Bai Yutong clearly understood Zhang Zhao's hint. Luring me and the short knife people here suggests they have been preparing for a long time. But such serious preparations were disrupted by a sudden idea, indicating that this sudden idea is more important to them. In other words, eliminating Zhao Pu is their main goal. If Yang Kaisheng is the murderer, he has a grudge against Zhao Pu. Everyone looked at Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu rested his chin thoughtfully, saying generally, those who want my life don't necessarily have a grudge against me, but they must be foreign tribes that have been at war with our Song dynasty. But Yang Kaisheng is not a foreign tribe, Bai Yutong frowned. Isn't there a foreign woman? Gong Sun asked, could it be that the woman didn't actually die? And the one who sent your master the head was also a disguise? Bai Yutong listened and became even more confused, wondering what kind of trick was being played. But there's one thing I don't understand, Zhang Zhao asked everyone. The other party lured you to find Tianjin. But why did they want to secretly assassinate him when they found him? After Zhang Zhao finished asking, everyone fell silent, indeed unable to make sense of it. Just when everyone was confused and perplexed, a sudden voice responded, I know. Everyone turned to look and saw that it was Xiao Sitsi raising his hand. The group was momentarily stunned, giving him a complex look. Gong Sun poked him to confirm he was awake and asked, Xiao Sitsi, what do you know? Xiao Sitsi blinked and said, it's that person who tricked Bai Bai into finding Jin Jin, but after finding her, suddenly wanted to kill Jin Jin and wasn't very prepared, right? Everyone raised their eyebrows in surprise, realizing he had a clear line of reasoning. Then do you know why? Gong Sun asked him. Because Bai Bai didn't go alone. Xiao Sitsi pointed to Zhang Zhao and then to Ouyang Xiaozheng, indicating they both went too. The group exchanged glances, summarizing that this was indeed the case. However, Bao Zheng pointed at Zhang Zhao and then at Ouyang Xiaozheng, asking whether the intention to kill Tianjin was because of the two of them or one of them. Xiao Sitsi pointed at Ouyang Xiaozheng, saying because of a C. Ouyang was taken aback and pointed to his own nose. A C? Yes. Xiao Sisimidet, seemingly pleased that this person's name was similar to his own. Why am I called a C? Ouyang Xiaozheng asked in confusion. Because your name has 4 characters. Xiao Sizi answered it. Zhao Pu patted his head and asked, so why not because of Zhang Zhao? Because the first time those men in black wanted to kill you, it had to do with you and Jin Jin, and if they wanted to kill Xiao Baozi, then it would be related to Zhang Zhao. The group fell silent for a moment. Although Xiao Sitsi's explanation was somewhat jumbled, the logic was clear, he just got it reversed. The other side wanted Bai Yutong to find Tianjin, but did not want Ouyang Shaozheng to find him. In other words, the real reason was that they did not want Zhao Pu to find Tianjin, intended to kill Zhao Pu, but did not want him to know about Tianjin's existence. Zhao Pu looked at Tianjin with great interest. Do you know any military secrets? Tianjin shook his head repeatedly. I've been a commoner for so many years. What could I possibly know? I know. Everyone looked over again, and it was still Xiao Cixi raising his hand. Even Bai Yutong was somewhat surprised. What do you know? Xiao Cixi nodded. Why does everyone start to doubt their intelligence? Because Bai is from the Jianghu, and Jiu is a soldier. Xiao Cixi seemed to think it was a simple question, wondering why everyone couldn't figure it out. Upon hearing this, the others looked at Xiao Cixi's round, glutinous little face and wanted to ask why a Jianghu person and a soldier would be different. However, they hesitated to ask, fearing Xiao Cixi would think this group of adults was foolish. Is there any difference? Bai Yutong was the first to ask Xiao Cixi. I am from the Jianghu, and the one who brings in the knife is also from the Jianghu. The other side planned it well. Zhao Pu is a soldier, and Bao Darren is an official. Tianjin used to be an official. The other side wants to kill Zhao Pu and Tianjin, not wanting them to meet. The group genuinely admired him, realizing that a great hero is indeed a great hero, not ashamed to ask questions. Xiao Cixi pointed at Zhao Pu. If they want to ask Jiu, it must be someone he knows. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Pu, as if asking him. Zhao Pu was puzzled, feeling that the key to everything lay with him, and that he had come up with this idea on a whim, causing confusion. Have you seen Yang Kaisheng? Bai Yutong asked. Zhao Pu frowned. Who is Yang Kaisheng? Let's change the question. Gong Sun suddenly seemed to understand something and asked Zhao Pu. Among the people you know, is there someone with red eyes, a violent temper, heavy dark circles, around 40 years old, with gray hair, excellent martial arts, and always carries a curved knife? Who is bloodthirsty? Before Gong Sun finished speaking, Zhao Pu hadn't opened his mouth yet, but Ji Ying and Zhe Ying suddenly exclaimed in unison. Who are you thinking of? That madman from Western Xia, Su Tol. Ouyang Shaozheng slapped his thigh. Zhao Pu also felt the possibility was high. Su Tol indeed resembled Gong Suin's description. But Su Tol is from Western Xia. Zhao Pu seemed to be struggling to understand. What does he look like? Bai Yutong asked. Zhe Ying gave a detailed description, and apart from being a bit older, he really resembled Bai Yutong's memory of Yang Kaisheng. He is indeed from Western Xia. Bai Yutong frowned. He came to the Central Plains to learn martial arts, and stole a knife, plus that foreign woman. Shall we summarize again? Zhang Zhao seemed to always be summarizing. Could it be that Yang Kaisheng's real name is Su Tol? He came to the Central Plains to learn martial arts. Everything went smoothly. Then that woman, carrying a decapitated knife, was robbed and injured, losing the knife, which then ended up in Tianjin's hands. Yang Kaisheng and that woman have a certain relationship. The two may have searched for a long time to find the decapitated knife, and, after stealing it, returned to Western Xia, while Tianjin just happened to have a fake Yang Kaisheng made. They just played along and then vanished. Zhao Pu stroked his chin, but coincidentally, he suddenly appeared in the Central Plains and deceived the Tianzuan. Perhaps, at first, he took my master as his master, not just to learn martial arts. Bai Yutong frowned. Looking at Zhao Pu, just like you came to ask me about the demon knife, the world knows my master understands knives. He tricked me and the people from the Knife Alliance to come here, creating illusions for me and the people from the Knife Alliance to fight. He must have his purpose. The group seemed to feel that the truth of the matter was about to be revealed, but, hey, Zhao Pu leaned over, crossing his arms and asking Xiao Cixi, what do you think? Huh? Xiao Cixi was sleepy, yawning and asking, what? Why did Yang Kaisheng provoke Bai Yutong and the people from the Knife Alliance to fight? Xiao Cixi was startled. Fight? Why? They wronged Bai Yutong for killing the people from the Duandao men. The Knife Alliance is the master of the Duandao men. Zhao Pu wasn't sure if he liked talking to Xiao Cixi or enjoyed teasing him, but he explained it quite seriously. After hearing this, Xiao Cixi asked, why does Bai want to kill those people from the knife? What door? He was wronged, Zhang Zhao reminded. But the wronged also have people who believe them. Xiao Cixi said, puzzled. Bao Zheng, who had been silent all along, suddenly laughed. Pang Ji startled him. Bao Zheng had been deep in thought with his eyes closed. Pang Ji thought he was asleep, almost blending into the dark background. Xiao Cixi is absolutely correct, truly clever. Bao Zheng gently stroked his beard. Indeed. Why would the young hero want to kill the entire Duandao men? The group exchanged glances, with Xiao Cixi and Bao Darren feeling as if they had found a kindred spirit. How is the reputation of Dao Xingfeng? Zhao Pu asked Zhang Zhao. Not bad. Zhang Zhao nodded. He is also a clever man. From the beginning, He found it strange why Dao Xingfeng would conclude that Bai Yutong was the murderer based on some vague conjectures and baseless rumors. Zhang Zhao turned his face to look at Bai Yutong. Do you have other reasons to eliminate the Broken Blade sect, but can't say them out loud? Bai Yutong seemed a bit troubled. I don't even know anyone from the Broken Blade sect, and I don't know Dao Xingfeng either. Could it be that your master Zhang Zhao reminded you? Could the Heavenly Sovereign have any connection with the Broken Blade sect? Bai Yutong frowned, thought for a moment, and asked what? Even if he really offended someone, he probably wouldn't remember. Bai Yutong said this somewhat helplessly. He only remembered things he wanted to remember. Everyone fell silent, continuing to think of other possibilities. However, there might indeed be some relationship between the Broken Blade sect and the Heavenly Sovereign. But it seemed to be an awkward relationship that was hard to speak of. Otherwise, why wouldn't Dao Xingfeng say anything? Father. Gongsun noticed that Xiao Cixi was so tired that his eyelids were fighting each other. So he picked him up. You're tired. Go sleep for a while. Gongsun climbed onto Gongsun's lap, struggling to find a comfortable position to lie down. Zhao Pu reached out to lift Xiao Cixi over. Spread the purple shadow fur cloak he had to shield him from the wind over his legs, and placed Xiao Cixi on top. Xiao Cixi felt much more comfortable. Zhao Pu was tall and sturdy, unlike his father, who was all bones and thin. So he found a comfortable angle to rest his head on Zhao Pu's leg and fell asleep. Everyone kept watching him, inexplicably feeling that his chubby little butt and round arms, along with his dazed look, radiated a kind of wise brilliance. Just then, Zhang Zhao suddenly clapped his hands and looked at Bai Yutong, the knife. Bai Yutong was taken aback and looked at Zhang Zhao. What knife? Yang Kaisheng initially bowed down under your master's tutelage because of martial arts, which could also be said to be because of the knife technique. Or perhaps it was for a certain knife. That woman was robbed because of the beheading knife, and later sought Tianjin also because of the beheading knife. Now that they too are acting mysterious and found the Heavenly Sovereign, stirring up trouble between you and the people from the Broken Blade sect. Could it also be because of the knife? With Zhang Zhao's reminder, Bai Yutong gently stroked his chin and pondered the knife. Zhang Zhao poked him and said, You were just speaking in a stream earlier. Why are you now speaking word by word? Everyone looked at Bai Yutong. They saw that Bai Yutong not only wasn't angry or upset, but instead looked at Zhang Zhao with a helpless expression, as if he was still thinking about how to continue the conversation. Zhang Zhao laughed helplessly and patted his shoulder. Then you say it word by word, don't rush. Bai Yutong met his gaze, while Zhang Zhao was still grinning mischievously. Ouyang touched his chin, wondering if Zhang Zhao was naturally a bit slow-witted or just really cheerful. Generally speaking, teasing someone like Xiao Cixi or Xing is something anyone would do, but who would dare to tease Bai Yutong, this cold-faced deity? However, it wouldn't necessarily be a joke to tease Zhang Zhao either. Bai Yutong and Zhao Pu had similar vibes, with Bai Yutong being a bit colder, while Zhao Pu was more domineering. So Zhang Zhao had never teased Zhao Pu. The same logic applied to Gongsun. He wouldn't go out of his way to challenge himself. So if he was going to tease, it would have to be someone at the highest level of difficulty. Ziying and Zhiying exchanged glances. Bai Yutong was quite strange as well. Was he just tongue-tied, or particularly tolerant of Zhang Zhao? Usually, he was dark and unsmiling, but when chatting with Zhang Zhao, he seemed more at ease, and he didn't appear angry when being joked with. However, the two thought about it again and exchanged another glance. Even if they dared to tease Zhao Pu, they wouldn't really provoke Bai Yutong, as his temperament seemed unpredictable and hard to gauge. But Zhang Zhao seemed to adapt very well. Perhaps that was Zhang Zhao's unique skill. Speaking of knives, Bai Yutong seemed to finally remember something and took out the picture of Gongsuan's curved knife. My master has many knives. I've also heard that the Tianzuan has a knife vault containing countless precious knives, right? Zhang Zhao asked curiously. The most famous ones are in Tianzuan's hands, including the 1,000-year demon knife Qing Shun Lin and that well-known Minghong knife. Bai Yutong was slightly taken aback, then looked at Zhang Zhao with a complex expression, as if he was thinking about something. What? Zhang Zhao felt a bit guilty under his gaze. Bai Yutong had a pair of peach blossom eyes with quite long eyelashes. Bai Yutong was clearly not commenting on Zhang Zhao's cat-like eyes and even longer eyelashes, but after a long silence, he said, My master has a knife vault with countless famous knives, known throughout the Jianghu. The Minghong knife might be in my master's hands. It's not surprising if you've heard some rumors, but that Qing Shun Lin is my master's most precious collection, and he has never mentioned it to outsiders. Very few people in the world know about this knife. My master told me that besides me, only one other person knows of this knife's existence. That person should be over 100 years old, about the same age as him, and is an old friend. As Bai Yutong spoke, Zhang Zhao looked up at the sky. Ah, Jiang Hu rumors are not to be trusted. Bai Yutong noticed his ears turning red as if he had been told some secret and suddenly pulled his wrist. Zhang Zhao was startled, and a black chain slipped out of his sleeve with 7 Buddha eye stones in the chain. Bai Yutong was slightly taken aback, and Zhang Zhao quickly pulled the bracelet back into his sleeve, rubbing his wrist while glancing at him sideways. Bai Yutong stared at Zhang Zhao for a long time. You too. At this moment, they both came back to their senses and realized they were in public. Zhao Pu looked at the two curiously. Do you need a room to discuss this privately? Cough, cough. Zhang Zhao awkwardly coughed, and Bai Yutong also touched his chin and looked elsewhere. Ziying and Zhuyin exchanged glances. The prince was indeed the boldest. Ouyang nodded. Zhao Pu was impressive, teasing two at once. Bai Xiaoxia, you just mentioned knives. Fortunately, there was Bao Zheng, a rational person focused on serious matters, who asked Bai Yutong. Oh, Bai Yutong turned back. I think I've seen my master with similar knives. Would Tianzuan be affected by the demon knives? Ziying had also heard of Tianzuan's great name, known alongside Yin Ho as the two living immortals of the martial world, with an unrivaled identity. Of course not. This was something Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong answered in unison. Zhao Pu smiled and nodded, thinking they really had a tacit understanding. Weren't these two long-lost brothers? While laughing, he noticed Ouyang beside him shaking his head, indicating they probably didn't want to be brothers. Cough, cough. Zhang Zhao coughed again. Tianzuan, known as the knife god, is also called the knife saint, possessing the purest and deepest internal energy in the world today. No knife could possibly affect him. After hearing this, Bai Yutong raised an eyebrow. Your assessment, or that person's assessment. Zhang Zhao looked at Bai Yutong with wide innocent eyes and said, I don't know what you're talking about. The people in the world all evaluate like this. Bai Yutong smiled. If he heard such an evaluation, he would surely feel very proud. Zhang Zhao stroked his chin, but he had commented before that no matter how powerful someone was, they were still second in the world. Who was the first? The crowd curiously asked Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao continued to look at the sky. Bai Yutong held up a glass of wine to help him answer. The most evil in the world, more wicked than any demonic sword or blade, is of course inner power. In his opinion, it is also the second greatest in the world. Zhang Zhao seemed to understand the spirit of the conversation and let out a dry laugh. With such a villain existing, Master Pang was curious. Who would have thought that Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong would look at him together and retort in unison that being evil doesn't necessarily mean being bad, and most of those who do bad things come from reputable backgrounds. After saying this, the two exchanged a glance. At that moment, the little fourth son on Zhao Pu's lap turned over, hugged Zhao Pu, and rubbed against him. Suddenly, in a daze, he started talking in his sleep. What a good match. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong were startled, almost dropping their wine cups. Pang Ji choked and started coughing uncontrollably, while Bao Zheng used all his strength to pat him, as if swatting a fly. Gongsun awkwardly tried to slap Xiao Cicis, and asked, What dream are you having? While explaining to Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong, he added that he had been wanting a mother all day, and in his dreams, he liked to talk nonsense, whether it was about matching or getting married. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong laughed even more awkwardly. Was it childlike innocence? Zhao Pu was helping protect the cute little bottom of the little fourth child, and the more he looked at this kid, the more he liked him. He was indeed a clever little dumpling. 15, oblivious to the surroundings, Bai Yutong mentioned that the heavenly sovereign had a similar knife, and there seemed to be a story behind it. My master has many knives in his knife vault, Bai Yutong said. He is usually very lazy, and when I have time, I go help him tidy up the cabinet. Everyone looked at Bai Yutong with a skeptical gaze, implying, Your noble son can actually clean the room? Bai Yutong looked quite innocent. What's wrong with that? Everyone shook their heads together. Bai Yutong continued. That time when I was tidying up the knife vault, I found a box that was casually placed on top of the shelf, something I hadn't noticed before. The box had a thick layer of dust on it. My master often polishes his knives, so this box probably hadn't been opened for a long time. I was curious and opened it to take a look. Inside was a regular curved knife with a sheath. Zhang Zhao held up the knife picture of Gongsun Hua and asked, Is it similar to this? Very similar. The sheath is also close to what Tianjin described. Black leather with patterns carved on it. It seemed like some constellations or arhats, but I didn't look too closely. That's right, Tianjin nodded. It's a mythological depiction of constellations. Zhang Zhao frowned and said, So what happened later? I'm very curious. He took out a knife, ready to take a look. Bai Yutong seemed a bit helpless, but at that moment, the master ran in. Seeing me looking at the knife, he casually snatched it away and said something very strange. What did he say? Bai Yutong raised an eyebrow slightly. He said, A stubborn stone cannot be transformed. It's better not to look at it. Zhang Zhao was curious. Is this the style of speaking that Tianzun usually has? Bai Yutang smiled slightly and said, I can take you to meet him when I have time. Zhang Zhao immediately nodded. Zhao Pu looked at Ouyang Shaozhen beside him with some confusion, wondering if this was really possible. Ouyang also thought it was surprisingly easy to meet a living immortal, and he wanted to meet one too. Master Pang happily approached and said he heard that the Celestial Master is the supreme being of the martial world. Bai Yutang looked at Pang Ji with a regretful expression and said, My master does not meet outsiders. Everyone fell silent for a moment, all staring at Zhang Zhao, wondering if he was not also an outsider but counted as an insider. Bao Zheng cleared his throat. He needed to remain calm and focused on the case and prohibited any jokes. So he waved his hand and said, Young hero, continue. Bai Yutang nodded, then placed the sword back on the rack, saying he didn't pay much attention to it. After a while, I returned to the illusionary island. My master sent a message via carrier pigeon saying he wanted to eat crabs, so I brought some to him. I remember it was raining heavily that day. As soon as I walked in, I saw my master sitting at the table in a daze, resting his chin on one hand, with an empty box on the table. Everyone exchanged glances. Zhao Pu asked, Is it the box with the sword? Yes, Bai Yutang nodded. I asked him, Where's the sword? He replied, It was stolen. Zhang Zhao was taken aback. Someone was able to steal something from the heavenly sovereign. Bai Yutang shrugged helplessly and said, I asked him the same thing. It turns out the other party used a very despicable method. Everyone was puzzled about what method it was. Someone sent a letter to the master saying, I'm getting married. After Bai Yutang finished speaking, he rubbed his forehead and added, Then he believed it. Zhang Zhao opened his mouth wide, and then what? The letter said that the girl was from Changzhou, so my master went to Changzhou. Bai Yutang felt helpless. When he arrived, he realized he had been deceived. Upon returning to the valley, he discovered that they had been robbed. Everyone's lips twitched, wondering how this was possible. Could it be that the supreme and invincible deity was a fool? Strangely, the thief didn't steal money or his hidden antiques, but took the seemingly worthless curved dagger from a box. Everyone was astonished at what value this curved dagger could possibly have. Zhang Zhaojun was puzzled. Among so many good swords, why steal just a curved one? At first, I thought it might be because the other swords couldn't be taken away. The sword box was made by me for my master, very sturdy, and could not be opened without a key. Moreover, the box was pressed into the cabinet using internal energy, and it would be impossible to take it out without at least half of my master's internal energy. Zhang Zhao was taken aback, thinking that there probably weren't many people in the world who could produce it. However, that curved dagger had no mechanisms. It was just lying there, and he didn't know if it was because master didn't like it. Bai Yutang felt quite helpless, but after the knife was stolen, master seemed to be preoccupied for 2 days. Even his mood wasn't great while eating crabs. Zhang Zhao felt sorry for him and thought it was quite a pity. I don't know, Bai Yutang shook his head. I want to take him out for a walk, buy some things to cheer him up, but he said this thing is being kept for someone else. It would have been better not to take it back then. Now that it's lost, it has to be found again. It's really annoying. Oh, everyone nodded, feeling it was understandable. It turned out that it wasn't the Heavenly Lord's dagger, and losing it meant compensation to someone else. So did you find the dagger later? Zhang Zhao asked curiously. My master went down the mountain once and came back empty-handed, only saying one sentence. What did he say? A stubborn rock cannot be melted, and it seeks its own destruction, Bai Yutang recalled, shaking his head. After that, my master never mentioned this matter again, and I don't remember it either. How long ago was that? Zhao Pu asked. Not long, a year ago, Bai Yutang recalled. In the autumn. Zhang Zhao nodded. Autumn crabs are delicious. Everyone exchanged silent glances, realizing that the great hero Zhang was using food to distinguish the seasons. What does that mean? Gongsun muttered to himself. The Heavenly Lord said, the stubborn rock cannot be melted twice. Is he referring to a person or the dagger? Bai Yutang shook his head. Did the Heavenly Lord have any clues? Zhao Pu asked Bai Yutang. He didn't even know who stole his dagger. Bai Yutang thought carefully, frowned, and said, speaking of which, it has something to do with Dao Xingfeng or the Knife Alliance. Zhang Zhao asked him. Once Lu Feng came to see Master and talked about the recent situation in the martial arts world, mentioning that the Knife Alliance was developing rapidly and praised Dao Xingfeng a few times. Additionally, he said he received an invitation from the Knife Alliance to attend some conference hosted by Dao Xingfeng. Bai Yutang continued. But Master told Lu Feng not to get too close to Dao Xingfeng and to avoid participating in the Knife Alliance's activities as much as possible. The Heavenly Lord doesn't like Dao Xingfeng? Zhang Zhao asked. Does he have any comments on him? My master rarely comments on others. Bai Yutang thought for a moment. But he did say that Dao Xingfeng has too much ambition, and nothing else was mentioned. Everyone nodded, seemingly sensing some connections, but at that moment, there was no evidence to confirm anything. Just then, the sound of a rooster crowing was heard. Pang Ji yawned and looked at the sky. It was almost dawn. Let's hurry back and get some sleep. Everyone then dispersed. Zhang Zhao noticed that Bai Yutong had a good habit. When leaving, he bent down to pick up the wine jar that had fallen on the ground and placed it aside. Zhang Zhao smiled slightly. Usually, a person's habits and cultivation are reflected in the details, and the external evaluations of him are somewhat taken for granted and rather unfair. Back in the room, Zhang Zhao was stretched and was just about to lie down when the door opened, and Bai Yutong stood at the entrance. Zhang Zhao raised an eyebrow. He had just praised him for his cultivation, so why did he burst in? Bai Yutong walked in and stared at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao locked eyes with him, and they remained silent for about half a tea's worth of time. Zhang Zhao finally spoke up. What is wrong? Bai Yutong placed the knife on the table and asked with a puzzled expression, Are you really? Shoo, Zhang Zhao said as he covered his mouth. With Zhang Zhao's hand over his mouth, Bai Yutong looked up at him. After a long moment, he pried Zhang Zhao's hand away and realized it was true. Zhang Zhao touched his nose and said, You should be quite tight-lipped, right? Bai Yutong smiled and replied, That depends on the situation. Zhang Zhao also smiled, seeing that you don't seem to be the type to speak ill of others behind their backs. Bai Yutong still looked confused, saying, I just don't understand how someone of your status would come to Kaifeng Prefecture to help. Zhang Zhao quickly waved his hand. I'm only helping Lord Bao investigate the case out of my own willingness, with no other intentions. Bai Yutong nodded, Then you should be careful. However, aside from me and my master, there shouldn't be anyone in the Jianghu who has the ability to uncover your background. Zhang Zhao nodded, I think so too. You should sleep. I'm going back to my room. Bai Yutong stood up, holding the knife, ready to leave. Do you think it's likely that the Wind sect sent someone to steal your master's knife? Zhang Zhao suddenly asked. Bai Yutong stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Zhang Zhao. The leader of the Broken Blade sect seems to use a broken blade. Although it's not a curved knife, before he joined the Broken Blade sect, he was a thief, and a well-known one at that. Zhang Zhao reminded him. How do you know? Bai Yutong asked, puzzled. Zhang Zhao smiled slightly. Have you forgotten who I am? Naturally, I have my sources for inside information. Bai Yutong Wen. If the leader of the Broken Blade sect stole Master S' curved sword, and then a person in white exterminated their entire clan, it's normal for Dao Xingfeng to suspect me. Dao Xingfeng seemed eager to take revenge on you, but didn't he want the magistrate to investigate the truth behind the extermination of the Broken Blade sect? Zhang Zhao said, and the one who exterminated the Broken Blade sect must not be him, which means that sword must also be lost. Dao Xingfeng couldn't find the broken sword, so he assumed I took it under Master S orders. Bai Yutong thought this made sense. If someone killed the entire Broken Blade sect and then framed someone else, then that curved sword should be in his possession. Zhang Zhao was a bit tired, leaned back against the bed, patted beside him, signaling Bai Yutong to sit down, and continued analyzing, but since both swords are already in hand, why still look for you in Dao Xingfeng? Is there a third sword? Bai Yutong sat down next to Zhang Zhao, reached out to grab a soft pillow to support his head. Besides the swords, maybe there are other things. What could it be? Can't think of it. Let us think some more. The next day, just before noon, Gongsun woke up, stretched, sat up, and rubbed his sore shoulders. He saw Xiao CZ, who had somehow woken up, pouting and resting his chin on his hand beside him, staring blankly with his little feet kicked up. Why are you barefoot? Be careful, or your stomach will hurt. Gongsun grabbed one of Xiao CZ's feet to have a look and found that the place he scraped the day before had already formed a scab. Afraid he would scratch it, he got out of bed to fetch some medicine to apply and put socks on him. When did you wake up? Just now. Xiao CZ rolled over to snuggle up to Gongsun. Daddy, when are we going back to our room? The sky is almost bright. Zhao Pu carried you back. Gongsun got up, changed his clothes, and combed his hair for Xiao CZ. Jiu, you have such great strength. Xiao CZ got ready first. And while Gongsun was washing up, the little guy was chattering beside his leg. Gongsun glanced at him. Daddy has great strength too. Xiao CZ made a face, implying that it was strange. Daddy, did you find out who the murderer was yesterday? No. Gongsun finished changing clothes and took Xiao CZ's hand to go out to find something to eat. When they reached the courtyard, they bumped into Zhao Pu, who was yawning and rubbing his neck, followed by Ouyang Xiaozheng, who was stretching lazily behind him. Sir, you're up. Ouyang Xiaozheng greeted Gong. Sunday, Gongsun nodded. And Xiao CZ rushed over to hug Zhao Pu's leg, calling out, Jiu, good morning. Zhao Pu gently lifted him up, tossing him into the air and catching him again. Good morning, Xiao CZ. Xiao CZ laughed, his two dimples showing, and asked Zhao Pu, Are we going to eat? Yes, Zhao Pu nodded. Gong Sun squinted at the scene. Why was Xiao CZ so fond of Zhao Pu? As a father, he felt a bit jealous. While they were talking, Gong Sun suddenly saw an unfamiliar figure in black jump down from the eaves and salute in front of Zhao Pu. Gong Sun recognized the attire. It seemed that Zhao Pu's shadow guards all wore similar outfits, just different colors. This one was probably called Heiying, little black. Sure enough, Ziying came out from behind, tying her hair while happily greeting. You're here pretty fast. Heiying handed a letter to Zhao Pu, saying, according to the Lord's method, the hangover remedy and vinegar have already taken effect. Everything is normal now. This is a letter from the deputy commander. After speaking, he raised an eyebrow at Ziying and Ziying as a greeting, seemingly familiar with them. He also appeared a bit curious about the chubby Xiao CZ in Zhao Pu's arms. Zhao Pu opened the letter and smiled, showing it to Ouyang. Then turned to Gong Sun to thank him. Thank you, sir, for your brilliant strategy. There's no need to raise the alarm at the border. Gong Sun was taken aback and felt a bit awkward. Why was Zhao Pu thanking him so seriously? He scratched his head and took Xiao CZ. You all chat slowly. We're going to eat. Zhao Pu found Gong Sun a bit amusing. This scholar was interesting, seemingly soft-hearted. Ziying hugged Heiying's shoulder. When are you going back? If you're not in a hurry, just stay and join us. It's lively here. Heiying nodded happily, since he wasn't in a rush to return. Let us go eat together. Zhao Pu was in a good mood, waving his hand to invite Heiying to join him, assuming he had run over without rest. However, just as everyone reached the courtyard gate, Gong Sun suddenly rushed back in a hurry. What's wrong? Zhao Pu asked, puzzled by his urgency. There's a fight. Xiao CZ Qimiding. Who is fighting? Ouyang Shaojing asked curiously. Did Bai Yutang come with someone in purple? He asked his fellow disciple. Zhao Pu raised an eyebrow. Oh, is it Yao Ziling? There are many people surrounding the fight on the street. I asked around. It seems he is fighting with someone from the Blade Alliance, and it's quite intense. Where's Bai Yutang? Zhao Pu looked around. Zhan Zhao isn't here either. Maybe isn't he woken up? Ouyang Shaojing whispered, gossiping to Zhao Pu. Last night, Bai Yutang didn't he go back to his room? It seems he went into Zhan Zhao's room and never came out. Zhao Pu frowned at him. What nonsense are you talking about all day? You have a dirty mind. Ouyang raised an eyebrow. Ah, you can see through it clearly. The Blade Alliance has a lot of people. It seems Yao Ziling is at a disadvantage. Gong Sun carried Xiao CZ to find Bai Yutang to report the news, and the others felt there was some excitement to watch, so they followed. When they ran to the back courtyard in front of Zhan Zhao's room, they found the door was not closed, just slightly ajar. Last night, Bai Yutang had planned to sit for a while before leaving, so he didn't lock the door. And Zhan Zhao usually didn't have the habit of locking the door either. Gong Sun pushed the door open and walked in, and everyone gathered at the door to see that Zhan Zhao and Bai Yutang had indeed not woken up yet. The two seemed to have talked about something last night and had fallen asleep without changing their clothes or covering themselves with a blanket. Lying side by side with their heads touching on the bed, Bai Yutang was lying elegantly, while Zhan Zhao's position was a bit more complicated, indicating he didn't sleep well. With so many people crowding at the door, the two, with their high inner strength and keen hearing, naturally woke up. Zhan Zhao rubbed his neck as he sat up, feeling pain in his shoulders. Bai Yutang also felt a bit of numbness in his arms. Sitting up to rub his head, Zhan Zhao raised his head, looking at the crowd at the door in confusion. You all are up? The others were at a loss for words, feeling a warm and affectionate atmosphere in the room. A gentleman is open and honest. His brother just had a nap. What were they being ambiguous about? Bai Yutang stood up and asked Zhan Zhao if he had a cloth for washing his face. Over there. Zhan Zhao pointed to the rack where the cloth was hanging. Bai Yutang went over to get it, then walked outside to draw water from the well to wash his face. Zhan Zhao seemed to have twisted his neck, rubbing it as he went to the well to rinse his mouth with the cup that Bai Yutang had just used. He said, what kind of wine was that yesterday? The aftereffects are so strong. Bai Yutang scooped up some cold well water to wash his face, instantly feeling much more awake. Zhang Zhao wet the handkerchief in the water and turned back to ask Zhao Pu and the others, who were standing at the door watching the two. Are you going to eat? I'm just hungry. Let's go together. The crowd opened their mouths. Zhan Zhao and Bai Yutang exchanged a glance, wondering why they still felt dazed from last night's drinking. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, Xiao Cici suddenly shouted, Bye-bye. Your friend is fighting with those bad guys. Bai Yutang was slightly taken aback and turned around. Gong Sun Kai remembered that outside, Yao Ziling and Dao Xingfeng were fighting. Bai Yutang wiped his face with a handkerchief, not in a hurry, and went back to his room to grab a knife before heading outside. Zhan Zhao quickly wiped his face clean and grabbed the giant sword before running out. Seeing that everyone was still in a daze, he beckoned with his finger and said, "Come on, let's go see the excitement." After saying that, he ran out with Bai Yutong. Gongsun stroked his chin and said, "Why do I feel a bit awkward?" "I feel the same." Zhao Pu nodded. Zhao Ying and He Ying also nodded. Only Ziying and Xiao Si tilted their heads in confusion and asked everyone, "What's awkward?" Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong ran outside, and as expected, many onlookers had gathered on the street. However, since it was a brawl involving skilled fighters, the crowd kept their distance to watch. In the open space, a fierce battle was taking place. Yao Xiling was alone, fighting against 3 masters from the Blade Alliance, while Dao Xingfeng stood not far away, squinting his eyes as he observed the situation. Zhang Zhao glanced over and waved his hand to Bai Yutong, indicating that Yao Xiling could easily handle the 3 of them. Bai Yutong stopped in his tracks, turned his face, and saw a dozen people in black not far from the battlefield, seemingly nervously watching the situation. Bai Yutong frowned slightly and beckoned one of them with a gentle motion of his fingers. A black-clad man immediately ran over, extremely obedient 5th Master. "Why did the fight break out?" Bai Yutong asked. At that moment, Zhao Pu and others who were watching the commotion also came out from the yamen. Returning to 5th Master, the young master ran into members of the Blade Alliance while having breakfast, and when he heard Wei Hong speaking ill of you, they started fighting. Bai Yutong frowned, somewhat puzzled, as it didn't seem like his character. The black-clad man also seemed a bit confused. "I don't know. The young master didn't let us intervene." Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong exchanged a glance. Although Yao Xiling was not as famous as Bai Yutong, the saying still held true. There were no free disciples in the Tianshan sect. Even the weakest one who left Tianshan was a master among masters, let alone Yao Xiling. The 3 great masters of the Blade Alliance were clearly no match for him, and it didn't take long for them to be completely taken care of. After kicking Wei Hong over, Yao Xiling raised an eyebrow at Dao Xingfeng, implying that it was his turn. Zhang Zhao held the giant sword and curiously asked Bai Yutong if he was provoking Dao Xingfeng. Bai Yutong nodded. At this moment, if Dao Xingfeng did not respond to the challenge, it would be a huge embarrassment. In terms of seniority, Dao Xingfeng should be twice as senior as Yao Xiling. Zhang Zhao was curious about his skills and asked, "Do you have any insight?" Bai Yutong shook his head, saying he had never fought against him. Zhang Zhao touched his chin subtly. Behind him, Zhao Pu and Ouyang exchanged glances, noting how well Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong got along. They were chatting so much that there was no room to squeeze in a needle. Ji Ying and Zhi Ying brought along the bewildered He Ying to watch the fun. He Ying glanced at the little CZ in Gongsun's arms, and little CZ also glanced back at He Ying. The two exchanged looks for a brief moment before little CZ turned his face to watch the fight ahead, and He Ying also turned away to continue watching. Then, both turned their faces back to look at each other again. Gongsun noticed little CZ was busy and that holding him was quite heavy. At that moment, He Ying leaned over at the right time and said, "If it's heavy, I'll hold him for you." Gongsun glanced at little CZ and saw that he didn't seem to mind, so he handed him over to He Ying, saying, "Thank you." He Ying reached out to take him, continuing to make eye contact with little CZ. Gongsun found their interaction somewhat strange and quietly asked Ji Ying, "Hey, does that He Ying know how to read faces?" Ji Ying was momentarily taken aback, and after realizing what Gongsun meant, she chuckled and winked at him, signaling him to wait a moment. Gongsun curiously waited, and suddenly, he saw He Ying and little CZ start to converse. "What's your name?" "Wei Ying." "Little He." "Yeah." Gongsun was taken aback. It wasn't that the conversation was childish, but that He Ying's pronunciation, demeanor, expression, and even tone were exactly the same as little CZ's. Even Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong, who had been focused on watching the duel, turned back to look. Ji Ying winked at Gongsun, saying, "He Ying has a nickname called Black Turtle Dove, and his mimicry skills are amazing." "Wow." Little CZ clapped. "So impressive." He Ying cheerfully offered him some candy. The crowd turned back to continue watching the battle. Yao Xiling's provocation was clearly successful. Dao Xingfeng, being the master of the Blade Alliance, would be laughed at if he didn't dare to fight back. He drew his sword in response, and a cold light flashed. Yao Xiling raised his golden knife to challenge. Dao Xingfeng was clearly much stronger than those 3 experts combined, and Yao Xiling hadn't used his full strength earlier. As soon as the two clashed, the scene turned chaotic, with sand and stones flying everywhere. The onlookers trying to avoid the fight had no time to escape, with some falling over and others stepping on people. When Zhang Zhao saw the situation, he quietly asked Bai Yutong, who was frowning beside him, if Dao Xingfeng's internal power was indeed higher than Yao Xiling's. Bai Yutong's expression was quite serious as he replied quietly, You also find Dao Xingfeng's swordsmanship strange? Zhang Zhao inquired. Bai Yutong nodded, and someone behind him also nodded in agreement. Very strange. Gong Sun turned his face to look and saw Zhao Pu and Ouyang Yixing. Bai Yutong and Zhang Zhao turned back to look at Zhao Pu and Ouyang, asking what's strange. Zhao Pu and Ouyang countered with a question. What do you both think? Zhang Zhao stroked his chin. Well, he uses a straight sword, but his swordsmanship looks more like that of a curved sword. Doesn't that seem awkward to you? Bai Yutong slightly nodded. Zhao Pu and Ouyang exchanged glances. Ji Ying chimed in. The reason we find it strange is that Dao Xingfeng's skills seem very familiar. Zhao Pu also turned around and said, if we hadn't brought it up earlier, we might not have noticed, but Dao Xingfeng's swordsmanship is clearly somewhat similar to Su Tulu. Oh, Zhang Zhao was slightly surprised and then began to stroke his chin. Bai Yutong, however, furrowed his brows because Yao Xiling was currently at a disadvantage and had not fully grasped Dao Xingfeng's skills. This person originally had deep internal power, and with his bizarre swordsmanship, Bai Yutong didn't want Yao Xiling to be injured or get into trouble, as it would be hard to explain later. He wanted to go help. However, a hand gently pulled him back. Bai Yutong turned around to see Zhang Zhao, saying, let me go. Bai Yutong raised an eyebrow slightly, as if to say there was no reason for him to go save someone from the Tianshan sect. Zhao Pu leaned in to add, his swordsmanship emphasizes speed. If you fight Dao Xingfeng and kill him, what good would it do? We can't figure out his background. Zhang Zhao has good lightness skill. If he can tie him up for 200 or 300 moves, we can see what he is really about. Zhang Zhao smiled slightly and nodded to Bai Yutong, meaning leave it to me. Bai Yutong nodded in agreement. Zhang Zhao leaped forward, his figure swaying as he moved so quickly that the shadow behind him squinted. Yao Xiling, seeing someone come to his aid, stepped aside to catch his breath. He had just exerted himself by taking on multiple opponents and was somewhat overwhelmed when he suddenly faced Dao Xingfeng. Originally, his intention was merely to test Dao Xingfeng's skills. Having achieved that, he expected Bai Yutong to come to help. However, he never anticipated that the one assisting him would be Zhang Zhao. He couldn't help but frown slightly and glance back at Bai Yutong, who was focused on the fight between Zhang Zhao and Dao Xingfeng. Zhao Pu, on the other hand, exchanged a glance with Yao Xiling, their eyes reflecting a bit of complexity. Yao Xiling sheathed his sword and turned to leave with a few concerned subordinates. After walking quite a distance, he looked back and noticed that the battle was still ongoing. Compared to Dao Xingfeng's earlier smugness, he now seemed quite anxious. If Yao Xiling's departure had been somewhat out of frustration, now he felt that he really had nothing to do with the situation anymore. Although Zhang Zhao had long heard of the great name, this was the first time he had seen him fight. Compared to Bai Yutong, Zhang Zhao did not give the impression of being an exceptional martial artist. Perhaps he was too affable and lacked any killing intent. However, after the giant blade was drawn, he transformed completely. Yao Xiling was somewhat surprised. Zhang Zhao was young, yet his calmness and composure could only be attributed to extraordinary talent. Or he must be a disciple of a renowned master and experienced in countless battles. Yet, he found it hard to believe that Bai Yutong, at such a young age, possessed such high internal energy because he had received it from the heavenly sovereign. Zhang Zhao appeared to be of a similar age to Bai Yutong. So how could he have such high internal energy? Was there another heavenly sovereign in the world? Moreover, even if Zhang Zhao had been fighting since birth, how many battles could he have fought? Why was he able to handle an opponent of Dao Xingfeng's caliber as if he were playing with a child? Clearly, he was not using all his strength, yet could toy with Dao Xingfeng effortlessly. Behind Bai Yutong, Ouyang Xiaojin couldn't help but whistle, exclaiming that one should not judge a person by appearances. Zhang Zhao was definitely a formidable character. Zhao Pu noticed that Bai Yutong was silent and focused on the battle, his eyes fixed intently on Zhang Zhao, naturally paying attention. He glanced at Yao Xiling in the distance, and suddenly reminded Bai Yutong, your fellow disciple has left. Bai Yutong was slightly taken aback, seemingly confused. What fellow disciple? The people behind Zhao Pu felt a pang of sympathy for Yao Xiling, and Zhao Pu gestured towards the distance. Bai Yutong looked again at Zhang Zhao's battle situation, confirming that he had the upper hand, then turned to see Yao Xiling looking back at him, their eyes meeting. Yao Xiling felt a bit awkward. Bai Yutong remained composed, and when he saw him about to leave, seemed a bit puzzled, but did not say much, probably because he had urgent matters, and turned back to continue observing the battle. Ouyang made a face at Ji Ying beside him, remarking on how cold-hearted Bai Yutong was. Ji Ying pointed to Bai Yutong's expression as he watched Zhang Zhao's fight, suggesting that he didn't seem cold-hearted at all. It was just that he had a cold demeanor towards certain subjects. The shadowy figure holding Xiao Cixi swayed and hummed, finding it interesting. Yao Xiling fell helpless. He understood that Bai Yutong's indifference was justified. It would be strange if he showed any emotion. He indeed had pressing matters to attend to. So he gestured to Bai Yutong to say goodbye. Bai Yutong nodded slightly. Yao Xiling then left with his companions, not returning to the inn, but departing from Daofu town. Meanwhile, the match had already determined a victor. Zhang Zhao's lips curled slightly, as if he had already obtained the answer he sought. Your Highness, Ouyang patted Zhao Pu on the shoulder, asking if he had figured it out. Zhao Pu raised an eyebrow, replying, of course, if I couldn't figure it out, I would be a fool. As he finished speaking, Gong Sun shot him a disgruntled look. Zhao Pu was startled and laughed awkwardly. Well, those who don't know martial arts don't count. Gong Sun's expression softened slightly. Bai Yutong nodded at Zhang Zhao, who lightly blocked Dao Xingfeng's blade and retracted his sword. Seeing that Dao Xingfeng was persistent, he kicked the hilt of the precious sword in his hand. Dao Xingfeng was taken aback. He had never seen anyone deal with a sword like that. The kick hit the mark, nearly causing him to injure himself with his own weapon. Dao Xingfeng quickly leaned back, stepping back several paces to steady himself, frowning at the sight of Zhang Zhao, who had already jumped out of the ring, brushing off the dust from his clothes, appearing unperturbed and breathless. Suppressing his internal energy, Dao Xingfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, realizing that the later generation was indeed surpassing the earlier ones. Zhang Zhao was truly living up to his reputation. Deep and unfathomable. What is all this commotion? At that moment, at the entrance of the yamen, Bao Zheng walked out, followed by the yawning Pang Ji. After all, they were older and not suited for staying up late. Having slept late the previous night, they were feeling sluggish this morning, awakened by the ruckus outside. And upon seeing Dao Xingfeng causing trouble, they were somewhat irritated. Knowing he had no chance of winning, Dao Xingfeng shifted his approach, saying, I just wanted to ask about the progress of the case. Bao Zheng was a meticulous person. Not knowing the ins and outs, he naturally wouldn't speak recklessly. He glanced at Zhang Zhao, as if inquiring about the situation. Zhang Zhao helped to answer, Dao Mengzhu, to be honest, we have indeed found some clues, but the more we investigate, the more we discover that there are hidden truths. That's why we were trying to contact Tianzuan, just like Brother Bai suggested. Dao Xingfeng was slightly taken aback, his expression not very natural, and asked, what does this have to do with Tianzuan? As far as I know, it is quite significant. Zhang Zhao noticed his reaction and guessed that his previous speculation was not far off. Regarding the matter of the stolen knife, even if Dao Xingfeng was not the one who did it, he was still an informed party. If someone stole his belongings, wouldn't it concern him? Clearly, a moment of hesitation flashed in Dao Xingfeng's eyes. After pondering for a while, Dao Xingfeng finally raised an eyebrow and said, then I will await good news. After speaking, he seemed to have something on his mind and hurriedly left with the injured Wei Hong and others. The onlookers gradually dispersed as well. Bao Zheng signaled for Zhang Zhao to come in and speak, so everyone went to the study in the yamen. Bao Zheng then asked what had happened. After everyone roughly recounted the events that had just transpired, they began discussing their findings during that time. I noticed that Dao Xingfeng's swordsmanship is very similar to Su Tulu's, but it's the opposite. Zhao Pu was the first to say. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong thought for a moment and said together, we don't know about the martial arts sect, but it's true that he has gone into a devilish state. After saying this, everyone looked at each other. Gong Sun raised his hand. I thought of something. I also thought of something. At this moment, Xiao Cixi also raised his hand. The group's gaze shifted between Xiao Cixi and Gong Sun before finally settling on Xiao Cixi. Good, what did you think of? Gong Sun's face was dark, even darker than Bao Zheng's. Xiao Cixi blinked. We haven't had breakfast yet. After a moment of silence, everyone looked at Gong Sun again. What insights do you have, sir? Gong Sun was both amused and exasperated. I don't know martial arts, but just now, when that knife-wielding Feng fought with Brother Zhang, I noticed that some of his knife techniques were similar to those in the case of the extermination of the Duandao sect. However, just like Zhao Pu said, they were the opposite. This also surprised Zhao Pu. Gong Sun narrowed his eyes. Do you suspect my medical skills? Zhao Pu quickly shook his head. Whatever you say is right. Gong Sun nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Pu saw Xiao Cixi and nodding in agreement, thinking that to deal with his father, one must use such a compliant attitude. Those who follow will prosper, while those who oppose will perish. The shadow squinted at Ji Ying and Zhe Ying. These scholars, what is their relationship with the prince? Zhe Ying touched his nose, borrowing a phrase from Zhang Zhao. It's subtle. So all the doubts lie with Su Tulu. If he really is Yang Kaisheng, Bai Yutong asked. What happened to him? Where is he now? Indeed, After arriving at Daofu town, there has been no sign that Su Tulu is also here. Ouyang frowned. After all, he is a general. How could he hide so well? Otherwise, let's interrogate those men in black, Zhe Ying suggested. But I looked at their situation yesterday, and they don't seem to be from the Western Xia. It's useless. These people are death warriors. Zhi Ying shook his head. Interrogation won't tell you anything. Everyone started to worry about where to find people and clues. It seemed that everything was ready, but they were missing just a little bit of the east wind. The crucial clue was not found. At this moment, Xiao Cici asked Gongsun, "Father, are you looking for someone?" "Yes," Gongsun nodded. "This is the Yamen, right?" "Yes." Gongsun nodded again. "Do you know what that person looks like?" Everyone looked at Zhao Pu and then at Bai Yutong. Both nodded, indicating they knew. "Then why not draw a likeness to catch the person?" Xiao Cici tilted his head and asked, "Aren't Yamen usually like this to catch criminals?" After Xiao Cici's words, everyone fell silent for a moment. Pang Ji slapped his thigh, right? Everyone scratched their heads, realizing that the saying, "a single word awakens a dreamer," was true. How could they not think of such a simple method? Bao Zhang stroked his beard. There must be something wrong with the water and soil in Daofu town. How come the adults suddenly became foolish while the children are so clever? The subsequent matters would be handled by Bao Zhang and Pang Taishu. And they sent everyone to have breakfast. Zhao Pu picked up Xiao Cici. "What do you want to eat?" "Soup dumplings." Xiao Cici was already hungry. Zhao Pu happily took Xiao Cici to have breakfast, while Gongsun chased after them, as if Xiao Cici had forgotten who his father was. Zhan Zhao and Bai Yutong also stood up. Ouyang smiled and walked to the two of them, saying that Yao Xiling had left. Bai Yutong nodded. He probably still had things to do. He seemed quite angry when he left. Bai Yutong was slightly taken aback. Zhan Zhao was also curious. The two exchanged a glance and asked in unison, "Why is he angry?" Ouyang stroked his chin, shook his head, and muttered to himself as he walked outside. The road ahead is long and quite subtle. After breakfast, they returned to the Yamen, and the sketches were basically completed. Lord Bao didn't he know if he had drawn them himself or found a good painter. In any case, the portraits based on Zhao Pu and Bai Yutong's descriptions looked quite similar. Zhao Pu looked at the portrait from Su Tulu and thought it was quite alike, but the gaze should be a bit fiercer. Bai Yutong looked at Yang Caixing's portrait and thought it was acceptable, but the gaze seemed less fierce. Gongsun observed the two and noted that the portraits actually depicted the same person with different hairstyles and outfits. With their comments, one seemed fierce while the other appeared gentle. Bai Yutong and Zhao Pu were merely speculating while looking at the portraits, unsure of their accuracy. Gongsun helped to revise the portraits according to the requirements, and, after finishing, they looked at them together. Both Bai Yutong and Zhao Pu felt that they resembled the person they knew, but no matter how they looked at it, the two portraits did not depict the same person. Zhan Zhao was holding Xiao Sizai, watching the excitement from behind. Once the drawings were finished, Xiao Sizai held up a portrait, looking left and right, and exclaimed, "I've seen this person before." Everyone was taken aback and gathered around, discovering that Xiao Sizai was referring to a portrait of Su Tulu. Since Xiao Sizai had a different line of sight from everyone else, it was indeed possible for him to see someone whom others did not notice. Usually when he followed the crowd, he looked halfway, but while being held, he sometimes looked up, and in all directions, his field of vision was much broader than everyone else's. Su Tulu had distinct features, so if Xiao Sizai had seen him and remembered him, it was not surprising at all. "Where did you see him?" Zhan Zhao quickly asked. Xiao Sizai tilted his head, thinking for a long time. "I think it was called something Flower Tower." Everyone was stunned. "What Flower Tower?" Bao Zhang called over an old constable, who, upon hearing it, asked, "Is it the Wanu Tower?" Xiao Sizai scratched his head. "Is it a Wan character?" The crowd looked up together, realizing it was a typical name, and they immediately knew what it was for. "Is it a brothel?" Zhao Pu asked curiously. The old constable nodded. "It's the only one in Daofu town." As they spoke, everyone looked at Xiao Sizai, wondering how he had seen Su Tulu at the Wanu Tower. Could it be? Realizing this, they all looked at Gongsun in surprise. Gongsun was startled, seeing the complex expressions from everyone staring at him, and he hurriedly said, "I've never been there." Zhao Pu raised an eyebrow. "What is there to be afraid of admitting if you have? You're a man, it's no big deal." Before Zhao Pu could finish his sentence, Gongsun stepped on him hard a few times and then chased him down to beat him. Everyone exchanged glances, surprised that the only one who had hit Zhao Pu was Gongsun. Zhao Pu couldn't fight back, or rather, he never thought to fight back. He just dodged and teased Gongsun. "By the way, what does your mother look like? I want to see your taste." "Ow!" Gongsun, with his hands hurting from the beating, took out a needle and poked Zhao Pu. "Wow." Zhao Pu rubbed his shoulder. Are you okay? Is there poison in that needle or something? Yes, it'll kill you. Gongsun raised his foot to kick him, but missed as Xiao Sizai behind him grabbed his collar. Daddy, that's not good. After being stopped by Xiao Sizai, Gongsun calmed down a bit, and everyone realized that Gongsun had quite a temper and could easily lose control, but Xiao Sizai always managed to stop him. Zhao Pu grabbed Ouyang Xiaozheng as a human shield to avoid Gongsun getting upset and throwing needles later. Xiao Sizai, Zhang Zhao asked curiously, where did you see this person in the Wanhu Tower? He was at the window on the second floor. Yesterday. My dad and I walked past the front of the building, and when I looked up, I just happened to see him. It seemed like he was also looking at us, but when he saw me, he turned around and went in. He looked strange, so I took a closer look. Xiao Sizai pinched his fingers, tilting his head. Is it the Wanhu Tower? Is it the one character? He knows it, but it doesn't seem to be written that way. However, at this point, no one was interested in exploring Xiao Sizai's puzzled expression anymore. They all gathered together, thinking that if Su Tulu was hiding in the Wanhu Tower, it was indeed a good choice. So who would go find him? They couldn't just bring constables to catch someone. That would alert the snake in the grass. So they could only pretend to be clients and sneak in for an undercover visit. Everyone exchanged glances and then looked at Master Pang. After all, he should be the least proper one among them. Master Pang was so angry that his nose was crooked, stomping his feet. You are going to kill me. How old am I? If this gets out, I'll be laughed at. I have high standards. Bao Zheng's mouth twitched. I should frame this statement for you. Pang Ji glared at him. Ouyang Xiaozheng raised his hand. I'll go. He looked very excited, and Zhao Pu held his forehead. Let's add a few more people. It would be right for just one person to visit a brothel, Ouyang Xiaozheng suggested. I'll go to the Xing Tower happily, he said. Zheng pulled his collar. How old are you? Go to hell. Xing was quite dissatisfied. At this time, Xiao Sizai also raised his hand. I want to go too. Before he could finish speaking, Gongsun started hitting his bottom. Everyone exchanged glances and finally looked at Zhao Pu, Zhang Zhao, and Bai Yutong. Zhao Pu crossed his arms. I know Su Tulu, so let us go together. Thus, Ouyang Xiaozheng and Zhao Pu were confirmed, and Bao Zheng looked at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao raised his hand. But what he said was not that I should go, but he pointed at Bai Yutong, saying he should go. Bai Yutong looked at Zhang Zhao and asked, why should I go? Zhang Zhao blinked, and the expression on his face could be described as one of wanting to stir up trouble, as he answered confidently and assertively. Drawing attention, Bai Yutong was somewhat confused and didn't understand what he meant. Zhang Zhao smiled mysteriously, and soon you'll understand. After speaking, he clapped his hands. And it's just the three of you. Bai Yutong squinted at him and asked, why don't you go? When Bai Yutong asked, Zhang Zhao felt a little awkward and replied, well, this is enough. Not enough, Zhao Pu laughed. For people is just right, so it's settled. The others looked at Zhang Zhao, and the expression on his face could be described as shooting oneself in the foot, scratching his head and muttering to himself, I miscalculated. Miscalculated what? Zhang Zhao looked up and found Bai Yutong had come over without him noticing. No, Zhang Zhao puffed out his chest, raised his hand to pat it, but ended up coughing a bit too hard. He dropped a line, I don't care, and walked out. Where are you going? Bai Yutong curiously asked him. To the brothel. Zhang Zhao squinted at him. You're too scared to go, Bai Yutong said, sharing a moment of amused eye contact before finally speaking. The brothel isn't open during the day. Zhang Daxiao felt awkward, touched his nose, and said, I'll go help with putting up the pictures. After saying that, he dashed out. Bao Zheng stroked his beard and chuckled, shaking his head as he said to Bai Yutong, Zhan Huai's personality is still quite shy. When I had him patrol the streets, he went to several places in Kaifeng Mansion known for their entertainment, and it was said he was quite flustered. Bai Yutong raised an eyebrow, seemingly very interested. In what way was he flustered? Bao Zheng smiled mysteriously, revealing a set of white teeth. You'll know in a bit. It's quite amusing. After saying that, he walked away with a mischievous grin. Xiao Cizi wrapped his arms around Gongsuin's neck and pouted, Daddy, what fun thing are Jiao and the others going to do? Aren't we going? Gongsun felt awkward, wondering how to explain it to him. When Zhao Pu reached over and picked up Xiao Cizi, saying, Xiao Cizi, how about I take you to see something interesting? Okay. Xiao Cizi clapped his hands without thinking. Gongsun kicked Zhao Pu hard to get his son back, taking him into the house. Zhao Pu rubbed his leg where he had been kicked, mumbling, what's wrong with this scholar? He is so young and has a child, but he won't let the child see the world. Bai Yutong glanced at Zhao Pu. Xiao Cizi isn't Gongsuin's biological child. Everyone was taken aback, then remembered that Bai Yutong and Gongsun were old acquaintances, so they asked, what's the story? Bai Yutong saw that everyone was curious and said, I'm not very clear on the details, but Xiao Cizi was picked up by Gongsun. It seems he was still an infant when he found him. Oh, everyone understood. Zhao Pu stroked his chin. That makes sense. This scholar usually seems very serious and dull, not like someone who would have a child. The whole morning, everyone put up wanted posters all over the city. This Daofu town was a small place, and it was the first time there was a wanted criminal, especially one wanted by the court, so it caused quite a stir. Everyone was discussing who these two thieves were, as they were listed for capture by the Kaifeng mansion. After noon, the sky suddenly turned gloomy, and it quickly began to rain heavily. Under the eaves of the Yamen courtyard, Bai Yutong looked up at the water droplets falling from the eaves, weaving together like a curtain, lost in thought. Just then, he felt a tap on his shoulder. A sweet, crisp laughter followed, the kind unique to children. Bai Yutong turned around to see Zhao holding Xiao Cz, who had clearly been the one to tap him. Bai Yutong looked at the two of them, his expression softer than he could understand. Zhao walked to Bai Yutong's side, placing the little fourth son on the bench in the corridor. The little fourth son clung to the back of the chair, reaching out to catch the falling raindrops. Zhao and Bai Yutong stood side by side for a while. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, Zhao asked, "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Bai Yutong looked at him and said, "Guess. Is there a reward if I guess right?" Zhao smiled. "What reward do you want?" Bai Yutong asked slowly. "Well, I heard that the crabs from Xiankong Island are particularly famous." Bai Yutong was a bit surprised, then smiled slightly. "The seafood from Xiankong Island is great. Crabs, shrimp, snails, and abalone are all very good." Zhao's eyes brightened a few degrees. No wonder. No wonder what? Bai Yutong felt a bit confused. Zhao really wanted to say that a place nourishes its people, and Bai Yutong clearly grew up eating seafood. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. "You guessed it right. I will provide you with seafood," Bai Yutong replied. "How long will you provide it?" Zhao asked curiously. "As long as you want to eat, you can eat for as long as you want," Bai Yutong shrugged slightly, "until you get tired of it." "Oh, I've loved eating seafood since I was a child. I probably won't get tired of it in this lifetime," Zhao reminded him. "You'll be a loss." Bai Yutong said generously, "It's fine. If you want to eat, go ahead and eat for a lifetime." Zhao squinted his eyes, looking at Bai Yutong with a mix of surprise and happiness, and asked with a smile, "Are you really casually promising someone a lifetime?" Bai Yutong shook his head and replied, "Of course not. Otherwise I would be quickly eaten poor." Zhao crossed his arms and said, "Oh, let's talk after you guess correctly." Bai Yutong thought for a moment and asked, "What if you guess wrong? Do I get prize?" Zhao raised his face and replied, "I feel like I would be at a disadvantage here." Bai Yutong reached out and pulled the little four who had his sleeves wet from hanging over the railing a bit closer, but his eyes were still on Zhao. "Does Changzhou have any specialties?" Zhao twitched the corner of his mouth, and after a moment's thought, asked, "What do you like to eat?" Bai Yutong frowned slightly. "Something like wine, I suppose." "That's easy then," Zhao said, crossing his arms and gently nudging Bai Yutong's arm with his elbow, a knowing look on his face. "You know my old man is a wine enthusiast. At most, I can provide you with good wine for a lifetime." Bai Yutong glanced at him and nodded, "Deal. But you can't go back on your word. If I guess correctly later, you can't say I guessed wrong," Zhao said cautiously. Bai Yutong nodded. In front of them, Xiao Cizai was wiping his hands with a handkerchief while listening to Zhao and Bai Yutong's conversation. He scratched his head, wondering what lifetime promise they had made. "Are you guessing?" Zhao looked at the increasingly heavy rain. "Is it that saying from your master about the unyielding rock?" Bai Yutong was slightly taken aback, looked at Zhao, and nodded in appreciation. "Very clever. You've guessed half of it. What is the other half?" Zhao asked curiously. Bai Yutong nodded. "Do you want to keep guessing?" Zhao stroked his chin. "It's quite difficult. Then I guess I can only provide crabs for half a lifetime." "No." Zhao had objections. "You can't be so straightforward in business. Buy half and give half for free. Wouldn't that be a loss?" Bai Yutong chuckled. "At worst, we could trade goods." Zhao said, "You provide me with crabs, and I'll provide you with good wine." Bai Yutong thought for a moment. "Sounds reasonable." Little Fourth scratched his head. "Another lifetime? That'll be 2 lifetimes." He counted on his fingers to figure out how many lifetimes it would actually be. "Besides thinking about your master, what else are you thinking about?" Zhao asked. Bai Yutong was silent for a moment. "I was thinking, does my master know that Yang Caixing's letter is fake? That's indeed worth considering." Zhao clasped his hands behind his back. "Your master did tell you to bring back Yang Caixing's body. If he doesn't know, that's one thing. But if he does know, wouldn't that mean he asked you to kill Yang Caixing?" Bai Yutong frowned slightly. "He spoke to me very seriously when he said that. The heavenly sovereign shouldn't be a serious person, right?" Zhao asked. "Occasionally. At first, I thought he was sad because his disciple died. But now that I think about it, he might also be angry." Bai Yutong felt a bit troubled. "It's really hard to figure out." Zhang Zhao also sighed yes. The old man had a face full of empathy. Thus, the heavy rain continued all afternoon, and Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong stood in the corridor for the whole afternoon, exchanging words about who knows what, while several little girls in the distance kept peeking at them. The rain curtain was far away, yet one could still see the smiles on their faces. A bit further away, at the window of a guest room, Zi Ying rested his chin on his hand, shaking his head and sighing. Ah, Zhou Ying and Ouyang both asked him, "What's up?" Zi Ying clicked his tongue. Little CZ is really adorable. Zhou Ying and Ouyang exchanged a speechless glance, realizing that they were once again focusing on the wrong thing. At that moment, little CZ was swinging his legs and counting with his fingers how many lifetimes it had been. They went from talking about crabs to crab roe buns, from pear blossom wine to apricot blossom wine, busy with their lives. By the time the rain stopped, it was already dark. The night sky after the rain was exceptionally clear, with countless stars twinkling. The group went out, heading to the Wanhua building to investigate the case. Zhao Pu appeared calm. Ouyang was full of enthusiasm. Bai Yutong still had a blank expression, while Zhang Zhao looked somewhat tragic. Gongsun carried little CZ to the door to send off the four. Once they were far away, Gongsun couldn't help but laugh and cry, wondering if these four would cause any trouble. Carrying little CZ to Bao Zheng's study, Bao Zheng was currently writing a memorial. Suddenly, little CZ tilted his head, pointed at a character on the memorial, and asked Bao Zheng, "What is this character, little Baozi?" Bao Zheng looked and replied, "Jiang." It really wasn't T1. Little CZ scratched his head. Gongsun was taken aback. What? Little CZ blinked, pouting. That's not Wanhua Lu, it's Jiang Hua Lu. Gongsun's mouth dropped open. Jiang Hua Lu. The little maid who brought in tea overheard this. Jiang Hua Lu is a Qin pavilion, a place to drink tea and listen to music. Very elegant. Does the sir want to go? At this moment, Bao Zheng also opened his mouth wide, revealing his white teeth, startling the maid so much that her hand trembled, almost dropping the cup. So Jiang Hua Lu isn't a brothel? Pang Ji asked. Of course not. The little maid shook her head vigorously. It's full of respectable people inside. The group exchanged glances, realizing that they had inadvertently wandered into a brothel. The brothel has always been a mysterious place, with different customs and habits in various regions. And the courtesans vary from person to person. Some are warm and welcoming, while others are cold and indifferent. Ultimately, it is still a place for men to seek pleasure, although there are some men who have never been, like the four who were going this time. Zhao Pu had never been to a brothel, which isn't surprising. Although he looked a bit like a rogue, he is, after all, a legitimate prince and a marshal. To put it frankly, Zhao Pu looks much more like a ruler than Zhao Zhen does. According to several old officials, his aura is even more imposing than that of the founding emperor back in the day, though such remarks come with consequences. However, even a rogue has principles. At first glance, Zhao Pu seems to be the type of rogue with standards, a high-minded scoundrel, and at ISNT surprising that he has never been to a brothel. Ouyang Xiaozheng looks like someone who would seek pleasure in a brothel, with his baby face and always playful demeanor. However, he has indeed never been, and the reason is even simpler than Zhao Pu's. On one hand, he had strict upbringing as a child, with his parents not allowing him to go. Later, when he was at the border, there were no brothels. But Ouyang has always had big principles and small principles. The big principle is to stick with Zhao Pu, while the small principle is that he has basically no principles. Thus, he wouldn't mind trying anything if the opportunity arose. Visiting a brothel to see pretty sisters would also be an interesting thing to do, especially since it wouldn't cost him anything. As for Bai Yutong, it's hard to say whether he has been to a brothel. In the martial world, Bai Yutong is known to be very popular with women. Several famous beauties claim to be his friends, but how they met is a mystery to most. Even famous courtesans from several well-known brothels claim to be his friends. Yet no one has ever seen Bai Yutong actually enter any brothel or appear in any establishment, so no one knows if it is rumor or fact. Moreover, looking at Bai Yutong's face, he really doesn't seem like the type who would visit a brothel, as such an entrance would likely cause quite a stir. And it's hard to say whether he would be there to take advantage or to be taken advantage of. Finally, regarding Zhang Zhao, he often goes to brothels. But of course, it's not for seeking pleasure, it's for investigating cases. Therefore, he also isn't someone who has truly visited a brothel. Courtesans have a very dangerous profession. Besides the inherent dangers, one can never be sure what kind of strange clients they might encounter, including possibly being a target of imperial court criminals or notorious bandits. When Zhang Zhao first entered the martial world, he had no fear of brothels. After all, he could just avoid the women on the first floor. However, after entering Kaifeng and mingling with Lord Bao, he often had to visit brothels to investigate cases. It was during these visits that he realized what it meant when people said women were fiercer than tigers. He also fully understood that the first requirement for being a constable was not having good martial arts or strong analytical skills, but rather having thick skin. Unfortunately, he was a cat with skin so thin it was almost transparent. When the girls surrounded him, his ears turned red, and after a few words, his face would flush as well. When the girls collectively said he was handsome, he would become embarrassed and bow to thank them, saying it was an exaggeration. Thus, the girls would call him cute, and he would busy himself with thanking them and waving his hands, insisting he didn't deserve it. As a result, the girls would often reach out to him directly, and he would use his lightness skill to fly away. At that moment, the crowd would often become agitated, with Wang Chao, Ma Han, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu stepping up to act as human shields for him, unable to stop those girls who, despite being gentle, had been stirred by their maternal instincts. From then on, the brothel left a serious shadow over Lord Zhang. Although he felt somewhat secure this time, after all, Bai Yutong was with him. The four of them walked side by side, each with different expressions. Zhao Pu was his usual carefree self. Ouyang Xiaozhen was eager to broaden his horizons. Bai Yutong remained calm and collected, while Zhang Zhao felt a bit awkward. Bai Yutong glanced at him, finding it amusing and inexplicably looking forward to Zhang Zhao's performance later. When they arrived at the entrance of the Wanhua Pavilion, to be honest, a small place like Daofu Town wouldn't have a brothel with such a name if it were particularly high-end. It couldn't compare to the brothels supported by high-ranking officials or those backed by martial arts sects in Kaifeng. However, it did have some taste. Speaking of which, business had been slow in recent days. It used to be thriving, mostly frequented by officials and nobles. However, due to some recent events in the city and the knowledge that Lord Bao was in Daofu Town, many of the regular customers had been staying home to avoid trouble and the risk of being caught by the authorities. Thus, the brothel was quite empty, with only a few workers wiping tables, and the girls were scattered in small groups, some gambling and others chatting, feeling quite bored. At that moment, a stuttering attendant at the entrance announced, "There are guests." A girl sitting by the door heard and laughed excitedly, saying, "It's been so long since we had guests. Is that why you're stuttering?" The other girls found it amusing. It seemed that stuttering was contagious these days. One girl kept pointing at the door, urging everyone to look. At that moment, the old madam from the second floor excitedly rushed down. Her plump figure suddenly lightened, and she moved quickly, exclaiming, "Please come in." For distinguished guests, many girls were surprised, wondering who would dare to come to a brothel at such a time. And when they turned to look, they collectively stared in disbelief. Leading the group was Zhao Pu, who was used to walking in front, striding confidently inside with a dominating presence. Zhao Pu was still looking around, thinking to himself that this was indeed a brothel with many women. But he wondered if Su Tulu and his group found it troublesome to live here, given the noise and the strange appearance of Su Tulu. There were so many paintings and images around. Didn't they fear being discovered? The old madam, recognizing Zhao Pu's status immediately, rushed over to greet him. However, when she looked up and saw him, she was so shocked that she took a step back. Zhao Pu, seeing a plump woman rushing toward him, glanced down at her and assessed her from head to toe, saying, "You must be the owner." The madam nodded, thinking to herself who this imposing figure was. A few girls gathered behind her, impressed that Zhao Pu had such masculine charm. Ouyang Xiaozhen, seeing that Zhao Pu nearly frightened the old madam, patted him on the shoulder and quietly advised, "What are you doing in a brothel? Be gentler." Zhao Pu frowned, thinking that he was already being quite polite. What more did they want? When the girls saw Ouyang Xiaozhen, another group of them approached, remarking on his handsome red hair. Ouyang scanned the scene, noting that there were all types of women, creating quite a lively atmosphere. However, most of the girls remained unmoved, gathering to watch the two men who entered behind Zhao Pu. Bai Yutong, dressed in white as usual, walked in gracefully, exuding the aura of a wealthy young master, leaving the girls in awe. When they looked at his appearance, they all had the same thought. This young master must have walked into the wrong place. Surely, he wasn't here to visit a brothel. Bai Yutong took a moment to assess the situation and noticed everyone standing around, puzzled, and asked, "Is there a private room?" The old madam rubbed her eyes, thinking a celestial being had descended, and hurriedly invited him upstairs. However, half of the girls remained in place, staring at the entrance. Zhang Zhao was the last to walk in. To keep a low profile, he wore a blue cloth shirt and kept his hands behind his back, trying to appear calm. The four of them each had their own distinctive presence, but there was a slight difference. The first three had strong auras that seemed somewhat unapproachable, while Zhang Zhao was overly polite and appeared very easy to get along with. At this moment, Dozens of young women from the brothel had gathered together, all looking at the madam as if asking if these were indeed guests. The madam wiped her sweat and asked again, "Do you four esteemed guests know what kind of place this is?" Zhao Pu was taken aback and looked at Ouyang. Ouyang Shaojing found it strange and retorted, "Isn't this a brothel?" A group of courtesans responded together, "Isn't that great then?" Ouyang smirked mischievously and said, "We're here as guests." With Ouyang Shaojing's response, a wave of screams erupted. Zhang Zhao was slightly taken aback as a white figure flashed before him. Before he could comprehend the situation, Bai Yutong had already reached the back of the brothel madam and was heading up the stairs with remarkable speed. A group of courtesans found themselves blocking Zhang Zhao's path. Zhao Pu was also surprised, wondering what was happening. Ouyang quickly pulled him up the stairs, but at that moment, another group of girls rushed upstairs to chase after Bai Yutong. Zhao Pu and Ouyang Shaozhong found themselves caught in the middle, while Bai Yutong, seemingly experienced, swiftly ascended to the second floor in just a few steps. Downstairs, Ouyang was hopping behind Zhao Pu, exclaiming, "Hey, someone touched me." Zhao Pu, curious, asked, "Where did they touch you?" Ouyang, feeling embarrassed, waved his hands to the girls behind him, saying, "Don't be too forward. We should maintain decorum between men and women." The girls fell silent for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Coming to a brothel and talking about decorum between men and women?" Zhao Pu shook his head, thinking Ouyang Shaozhong was being overly serious. At that moment, Ouyang darted past Zhao Pu and positioned himself in front of him, using Zhao Pu as a human shield. As Zhao Pu continued up the stairs, he suddenly felt someone pat him on the back. He turned around and asked in a deep voice, "What is going on?" The group of girls nearly tumbled down the stairs, covering their mouths, whispering, "He is so handsome, but also quite scary." Zhao Pu was puzzled, clearly feeling someone had touched him, and asked again, "Who just patted me?" The courtesans shook their heads vigorously, fearing that Zhao Pu would retaliate against whoever touched him. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Bai Yutong suddenly leaned over the railing and let out a laugh. The courtesans looked up, feeling their hearts race, thinking his laughter was too charming. Zhao Pu and Ouyang watched as Bai Yutong's gaze shifted behind them, seemingly not laughing at them, so they followed his line of sight. What they saw was chaos at the back. Zhang Zhao, who lacked experience or perhaps was just left to face the enemies alone by Bai Yutong, was in a tough spot. A dozen or so courtesans had blocked all his escape routes, and Zhang Zhao was blushing furiously. The girls, unafraid of his anger, reached out to pinch his ears, teasing, "Oh, he is shy." Zhang Zhao was startled and let out a gasp, using his lightness skills to leap directly onto the roof, almost colliding with the beam. In a flurry, he landed on the railing next to Bai Yutong. Crouching on the railing, he was still in shock, his face pale and his ears flushed red, staring wide-eyed at the girls downstairs. This expression reminded Bai Yutong of the maids from the floating island not long ago, who had somehow gotten their hands on a small black cat with white paws. The little cat was incredibly cute, with fluffy black fur, big eyes, and a round face. Its body entirely black except for its 4 snowy white paws, moving as lightly as a swallow, running along eaves and walls. That day, it had somehow provoked a group of puppies that had just been born in the kitchen, being chased around the house by 7 or 8 little dogs. In a panic, it ran into his study and hid behind the inkstone on the desk, peering out at the group of barking puppies below the table. Its expression also wide-eyed and clearly terrified. Zhang Zhao took a long time to regain his composure and saw Bai Yutong beside him, with his hands crossed over the railing, bending over and laughing uncontrollably. Zhang Zhao awkwardly touched his ear, feeling that it wasn't a loss despite the embarrassment. It was truly surprising that Bai Yutong could laugh like this. At the stairway on the second floor, Zhao Pu was stationed, and those girls wanted to go upstairs to chase after Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong, while also getting a feel of Ouyang Shaojing's bright red monk's head. But they didn't dare to because Zhao Pu was too frightening. Zhao Pu lightly clicked his tongue. "Why is it so chaotic? Line up." The girls exchanged glances. Zhao Pu pointed to the west, those in light-colored clothes over here, and then pointed to the east, those in dark-colored clothes over there. The girls split into 2 rows. Somewhat confused, later, they couldn't even distinguish between light and dark colors. Zhao Pu's mouth twitched. "Can't even tell the colors. What kind of soldiers are you? Count to 3 and then run, or I'll have you all chopped." With this one sentence, the girls instantly formed 2 straight lines. Ouyang Shaojing gently tugged at Zhao Pu from behind. "Tone it down a bit." Zhao Pu raised an eyebrow, slightly, and pointed at the group of girls. "You need to strategize. There are a total of 2 exits on this staircase. Half of those in light-colored clothes should guard that exit." The girls in light-colored clothes hurried to the other stairway exit. The remaining half stayed here to prevent anyone from jumping off. Zhao Pu continued to direct. The girls dispersed. For those in dark-colored clothes, half chased after the girl in blue, while the other half chased after the girl in white. After Zhao Pu finished speaking, he pointed to the second floor, demonstrating some authority. After being arranged by Zhao Pu, the girls' combat effectiveness instantly doubled. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang were both startled and realized they were cornered with no way to escape. The two hurriedly rushed into a private room on the second floor and closed the door. Blocking the girls outside, who were banging on the door, Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang exchanged a glance, feeling that Zhao Pu was truly unbearable. Zhao Pu swaggered up the stairs, while Ouyang shook his head, thinking that he would have Gongsun take a look at Zhao Pu when they returned. In a way, he could be considered unwell. The madam saw the commotion and accompanied Zhao Pu upstairs, asking if he was a local, noting his grand demeanor. Zhao Pu glanced at her and, upon reaching the second floor, noticed that the girls at the door had made enough noise. He said, "Let them behave later. You come with me into the private room. I have something to ask you." Most madams who ran brothels understood the rules. Some who didn't appear to be customers usually came in to gather information, often looking for someone. Upon seeing the skills and posture of the four, the madam realized it would be unwise to delay. So she quickly instructed the girls to disperse and followed Zhao Pu into the room. Inside, Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang sat awkwardly with the window open, suggesting they could escape at any moment. Zhao Pu shook his head, realizing that even these two heroes had something to fear. The maid brought tea, and the madam stood by the table, asking the four, "Sirs, what do you need?" Ouyang took out a portrait from the Su Tulu and asked the madam, "Have you seen this before?" The madam shook her head, stating she had seen the portrait outside that morning, but did not recognize the person. The others exchanged glances, and Xiao Si clearly stated he had seen it. The madam's firm answer made them wonder if it was related to the Su Tulu. Zhao Pu narrowed his eyes, examining her closely. The madam trembled with fear, taking the portrait and looking at it several times, insisting, "I really don't know this person. They look so strange. If they had come in, I would definitely recognize them. Besides, my establishment hasn't had any business these past few days. No one has come in." Zhao Pu fronted. Ouyang suggested, "Why not ask those girls if they have seen him?" Zhao Pu glanced at the madam, who quickly went out to call on a dozen girls. It seemed she had reprimanded them before entering, telling them not to be infatuated and to answer properly. Ouyang held up the portrait for them to identify, and everyone who recognized it had a thought flash through their minds. Could something have gone wrong? Just then, they heard a commotion from downstairs, followed by screams. Everyone was puzzled, and when they stepped outside, they saw a group of girls surrounding someone, with someone in the crowd shouting, "Hey, I'm looking for someone, not for women, but for 3 men." Zhao Pu found him amusing, saying, "Wow, this is quite a taste." Bai Yutang frowned slightly, thinking the voice sounded somewhat familiar. At that moment, a small figure in the crowd struggled to break free, patting its chest and gasping for breath. Wow, so many people. The three were slightly taken aback. That round little ball was none other than Xiao Si. This meant that the one being surrounded should be them, and everyone looked back into the crowd. At that time, Xiao Si also spotted the three upstairs and quickly waved, "Jiu, come save Daddy. Daddy is being bullied." Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang both twitched their lips. Who taught him that? At this moment, Zhao Pu also didn't understand why he reacted so quickly, throwing himself forward without hesitation, shouting from outside the crowd, "Damn it, let go of that bamboo shoot." With a lion's roar, many young ladies were startled and stepped back. Gongsun, who was surrounded in the middle, quickly rushed forward, not forgetting to kick Zhao Pu, which bamboo shoot. Zhao Pu supported him and looked him up and down, seeing that he was still a complete person. He sighed in relief and smiled apologetically. "What grandson? It's Gongsun." Gongsun rolled his eyes at him and adjusted his clothes. Zhao Pu raised his eyebrows, thinking, wasn't he really being taken advantage of? "Gongsun, why are you here and you brought Xiao Si with you?" Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang also came down. Ouyang picked up Xiao Si, who then said, "I told you wrong this morning. It's not Wanhua Tower, it's Jianghua Tower." Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang were both taken aback. Exchanging a glance at the Jianghua Tower, Zhao Pu felt discouraged. After all that effort to break through the encirclement, it turned out he had gone to the wrong place. In fact, Gongsun had rushed over to deliver the message after realizing that Zaya Cizi had made a mistake, but unexpectedly, as soon as he burst in, he was surrounded by the girls. Zhao Pu felt a bit disheartened. After all this, it was a mistake. "Let's go." As everyone was about to leave, Bai Yutang handed an ingot of gold to the madam, saying, "Sorry for the disturbance." The madam, holding the gold ingot, was momentarily speechless. But as she saw everyone preparing to leave, she seemed to remember something and hurried a few steps, saying, "Gentlemen, please wait." The group stopped, and turned to look at her. They saw that the previously excited group of girls had also quieted down, looking at each other as if exchanging silent glances. Zhang Zhao noticed that something was amiss. Although he was afraid of brothels, he had handled a few cases related to them in Kaifeng. Usually, these courtesans were cautious. Most of them had no relatives, no connections, and their lives were as fragile as floating duckweed in the wind. If they accidentally said the wrong thing or meddled in matters that didn't concern them, their lives could be in danger at any moment. Do you have something to say? Zhang Zhao asked the madam. The madam cautiously inquired. Are you people from the esteemed Commissioner Bao? Zhang Zhao nodded. The madam seemed to still be in disbelief. So Zhang Zhao took out the Kaifeng Prefecture's token to show her. The madam frowned and instructed a girl to close the main door. Once the door was closed, the madam lowered her voice and said, Gentlemen, we need your help. Everyone was puzzled. Gong Sun questioned, Help with what? Is someone ill? The madam stamped her foot and replied, No, someone has died, and that dead person refuses to leave. The girls huddled closer to the madam in groups, nodding with faces full of fear. Zhao Pu and the others listened with curiosity. Zhang Zhao scratched his ear and asked Bai Yutong, How does a dead person walk? 19 dead and then alive again. The madam mysteriously told Zhang Zhao and the others about a strange incident that had recently occurred. Not long ago, a new guest arrived at the Wanhou, someone they had never seen before, with gray hair and around 50 or 60 years old. Guests of this age weren't uncommon, so the courtesans still served him carefully. The guest only said his surname was Shan and that he was just passing through, not a local. According to the courtesan who attended to him, the old man was quite strange. He called her into the room, but then immediately fell asleep, telling her to sleep on the floor beside him. He had a lot of silver and was quite generous. Thus, he stayed at Wanhou for 3 days. Everyone listened with some confusion, wondering what kind of preference this was. The courtesan who attended to the old man shook her head, saying, I slept on the floor for 3 consecutive days. My shoulders are bruised from it. Why not just sleep at an inn? Zhao Pu found it strange. Isn't it? The courtesan shook her head again. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, I woke up and he was dead in bed. What? Gong Sun was surprised. How'd he die? I don't know, she replied. His eyes were wide open, and he was stiff. It scared me so much that I quickly called for help. Everyone turned to the madam and asked, How did you handle it later? Did you report it to the authorities for an autopsy? The madam awkwardly said, What kind of place is this? How could I dare to report it? First, someone died in my establishment. It's hard to explain. Second, if other guests found out that someone died here, would I still be able to do business? Everyone could understand. Usually, brothels handle such corpses by burying them directly. How did you deal with the body later? Zhang Zhao asked. I had a few staff members, under the cover of night, throw the body into a potter's field. The madam said, her face showing distress. I even had someone seal off the room where the death occurred, but who knew? What? The next night, there were noises coming from the room where the death happened. The madam trembled as she spoke. At night, I even heard snoring. Everyone exchanged glances. It was so eerie. The strangest part was the next morning when we opened the door and found that the dead old man was lying in bed, just like he was the day before when he died. Isn't that eerie? Ouyang Xiaozheng found it intriguing. Did the dead person crawl back? Oh, I was so scared. The madam patted her chest, almost fainting. And then, Zhao Pu was very interested. The madam shook her head. The person was dead. We couldn't just leave him there. I found 2 braver staff members and threw the body back into the potter's field. And this time, just to be safe, we dug a pit to bury him. But who knew? The next morning he won't come back again, will he? Gong Sun found it amusing. In this day and age, a dead person can crawl back, and it seems this dead person is quite persistent, claiming that room. Zhao Pu and the others also found it funny. You gentlemen are still laughing? We're almost dying of worry. Bai Yutong curiously asked, Why not just burn the body? Who would dare? The madam grimaced. Now he just comes to lie down every day. What if we burn him, and he comes back to eat people, or sets my Wanhou on fire? Everyone exchanged glances and asked together, Are you saying that the corpse is still in the room? I don't know, the madam said cautiously. We haven't dared to look again. The door to that room is sealed. Sometimes there are sounds from inside. Sometimes there aren't. In short, we've never gone back in. I'll go take a look. Gong Sun said eagerly, about to rush upstairs, but Zhao Pu grabbed him by the collar. Gong Sun turned back, somewhat dissatisfied. Zhao Pu glanced at Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong, thinking it seemed like a martial arts trick. Bai Yutong slightly nodded, not expressing much opinion, but asked Zhang Zhao, It sounds like a technique for feigning death. Zhang Zhao frowned, seemingly a bit hesitant. Bai Yutong, as if understanding something, gently pulled him aside and asked in a low voice, What are you thinking about? Zhang Zhao glanced at Bai Yutong, noticing that the two fingers pinching his sleeve were quite skillful. Zhao Pu slightly squinted. Bai Yutong and Zhang Zhao had only known each other for a few days, and with the way they seemed like old friends, it could only be said that they were very compatible, unless there was some prior connection. The techniques of fake death generally fall into a few categories: turtle breathing, holding breath, but judging by the old brothel keeper's description just now, it sounded like another kind of internal skill, one that reputable sects wouldn't possess. Only those in evil cults would. What kind of skill is it? Bai Yutong asked curiously. This skill is quite strange. It has never had a definitive name. But an elder once told me that its common name is dying and coming back to life. Zhang Zhao replied, stroking his chin. As the name implies, it means to die completely, to the point where one cannot die any further and then come back to life. Bai Yutong frowned. Which elder told you such a strange thing? Zhang Zhao looked up at the sky, forgetting that Bai Yutong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and also reflecting on how much his senior was. Zhang Zhao glanced back at him. Aren't you also surrounded by many seniors? Bai Yutong smiled faintly. I have quite a few seniors on my side. But unlike your seniors who all treat you as a treasure, those on my side see me as an enemy. Zhang Zhao was taken aback, and with a serious face. He whispered, I had heard that the Tianshan sect was quite chaotic, but it really is that chaotic. Bai Yutong shrugged. It's even more chaotic than you imagine. How can it be like this? Zhang Zhao crossed his arms. Isn't the heavenly master powerful enough to manage his disciples? The problem doesn't lie with my master. Bai Yutong said earnestly. If you want to blame someone, blame those prestigious sects for being so despicable. They're nowhere near as easy to deal with as those evil sections. Zhang Zhao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Pu was growing impatient, waiting for the two, who were still whispering to each other. Just as he was feeling annoyed, he felt someone tugging at his clothes. Looking down, he saw a little four with his round, bun-like face, stretching out his hands. Jiu hug. Without thinking, Zhao Pu quickly picked him up, realizing the little ancestor must be tired from standing. Ouyang twitched his mouth. Zhao Pu seemed completely unaware that he was the Grand Marshal. But he got along well with this little four. Maybe he should adopt him as a godson or something. After a while, Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong finally snapped back to reality amidst the impatient coughs from the crowd and awkwardly walked back. How did your discussion go? Zhao Pu asked. Let's just charge in. Let's check inside first, Zhang Zhao said, glancing at the sky. At this time, people are probably not around. How do you know? Zhao Pu was puzzled. If it's really the kind of ghostly trick, it would only be useful at dawn, Zhang Zhao replied, leading everyone upstairs. The room was not hard to find. It was the first one on the west side, with a seal posted on the door. The seal was intact, indicating that no one had come out through the front door. As for the windows, the old madam said she locked them before leaving. Opening the seal and pushing the door open, they found the room indeed empty, with even the bed neatly made. Contrary to everyone's expectations, there was no smell of decay or anything rotten in the room, indicating that there was no corpse or anything of the sort. Zhang Zhao walked to the bedside, checked the bedding and pillow, and found them quite clean. It seemed that someone had been cleaning. Zhang Zhao squinted his eyes, feeling the intensity of the moment. What kind of bodhisattva is this? At that moment, the little fourth son, who had been dozing on Zhao Pu's shoulder, pointed at the wardrobe behind Zhao Pu. The wardrobe was quite tall, towering over an average person by half a head, but Zhao Pu was tall, and from his shoulder. The little fourth son could see even higher. He pointed to the top of the wardrobe and said there was a bodhisattva there. Ouyang jumped up and reached to the top of the wardrobe, pulling down an object to show everyone. It turned out to be a small porcelain Buddha statue, which looked fierce and somewhat resembled a ghost-faced Arhat. Zhang Zhao's brows moved slightly, and Bai Yutong accurately caught the change in Zhang Zhao's expression, then asked him, an acquaintance? Zhang Zhao touched his nose and shook his head, saying that this bodhisattva is called the sword-casting bodhisattva. Everyone was hearing about the sword-casting bodhisattva for the first time. Zhao Pu laughed and said, I don't know him, but if it were the knife-casting bodhisattva, I might know him. Zhang Zhao crossed his arms and clicked his tongue, looking rather troubled. Zhao Pu was an insightful person, seeing the expressions on Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang's faces. He guessed there was something inside that was difficult to say in front of outsiders. So, he instructed Ouyang Shaozheng to send away the brothel girls and the old madam's servant. Only a few of them remained in the room, along with a yawning little CZ. After closing the door, Zhao Pu and the others sat down at the table, all looking at Zhang Zhao, implying for him to speak. Zhang Zhao coughed and thought for a moment before speaking. Actually, the sword-casting bodhisattva and the knife-casting bodhisattva are two Arhat statues standing back to back. I have seen the original version. The crowd looked at him, implying they were curious about where the original was. Zhang Zhao scratched his chin and tilted his head back, as if suggesting to skip this part. Gongsun glanced at the statue of the Bodhisattva taken down from the wardrobe, but there was only one here. Ever since the Demon Palace went into hiding 30 years ago, most of the 360 sects of the Demon Gate had disbanded and established their own factions. Zhang Zhao said slowly. Zhao Pu and Gongsun tilted their heads in question, asking what the 360 sects of the Demon Gate were. Bai Yutong coughed and said, "It's a matter of the Jianghu." Zhao Pu stroked his chin. Gongsun was also curious. Little Four continued to yawn. Zhang Zhao signaled to everyone not to dwell too much on this matter and continued. Among the 360 sects of the Demon Gate, there are two brothers. One named Dao Xie and the other Jian Xie, who specialize in forging evil swords and blades. They are not very famous, but they have real skills. Zhao Pu propped his chin up and said, "I only know that the righteous path has 360 traits, so it seems the evil path also has 360 traits. The 360 sects of the Demon Gate all have their own abilities, and back when they were under the Demon Palace, they were somewhat flamboyant for a while." Bai Yutong said, "However, the glory of the Demon Palace was really several generations ago. Nowadays, those evil sects have weakened, and many of them have no successors, leaving behind only a group of old men scattered throughout the martial world." Indeed, Zhang Zhao nodded. "Where there are temples, there are gods. In whichever trade you are in, you seek the protection of the gods of that trade. Cooks worship the kitchen god, soldiers worship Guan Er Yi, and those who forge swords and knives worship the Bodhisattva of knife forging and the Bodhisattva of sword forging." Gongsun, though not a martial artist, understood and asked, "So, does that mean the person who is half dead in this room is from Jian Xie? And the people of the Demon Gate's 360 trades can all come back from the dead?" Zhang Zhao made a surprising remark. "Those who practice evil arts have a few techniques for escaping death." "I see," Zhao Pu said curiously. Looking at Zhang Zhao, "How do you know so much?" Zhang Zhao looked up at the sky, as the storyteller had said. Zhao Pu and Gongsun instinctively glanced at Bai Yutong, who was sipping tea with a cup in hand, seemingly oblivious to everything. Little Four yawned again, squinting as he dozed off. "So, the one living here shouldn't be Jian Xie. It should be Dao Xie instead." Zhang Zhao shook his head, saying that Jian Xie had died many years ago, and Dao Xie had a deep brotherly bond with him, having exchanged tokens. Jian Xie's sword-casting bodhisattva was carried by Dao Xie, while Dao Xie's knife-casting bodhisattva was buried with Jian Xie in the Starry Palace behind Demon Mountain. Zhao Pu and Gongsun had never heard of this new term, the Starry Palace. Zhang Zhao continued to look up at the sky and said what the storyteller had mentioned. Bai Yutong supported his forehead, shaking his head while blowing on hot tea. "Regardless of whether it's the sword evil or the knife evil, what's the point of all this mystique? Does it have anything to do with Gongsun 1 and the case we are investigating?" "I think it does." Zhang Zhao, Bai Yutong, and Zhao Pu spoke in unison. Gongsun laughed and said, "I think so too. This time it's all about the knives." Zhao Pu shrugged, suddenly realizing that a knife demon who forged knives had appeared, hiding and dodging, seemingly avoiding someone, but had to stay in Knife and Axe Town, pretending to be dead and hiding in this Wanhua building. It was indeed the smartest choice, and even the women in the building dared not go out and make a fuss. This room had a wide view. Bai Yutong walked to the window, opened a crack, looked around, and finally pointed to a small building in the distance, which should be the Jianhua building. The others exchanged glances, hitting the nail on the head, thinking that there might be unexpected gains this time. "What should we do next?" Gongsun asked. "Should we wait here for the knife demon to return, or go to Jianhua building to catch Su Talai? Why not split into two groups?" Bai Yutong suggested. "Zhang Zhao and I will stay here to wait for the knife demon, while Zhao Pu takes people to guard Jianhua building." Zhao Pu nodded. That's fine." Just as he agreed, Gongsun reached out, picked up Little Four and placed him on a nearby stool. Waving his hand at Zhao Pu, "You should hurry up and go. No need to see you off." Zhao Pu was taken aback, squinting his eyes. "I'm going alone? Isn't Ouyang at the door?" Gongsun smiled. "I wish you success." "And you?" Zhao Pu was dissatisfied, not really knowing what he was unhappy about, instinctively feeling that Gongsun should be on his side. Gongsun's eyes sparkled. "I'm more interested in the dead and the living." Zhao Pu grabbed him by the collar. "No, you're coming with me to catch Su Talai." "I'm not going. You can go by yourself," Gongsun said, being dragged out by Zhao Pu. Little Four blinked, watching his father being carried away by Zhao Pu, and then yawned. Finally, the door was closed, a commotion arose downstairs, and the surroundings quieted down. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang exchanged a glance, then looked at the dazed and sleepy Xiao CZ by the table. After a while, Xiao Cz raised his face and looked around, puffing his cheeks as if to say that his father had abandoned him. It was late at night. Bai Yutang walked over, blew out the candle, and gently placed the sleeping Xiao Cz on the bed, covering him with a blanket. Walking to the window, Bai Yutang looked out at the quiet street through the slightly ajar window. Before long, the door opened and quickly closed again. Zhang Zhao stood at the door, panting and patting his chest, his clothes slightly disheveled, holding a food box in one hand, looking really scary. Bai Yutang found it amusing as he was surrounded again. Zhang Zhao unhappily placed the food box on the table. They had been waiting for over an hour, and that Dao Xie hadn't returned. Feeling a bit hungry, he wanted to get some late-night snacks. However, the girls outside were watching closely, making it risky to go out. So the two of them decided to play rock, paper, scissors. And the loser would have to go out. Zhang Zhao, confident in his skills at rock, paper, scissors, didn't expect to lose to Bai Yutang today. He reluctantly used his lightness skill to fly out and buy some food. But when he returned, he was surrounded by the girls from Wanhua. Just now, Zhao Pu had apparently taught them something, as these girls seemed to have learned some kind of formation, organized and disciplined, almost capturing him. It was evident that Zhao Pu was indeed skilled in military tactics. Bai Yutang elegantly held a jade wine cup that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Leisurely sipping his wine, Zhang Zhao opened the food box and took out a plate of crab roe buns. Bai Yutang was still making sarcastic remarks, while also wondering why there was someone in this world who could win against him in rock, paper, scissors. Bai Yutang must have cheated. Are you going to eat? Zhang Zhao held up the plate to tempt Bai Yutang. Bai Yutang thought to himself that he had never been tempted by anything in his life, and a plate of crab roe buns would have no effect on him. But by the time he realized it, he was already next to Zhang Zhao, grabbing a bun, and looking at Zhang Zhao, who was also holding a bun in his mouth. Bai Yutang was somewhat puzzled about what was happening to him. Do you think if I put the bun next to Xiao Cizi's nose, he would wake up? Zhang Zhao asked with a grin, preparing to tease the bundled-up, sleeping Xiao Cizi. Just as Bai Yutang was about to speak, they suddenly heard a rustling sound from outside the window. The two quickly grabbed the food box and crouched down behind the table, and at that moment, they heard a creaking sound, the window opening, followed by someone climbing in. In the moonlight, Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang saw a somewhat hunched figure climbing in through the window, carrying a bundle on their back. They exchanged glances. Someone had arrived. Just then, in the stillness, Xiao Cizi suddenly said, "Bun." Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang were startled, and the shadow that had just entered the room seemed to be taken aback as well. Stumbling, the bundle he was carrying fell to the ground, making a clattering sound as a pile of items spilled out. Under the moonlight, they glimmered with a blood-red hue. The knife demon was startled by a murmur from Xiao Ciji and staggered, quickly realizing there were people in the room, so he turned to flee. However, no matter how fast the old man was, he couldn't outrun Zhang Zhao, who felt the back of his collar being pulled. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already sitting at the table with the window closed. As the old man was still in a daze, the lights in front of him brightened, and a young man in white stood at the table looking at him. The young man was so handsome that the old man stared without blinking. He then felt a pat on his shoulder, and a voice came from behind, making him drool. The old man instinctively wiped his mouth and realized that the person behind him was laughing at him, so he awkwardly cleared his throat and turned around. Behind him stood a handsome and charming young man, and the old man was momentarily stunned. After looking at both of them, he suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, did I enter the wrong room?" After saying that, he quickly stood up. "I apologize for the disturbance." This time, it was Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang who felt awkward. Zhang Zhao pushed the old man back down and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" While speaking, he placed the statue of the sword demon in front of him. The old man was momentarily taken aback upon seeing it, gripping the statue tightly as he nervously glanced at Zhang Zhao and then at Bai Yutang and asked, "Which side are you on?" Zhang Zhao glanced at him and showed him the Kaifeng Prefecture's token. The old man let out a long sigh of relief and patted his chest, realizing that he was from the Yamen, which was good. "Why are you acting all mysterious and hiding in the Wanhua building?" Zhang Zhao asked him. "Are you the knife, evil old man?" The old man was taken aback again, scratching his head and looking at Zhang Zhao. "Ah, such a young age, and you already know who I am. Little kid, who are you?" Zhang Zhao pointed to himself. "Zhang Zhao." The old man was clearly startled. Then Zhang Zhao pointed to Bai Yutang. The old man gasped, though. Just then, the little boy sleeping on the bed seemed to be disturbed and turned over, letting out a grunt. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang both looked at the old man and shushed him. The old man quickly covered his mouth. Once the little boy was back to sleeping soundly under the covers, they relaxed. Zhang Zhao lowered his voice and asked him, "Are you avoiding someone?" "Hey, slow down. Slow down, both of you young heroes. Dao Xia waved his hand first, glanced at Bai Yutong, and then asked him, "You are a disciple of the Heavenly Master, aren't you?" Bai Yutong nodded. "That's good then." The old man patted his own chest. "Now, you both are well-known figures in the martial world, no need to ask. The Kaifeng Prefecture is definitely investigating the case of the extermination of the knife sect, and it's not me who told you the clues. You both must ensure my safety." Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang exchanged a glance, nodded, and agreed to the old man's conditions. The old man sighed deeply, saying nothing. Once a person falls into misfortune, even drinking cold water can get stuck in their teeth. I was inexplicably caught up in this incident and almost lost my life. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang were a bit excited as they both glared at him and glanced at the little CZ on the bed. The old man quickly lowered his voice and then curiously looked at the bed again. He had noticed that there seemed to be a chubby baby lying on the bed, but hadn't he looked closely before? However, now with the light of the night, he could see that the little baby was truly adorable, with a pink, chubby face, a small mouth, a small nose, and long eyelashes. The old man paused for a moment, trying to find something to say to Zhang Zhao. "TSK, the eyes look like yours." After finishing his sentence, he ignored the astonished Zhang Zhao and turned to Bai Yutang. "The chin looks like yours." After a brief pause, Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang finally snapped back to reality and shouted at the old man awkwardly, "Shut up." The shout was a bit louder than intended, causing little CZ to grunt softly. The old man quickly shushed them and curiously asked, "Which one of you is the dad and which one is the mom?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Zhao grabbed his ear and Bai Yutang grabbed the other one. The two of them didn't care about any hierarchy. The old man's indiscreet remarks resulted in his ears turning red and swollen, looking like they were flapping in the wind, covering his ears. The old man felt quite depressed, thinking, "If it's not yours, just say so. How would I know? Seeing how nervous you both are about this baby. I thought it was yours." Zhang Zhao gave a glance. How could two men give birth? The old man was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, right? Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang exchanged a glance, both at a loss for words, starting to worry whether they could trust what the old man would say later. It felt a bit confusing. Speaking seriously, Bai Yutang urged Dao Xia. "Oh, it's like this. A while ago, I suddenly noticed someone was following me." The old man crossed his arms. "And those who usually follow me have two purposes, either to ask me about knives or to pay me to forge a knife. I've been retired for many years, and Haven T forged knives for a long time, so I found a way to slip away. But later I was still caught by a few men in black. They were looking for you to forge knives," Zhang Zhao asked. The old man hesitated for a moment. "This story is long. Let me first tell you about two knives. Do you know about the decapitating knife?" Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang both nodded. What they were here for was the decapitation knife. That makes things easier. The old man nodded, and in fact, apart from the two saints, Tianzun and Yin Ho, it's likely that only I and a few old men know the origin of this knife. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang patiently listened, and Zhang Zhao even invited the old man to drink tea and eat buns. The three of them chatted and ate, and the atmosphere became relaxed. There are actually two of these decapitating knives, both of which have never been unsealed. These unopened knives are commonly referred to as Tai Dao. Zhang Zhao found it somewhat novel, while Bai Yutang seemed to have heard of it before. It seemed that the knife was not yet fully formed. Truly, as a disciple of the Celestial Master, he had knowledge of blades. Dao Xian nodded, explaining that the head-cutting knife was originally a demonic blade, a curved sword with an edge that was extremely sharp. This knife was forged from demonic iron and was very evil. Its original owner was a master from the outer regions who, to prevent the knife from ultimately falling into the hands of those with ill intentions and causing harm to the world, split the knife into two and sought out a forging expert to create two decorative curved blades without any tips. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang nodded, realizing what was going on. "But have you noticed that although the decapitation knife has no blade, the scabbard is intact?" The old man reminded them. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang were slightly taken aback. Both of them were clever enough to immediately ask, could it be that there is something hidden inside the scabbard? The old man chuckled. "Indeed, to achieve fame at a young age, it's not enough to just have skills. One also needs to be sharp-witted." "That's right. There are indeed things hidden inside, two knife manuals." Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang understood why the knife technique of the blade-wielding wind was so peculiar. It turned out there was a knife manual. It seems he only took the manual and left the knife behind. But why? The knife manual hidden within the decapitation blade is not simple, Doxy said in a low voice. Although the decapitation blade hasn't been unsealed, it is like a sealed demon, still having a significant influence on the outside world. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang immediately thought of Tianjin, who had become obsessed and swollen with greed after obtaining the knife. It was indeed due to that knife. The more greedy and ambitious a person is, the more they will be influenced by that knife. Dao Xie used chopsticks to eat a crab yellow bun and shook his head. Although the two knives were identical, one was upright and the other was reversed, which could also be said to be one male and one female. The worst part was that the two sets of knife manuals were placed incorrectly. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang were taken aback, but soon understood. This move was quite ruthless. Zhang Zhao muttered to himself that if one practiced with both the knife and the knife manual, wouldn't it lead to going mad? That was the reasoning behind it. Bai Yutang nodded, realizing that was why Dao Xingfeng only practiced the reverse technique and didn't use the knife, as he was concerned about this point. However, according to Zhao Pu's description, Su Tulu seemed to have overlooked this. Bai Yutang murmured to himself that he must have practiced the knife to the point of going mad. The Su Tulu you mentioned must be the one who captured me. Dao Xie stroked his chin, recalling that he was taken by those men in black to meet a foreigner who looked deathly pale, had bloodshot eyes, appeared severely ill, and was extremely irritable. The foreigner gave him 2 broken head knives and instructed him to use the magic or to forge them into a complete one. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang both frowned. The old man from the magic mine shrugged. These 2 sabers were forged by masters. It's not something that can be easily pieced back together. As for the saber manual, let me tell you, without inner strength and insight like that of a heavenly sovereign, it would be difficult to combine the 2 versions of the manual. Bai Yutang fell silent. This was the reason why Su Tulu had gone to great lengths to draw him and Dao Xingfeng together. Drawing in Dao Xingfeng was for the saber manual, and drawing in himself was to create a conflict between him and Dao Xingfeng, allowing him to solve the manual and benefit as a fisherman reaping the rewards. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang have already pieced the whole thing together. The other party's idea is quite good, but plans never keep up with changes. They didn't expect the sudden emergence of Zhang Zhao and his team of special envoys, which eventually led to Zhao Pu. Since you've been captured, why hide in the Wanhua building? Zhang Zhao still can't figure out some details. I took advantage of their lack of manpower to escape. You know, I have a knack for playing dead. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang both raised their eyebrows, realizing that the move of dying and coming back to life was indeed effective. That so-called Su Tulu, ambitious as he was, not only wanted to obtain the magic sword to cultivate his skills, but also sought to find the magic mine. The old man said this as he brought 2 pieces of red iron ore from the ground to the table for Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang to see. He left Tianjin behind, probably for this mineral resource. Back then, the knife and axe town was also in an uproar over the magic mine. Zhang Zhao weighed the ore and asked the old man if he had other intentions for this iron ore. Yes, after all, he is an outsider. And as the saying goes, each serves their own master. He intends for me to forge many magic iron weapons so that his army can compete with my Song army. Bai Yutang smiled faintly. No wonder he saw Zhao Pu getting anxious. After all, he invested so much effort just to eliminate Zhao's army. If Zhao Pu were assassinated here, wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Zhang Zhao nodded, saying, yes, but I'm also afraid that Zhao Pu will discover Tianjin. If he finds that legendary demon mine, it would actually help Zhao Pu. His emotions are not very stable. Bai Yutang and Zhang Zhao each analyzed the situation, realizing that being impatient led to losing composure. In the case of insufficient manpower, attempting to assassinate Zhao Pu ultimately exposed their identities. Indeed, if he hadn't used hidden weapons that day, Zhao Pu would have already been let go by me. Zhang Zhao smiled slightly. So it seems that human plans can't compare to heaven's plans. Bai Yutang nodded in agreement. The 2 of them exchanged insights, thoroughly analyzing the entire case. Dao Xie squinted at the 2, feeling puzzled in his heart. It was truly a shame they weren't a good pair. You're hiding in the Wanhua building, thinking that the most dangerous place is the safest? Zhang Zhao asked Dao Xie. Just a little bit. And there's more, Dao Xie said, lightly patting the red iron stone. To be honest, at my age, I've really never seen a demon mine. It's a mine that only exists in legends. Is this the kind of medicinal mine? Zhang Zhao asked. Oh, today's younger generation is really remarkable. You even know about medicinal mines. Truly impressive, Dao Xie couldn't help but praise. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang exchanged a glance. The knowledgeable and capable one should be Gong Sun Kai. Of course, it's different. The old man chuckled, saying that while this kind of medicinal ore is rare, it's not surprising. Drinking 2 bowls of hangover soup will suffice. True magical ore, however, has no antidote. It's just like these 2 knives. Only by parting from them will the ailment be cured. Simply drinking the hangover soup won't help. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang both nodded. If they couldn't find a magic, or they wouldn't be able to reforge the two knives, which meant Su Tulu's trip would likely be in vain. With this, the case could be considered solved. Whether Su Tulu was the same person as Yang Kaixing for back then or not, the one who killed everyone in the Duandao sect, framed by Yu Tong and attempted to assassinate Zhao Pu, was definitely him. No matter where he came from, it was likely that Judge Bao would have him executed, and by then, Bai Yutong would probably really have to take his corpse back to meet the Heavenly Master. Zhang Zhao looked out at the night sky, uncertain if Zhao Pu would be able to successfully capture Su Tulu. At this moment, outside the Jianghua Building's Qin Pavilion, Zhao Pu and others were ambushed in a small alley, observing the situation at Jianghua Building. The building was completely dark, without lights or sounds, resembling an empty house. Gongsun, with his arms crossed, was very dissatisfied because he had been forcibly brought here by Zhao Pu. First, it was obvious that Xiao Siji was lost. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong would definitely take good care of him. Second, and most regrettably, he had not witnessed the miraculous skills that could bring one back from the dead. Zhao Pu was standing against the wall, feeling quite at ease while waiting for news. After a while, Ji Ying returned with information. My lord, the Jianghua Building is filled with black-clad men, and there are multiple exits, making escape very convenient. Ji Ying reported. Su Tulu is on the second floor, seemingly in a meditative state, looking thinner than when I last saw him. Zhao Pu nodded, thought for a moment, and said to Ziying, you go to the Yamen and bring those soldiers over, but don't alarm the neighbors. Ziying nodded and swiftly went to carry out the task. Gongsun was curious. Are you going to use those few hundred Yamen runners to block Su Tulu and his men? Zhao Pu smiled slightly, yes. Not a single one is to be allowed to escape. Is that possible? Gongsun was somewhat worried. Those black-clad men have excellent skills and use poison-hidden weapons. The Yamen runners are not the same as the soldiers. Even the soldiers can't compare to your usual highly skilled warriors. If there are heavy casualties, it would be a disgrace to Lord Bao. Zhao Pu couldn't help but smile. You bookworm are just a bookworm. I can use Yao Jie to block Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong, so why would I be afraid of blocking those few ruffians? Gongsun thought about it and patiently waited to see Zhao Pu put on a good show of military strategy. Before long, Gongsun saw Zi Ying silently bring in the 200 Yamen runners and 100 soldiers. Zhao Pu seemed to have arranged everything, dividing a few Yamen runners into groups and the soldiers into small teams, all of them waiting in the narrow and complex alleys of Daofu Town. Zhao Pu also had people move the nearby households. Everything was done quietly. Gongsun secretly nodded. Despite Zhao Pu's rough exterior, he was careful when it came to battle. Once everything was arranged, Zhao Pu leaned against the wall and nodded towards Ouyang Shaojin, signaling him to proceed. Gongsun was curious about what the Red Qilin, who seemed to be the vanguard of the Zhao family army, would do. Would he rush into the Qin Pavilion or sneak in with the shadow guards? Just as he was pondering, he saw Ouyang swaggering up to the Qin Pavilion, hands on his hips, standing in the middle of the road, using his internal energy to shout upstairs, Su Tulu, your father is here. With that one sentence, there was silence all around. Gongsun frowned, pouting as he looked at Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu found Gongsun's expression very amusing. Although Xiao Siji was not his biological son, he had raised him for so long, and some of his actions were just as adorable as a father-son pair. Zhao Pu squinted his eyes and leaned closer to Gongsun's ear. In a moment, listen carefully. Ouyang never repeats insults, and he doesn't even need to catch his breath. Before Zhao Pu could finish speaking, Ouyang Shaojing shouted in a loud voice, Su Tulu, your biological father is here. Come down and kowtow. I'll let your mother keep an eye on you, so you wouldn't run around, but when she wasn't paying attention, the chains loosened, and you ran out with your pack of little dogs. Gongsun frowned again, looking at Zhao Pu. Is this really okay? Ouyang usually seemed so cultured. Zhao Pu smiled warmly, why not? If you don't scold him, how can you justify the suffering of the common people at the border who have been bullied by them? Gongsun nodded in agreement. Originally, Gongsun thought only fools would fall for such provocations, losing their rationality after being insulted. Wasn't that just being stupid? But after listening to Ouyang Shaojing's round of warm-up insults, he shook his head, saying that not only people, but even the Buddha couldn't bear it. Ouyang was indeed very wicked, and at critical moments, his mouth was sharper than Zhao Pu's. Seeing Gongsun's face scrunched up like a bun, Zhao Pu teased him. When I was 16, I first fought against the Liao Wang's army of 400,000. Ouyang was also 16 at that time, his first time as a vanguard, and he almost made the Liao Wang spit blood with his insults. How did he insult him? Gongsun was curious. Zhao Pu recalled, probably just this one line. The Liao Wang asked him, Kid, who are you? You haven't even grown all your hair and you're out here trying to fight? And how did Ouyang respond? Zhao Pu scratched his head. Ouyang said, I'm your mother's lover. Don't call me. I don't have a son as ugly as you. Who told you to be like your mother and be so useless? Gongsun grinned. Isn't that wicked of him? Zhao Pu waved his hand. Actually, Ouyang may not even know what he means by insulting people. Why do you say that? Gongsun wondered. After Ouyang opened the door, the Liao Wang's father was following my grandson's father to fight for the kingdom. Zhao Pu didn't finish his sentence before Gongsun pinched his ear. You can't say that about your own father. Zhao Pu let him pinch and didn't resist. This bookworm didn't have much strength, just a sharp tongue. He continued, Ouyang's family has a particularly skilled cook who argues daily with the ants on the street and the vegetable vendors of the market. Ouyang has a sharp tongue. So when people argue, he learns from them, and eventually he developed this set of skills. Just as he was speaking, they heard a window open on the second floor, and at least a dozen black-clad figures cloaked flew out in all directions. Zhao Pu sneered as expected. Gongsun watched as those shadows landed on the rooftops, and many other black figures also sprang up at once, making it hard to distinguish who was who. A few black figures began to run away. Zhao Pu sneered again. Just then, the black figures that had just jumped onto the wall quickly turned back down from the rooftop, leaving only a few that had just landed on the wall. Then, a series of whooshing sounds followed, and archers shot arrows, causing several black-clad men to be hit and fall from the rooftop, captured alive. Gongsun suddenly realized the strategy. It turned out Zhao Pu was using their own plan against them. The enemy was using the method of dispersing with the black-clad figures to escape, making it difficult for Zhao Pu and the others to tell which ones were Su Tu Lu and which were his subordinates. But subordinates are still subordinates. If the commander were to escape, the men would most likely look out for their commander's safety. Even if everything was arranged beforehand, people have instinctive reactions. Zhao Pu was using this tactic. After those black-clad men landed on a rooftop and saw so many suddenly appear, they would definitely seek out their commander. If they hesitated and turned to run, it indicated that Su Tu Lu was not among them, and they could let them go and wait for the next wave. Gongsun secretly nodded. Zhao Pu was not only quick-witted but also guessed Su Tu Lu's escape tactics. He was indeed not to be underestimated. Before long, several more black-clad men fled in all directions. This time, the Yamen runners and the disguised black-clad men went onto the rooftops again, and Gongsun noticed that a few of the black-clad men hesitated, seemingly wanting to converge in one direction. Zhao Pu sneered, they're right here. After saying that, he leaped onto the rooftop and shouted, Su Tu Lu, your grandpa is here. As soon as Zhao Pu's words left his mouth, he saw one of the black-clad men turn to look at him, and he immediately chased after him. Ouyang Shaozhen was jumping up and down under the eaves, cursing, Zhao Pu, you messed up the family hierarchy. You took advantage of me. Gongsun covered his mouth and laughed under the eaves. Just as he was enjoying himself, suddenly a black-clad man landed right in front of him. Gongsun was startled and wanted to run, but a black-clad man appeared behind him and kicked the person away, followed by Yamen runners who pounced to tie him up completely. Gongsun recognized that black-clad man. It was the new shadow guard, He Ying. He Ying had been staying behind him, seemingly left by Zhao Pu to protect him. Gongsun crossed his arms and nodded. Zhao Pu was sometimes reliable, even though he was mostly not. At this moment, the Qin Pavilion was in chaos, with black-clad figures continuously escaping. However, no matter how they fled, there were always constables arranged by Zhao Pu waiting at their landing spots. The black-clad figures had no choice but to escape to the rooftops, and as soon as they reached higher ground, they were met with crossbows, each shot hitting its mark. Gongsun clapped his hands, praising Zhao Pu for his clever strategy of using fewer to defeat more. The reason the black-clad figures wore black was to blend into the night and avoid detection. However, Zhao Pu Wunti let them come down from the rooftops, preventing them from merging into the night. The moonlight was bright tonight. Standing on a roof in black made them nothing but targets. In the blink of an eye, only one black-clad figure remained on the rooftop, facing off against Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu crossed his arms and could recognize this person just by their silhouette, sneering, Su Tu Lu, or should I say, Yang Kaishan? The black-clad figure paused for a moment, then reached up to remove their black cloak, revealing a pale face. They stared at Zhao Pu for a long time before speaking. I haven't heard that name in a long time, but you, Zhao Pu, are truly a ghost that won't disperse. I've come to the Central Plains and still run into you. Zhao Pu smiled, nodded with his arms crossed, and said, that's called the Bodhisattva's blessing. Grandson, strive to be better and don't always think about doing bad things. Su Tu Lu was already used to Zhao Pu's nonsense, But Ouyang Xiaozhen couldn't take it anymore. Zhao Pu was being roundabout while he was twice as straightforward, jumping up and cursing. Zhao Pu, you unprincipled person. The constables lit torches, and all the black-clad figures were captured. Su Tulu didn't even fight back and surrendered. Gongsun noticed that Su Tulu was in poor condition and wanted to come forward to check his pulse. Zhao Pu stopped him, half jokingly and half seriously. Look at him. His eyes are glowing red. Be careful, he bites you. Su Tulu glanced at Gongsun, frowning. All of you are meddling. Zhao Pu couldn't be bothered with him and ordered that he and the black-clad figures be taken back to the yamen. The subsequent matters would be handled by Bao Zheng. From a distance, it was so lively that Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong had already taken a look through the window. Zhao Pu seemed to have succeeded. Zhang Zhao asked Bai Yutong, should be about right. After Bai Yutong replied, he went to pick up the sleeping Xiao Cici and, together with Zhang Zhao, brought the knife-wielding old man back to the yamen. At this time, the yamen was brightly lit, and Lord Bao was conducting an overnight investigation into the case. Both witnesses and physical evidence were present. 2 beheading knives and a knife manual were found on Su Tulu, coupled with the wounds discovered by Gongsun on the corpses from the broken knife sect, which matched the weapons carried by the black-clad figures, and even the poison was found. It could be considered undeniable evidence. When Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong arrived, Su Tulu had already confessed. Su Tulu's expression was calm, showing no sign of wanting to change his fate, seemingly resigned to his destiny. Zhao Pu recalled that a few years ago, he was still full of vigor. Although he seemed a bit insane, he had now become so despondent. Could it be related to that broken knife? Zhe Ying, who seemed well-informed, quietly reminded Zhao Pu from behind, I sent someone to investigate earlier. It is said that Su Tulu acted impulsively without considering the consequences, and now he has no status in the army and cannot be reused. Zhao Pu nodded. Bai Yutong returned Xiao Cis to Gongsun. Gongsun reached out to take the drowsy Xiao Cis, intending to carry him away, but unexpectedly, Xiao Cis suddenly woke up, rubbing his eyes and wanting Zhao Pu to hold him. Zhao Pu was quite happy to take him, letting him lean on his shoulder, and in a short while, the little guy fell asleep again. Gongsun glanced at him with a sour expression, thinking Zhao Pu was making a face at him, wishing he could get Xiao Cis to recognize him as a godfather. Gongsun couldn't help but kick him, thinking how unrealistic. Bai Yutong walked slowly to a spot not far from Su Tulu, carefully observing him. The person before him was almost unrecognizable, aged, sickly, fierce. He was nowhere near the charming and carefree Yang Kaisheng of years past. Bai Yutong was momentarily unclear whether he had always been like this, or if it was because of that knife that he had become this way. At that moment, Yang Kaisheng also saw Bai Yutong. He frowned slightly, stared at Bai Yutong for a while, and suddenly laughed. Bai Yutong asked him, what are you laughing at? Yang Kaisheng replied leisurely, it's still you who came to handle the matter. He didn't seem to show much respect. Isn't he dead? Bai Yutong stared at him. Who are you talking about being dead? Yang Kaisheng raised an eyebrow. Who else could it be? Bai Yutong pressed on. Who? Yang Kaisheng's mouth twitched slightly, but he never uttered the words. Tianzuan, impatiently looking at Bao Zheng, Bao Darren, hurry up and pass judgment. Anyway, my life is short. It's fate, luck, and destiny. I accept it. Bao Zheng picked up the wooden block to strike, looking as if he was about to shout for execution. Pang Ji quickly grabbed his arm, as if to say, why the hurry? Bao Zheng glared at him, saying, you're disturbing my judgment. I'll hit you too. Pang Ji returned the glare. You still have many things to explain. Wait a moment. Bao Zheng, unwillingly, turned back to look at Su Tulu. At this moment, Su Tulu frowned, looking elsewhere, seemingly unafraid of death. Gongsun stared at him for a long time, nodding. He really is gravely ill. He probably won't last much longer. Zhao Pu was slightly taken aback, confirming. Gongsun squinted, noticing that he seemed about to erupt. Zhao Pu quickly asked, why? Because of a knife, Gongsun replied. The obsession caused by it has overloaded his body for too long. He simply can't bear it. Gongsun shook his head. His life is almost gone. Yet he still thinks about unifying the world and attacking the Song dynasty to dominate the martial arts world. I really don't know what he's thinking. Bao Zheng frowned. Even if gravely ill, he must face punishment, a life for a life. He hadn't finished speaking when Pang Ji pulled him back, preventing him from striking the wooden block. Bao Zheng was annoyed, turning back to glare at him. You're disrupting my judgment. Pang Ji gave him a sharp look, as if to say, why are you so anxious? Bai Yutong still has questions to ask. You really don't know how to win people's hearts. At least he helped you run errands for so many days. Bao Zheng was taken aback. Indeed, seeing Bai Yutong seemed to hesitate a bit, so he held back the words that were about to come out and patiently waited. Pang Ji watched from behind, marveling, Bao Zheng really gives Bai Yutong face, even being merciful to his iron-faced justice. At that moment, the hall fell silent. Bai Yutong looked at Yang Kaisheng, who remained silent. In this stalemate, Zhang Zhao walked over, standing beside Bai Yutong, asking Yang Kaisheng, "Did you learn martial arts from Tianzuan back then, just for the knife techniques?" Yang Kaisheng did not hide it, saying, "I came to the Central Plains to learn martial arts. Tianzuan has the best skills, so naturally, I learned from him. Later, my wife found the head-chopping knife. But due to an accident, the knife fell into Tianjin's hands. In the end, Tianzuan did not accept me as a disciple. Perhaps my talent was insufficient. So I had to take my wife and retrieve the head-chopping knife, leaving Song territory and returning to Xixia, which is not my hometown." "Who was the one who brought your head to Tianzuan?" Zhang Zhao asked. "My subordinate." Zhang Zhao turned to look at Bai Yutong, who was standing silently. It seemed he understood the entire case. The beheading knife from years ago, which belonged to your master, was probably stolen by the leader of the Broken Blade sect. Whether it was instigated by Dao Xingfeng is untraceable, but he definitely cannot escape his involvement. Now that the truth is clear, this person must be judged accordingly. Bao Zheng glanced at Zhang Zhao, as if to ask whether Bai Yutong had finished speaking with his fellow disciple and if there were any other matters to address. Zhang Zhao looked at Bai Yutong, and it's no wonder that Bao Zheng had this question. Bai Yutong appeared to be deep in thought. Gong Sun and Zhao Pu exchanged glances, as they probably all knew what Bai Yutong wanted to ask. In the letter that Yang Kaisheng sent to the Heavenly Master, his respect and filial piety were written very sincerely. Bai Yutong might want to know whether this person truly respected the Heavenly Master and regarded him as a master, or whether from the very beginning, the apprenticeship and the subsequent letters were all just deceptions. After waiting for a while, Bai Yutong squatted down and looked at Yang Kaisheng. "Have you always been deceiving him?" Yang Kaisheng furrowed his brow slightly and said nothing. At that moment, Zhang Zhao also squatted down and said to Yang Kaisheng, "Hey, the Heavenly Master said to bring your body back to Tianshan for a proper burial." Yang Kaisheng was momentarily taken aback and looked at Zhang Zhao. Bai Yutong also glanced at Zhang Zhao. "Do you want to go back?" Zhang Zhao asked him. "Or shall we let Prince Jiao take you to the border and return you to Xixia?" "Tianshan." Yang Kaisheng suddenly said, "I want to be buried in Tianshan." "What about your wife?" Zhang Zhao asked again. "She passed away many years ago," Yang Kaisheng replied. "Do you really want to go back to Tianshan, not Xixia?" Zhao Pu asked. "Here you would only have a lonely grave, but in Xixia, you could have a grand burial as a prince." "I just want to stay in Tianshan." Yang Kaisheng sighed softly. "Those years in Tianshan were the only years of my life when I forgot my identity and ambitions and focused solely on martial arts. They were the happiest years, but unfortunately, I lacked talent and ultimately did not enter the Master S door." After Yang Kaisheng finished speaking, Bai Yutong's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. He nodded at Zhang Zhao, who looked back at him and then slightly saluted Bao Zheng before turning to leave. Everyone felt a mix of emotions. Yang Caisheng's letter to the Heavenly Master might not all be lies, and the Heavenly Master, being a sage, likely anticipated what was going on. However, whether it was Yang Kaisheng or Su Telu, killing so many people from the Duandao sect in one breath was an unforgivable crime, and Bao Zheng, who was known for his fairness and integrity, could not possibly let him off lightly. Zhang Zhao saw Bai Yutong going out and realized that he didn't want to see Yang Caisheng's fate. After thinking for a moment, he followed him outside. At the entrance, Zhang Zhao saw Bai Yutong returning to the courtyard to drink. He originally wanted to go in and share a couple of drinks with him, but suddenly remembered something and vanished in a flash. Outside the Yamen Hall, Ziying tugged at Jiaying after observing the situation. Where did Zhang Zhao go? Didn't everyone get caught? There's still one person who needs to be taught a lesson. Ziying asked curiously who? Jiaying replied with a faint smile. Of course, the thief must be punished, and the stolen goods should be returned to their rightful owner. Ziying found Zhang Zhao quite interesting. The next morning, after a good night's sleep, the little fourth brother energetically got up. However, when he pushed the door and walked into the courtyard, he was pouting and looked rather unhappy. Once he reached the open space in the outer courtyard, he saw Zhao Pu practicing martial arts. Zhao Pu turned around, saw the little fourth brother lazily dragging his wooden clogs over, and teased him. "What's wrong? Didn't sleep well?" The little fourth brother pouted. Jiao, did you clear up the case?" Zhao Pu nodded, cheerfully replying, "Yes, no more cases to investigate. How about we go out to play? Let's have lunch, and after that, we can stroll around. The scenery in Daofu town is quite nice." Just as Zhao Pu was speaking, he noticed the little fourth brother suddenly pouting, looking pitiful as if he were about to cry. Zhao Pu was startled. "Hey, Zhao Pu, are you bullying the little fourth brother? At that moment, Ouyang walked in and quickly rushed over after seeing the situation. Behind Ouyang, Bai Yutong happened to pass by and saw Zhao Pu flustered, trying to comfort the little fourth brother, who was frowning. Bai Yutong was also puzzled and came in to take a look. Zhao Pu, feeling wronged, asked the little fourth brother what was wrong. After a moment of pouting, the little fourth brother said, "Daddy is packing up and said he wants to take me home." Everyone was stunned. Zhao Pu realized what was going on and said, "Right, the case is solved and the troubles at the border have been resolved. Bao Zheng and the others are also going to the next stop to continue their tour, so it does seem like it's time to disperse." Everyone looked at each other, and Ziying hugged the little fourth brother and began to cry. Jiaying frowned and pulled him. "What are you doing?" The commotion attracted Gongsun, who entered the room and saw Ziying and the little fourth brother hugging and crying, looking puzzled. "What's wrong?" The little fourth brother said he was reluctant to go home and wanted to play with everyone. Gongsun found it both funny and helpless, thinking they couldn't just stay at the yamen in Daofu town indefinitely. At that moment, Zhang Zhao yawned as he entered. Bai Yutong glanced back and noticed that Zhang Zhao hadn't been seen all night and wondered where he had gone. Seeing him looking quite sleepy, it seemed he hadn't rested well. After breakfast, everyone went to the front hall and indeed saw the yamen's officials packing up their things. Zhang Zhao asked Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, "Is the master ready to leave?" Zhang Long nodded. The master is discussing with the grand tutor where to go next. The remaining people looked at each other in confusion. Bai Yutong was preparing to return to Tianshan to report back to Tianzuan. Zhao Pu and Ouyang Xiaojing's group were heading back to the frontier. Gongsun Su and Xiao Cizi were going back home to Shaoxing Prefecture. Zhang Zhao is going to continue the tour with Bao Zheng and Master Pang. Just as the four groups of people have gathered and are having a good time, they are about to part ways, and it is uncertain when they will reunite in the future. Little CZ is holding Gongsun and asking Dad, "Can we not go home? I don't want to leave Jiu, Zhan bye-bye." Little CZ keeps hugging Gongsun and murmuring a long list of names. Unwilling to leave, Ziying pouts and looks at Zhao Pu, saying, "Is he really going back to the border like this? How boring." Zhao Pu glances at Gongsun and little CZ and says, "Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'm not in a hurry to return to the border." Old He at the border is watching, and it won't be getting busy anytime soon. Ouyang Xiaojing also finds the Central Plains much more interesting. Zhang Zhao asked Bai Yutong, "What about you?" Before Bai Yutong could speak, a yamen runner rushed in and said, "Master Bai, the official requests your presence." In the front hall, Bao Zheng had placed a wooden box on the table. When Bai Yutong entered the room, he immediately noticed that there was someone standing next to the box. This person was a young disciple from the Tianshan sect, looking weary and seemingly having just arrived from a long journey. Having met his respected master and great-uncle, the young disciple was quite aware of his standing. Bai Yutong frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" The young disciple leaned in and whispered, "Something happened on the mountain. The heavenly master asked me to deliver a letter to you." Bai Yutong opened the letter and his brow furrowed. It turned out that while he had been away these past few days, such a big incident had occurred at the Tianshan sect. "Where's my master?" The young disciple looked helpless and replied, "The heavenly master said he had an appointment with an old friend to go to Yunnan for drinks, and this matter is left for you to resolve at the Tianshan sect." Bai Yutong ground his teeth again. Zhang Zhao curiously leaned over to take a look, and Bai Yutong didn't hold back, handing him the letter. After taking the letter and glancing at it, Zhang Zhao was also a bit stunned, realizing that this would likely shake the entire martial arts world. Bai Yutong looked at the crowd and simply said, "Then let's part ways here." Xiao Cizi started to cry, saying he didn't want him to leave. Gongsun quickly wiped his face, telling him not to act out. An Tao Bao Jing Vit Liat Mit Bai Zutang. He understood that as a person from the martial arts world, he could only return if there were matters concerning his sect. After all gatherings must eventually come to an end. That said, Bao Zheng felt that Bai Yutong and Zhang Zhao had a connection and would likely meet again in the future. Young Hero Bai, these are 2 beheading swords and the knife manual from Su Tulu. Our office has thought about it, and it's best to return such evil objects to the heavenly master for safekeeping. Bao Zheng pointed to the box on the table. Bai Yutong nodded, and at that moment, Zhang Zhao suddenly pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Bai Yutong was a bit confused and, upon taking a look, saw that it was a crumpled piece of parchment. Zhang Zhao looked up at the sky. Bai Yutong opened it and took a look, understanding in his heart that it was the knife manual from Dao Xingfeng. No wonder Zhang Zhao hadn't returned last night. Dao Xingfeng must have been dealt with harshly by him before he obediently handed over the knife manual. Bai Yutong smiled slightly at Zhang Zhao and said, "Thank you." Zhang Zhao continued to look up at the sky. By noon, Xiao Sitsi had searched around with his clothes in hand, but Bai Yutong was already gone. When he arrived at the backyard, he saw Zhang Zhao squatting at a round table, a large pile of documents beside him, flipping through them at an impressive speed. Xiao Sitsi walked over, sat down, and asked. He left without saying a word, right? Zhang Zhao nodded while looking at the documents, confirming that it was indeed his style to leave without a word. Xiao Sitsi sighed. Zhang Zhao asked him with a smile, "How old are you to be sighing like that?" Xiao Sitsi, feeling unhappy, replied, "I don't want to go home." Zhang Zhao then asked, "Where do you want to go?" Xiao Sitsi quietly said, "I want to go with you guys. It's lively." Zhang Zhao suddenly asked from the other end, "Sir, why don't we go together? Your medical skills are so good. Following the patrol team could save a lot of people and also allow you to collect more herbs." Xiao Sitsi was startled, tiptoeing to look over there, and saw Gong Sun lying on a lounge chair behind a tall pile of documents, also helping to sort through them. Xiao Sitsi stuck out his tongue, not having noticed that his father was also here. Gong Sun glanced at him helplessly and sighed, saying, "Since there's nothing much going on anyway, Lord Bao had mentioned it to me before, so we might as well go together." Xiao Sitsi's eyes brightened at this. Just then, a voice came from behind. "I'm also free. I just spoke with Lord Bao about joining you for the patrol and wandering around." Xiao Sitsi looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhao Pu sitting behind a large pile of documents, also sorting through them. "Really?" Xiao Sitsi was both surprised and delighted, but then felt a little disappointed that Bai Bai wouldn't be joining them. At that moment, from the pile of documents nearby, Ziying suddenly raised a case file in her hand, the unsolved case near Tianshan. Zhang Zhao had previously received a case file, and upon opening it, he squinted and smiled, quickly heading off to find Bao Zheng. Zhao Pu kicked Ouyang Xiaozheng, who was dozing off against the pile of case files, packed his belongings, and said, "Let's head to Tianshan to watch the martial artists clash. It will surely be exciting." The author has something to say. The dragon pattern case, the axe and knife decapitation case, is now closed. The dragon pattern case is not as lengthy as the mysterious cases and does not have a continuous main storyline linking individual cases together. It is much easier than the mysterious cases. After opening the VIP section, I will try to update more frequently. The next case is Volume 2, the Qilin case at the Blue Water Pool, where Miao Miao and the others will go to Tianshan to find Bai Yutong, check on a cold case along the way, and observe various conflicts among martial artists. At the same time, several pairs of characters are also joyfully clashing. The Tianshan Mountains, located in the remote northwestern frontier, stretch across the Black Khan Huigu and extend to the western Xia, with the highest peaks nearly touching the sky, covered in snow year-round, and are quite magnificent. The Tianshan sect is one of the earliest and most mysterious sects in the martial world. Its martial arts regarded as the origin of Central Plains martial arts. Many prominent figures in today's martial arts world have some connection to the Tianshan sect. However, due to its remote location and great mystery, the Central Plains martial world has not deeply understood the Tianshan sect over the years, which was previously worshipped merely as a holy land of martial arts. Until the appearance of one person, the Tianshan sect transformed into the #1 sect in the world, and that person is the Tianzuan. Martial artists often say that a prosperous era can only emerge once every 60 years, and during this wave of prosperity, many heroes will appear. Once these heroes pass away, the martial world will often fall into a long period of silence before the second wave of prosperity and the emergence of new geniuses and heroes. Before Zhang Zhao and the others arrived, the martial world had been too quiet for too long, and before this long wait was a time of great glory for the Central Plains martial arts. About 60 years ago, the Central Plains martial world was in chaos. Talents were emerging in droves, masters gathered from all sides, and conflicts among martial artists, competitions, and sect mergers were happening almost daily. Amidst this turmoil, two unparalleled geniuses emerged, who have yet to be surpassed to this day. Just as everything in the world has its yin and yang, light and dark, heroes often appear in pairs, both as rivals and friends, competing with each other and sharing the world. 60 years ago, the most prominent figures were undoubtedly Tianzuan and Yin Ho. Their lives can be described as legendary, but what is most legendary is their astonishing martial arts talent and extreme personality traits. The Tianshan sect truly entered people's sights and established its status in the Central Plains martial world because of Tianzuan. Tianzuan is the respectful title people use for him. No one knows his real name. Like Yin Ho, Tianzuan's origins are shrouded in mystery. No one knows where he came from or what he experienced in his childhood, only that he came running down from the towering peaks of Tianshan, while Inho has an even more outrageous background, with rumors saying he crawled up from the 18th level of hell. The martial arts of these two men are distinctly different, and their personalities also vary. But these two controlled the martial world at that time, like twin dragons emerging from the sea, causing emperors and generals to fear them. One unified the righteous sects of the Central Plains, while the other unified the evil sects. The world would tremble at their every sneeze. Strangely, despite being opposites, they never clashed directly. Occasionally, they would speak ill of each other, and sometimes they would drink together, maintaining a very nuanced relationship. Thus, it was an era of harmonious coexistence between the righteous and evil factions, ending the previous chaotic situation of mutual enmity. After dominating the martial world for 40 years, the two retired from the scene. From then on, a rare atmosphere of peace emerged in the Central Plains martial world, with various sects thriving and a new generation of martial artists continuously emerging, no longer in the life and death struggles of the past. Therefore, besides being revered as martial arts sages, both Tianzuan and Inho enjoyed a good reputation among the common people and the court. In summary, Tianzuan is the most successful and the only one acknowledged and respected as the leader of the righteous sects, while Inho is the most legendary and the least criticized leader of the evil cult. Of course, titles like leader or cult master are merely respectful titles used by later generations. They never acknowledged these titles themselves. After Tianzuan and Inho retired from the martial world, they left behind two sections. Tianzuan left the Tianshan sect, while Inho left the Demon Palace. During their tenure, these two major sects were flourishing and glamorous. With numerous supporters, new martial artists were eager to join either of these sects as disciples. However, due to the differing personalities of Tianzuan and Inho, the disciples each sect accepted varied greatly, leading to different situations for the two sects many years later. First, let us talk about the Tianshan sect. As mentioned earlier, Tianshan is located outside the Song territory, towering thousands of feet high, a place only gods or godlike Tianzuan would reside. The location where the Tianshan sect recruits disciples, although bearing the sign of the Tianshan sect, is not in Tianshan, but in a place called Little Tianshan. What is Little Tianshan, you ask? Little Tianshan is located to the west of the Shizhou Prefecture, near the western Xia, in a place called Bishi Town. Shizhou Prefecture is a large area, connecting the southwest regions, and is very prosperous. Bishi Town is a small town with picturesque scenery, featuring a mountain and 18 pools. The so-called 18 pools refer to the fact that apart from a small flat area, the entire town is occupied by a majestic mountain, which has 18 water pools and many waterfalls, both beautiful and magnificent. This mountain, commonly known as Bishi Mountain, is the legendary Little Tianshan. The Tianshan sect is located at the top of Little Tianshan, covering a vast area, with its estate built from the foot of the mountain to the summit. The sect has several thousand disciples, not counting those who have already completed their training and descended the mountain, as well as the branches spread across various places. And it is indeed a large and prosperous sect. When martial artists speak of the Tianshan sect, there is often some ambiguity. The Tianshan sect, where Tianzuan resides, located in the frontier, is a place no one has visited except for Tianzuan's only acknowledged treasure disciple, Bai Yutong. The Tianshan sect that martial artists commonly refer to is the one on Little Tianshan in Bishi Town, which is where they recruit disciples. And the current sect leader is named Lu Feng. Now let's talk about the Demon Palace. The Demon Palace is naturally not located in some 18th level of hell, but in a palace built atop the Demon Mountain. The exact location of the Demon Mountain is a matter of much speculation. Only those within the Demon Palace truly know. It is said that there is a massive canyon within the Demon Mountain, and the Demon Palace is built within that canyon, surrounded by dense forests and numerous traps, making it impossible for those unfamiliar with the area to find their way out. Consequently, today's martial artists do not know the exact location of the Demon Palace, which has become a secluded and tranquil place. Returning to the previously mentioned differences between the Tianshan sect and the Demon Palace due to the differing personalities of their founders. Tianzuan is a child of the heavens, reportedly not only exceptionally intelligent and gifted, but also strikingly handsome, one of the most attractive men of his time. He only accepts talented disciples, reportedly seeking throughout his life to find someone who resembles his younger self to cultivate. Moreover, his personality is casual and aloof, with a bit of childish temperament. His search for disciples has been quite arduous. He would teach those with a bit of talent for a few days, only to find them lacking in intelligence or aptitude, and thus they would either stay on at the Tianshan sect as disciples or go home and seek other masters. While he continued his search for disciples, many people criticized Tianzuan for this approach, but those legendary disciples who were abandoned by him do not harbor any resentment. This is because Tianzuan's martial arts are extremely difficult to learn. Without exceptional talent, it is impossible to master them, and there is even a risk of falling into madness and losing one's life. Moreover, the Heavenly Sovereign is a master among masters. Those who have received his guidance, even if it's just a few moves, will benefit for a lifetime and will often become top experts in the martial world. Fortunately, heaven has eyes. After searching for nearly 100 years, the Heavenly Sovereign finally found by Yutong 20 years ago. The Heavenly Sovereign is also accurate in judging people. After just 20 years of teaching, Bai Yutong has at least 50% of his power. When he came down from Tianshan at just over 10 years old, he shook the entire martial world. However, the problem with the Tianshan sect lies with the group of geniuses that the Heavenly Sovereign has guided. If there's only one leader among a flock of sheep, the flock will be obedient and stable. But if there are dozens of leaders among them, chaos ensues. Each of the Heavenly Sovereign's disciples is a genius, and these geniuses do not respect anyone but the Heavenly Sovereign. Yet, the Heavenly Sovereign chose the most easygoing and average martial artist, Lu Feng, to be the sect leader. He usually does not manage the affairs of the Tianshan sect, leading to severe internal strife. The chaos of the Tianshan sect is well known throughout the world, but no one could do anything about it. The Heavenly Sovereign is too lazy to interfere, allowing them to create trouble, and, as a result, people in the martial world shake their heads when the Tianshan sect is mentioned. In contrast, the character of Lord Yin is completely different from the Heavenly Sovereign. He is said to have a roguish demeanor and takes in disciples based on compatibility, regardless of whether they are fools, idiots, rogues, or scoundrels. Moreover, Lord Yin has a strange habit of picking up people, such as those who are homeless, irredeemable, fallen into the martial world, or at their wits' end. Basically, he brings them in like stray dogs and cats, feeds them well, and plays with them. Consequently, the old and young devils in the Demon Palace have formed strong bonds, and it can be said that they live together like a big, happy family. The world often defies common sense. A group of geniuses from prestigious backgrounds gathered together leads to a life-and-death struggle, while a group of rogues from the streets, each worse than the last, come together and live in harmony. It's truly strange. Fortunately, both sects currently do not accept new disciples, and the Tianshan sect still appears calm on the surface. With plenty of talent, because the Heavenly Sovereign is still alive and no one dares to go too far. The Demon Palace is said to be full of old folks who spend their days eating, drinking, and playing, carefree and unconcerned with the affairs of the martial world. Additionally, both the Tianshan sect and the Demon Palace have two mysterious young disciples. There is no need to ask about the Tianshan sect. It's Bai Yutong, the treasured disciple personally trained by the Heavenly Sovereign. However, Bai Yutong has long expressed that he is not interested in the Tianshan sect and is evidently more casual and laid-back than the Heavenly Sovereign. He does not participate in any martial gatherings, does not vie for the title of leader, and certainly will not fight for any throne. Although the experts of the Tianshan sect do not think highly of him, they also do not cause him any trouble. The Demon Palace is said to have a young master with exceptional martial arts skills, who is Lord Yin's precious grandson. However, this young master's identity is very mysterious. People from the Demon Palace never mention him, and externally, they only refer to him as our little master and nothing more. Unlike Bai Yutong, this young master is said to have been spoiled and raised by over 300 various devils since childhood. According to rumors, people in the martial world feel anxious about him, fearing what kind of little devil he could grow into, and it's best to keep him inside the Demon Palace, ensuring he doesn't come out to wreak havoc on the world. The lengthy description above about the Tianshan sect and the Demon Palace, excluding the part about the rumored young master of the Demon Palace, is all knowledge of the martial world that Zhang Zhao shared in the big carriage with Zhao Pu, Gong Sun, and Xiao Siji. Xiao Siji, who previously stayed at home with Gong Sun, had only heard about herbs and poisons, and at most listened to plays about the three kingdoms on the street. This was the first time he heard such exciting stories from the martial world. Holding his face with wide eyes, greatly interested in the Heavenly Sovereign, Lord Yin, and others. Zhao Pu, resting his chin on his hand, with his legs crossed, and Xiao Siji, who was already familiar with him, sitting on his lap, spoke up, "I might have seen the Heavenly Sovereign." Everyone was stunned and looked at Zhao Pu in surprise. Zhang Zhao has been wandering the Jianghu for years and has always wanted to meet the Tianzuan, but he has never encountered him. He is curious about how Zhao Pu, who is always in Haifeng City, has seen him. I'm not sure if it's him. Zhang Zhao thought. Zhao Pu asked, is he tall and thin, similar in build to Bai Yutong? He looks quite handsome, especially young, with a head of silver hair. Yes. Zhang Zhao nodded. The Tianzuan should be around the same age as Bai Yutong, maybe just a little more weathered. That must be him then. Zhao Pu nodded. I saw him once in Haifeng City during a battle with Xixia. That night, when I was observing the enemy camp outside the city gate, I saw a man in white standing on the city tower of Haifeng City. In the moonlight, I could see him quite clearly. He gestured to me, seemingly pointing towards the valley in the northwest. When I tried to approach, he disappeared. Later, I was cautious and sent someone to take a look at that valley, only to find it filled with traps. That was where we were supposed to march the next day, and at the time, not many people knew about it. So I discovered there was a traitor in the military camp. So the Tianzuan helped you a lot, didn't he? Gong Sun asked. Without his guidance that time, there could have been heavy casualties. Zhao Pu replied with a faint smile. His silver hair is already quite special, but the most remarkable thing is his lightness of foot. I couldn't even sense his presence. If he were a bad guy, I would have died several times already. Wow, Xiao Cixi said with a look of admiration. So Master Bai is that amazing. I really want to meet him, but it seems we won't be able to see him this time, Gong Sun said. Didn't his letters say he went to Yunnan? Gong Sun casually hugged Xiao Cixi over. As he had noticed a serious issue these past few days on the road, Xiao Cixi spent more time clinging to Zhao Pu than to him. In the past, this little dumpling would always curl up in his arms, but since getting to know Zhao Pu and their group, Xiao Cixi has become wild. Either playing games with the shadow guards, listening to Ouyang Xiaojing's nonsense, eating with Zhang Zhao, or napping beside Zhao Pu. As a father, he has developed a serious sense of crisis. Recently, Grandmaster Pang has lost some weight due to the fatigue of traveling and has been suffering from an upset stomach. He lay in the corner of the carriage, groaning weakly. Bao Zheng looked at the case file that Zhang Zhao had struggled to retrieve and scratched his head, wondering what kind of case it was. It was simply absurd. Sigh, Zhan Huai, Pang Ji curiously asked Zhang Zhao. What is the young hero by doing at the Tianshan sect? Zhang Zhao just remembered that the Grand Preceptor seemed to have not seen the letter from the Celestial Master that Bai Yutong received. So he told him that a disciple of the Tianshan sect had died, quite famous, named Yu Chengxi, one of the top 10 experts of the Tianshan sect, killed in his study with a knife to the throat, and the door was locked from the inside. Why is the entire martial world concerned about the death of just one disciple? It is related to Yu Chengxi, who had already learned the skills, left the Tianshan sect, and established his own sect. Zhang Zhao said that the Tianshan sect seems to have a martial arts competition every 4 years, where all disciples of Tianshan would compete for rankings. This competition has no level restrictions. Even a newly initiated disciple can participate. The one who wins in the end becomes the senior disciple and is expected to inherit the Tianshan sect in the future. The rankings of the Tianshan sect are quite authoritative in the Central Plains martial arts world, and every 4-year competition is a grand occasion, attracting many martial artists to observe. According to the letter, before Yu Qingxi died, he left behind a sentence on his desk. Blood stains the Emerald Water Pool. The Tianshan sect will surely perish. Bai Ji put down the case file that Zhang Zhao had found, and this case to be investigated is also related to the Emerald Water Pool. Is this case mostly fabricated? Zhao Pu yawned, saying that a Qilin beast coming out to eat people is ridiculous. However, someone witnessed it that day. Gong Sun spread the file flat. It turned out this was a cold case from 5 years ago. The Emerald Water Pool is located halfway up Emerald Water Mountain, the largest and most beautiful pool in the entire Emerald Water Town, surrounded by 9 waterfalls and bordered by red maples. It is famous because of the legend that a Qilin lives in the Emerald Water Pool. The legend of the Qilin beast in the Emerald Water Pool has been around for over 100 years, with records dating back to the previous dynasty, where a woodcutter saw a Qilin beast poking its head out of the pool for air, and when it saw a person, it dove underwater. Since then, there have been continuous reports of sightings. 5 years ago, it was said that a few people passing by the Emerald Water Pool were suddenly attacked by a Qilin beast that emerged from the water, devouring them all. And the entire process was witnessed by a woodcutter. The woodcutter ran to report to the authorities, who sent people to investigate, only to find blood on the ground, but no bodies. Later, an innkeeper reported that several foreign merchants who had stayed at his inn after visiting the Emerald Water Pool never returned. The officials wanted to find someone good at swimming to dive underwater for verification, but who would dare? It was said that the Emerald Water Pool is 1,000 feet deep, so the case was left unresolved. After that, no one dared to approach the area again. Although the Tianshan sect nearly encompassed the entire Emerald Water Mountain, Only the Emerald Water Pool remained unclaimed, the reason for which no one knew. But legends are just legends. Whether there really is such a thing as a Qilin in this world, no one has seen it. Could it just be a bigger version of a pig dragon? Gong Sun asked. I think it's possible too, Bai Ji nodded, saying the Qilin is a bit too fantastical. Exactly, Grand Preceptor Pang lay in the corner, rubbing his belly, saying that if there's a Qilin, there must also be a Pishio, which can't defecate. Is that possible? The crowd looked at the Grand Preceptor, who thought he had told a funny joke and was laughing nonstop, speechless. Bai Ji really wanted to poke his round belly to see if it would deflate. Only Xiao Sizai was very considerate, laughing so hard he fell over, rushing to rub Grand Preceptor Pang's belly. The Grand Preceptor then tickled him. He was so eager for a grandson that he was almost sick, but unfortunately, with one son and one daughter, no one was giving him a third generation. So he had to settle for Xiao Sizai to satisfy his cravings. Sir, at that moment, Zhao Hu lifted the curtain of the carriage and told Bai Ji that they had arrived at Shizhou Prefecture. Zhang Zhao and the others leaned out of the car to look outside, and at a glance, they saw the towering peaks in the west. No wonder it was called the Little Tian Mountain. Zhao Pu nodded in admiration, remarking how high the mountain truly was. On Baishui Mountain, there was indeed a large villa, and on the winding mountain road leading to the villa stood a huge mountain gate, with the words Tian Shan Sect written on it in a powerful and imposing manner. However, this originally red gate with a golden roof was draped with white silk, and two white paper lanterns inscribed with the character Dian hung from it. Zheng and Jiang, who were ordered to enter the city for reconnaissance, had now returned. Jiang stood outside the window and informed everyone that 2 more people had died in the Tian Shan sect yesterday. What? Zhang Zhao was puzzled. Who? One is named Yin Lin, and the other is Su Fei. Yin Lin? Zhang Zhao was taken aback. Is he the Master Yin Lin from Yinang Mountain? And who is this Su Fei? Yin Lin was indeed the Eastern Sect Master from Yindang Mountain, who had come to observe the ranking competition taking place in a few days. It was said that he was a friend of the sect leader, Lu Feng, and came to watch the contests every year, but this year he unexpectedly met with misfortune. Su Fei was Yin Lin's junior disciple, and they were among the first guests to arrive at the Tian Shan sect. When their bodies were found, they were floating on by Shui Tan, both with their throats slit. The group exchanged glances, so the waters of Baishui Tan had indeed been stained with blood. Then what about Bai Yutang? Zhang Zhao leaned his head out of the car window and asked Jing, where is Bai Yutang? Before he could finish his question, he felt someone poke him from behind. A cool voice, which sounded quite pleasant to Zhang Zhao's ears, leisurely said, "Bai." Zhang Zhao turned around and saw Bai Yutang standing behind him with his hands behind his back. He wasn't holding a knife and was dressed in a white casual outfit. Behind him was a clean-looking, particularly clever-looking round-faced little girl, holding a basket in her hands and curiously looking at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao felt a bit awkward for a moment and scratched his head. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Cici suddenly pounced out from behind the window. Xiao Cici was short and chubby, and he was already top-heavy. With this sudden rush, he directly fell out of the car window. Zhang Zhao quickly reached out and grabbed his clothes. At the same time, he saw the chubby, round-faced girl behind Bai Yutang had already come forward to catch Xiao Sizai. Zhang Zhao was slightly taken aback, secretly praising the girl for her swift movements. After sizing her up, he realized she was only around 16 or 17 years old, yet possessed such high internal strength. Xiao Cici was startled and looked up, seeing a chubby girl following him, who looked truly fortunate. The girl locked eyes with him for a moment, then suddenly hugged him and rubbed her face against his. She was really cute. Xiao Cici felt a bit embarrassed by the affection, but the sister was soft and squishy. Gong Sun and the others came out to greet Bai Yutang, while Lord Bao and Pang Ji did not get out of the car, merely nodding to Bai Yutang, as everyone was already familiar with each other. Zhang Zhao curiously asked Bai Yutang, "How did you know we would come?" Bai Yutang was somewhat speechless and pointed to the long procession ahead and the many onlookers, saying that the news had already spread. Bao Zheng nodded and instructed everyone to go to the yamen. Zhao Pu didn't want to go to the yamen, since he was just there to stroll around. Ouyang then asked Bai Yutang if he had any good inns to recommend. Before Bai Yutang could respond, the little girl said, "Why stay at an inn? Naturally, the master's guests stay at home." Zhang Zhao was slightly taken aback. "Isn't your home on the floating island? The young master has residences in many places." The little girl smiled sweetly, returning the little fourth who had been clinging to her for a long time to Zhang Zhao, and said to Bai Yutang, "I'll go prepare the guest room." Bai Yutang nodded, and the little girl dashed off, disappearing in an instant. Zhang Zhao was puzzled. His skills were quite good. Bai Yutang smiled and said, "Her name is Chen Xing'a, and is also a crescent moon girl. Both are my mother's disciples, very capable. So I brought them along. Oh, Zhang Zhao understood in his heart that Bai Yutong's mother was the master of the Yingxue Palace, a legendary female hero who had retired early after marrying, and not many in the martial world knew much about her. At this moment, Zhao Pu and Gong Sun had already gotten off the carriage. Bao Zheng gestured for Zhang Zhao and not to follow him, suggesting that he go with Bai Yutong to the other courtyard. Bai Yutong then said to Bao Zheng, "Sir, you might as well stay at my place later. The Yamen might not have enough rooms." Bao Zheng was slightly taken aback. The Shizhou prefecture was so large. Could the governor's Yamen really not have a few guest rooms? Bai Yutong smiled helplessly, not saying much more, just saying, "You'll know when you see it later." As he spoke, he pointed to the distant east and told Bao Zheng, "I live in the Shizalin in the suburbs, Bai's residence." Bao Zheng nodded, still feeling a bit puzzled, wondering if the Yamen was really that small. Zhang Zhao seemed a bit hesitant and asked Bai Yutong, "You came back to resolve the Tian Shan sect's disputes, and we are here to investigate the case. If we stay at your place, will the people from the Tian Shan sect think that you have brought government officials to handle internal matters?" Bai Yutong shook his head and replied, "When the murder case first occurred, Lu Feng had already reported it to the authorities. Originally, it was the government that was investigating. The local government office's Yamen runners and catchers combined might not even be able to match the deceased Yu Qingxi. So, I invited the patrolling Lord Bao to come over. Is there any problem?" Zhang Zhao nodded. "That's true, but with so many people in the Jianghu, it's inevitable that they'll talk about you." Bai Yutong smiled. "Whether you stay or not, they'll talk anyway, so let them be." After saying this, he tilted his head to the crowd, signaling to leave. Zhang Zhao is also an open-minded person, but he is just worried about Bai Yutong. However, since he doesn't mind, it means it doesn't matter. The happiest one is Xiao Cixi, who is being carried on Ji Ying's shoulder, looking around. This Shizhou prefecture is much livelier than Dao Fusen, and they ran into Bai Yutong so quickly, so they can all be together again. Bai Yutong led Zhang Zhao and the others to the outskirts, where they saw a quiet bamboo forest. This bamboo forest is different from ordinary bamboo, as the bamboo poles and leaves are golden yellow. Wow! Xiao Cixi was amazed to see bamboo of this color for the first time. "Is this lion bamboo?" Gong Sun reached out to touch a bamboo leaf. Bai Yutong nodded. Zhao Pu was puzzled. "What is lion bamboo?" Lion bamboo is actually ordinary bamboo, but due to the soil and water source where it grows, the leaves and poles turn golden yellow. Moreover, the leaves are lush and often grow in clusters. Gong Sun, being well-read, began to share knowledge, saying that there used to be such bamboo in the Tang royal palace, but it was never named until one day, a Persian envoy brought 2 majestic male lions. Upon seeing them, the Tang emperor was reminded of the clusters of bamboo leaves and named this type of bamboo lion bamboo. Everyone nodded. "Oh, so that's how it is." Bai Yutong followed a small path paved with white stones deeper into the bamboo forest, and everyone walked along, appreciating the beautiful scenery among the bamboo. It seemed that many birds lived in this bamboo forest, as they could hear crisp chirps all around. Hei Ying, walking at the back, suddenly pouted upon hearing the calls and started mimicking various bird calls. With his calls, it seemed that all the birds in the forest awakened and responded, and soon the bird calls filled the forest, lively and vibrant. Xiao Cixi clapped his hands. "So beautiful!" Hei Ying raised his hand, changed his call, and after a few attempts, a blue bird with a yellow belly flew out and landed on his fingertip. The bird took a couple of steps left and right, and then stood still, lifting one foot and pecking at its toes with its beak. Seeing Xiao Cixi's bright eyes, Hei Ying asked, "Do you want to touch it?" Xiao Cixi was nervous. "Will it fly away?" "No." Xiao Cixi reached out and touched the bird's head. The bird seemed completely unconcerned. Xiao Cixi patted it several times, delighted. Then Hei Ying asked Xiao Cixi, "How about making a bird cage to keep it?" Xiao Cixi shook his head vigorously, wanting Hei Ying to release it. Hei Ying smiled slightly, and with a wave of his hand, the bird flapped its wings and flew away. At that moment, everyone had already seen a large mansion in the distance. The house was quite big, but looked rather simple, not of an extravagant style. In front of the door were 2 uniquely shaped stone guardian beasts, and above the main entrance was a plaque that read by mansion. Gong Sun rubbed his chin, looking at the 2 stone beasts in front of the door, puzzled. What kind of beast is this? Doesn't he look like a stone lion or a pishio? Bai Yutong shrugged slightly. This mansion had them when I bought it. They look pretty good, so I never moved them. Just then, someone came to open the door. A steward in his 30s ran out to open the door, looking refined and capable, dressed in a white robe, followed by several young servants. "Young master, you're back," he said, politely bowing to everyone. "I am the steward. Bai Fu." Everyone nodded in return. Bai Fu invited everyone inside, helping them arrange their belongings and showing them the guest rooms. He was a very proper steward, not too talkative but not cold either. One could tell he was a smart person just by interacting with him. After putting things down, Xiao Cixi eagerly wanted to appreciate the mansion. Gongsun was puzzled. This is an ancient house. The architectural style is Tang Dynasty. Although it is simple, it exudes a sense of luxury. Furthermore, the furniture is made of softwood. Bai Yutong must have quite a bit of silver. This mansion must be quite expensive, yet very low-key. The courtyard was extremely serene, with several ancient stone tables and stone benches, creating a very peaceful atmosphere. Zhang Zhao found a stone bench to sit down on and asked Bai Yutong, "Is the Heavenly Master not at the Tianshan sect?" Bai Yutong smiled faintly and replied, "I want to see him." Zhang Zhao rubbed his chin little by little. He went to Yunnan to drink with old friends and doesn't know when he'll be back. Bai Yutong thought for a moment and said, "If you really want to see him, next time I'll take him to Kaifeng, and you two can have a chance encounter." Zhang Zhao made Bai Yutong laugh. Although to outsiders, this statement was not funny at all. It was a secret that only the two of them understood. The source of their knowing smiles. Ouyang raised an eyebrow at Zhao Pu, noticing that they had only known each other for a few days and already had secrets. Zhao Pu yawned. He wasn't particularly interested in the secret between Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong. What intrigued him more was the man-eating qilin. He wondered how difficult it would be to raise one. If it really existed, capturing one to raise would be quite impressive in battle. As for Bao Zheng and Pang Ji, they arrived at the yamen with a grand procession. Bao Zheng lifted the curtain of the carriage and was taken aback. The yamen was quite large. While it wasn't particularly lavish, it was spacious enough to accommodate them. Pang Ji seemed equally puzzled. As they got out of the carriage, they saw the governor of Shizhou eagerly coming to greet them. Bao Zheng and Pang Ji were both stunned. This old man looked older than both of them combined. The governor of Shizhou was so thin he seemed to weigh little more than a few pounds, just skin and bones, with a head full of white hair. His official robes appeared to be the smallest size available, yet they still hung loosely on him like a sack over a bamboo pole. Pang Taisher instinctively looked at his own belly, inhaled, and tucked it in. "Official, I greet you, Lord Bao." And Lord Pang, he said, "Please do not misunderstand. The governor is not stuttering. He just ran a bit too fast and is out of breath." Pang Taisher counted the 3 steps behind him and wondered if this old man might suddenly die from breathlessness. Bao Zheng thought for a moment. He had brought a roster of local officials from various places when he left, and he recalled that the governor of Shizhou was named Mao Dingsheng, who seemed to be 79 years old this year, likely the oldest official in office. "Lord Mao, no need for such formalities," Bao Zheng said, glancing at the 500 yamen servants and soldiers behind him. "Is there a place to accommodate my subordinates?" Mao Dingsheng suddenly began to chastise himself. "Is my failure to manage affairs, Bao Zheng quickly stopped him, thinking to himself, "Goodness, his fingers are thinner than chopsticks, and his neck is not even as thick as a young man's arm. If he keeps this up, he might knock his own head off." "Lord Bao, Taisher," the governor asked nervously, "do you mind staying in an inn?" Bao Zheng and Pang Ji were taken aback. Bai Yutong was right. The yamen couldn't accommodate them. Pang Ji tugged at Bao Zheng, signaling him to look at the elderly Mao Dingsheng, who must have a large family, perhaps even 4 or 5 generations living together. Plus, given his frail appearance, he must have indulged in pleasures during his youth. It's possible he had a dozen wives, and now his household could easily have hundreds of people. There simply wasn't enough room. Bao Zheng rolled his eyes and turned back to Mao Dingsheng, asking, "Why can't we stay here?" Mao Dingsheng hesitated, making Bao Zheng suspicious. One of the clerks beside Mao Dingsheng couldn't help but answer, reporting to Lord Bao. The neighboring village experienced an earthquake, and many houses collapsed. Over 200 households have no place to live, and it will take some time to rebuild. Therefore, they're temporarily staying in the yamen. Moreover, the governor has always been fond of taking in some homeless children, so the yamen is already full. Bao Zheng found this quite interesting. Curiously, he entered the yamen and discovered it was bustling with people, resembling a marketplace, filled with adults, children, and even chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs. Bao Zheng and Pang Ji quietly retreated, deciding it would be better to stay at Bai Yutong's place. Bao Zheng remembered that the official roster included descriptions of each official's personality and governance. This Mao Dingsheng had managed to serve as the governor of Shizhou for so long because he was well loved by the local people. He was known as a benevolent official who cared for his citizens like children, giving all his silver to help the needy. The emperor had even rewarded him once. Furthermore, Shizhou was generally safe and orderly, thanks to the presence of the Tianshan sect, which prevented other factions from causing trouble. It seemed that Mao Dingsheng had a good relationship with the leader of the Tian Shan sect, Lu Feng. Bao Zhang felt a favorable impression of this kind-hearted old governor and said, "No problem, we can stay at a friend's house." The governor was curious. "Which friend?" Bao Zhang replied, "At the Bai residence." "Oh, Lord Bai, a good person. He donates a lot to Shizhou every year. Many porridge shops, pharmacies, and study halls are opened by him. The young man is not only handsome, but also polite." Bao Zhang and Pang Ji exchanged glances. Bai Yutong truly was an enigmatic figure. In rumors, he was referred to as the jade-faced Arhat, and to this governor, he sounded like a jade-faced bodhisattva. Bao Zhang inquired about the case involving the deaths at the Tianshan sect. Mao Dingshang sighed. "Lord Bao, you know what kind of people are in the Tianshan sect. It's not that I don't want to investigate, but I truly feel powerless." Later, Bao Zhang asked about the case concerning the man-eating Qilin of the Bishi Pond. The old governor seemed hesitant and said, "As for Bishi Pond, I don't know what happened. There have been many deaths. Regarding the Qilin, many people claim to have seen it, but I have guarded the area for more than half a month without seeing one. This time, there are even floating corpses, and I still have no leads." Bao Zhang asked the old man to retrieve the Yaman's records for him to study and, along with Pang Ji, led hundreds of men towards Bai Yutong's residence. In the courtyard of the Bai residence, Zhang Zhao asked Bai Yutong if there were any clues in the case. Bai Yutong shrugged. "I just arrived, and I'm meeting Lu Feng for tea later, so I can ask him. As for Yin Lin and Su Fei, I have no idea how they died." By the way, Zhang Zhao was reminded by him, and suddenly recalled something. There really is a Qilin in the Bai Shui Tan. Bai Yutong was taken aback by what he said, then laughed. "There have always been legends about it, but I've never seen one." "Oh," Zhang Zhao nodded. "Since the bodies of Yin Lin and Su Fei were found in the Bai Shui Tan, I've arranged to meet Yu Feng to check out the woods near the Bai Shui Tan later. If you're curious, you can join me." Zhang Zhao raised the corners of his mouth. "Good." As soon as Zhang Zhao agreed, Xiao Cici immediately raised his hand. "I'll go too." Gongsun also followed suit. "I'll go." Looking back at Zhao Pu behind them, Ouyang and the three shadow guards said in unison, "We'll go too." Outside, Bao Zhang and Pang Ji, who had just walked in, heard this and nodded in agreement, expressing their interest. "Let's all go together." Bai Yutong felt a bit helpless. Was there something wrong? He had always acted alone, and having multiple Zhang Zhaos wasn't a problem, but why did they have to bring such a large group along with old and young? By the way, Zhao Pu leaned over to ask Bai Yutong, "Do you have a bigger fishing net?" Bai Yutong looked at him without responding. "What fishing net?" Zhao Pu raised his eyebrows excitedly. "Let's go try to see if we can catch a Qilin this afternoon." Zhang Zhao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and asked Zhao Pu what they were going to do with the captured person. "Raise him," Zhao Pu replied confidently. Bai Yutong exchanged a silent glance with Zhang Zhao, and Xiao Sizai was very supportive of Zhao Pu, agreeing with him. Zhao Pu nodded and clapped his hands with him. Everyone looked at Gongsun, wondering whose child he was and whether they should take care of him. Little did they know that Gongsun's eyes sparkled at this moment as he mumbled softly, "I heard that the scales of a Qilin are the most precious medicinal material." Everyone looked up to the sky, feeling hopeless. In the morning, the accompanying officers and soldiers were all arranged. The Bai residence was spacious and clean, and the maids and servants knew how to get things done, which made Bao Zhang very satisfied. After lunch, the sun was high in the sky, and the weather was still a bit hot. Ji Ying was holding Xiao Sizai, while Ziying used a large lotus leaf to shield him from the sun. The group walked to the foot of Biyuan Mountain. Looking up, they saw the towering Biyuan Mountain, its peak covered in white snow, with thick clouds giving it an ethereal feel. This small Tianshan mountain was quite imposing, and the bigger Tianshan was even more enchanting, making everyone feel captivated. Below the peak, lush green trees covered the area, and in the greenery, one could see large patches of yellow apricot trees and clusters of red maple trees, perfectly dotted, along with several silver dragon-like waterfalls cascading down the mountainside, creating a fairyland-like scene. The Tianshan sect is truly beautiful, Gongsun couldn't help but exclaim. Over there is Biyuan Pool. Bai Yutong pointed to the area where the red leaves were most abundant, where several crescent-shaped waterfalls surrounded it, and below should be Biyuan Pool. There was a shortcut nearby. Although Bai Yutong didn't often appear at the Tianshan sect, he was familiar with the path and led everyone up the mountain. Before reaching halfway up the mountain, they encountered two men coming down. They were both under 30, one dressed in a black short shirt with black silk robes, looking quite extravagant, while the other wore a beige long robe with an 8 treasure belt and carried a long knife on his back. The two men hurried down and seemed surprised to see someone coming up, but upon spotting Bai Yutong at the front, they both froze for a moment. Bai Yutong continued walking without pausing. As they got closer, the two men slightly cupped their hands to Bai Yutong, their gesture carrying a hint of reluctance, as if they were unwilling but had no choice. Zhang Zhao couldn't help but wonder who they were. Shi Shuzu. Everyone twitched their lips. It was indeed reluctant. Although the two men were not old, they looked much more weathered than Bai Yutong. It was already awkward enough to call someone younger Shi Shu. And now there was even Shi Shuzu. Everyone silently glanced at Bai Yutong, thinking how chaotic the ranking was in their sect. Bai Yutong didn't seem very familiar with them either, just nodded slightly and continued walking up with the group, appearing quite indifferent. However, the two disciples of the Tianshan sect seemed used to it and continued down the mountain. Once they left, Zhang Zhao asked, "Are they from the Tianshan sect?" Bai Yutong nodded. "I guess so. You don't know them?" Zhang Zhao was surprised. "They should be among the top 10 experts." Bai Yutong stroked his chin. "I think I've seen them before." Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. Besides the sect leader, the top 10 experts of the Tianshan sect. And you don't even know them?" Seeing the disdainful looks from everyone, Bai Yutong felt helpless. They all look quite similar. How can I remember? Everyone's hearts sank again. It turned out the two who looked quite different were indeed similar. Zhang Zhao looked at Bai Yutong's eyes with a sideways glance, thinking to himself that such beautiful eyes couldn't possibly have any eye problems, making them unclear. Bai Yutong noticed Zhang Zhao looking at him suspiciously and secretly muttered to himself, "We all look pretty similar. Do you think everyone is as easy to remember as you?" Zhang Zhao squinted his eyes, as Bai Yutong seemed to have just muttered something. Bai Yutong then collected his thoughts, puzzled as to why the steps in this place led to the back mountain, which was a detour to the Bai Shui Tan. Did these two also come from the back mountain to go to Bai Shui Tan? As they ascended the steps, the leaves transformed from green to yellow, then to a fiery red, with sunlight filtering through the mottled branches, embellishing the white stone steps and fallen leaves on the ground, making one feel exceptionally refreshed. Xiao Sitsi rarely left home, at most accompanying his father to another county to buy herbs, and upon seeing the mountains full of red leaves, his eyes brightened a bit. After walking for a while, the group arrived at a spacious flat area, where a dense maple forest lay ahead, and the roaring sound of a waterfall could already be heard. Bai Shui Tan was just behind the forest. Bai Yutong led the group through the woods. Soon, a large circular water pool appeared before them, backed by a tall black mountain. The stone wall was as smooth as if it had been chopped out by an axe, gradually extending in a crescent shape around the pool. 9 waterfalls flowed down at equal intervals, as if measured out by someone, with similar sizes, creating a remarkable sight. Zhang Zhao scrutinized for a long time and wondered, "This doesn't look like a natural formation." "I think so too." Zhao Pu nodded while letting Zhe Ying and Ziying down with the fishing net. Bai Yutang looked speechlessly at Zhe Ying and Ziying as they spread out a huge fishing net, puzzled about where such a big net came from. "That fat girl from your family gave it to us," Ouyang Xiaozhong said with a grin. "That girl is really capable. She just mentioned wanting a bigger net to catch a qilin, and she wouldn't get it." Bai Yutang looked up at the sky. No wonder Chen Xing was missing in the morning, and Yuya couldn't find her after searching for a long time. She must have gone out to get the fishing net. This pool is bottomless. Is one fishing net enough? Gongsun is quite serious about it. Zhang Zhao saw Bai Yutang standing there looking powerless, so he gently patted his shoulder and asked, "Should we prepare a cage? Otherwise, where will we keep it after catching it? Or should we get a jar?" Bai Yu Dang Sai. Zhang Zhao had a half smile, clearly teasing him. Xiao Cizi was running back and forth, while Ziying was responsible for catching him to prevent him from accidentally falling into the pond. Just as it was lively over here, a hearty laugh was heard coming from afar. "Wow, the little master uncle has brought so many friends. It's really rare." Everyone looked up the mountain and saw a small old man in his 60s, with gray hair bouncing down. He wore a simple yellow cloth robe, looking quite plain. He wasn't tall, neither fat nor thin, and had no particular distinguishing features. In short, at first glance, he looked like an old man passing by, out for a stroll after a meal. Bai Yutang nodded at him and introduced him to everyone, saying, "This is Lu Feng, the leader of the Tianshan sect." Lu Feng was very amiable, greeting everyone one by one, and when he saw Xiao Cizi, he even took out a bag of candy to share with him. Even Gongsun thought this old man was too friendly, showing no demeanor of a sect leader, especially for such a large sect as Tianshan. It was strange why the Celestial Master would choose such a person to be the leader. Could it be that he was concealing his true abilities? After that, Lu Feng introduced himself to Bao Zheng and Grandmaster Peng, and everyone sat down in a nearby stone pavilion to chat. Bai Yutang gave Zhang Zhao a glance, but Zhang Zhao was somewhat confused, merely staring blankly at Bai Yutang as if asking what he meant. Bai Yutang felt helpless. Half an hour later, Zhang Zhao understood what Bai Yutang was trying to express because Lu Feng was just too talkative. Once this elder sat down, he began to chat extensively, discussing everything from border wars with Zhao Pu to the scenery of the desert, from antiques and jade with Grand Master Pang to tea and furniture, from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting with Gongsun to herbs and medicine, and even from zongzi and candy with Xiao Cizi to candied kumquats. Without saying a single serious word for half a day, Zhang Zhao was a bit dizzy from the teasing, and after understanding, he realized that Bai Yutang probably meant to say that this disciple was very talkative. In the end, Bai Yutang saw that Lu Feng had said almost everything he wanted to say, so he handed him a box and asked, "How's the mountain lately?" Lu Feng took the box, opened it, squinted and smiled, and took out a bag of high-quality tobacco leaves. Lu Feng had a hobby of carrying a pipe with him. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would light it up, find a corner to sit in, and enjoy smoking while reading or chatting with others. Everyone was somewhat speechless. This really didn't seem like the demeanor of a leader. Could it be that the celestial master had drawn lots and ended up with him? Zhang Zhao looked at Bai Yutang with suspicion. To his surprise, Bai Yutang actually nodded. Zhang Zhao was taken aback, his eyes widening as he looked at Bai Yutang, who had indeed drawn the short straw. Bai Yutang raised an eyebrow and said, "Isn't that so?" Zhang Zhao turned his head back, suddenly a bit confused. He hadn't even spoken, yet Bai Yutang was so capable that he could guess it was about drawing lots. How could he know what he was saying? Bai Yutang was about to drink tea when he saw Zhang Zhao suddenly turn his face, his eyes wide open, staring at him as if he was confirming that it really was about drawing lots. The tea in Bai Yutang's mouth nearly sprayed out. He put down the cup, coughed, and turned to ask Lu Feng why everyone was curious about how he became the leader. Everyone felt awkward, indeed curious, but it was too direct to say it out loud. Lu Feng himself found it amusing, as it seemed he even asked this question quite a lot. He shook his head and said, "Oh, it's really embarrassing to say. I'm the least useful one among so many disciples of the Heavenly Master. Back in the day, everyone said we should compete in martial arts to choose the leader, but the Heavenly Master had a command. Internal fighting was not allowed within the Tianshan sect, otherwise they would be expelled from the sect. So, we had to think of other methods." Everyone understood why the Tianshan sect was so chaotic yet didn't fall apart. Indeed, the Heavenly Master had set the bottom line for them. Internal strife was allowed, but mutual killing and fighting within the sect were prohibited. As expected, experience speaks volumes. "So what method did you use to choose?" Zhao Pu curiously asked Lu Feng. "Drawing lots," Lu Feng replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ouyang really sprayed the tea he was drinking. Zhang Zhao glanced at Bai Yutang. Bai Yutang raised his eyebrows at him, saying that it was decided by drawing lots. Zhang Zhao was a bit confused. He wondered if there was something wrong with his own head. Bai Yutang clearly hadn't voiced it, yet he understood the meaning. Bai Yutang also seemed to find this way of communication a bit strange. He looked at Zhang Zhao, probably thinking that his eyes could speak, and his expressions were quite rich. It was probably like that. "You drew the short straw, so you have to be the sect leader," Gongsun was surprised. "Yeah." Lu Feng nodded. "I can't believe the disciples of the Tianshan sect would actually accept it," Zhao Pu said in disbelief. "Because I was the one who drew 3 times in a row, and later it was also me for rock, paper, scissors," Lu Feng said helplessly, shaking his head. So, he could only feel sorry for his disciples. "To be honest, I didn't want to be the sect leader either, but there's nothing I can do. Fate plays tricks on people." Zhang Zhao thought for a moment. "Shouldn't those be your junior brothers? How did they become your nephews?" "It's all according to the seniority arranged by the Celestial Master." Lu Feng was also very troubled. The Celestial Master is usually quite lazy and doesn't have a clear understanding of the seniority system, so he often calls people randomly. As a result, among the top 10 experts, there are both my junior brothers and my nephews, as well as my grandstudents and so on. Zhang Zhao silently glanced at Bai Yutang and said, "Your master is too unreliable." Bai Yutang smiled nonchalantly and replied, "That's called not sweating the small stuff." Zhang Zhao covered his chest and suddenly understood that something was wrong. Bai Yutang was also a bit puzzled. How did Zhang Zhao manage to understand it right away? While the two were confused, they felt a gaze on them. They turned their heads in unison and saw little Four holding a teacup, tilting his head in confusion as he looked at them, also wearing a face full of doubt. Zhang Zhao's first reaction was, could it be that Xiao Sizai also understands? Bai Yutang looked back and saw the Bai Shui Tan behind him. Was Xiao Sizai looking at the fishing nets behind him? In fact, neither of them accurately grasped Xiao Sizai's thoughts. He was just studying whether Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang's way of communicating was the so-called term from legend. What was it called? Right, exchanging glances. Old man, you're quite lucky, Ziying said, crunching on peanuts and joking with Lu Feng. You actually drew the short straw 3 times in a row. Is it that the Celestial Master wants you to be the leader, deliberately setting up a trap to fool you and that group of disciples? As soon as Ziying said this, Lu Feng burst into laughter. Oh, little friend, do you know what it means when the Buddha says it cannot be spoken? Everyone understood, although Lu Feng was a bit honest. He was valuable for his good temper and lack of ambition. If it were someone else with a slightly worse temper or a bit more ambition, the Tianshan sect might have already disbanded by now. Lu Zhongmin, why don't you talk about the case of Yu Qingxi, as well as the recently deceased Yan Lin and Su Fei? Bao Zheng still wanted to bring up serious matters. Oh, Lu Feng immediately put away his playful thoughts and became serious. It's like this. The bodies of the 3 are stored in the ice cellar of the Tianshan sect. I've sent people to guard them, as the office is quite chaotic with people coming and going. Bao Zheng nodded. Qingxi's death is quite strange. Lu Feng frowned, seemingly very puzzled. Qingxi's martial arts are not weak, but he died silently in his room, and it was a knife wound to the throat. To be honest, there are not many people in this world who can accomplish this. Everyone frowned as well. Could it be that he was drugged first, fainted, or lost consciousness, and then the knife wound was inflicted? Gong Sun asked. That is also a possibility, which is why I have kept the body, Lu Feng sighed. However, speaking of it, Qingxi's return this time is also somewhat strange, and so are Yan Lin and Su Fei. Is there some point of suspicion? Bao Zheng asked. There is. They all arrived early. Lu Feng's reasoning sounded strange. Arrived early? Zhang Zhao asked, is that suspicious? Just as Lu Feng was about to speak, he heard some commotion from the mountain. In a short while, they saw a young boy rushing down, shouting, Zhongmin, something happened. Lu Feng was startled by him. There had already been enough incidents these days, and now something else happened. Could it be that someone else died? What happened? Lu Feng stood up abruptly. Bai Yutong and Zhang Zhao exchanged glances, thinking, could it be this coincidental? Senior brother Qingji and Uncle Master Wang Lao are fighting. The little disciple said anxiously. Lu Feng was taken aback and felt a bit relieved. As long as no one was dead, that was fine. But then he thought it was strange. What were they fighting about? I don't know. Just sparring, I guess. Lu Feng waved his hand and sat down. Wang Lao likes to find someone to spar with. It's not surprising. Let Qingji accompany him for a match. No, Zhongmin, they are fighting to the death. They've both been injured. The little disciple jumped anxiously and added, today it's either you die or I live, and several of the senior brothers and uncles who tried to mediate have been hurt. Lu Feng stood up again. What were they fighting about? The little disciple shook his head repeatedly. I don't know, Zhongmin. You better go take a look. If you don't separate them soon, someone might really get killed. Lu Feng nodded, gesturing to him. Hurry, lead the way. The little disciple turned and ran. Lu Feng followed a few steps, then suddenly stopped as if he thought of something, turned back, and pulled Bai Yutong. Uncle, those 2 have formidable skills. I estimate I won't be able to mediate, so you go. After saying that, he pulled Bai Yutong up the mountain. Zhang Zhao felt curious, so he followed along. Zhao Pu and the others exchanged glances, not expecting to encounter an internal conflict within the Tianshan sect on their first day in the Tianshan Mountains. Well, it was good to go and take a look. Thus, everyone stood up with a gossiping heart and went up the mountain to see the commotion. Xiao Cixi had been sitting at the table, daydreaming with a teacup in his hands. Gong Sun saw him looking silly and thought he was tired, so he reached over and picked him up, following Zhao Pu and the others up the mountain. However, as they walked, Xiao Cixi kept turning his head back, his eyes fixed on the surface of the Bai Shui Tan Lake. Zhao Pu casually lifted him over, noticing that Gong Sun was getting tired from holding him. But Xiao Cixi lay on Zhao Pu's shoulder, not responding when Zhao Pu spoke to him, just staring blankly at the lake. Zhao Pu held him up in front of him and asked, what's wrong? Xiao Cixi blinked his big eyes, suddenly pressed his hand on Zhao Pu's shoulder, and said, wait a minute. Zhao Pu was taken aback. Xiao Cixi squinted his eyes, pointed behind them, and took 2 steps back. Zhao Pu actually stepped back 2 paces, obediently following his command. The purple shadow and the yellow shadow in front turned back to look, and Gong Sun, puzzled, leaned over to see what Xiao Cixi was up to. Xiao Cixi lay on Zhao Pu's shoulder, his little hand stroking his chin while squinting at the lake for a long time before asking, is that buoy sinking? Everyone was stunned and turned back together. They saw that the long buoy that had been floating on the fishing net was now rapidly sinking. Wow, Purple Shadow shouted, and the Black Shadow and Yellow Shadow had already dashed over, each grabbing one end of the fishing net and pulling it up. The 2 of them stumbled, almost being pulled into the lake. Purple Shadow rushed over and grabbed Yellow Shadow, while Ouyang Xiaozheng pulled Black Shadow. both using their inner strength to step on the muddy bank, creating a big, deep pit. Gongsun was shocked. These four had deep inner strength. So whatever was underwater must be heavy. Pang Ji, who was at the back, got anxious and shouted, "Be careful. Don't get pulled in." Zhao Pu placed Xiao Cixi into Gongsun's arms, leaped onto the surface of the lake, and looked down. At that moment, he saw the previously calm lake suddenly swirling, with white bubbles continuously rising, as if some massive object with immense power was twisting and struggling beneath. The fishing net was pulled tightly. Zhao Pu couldn't see what was underwater. He only saw the aquatic plants and mud being stirred up, making the water murky. Prince Purple Shadow quickly noticed that the fishing net rope in Yellow Shadow's hand was fraying and was about to snap. Zhao Pu flew over, grabbed the rope in Purple Shadow's hand, and with his inner strength, pulled it up hard. Just then, his hand suddenly felt lighter. Zhao Pu stumbled and fell backward, while Purple Shadow and Yellow Shadow lunged to catch him as a human cushion. The Black Shadow and Ouyang also fell over. Looking again at the fishing net pulled up by everyone, they found a huge hole in the net woven from fish line about the thickness of a finger. Zhao Pu got up, cursing, "Next time, use iron chain for the net." At this moment, Gongsun, who had curiously run to the edge of the lake, looked down at the fishing net at his feet and slowly crouched down to pick something out of it. Xiao Cixi leaned closer to Gongsun's neck to see, and under the strong sunlight, the object reflected a shine like a mirror. It was a piece about the size of a bowl, resembling fish scales, but felt very hard. It was still a bit wet, and, in the sunlight, it not only reflected light, but also had a slightly transparent, bluish-green color, with rings of marks that looked like growth rings. Gongsun looked at it for a while, then exchanged a glance with Xiao Cixi in his arms. Xiao Cixi opened his mouth wide. "Is there really a qilin?" Zhao Pu took the scale and examined it, bringing it to his nose to smell. Frowning and shaking his head, no fishy smell. Gongsun leaned over too, and the two of them looked at the scale together. Perhaps they were too focused. Their heads leaned together without noticing. Xiao Cixi, now placed on the ground, stood between them, looking up at their heads close together. He reached out his chubby little hand to touch his chin, his big eyes blinking, appearing thoughtful. Ouyang Shaozhen with his arms crossed, squatted by the lake looking into the water, shaking his head. "Such great strength. Is it a qilin or a dragon? Goodness, otherwise. Why not bring those 500 soldiers over to try?" Prince Baozhen was not very interested in the qilin or dragon. He was more concerned about the murder case involving the Tianshan sect. So he urged Zhao Pu, "Why not go up the mountain first?" "Oh." Zhao Pu looked up, and Gongsun also came back to his senses, both of them lifting their heads. Only then did they realize how close they were, exchange a glance. And Gongsun took a step back, squinting at Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu scratched his head, thinking, what is wrong with this bookish guy? Did a wasp sting him? Everyone stopped causing a ruckus and went up the mountain to find Zhang Zhao and the others. They circled around to the top of Bai Shui Tan, where there was a path leading directly to the Tianshan sect. Zhao Pu picked up Xiao Cixi and quickly ran up. Gongsun jogged behind, feeling odd about how close Xiao Cixi was to Zhao Pu. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong had already followed Lu Feng to the back mountain of the Tianshan sect. Entering through the back door, they hadn't gone far when they heard the sounds of fighting. Just the sound of weapons clashing was enough to indicate that both sides were fighting fiercely. "The blade wind carries a killing intent," Zhang Zhao remarked. "Do these two have a deep-seated grudge?" Bai Yutong asked Lu Feng. "Do they have any past grievances?" "No." Lu Feng shook his head vigorously. "Wang Luo is a bit reckless, likes to spar with others, but his character is straightforward and not bad. Cheng Jisi is cultured and doesn't argue with anyone. I don't understand why these two would fight." Passing through the backyard, they saw a crowd gathered at the entrance, with flashes of blades and swords inside. The sect leader, a few sharp-eyed young disciples, spotted Lu Feng and shouted, urging those inside, "Senior brother, stop fighting. The sect leader is here." However, Lu Feng's name clearly had no effect on the top 10 experts, as they continued to fight fiercely. Bai Yutong glanced around. The two fighters were actually evenly matched, one using a knife and the other a sword. Zhang Zhao was quite puzzled, so he asked Bai Yutong if the Tianshan sect also used swords. Before Bai Yutong could explain, Lu Feng interjected, "Yes, the Tianshan sect's martial arts are profound and extensive. The teachings from the Celestial Master start with internal strength and only later focus on the blade. Except for junior Uncle Yutong. Basically, all the disciples were eliminated in the first round of internal energy. However, even with just a rudimentary understanding, their internal energy remains robust, allowing them to learn other skills quickly, which is why the Tianshan sect produces many skilled experts. Zhang Zhao nodded in understanding. Cheng Ji, Wang Luo, why don't you two stop quickly? Lu Feng put on a serious face, but unfortunately, he couldn't manage to look imposing. The Tianshan sect prohibits internal strife. Have you both gone mad? However, the two paid him no mind and, while changing their moves, said to Lu Feng, mind your own business. Today it's him, not me. Zhang Zhao blinked, showing good understanding. Lu Feng awkwardly scratched his head, while some of his younger disciples behind him looked helpless. There were also a few young people beside him with their hands behind their backs, appearing indifferent and enjoying the spectacle, possibly among the top 10 experts. Zhang Zhao secretly shook his head. This didn't resemble the bond that should exist between fellow disciples. They should care for each other like brothers. Members of the same sect are like a family, and when brothers fight, instead of mediating, they just watch the fun. That's truly ungrateful. Lu Feng, probably sensing Zhang Zhao's slight disappointment, felt a bit embarrassed. The Tianshan sect, being the leader of the martial world, was now fighting among themselves, and, as the sect leader, he couldn't help but feel that it made them look ridiculous, damaging the reputation of the Heavenly Master. Lu Feng instinctively glanced at Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong wasn't carrying a sword. He had only come out for a walk and didn't expect to encounter a fight. Initially, he thought it was nothing, assuming that Lu Feng would persuade them to stop. However, he didn't expect the rude response from the two when they returned Lu Feng's words, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. The Heavenly Master had always had only 3 requirements for the disciples of the Tianshan sect. First, they must not commit crimes or bully the weak. Second, they should maintain harmony among brothers and prohibit internal strife. Third, they must respect the sect leader, Lu Feng. This group of so-called experts, who were only half-baked, treated the Heavenly Master's words as if they were mere whispers in the wind. At this moment outside, Zhao Pu and the others also rushed over. Little Four sat on Zhao Pu's arm, curiously watching the fierce battle in the courtyard, and leaned towards Zhao Pu's ear to say, Jiu Jiu and the others are all bleeding. Zhao Pu raised an eyebrow slightly. Both of these fighters had considerable internal strength, and it was inevitable that they would get hurt from the blade winds. Speaking of which, the Tianshan sect was truly unreasonable, seeing their own disciples fighting like this. He thought they should be dealt with according to military law. Both should be executed as a warning to others. While he was dissatisfied, Gongsun beside him coldly remarked, This is the martial world. Do you think everyone will obey like your soldiers in the barracks? Zhao Pu stroked his chin and nodded, that's true. After saying that, he paused for a moment, exchanging a glance with Gongsun, puzzled about how this bookworm knew what he had just been thinking. Gongsun continued to observe the battle, more curious about how Bai Yutong would handle this internal conflict, and didn't think too much about it. Little Four looked at Zhao Pu, then at Gongsun, squinted his eyes, and his expression became somewhat subtle. Seeing so many people, many of the younger disciples of the Tianshan sect felt quite embarrassed and began to persuade them to stop fighting. Wang Lao, however, was not pleased and shouted, All of you get lost. Whoever intervenes, I'll kill them. Before he could finish his sentence, a white shadow flashed. Wang Lao and Cheng Ji were both momentarily stunned, and when they came to their senses, they realized their weapons were gone. For a moment, both were dumbfounded, looking at each other in disbelief. The onlookers were also stunned. Zi Ying gently nudged Ji Ying and exchanged a glance, implying, Is Bai Yutong really that powerful? The prince won't be defeated by him, will he? Ji Ying also found it strange. Bai Yutong's move was indeed quite frightening. Logically speaking, the top 10 experts of the Tianshan sect were all well-known figures, and everyone had seen the two of them sparring earlier. These weren't just two useless fighters. Yet, how did Bai Yutong manage to disarm both of them in one go? In contrast, Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu remained calm. Bai Yutong's move was indeed impressive, but in fact, it stemmed from his peculiar lightness skill. Bai Yutong had received the true teachings of the Heavenly Master, and this move was called like shadow, following form, which, as the name suggests, meant that when this lightness skill was executed, it resembled a shadow. This kind of skill was extremely difficult to learn, but could be quite intimidating. Today, it seemed that this little granduncle was going to show off in front of these older juniors. Sure enough, with one move, he subdued the two irrational experts. They both looked at Bai Yutong, slightly stunned, and turned their faces away in silence. Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Zhao helplessly acknowledged that in the martial world, it truly was about skill. Bai Yutong handed the swords to Lu Feng, signaling him to handle it. Lu Feng thought to himself, indeed, little granduncle is the most useful. He carefully placed the swords aside and asked Wang Lao and Cheng Ji, What was your dispute that led to such serious infighting among fellow disciples? At this point, Wang Lao had also come to his senses. He glared fiercely at Cheng Ji, ignored Lu Feng, grabbed a sword, and turned to leave. "Hey, Wang Lao," Lu Feng called out. Wang Lao didn't even stop his footsteps, completely ignoring him. Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu both felt a bit frustrated, thinking that Wang Luo was really arrogant and deserved a beating. Wang Luo had barely taken a few steps when he suddenly heard Bai Yutong speaking from behind. "You're going the wrong way." Wang Luo was slightly taken aback and turned around. Bai Yutong looked at Wang Luo, then at Cheng Ji, and pointed behind him. "The way down the mountain is over there." After saying this, he instructed a few slightly stunned young disciples of the Tianshan sect nearby to pack up their belongings. From today on, the Tianshan sect's top 10 experts will be changed to 8, and the 2 of you are expelled from the sect, never to return to Tianshan again. With just one sentence from Bai Yutong, Wang Luo and Cheng Ji's expressions changed. Lu Feng also looked at Bai Yutong, feeling soft-hearted and thinking that the punishment was too severe. "What did you say?" Wang Luo glared at Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong remained cold and indifferent. "Aren't you not deaf? How come you can hear what the sect leader called you just now, but didn't respond?" Wang Luo felt embarrassed. Cheng Ji, who had a different temperament, knew that Bai Yutong was not as easy to talk to as Lu Feng. The Tianzuan was famously indulgent towards him, not to mention expelling 2 people. Even if Bai Yutong were to disband the Tianshan sect and set the entire mountain on fire, the Tianzuan wouldn't say a word. Cheng Ji shot a glance at Wang Luo, mainly because this reckless man just couldn't read the room. It was one thing not to give Lu Feng face on ordinary days, but today, in front of Bai Yutong and so many outsiders, he didn't know to hold back a bit. At this moment, Zhang Zhao nodded, thinking it should be this way. Zhao Pu felt that the punishment was still too lenient for those 2 kids, suggesting at least 100 military canes each. Wang Luo and Cheng Ji both felt a bit regretful, but strangely, among the top 10 experts, there were a few familiar faces that they recognized, even if Bai Yutong couldn't name them. Both Wang Luo and Cheng Ji also had quite a few subordinates and disciples. After staying in Tianshan for so long, they should have at least 1 or 2 friends, but the problem was that they were just expelled from the sect, and not a single person came to plead for them. Zhang Zhao secretly clicked his tongue several times, really unsure whether to say that these 2 had failed in their daily lives, or to point out how cold and indifferent the Tianshan sect was among its own members. What was the point of learning martial arts in such a place? "Uncle Master, why not have Lu Feng plead for mercy on behalf of Cheng Ji and Wang Lao, who had pale faces filled with regret, looking at him as if asking for forgiveness?" However, before he could speak, Bai Yutong waved his hand to the crowd, saying it was a small matter and that they should all disperse and get back to what they were doing. After that, he patted Lu Feng, indicating that Judge Bao and Master Pang had been waiting for a long time and it was time to get down to serious business. Lu Feng felt awkward. Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu exchanged a glance, realizing that Bai Yutong usually kept a low profile, but when he turned ruthless, it could be deadly. These 2 experts had been expelled from their sect, yet he still called it a minor issue. Lu Feng was also aware that his disciple's temperament was quite similar to that of the Heavenly Sovereign, and it was probably too late to plead for mercy now. He glanced back at Cheng Ji and Wang Luo, gesturing with his eyes, implying, "What are you standing there for? Plead for mercy." Wang Luo and Cheng Ji exchanged awkward glances. It had been a long time since anyone from the Tianshan sect had cared about these experts. They had long since stopped taking Lu Feng, their sect leader, seriously, having held their heads high for so long that they had completely forgotten what it felt like to bow down. Finally, just as Bai Yutong and the others were about to leave the courtyard, there was a loud clang. Everyone turned around to see Wang Luo throwing down his knife and kneeling on the ground, pleading with his uncle to please retract the order, as he was willing to admit his fault. Zhao Pu stroked his chin, realizing that Wang Luo was a rough man. He had thought that the disciples of the Tianshan sect were all like Bai Yutong, but it turned out there were some who were a bit slow-witted. Gong Sun shot him a glance, noting that most martial artists were indeed rough around the edges. Zhao Pu widened his eyes, surprised that he knew that. Little Four was looking up, observing the 2 with keen interest. Cheng Ji hesitated for a moment, then also knelt down to apologize, asking his uncle to punish them as he pleased, but not to expel them from the sect. Bai Yutong acted similarly to Wang Luo earlier, pretending not to hear, and continued to walk out with his group. Zhang Zhao smiled slightly, wondering why the Heavenly Master didn't let Bai Yutong become the leader back then. When he wasn't smiling, he appeared particularly serious, exuding the aura of a leader, albeit a bit young. Still, the point remains. although Bai Yutong didn't remember the 10 great masters. The 10 great masters certainly remembered the temperament of this little master uncle, which was almost identical to the heavenly masters. Once he said something, he wouldn't take it back. As a favored child of heaven, he wouldn't care about others' feelings. Pleading for mercy would likely be useless. However, if they were really expelled from the sect, how would they establish themselves in the future? Wang Luo had a rather explosive personality and spoke directly. It's my fault for disrespecting the leader and fighting privately. I am willing to accept punishment, but I have reasons for wanting to kill Cheng Ji. As long as you don't expel me from the Tianshan sect, I can live like a dog from now on, keeping my tail between my legs. Is that satisfactory, Master Uncle? The others exchanged glances. Zhao Pu was somewhat confused about these people. Why were they so determined to stay in the Tianshan sect? The Heavenly Master didn't seem particularly concerned about them, not even recognizing them as disciples, merely referring to them as his students. The Tianshan sect's leader, Lu Feng, also had no real abilities. They could probably do well by founding a small sect with their own skills. Why force it? Only Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong understood. Only those who had seen the Heavenly Master's skills would know what it meant for a martial artist to be invincible in the world. Only those who had been guided in martial arts by someone of the Heavenly Master's caliber would understand what it meant to advance by leaps and bounds. No martial artist would give up the halo of the Heavenly Master. Another point, being expelled from a sect is a significant taboo in the martial world. The reasons for expulsion typically include betrayal of the sect, committing crimes, or killing fellow disciples. Once associated with these reasons, one would no longer be accepted in the martial world, and their future would be destroyed. Bai Yutong turned to look at the two, seemingly puzzled, and asked, "Why do I want to live like a dog? I don't even like dogs." The crowd was taken aback, and then looked at Bai Yutong in speechless surprise, seeing him still looking righteous, saying, "I've only liked cats since I was young." Wang Luo felt deflated. Indeed, he was impervious to poison. Even his tone of speech was reminiscent of the Heavenly Master. Cheng Ji was much more astute than Wang Luo. He pleaded with Lu Feng, "Senior brother, we know we were wrong." Lu Feng, feeling soft-hearted, waved his hand at the two, suggesting they return to their rooms to think it over. "I'll call for you later to explain what happened. Also, no more fighting." After hearing this, Wang Luo and Cheng Ji looked at Bai Yutong and saw that he had no particular reaction, seemingly not wanting to interfere with Lu Feng's decision, which made them realize there was hope. They thanked him and hurried back to their rooms. Bai Yutong didn't speak. The Tianshan sect belonged to Lu Feng, so let him take charge. Whether to kill the chicken to warn the monkey or to set an example was for Lu Feng to decide. Seeing that, Bai Yutong agreed. Lu Feng hurriedly led everyone to the mortuary to see the bodies of Yu Chengxi, Yan Lin, and Su Fei. As they walked down the mountain, Bai Yutong saw Zhang Zhao holding Xiao Cici, seemingly telling him something. Zhang Zhao's eyes were wide with surprise. Bai Yutong took a few steps forward and heard Xiao Cici recounting the feat of capturing the Qilin by Zhao Pu and the others. Bai Yutong found it hard to believe that there was really a Qilin. "I've never seen one. Only a scale?" Xiao Cici pulled out a hard scale from his little pouch and handed it to Bai Yutong. It was the one Gong Sun had placed in his pouch earlier, telling him to keep it, whether it was a dragon scale or a Qilin scale, just to hold on to it for now. Bai Yutong took the scale, looked at it for a while, and frowned. "What's wrong?" Zhang Zhao also leaned in to look, saying it looked like a dragon scale, but felt a bit too hard to be a scale made of glass. When they reached the vicinity of the mortuary, Gong Sun and Bao Zheng entered the room to see the bodies. Bai Yutong wasn't very interested. He glanced at it and then came out with Zhang Zhao. At this moment, a few little disciples from the Tianshan sect came up carrying a heavy fishing net and asked Bai Yutong, "Great Master Uncle, this fishing net is broken. Do you still want it?" Zhang Zhao pointed to the ground and said, "Let me take a look." The little apprentice then placed the fishing net on the ground. Zhang Zhao picked up the fishing net and opened it to take a look, eventually finding the hole. Surprised, he exclaimed, "What a big hole." Bai Yutong also glanced at it, frowned slightly, and then took out the scale to examine it. The two, suddenly realizing something, squatted down. One of them picked up a rope and as thick as a finger and stared at it. Finally, they looked up and met each other's gazes. Zhang Zhao smiled slightly and took the scale. "I knew what it was." Bai Yutong nodded, and so did I. Little Four looked up, seeing the two of them starting to play a guessing game again, and just as he was curious, he felt something furry rubbing against his calf. Looking down, Little Four laughed. Bai Yutong and Zhang Zhao were silently examining the fish scale again when they suddenly heard a meow. Bai Yutong instinctively glanced at Zhang Zhao, who was looking down. Little Four was holding up a white paw, a chubby little black cat, raised in front of the two. The little cat stared at them for a while, and then Bai Yutong suddenly reached out and grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck. The little cat, caught by the neck, meowed and struggled a bit, glaring at Bai Yutong with some dissatisfaction. Bai Yutong raised an eyebrow and gently tugged at the cat's whiskers. And sure enough, the little cat started to make a fuss again. Zhang Zhao took back the little cat and looked at Bai Yutong in confusion. Don't you like cats? Bai Yutong nodded. I do like them. After saying that, he reached out to pinch the cat's soft paw and casually tugged its tail. The black cat, anxious, extended its claws to scratch him, but Bai Yutong was quick and clearly experienced, dodging easily. Are you sure you like them? Zhang Zhao handed the little cat back to Xiao Sizai, urging him to hide it quickly. Bai Yutong smiled faintly. I love cats the most, especially the feeling of bullying them. Zhang Zhao was taken aback for a moment. Bai Yutong's eyes brightened, and it was hard to tell whether he was joking or serious. In any case, Zhang Zhao felt a chill run down his neck. From the scales and fishing nets, it was clear that Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong had deduced some clues, though outsiders did not understand. At that moment, Gong Sun stepped out, seemingly puzzled. The accompanying Lu Feng also wore a worried expression. Zhang Zhao asked Bao Zheng, Sir, what is the condition of the corpse? Bao Zheng looked helplessly at Gong Sun. Gong Sun crossed his arms and said, It doesn't look like a knife wound. Ouyang, curious, asked, If it doesn't look like a knife wound, then what is it? Gong Sun replied, I've never seen a weapon like this. It's very sharp and fast, but I can't understand how the wound was caused. Gong Sun was very confused. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong exchanged a glance. Zhao Pu noticed and asked, Do you two have any clues? Zhang Zhao nodded, wondering what clues Bao Zheng was curious about. Bai Yutong then told a young disciple from the Tianshan sect to go to the kitchen and help find a piece of pork, specifically with the skin on. The young disciple hurriedly ran off, saying to Bai Yutong that this person was truly hard to look at, so good-looking. Everyone else, except for Zhang Zhao, was puzzled about what they needed the pork for. After a while, the young disciple returned carrying a piece of pig leg and asked Bai Yutong, Master Uncle, is this okay? Bai Yutong nodded and gave Zhang Zhao a knowing glance. Zhang Zhao raised his hand, and with a swoosh, the Qilin scale that Xiao Sizai had just given them flew far away after scraping across the surface of the pig leg, embedding itself in the courtyard wall. Everyone was slightly taken aback, staring at the scale for a moment, then turning back to look at the piece of pork where they noticed a gash on it, resembling a knife wound. It's this wound. Gong Sun focused on the piece of pigskin, examining it closely. The wound was turned outward, similar to that made by a sharp knife. I was wondering what it was, but it turns out to be a hidden weapon made of scales. Zhao Pu took the scale that Ziying brought back and looked at it, frowning. This thing is not a scale at all. It's a blade. Bai Yutong nodded and said to Lu Feng, Take me to Yu Chengxi's room to have a look. All right. Lu Feng quickly led Bai Yutong to the Tianshan sect's courtyard. The Tianshan sect occupies almost the entire mountain, and since the masters seldom interacted with one another, they each had their own courtyard scattered throughout the mountain. Yu Qingxi's courtyard was located halfway up the mountain on the west side, built against the mountain. In front of it was a water pool, one of the many pools in Biyu Mountain, called Qingyun Pool. This courtyard was also named Qingyun Courtyard, a very elegant name. It was called Qingyun Pool because the water in this pool was particularly clear and calm, with no overhead cover, allowing large clouds to be reflected on the water surface very clearly, making the blue sky and white clouds look as if they were printed in a mirror. Hence the name. Zhang Zhao glanced at the calm surface of the river. The saying goes, water that is too clear has no fish. This Qingyun Pool is indeed very clean. Rather than being ethereal, it feels lifeless. There are no waterfalls around, and the surrounding banks are made of somewhat damp sandy soil with not many trees. Although Zhang Zhao is not skilled in swimming, he does understand some basic geography of mountains and rivers. The bottom of this pool must be connected to the outside world. Otherwise, it would have become stagnant water, likely already foul. Zhang Zhao was staring blankly at the river when Xiao Zizi tugged at his clothes and pointed to the people who had already entered the Qingyun courtyard. They've gone in. Zhang Zhao reached out and held his hand, following him inside. Bai Yutong glanced back at the door, naturally noticing Zhang Zhao's expression. So he also looked in the direction of the pond. The crowd followed Lu Feng into the study where Yu Chengxi was murdered. The door was broken in, and it seemed to be not particularly sturdy. Someone like Yu Chengxi, a master, would rarely concern himself with how solid a door was. Once inside, everyone observed the surroundings. And finally, Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong bumped their heads against a window on the east side. With a loud thud, Zhang Zhao rubbed his forehead and looked at Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong also felt quite a pain from a bump, reaching up to touch his forehead, realizing it was slightly swollen. Zhang Zhao had a hard head. Thinking of this, a word popped into his mind. Cat. Aren't cats like that? Light and agile. able to leap over roofs and walls, yet with particularly hard heads? Zhang Zhao naturally knew that he had a hard forehead since childhood. He thought to himself, with such a beautiful face as Bai Yutong's, I hope I didn't knock it out of shape. He leaned over to take a look and saw a red mark on Bai Yutong's forehead, but his face wasn't misshapen, so he breathed a sigh of relief. You're fine, right? My forehead is harder than a brick. Bai Yutong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He was indeed self-aware. Behind them, the crowd tilted their heads, patiently watching the two, thinking, you two should get to the point quickly. At that moment, Xiao Cixi pointed at a paper window between the two, which was letting in a draft. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang have finally regained their senses and nodded. When everyone came over to take a look, they noticed a thin, vertical gap in the window. It was really hard to see unless you looked closely. Zhao Pu took out the scale and compared it, finding that it fit perfectly through the gap. Gong Sun pushed the window open, and seeing Zhang Zhao still rubbing his head, he nudged him aside, inadvertently pushing him towards Bai Yutang. For some reason, it felt very natural. Bai Yutang and Zhang Zhao moved a bit aside, feeling a bit like they were being dismissed. Outside the window was a courtyard, and directly across from the window stood a tree. Ying jumped out of the window, circled around the tree looking up and down, and after finding something, waved to Zhao Pu and the others. After all, investigating the case was Zhang Zhao's responsibility. So he ran over too, gently gripping a gap in the middle of the tree trunk and pulling it apart. Ying was startled to see a hole opened in the trunk. This was a tree, not a pile of cotton. Zhang Zhao's internal strength was very powerful, and his finger strength was astonishing. Which martial arts school did this belong to? Zhang Zhao pulled apart the tree trunk and reached inside to pull out something. Ying felt a dazzling light in front of him. The item was reflecting light. When he took a closer look, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this a scale from a Qilin?" At this moment, everyone came over and Gong Sun held up two scales for comparison. They were identical. Could it be that the Qilin came up and shed its scales to kill? Zhao Pu scoffed, not forgetting to make a sarcastic remark, saying, "Who knows how many scales this Qilin has on it? Otherwise, it would be bald sooner or later." Bao Zheng then asked Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong, "What does this mean?" Zhang Zhao smiled slightly and said, "Sir, this should be a specially crafted hidden weapon used to ambush people in this manner." Bai Yutong added earlier, "When you were capturing the Qilin, the fishing net that was torn apart wasn't snapped by force. It was cleanly cut by a sharp blade. The cuts were extremely smooth, yet uneven in length." Ouyang Xiaoheng muttered to himself, "If the cuts are smooth, why are they uneven in length? Could it be that the blade was particularly short, requiring each strand to be cut one by one?" So, Zhang Zhao pointed to the scales. "This fits perfectly." Everyone nodded in agreement. "That makes sense," they said. Pang Ji sighed. Fortunately, His Highness inexplicably cast the fishing net to catch the Qilin this time, or we wouldn't have stumbled upon this clue. Bao Zheng shot him a glance. "Oh, fatty, that flattery was perfectly timed." Pang Ji remained expressionless but rolled his eyes in response. "But if there is such a blade underwater, could what we caught earlier have been a person?" Gong Sun found it hard to believe. A person staying underwater for that long? Ouyang expressed disbelief. Besides, if the four of us couldn't pull him up, how heavy would that person have to be? Perhaps. Zhang Zhao pondered. What you caught was indeed some enormous aquatic creature, and this blade fragment was left behind when someone cut the net to free it. Everyone agreed that this explanation was plausible. So, that person, or aquatic creature, is still in Bisui Pond? Zhao Pu crossed his arms. The murderer is very likely the same. And the legendary man-eating monster from back then was that very aquatic creature. Though it's just speculation, it's highly possible. Bao Zheng, note that. Why don't we actually investigate the bottom of the pond? Useless. This remark was uttered simultaneously by Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong. After speaking, they exchanged glances, seemingly surprised by their synchronization. The others, long accustomed to these two frequently sharing the same train of thought, asked in unison, "Why?" Zhang Zhao looked at Bai Yutong and said, "You go ahead and speak." Bai Yutong nodded, estimating that Zhang Zhao had been staring at the water surface and had also thought of this issue. The Baishui Mountain and the entire waterway of Shizhou Prefecture are interconnected, especially these water pools in Baishui Mountain, which have caves underneath, waterfalls, and springs above. If one is good at swimming, they can directly swim from Baishui Pool to Qingyan Pool. There have even been cases where something thrown into a certain water pool was washed all the way to the dock of Shizhou Prefecture. Wouldn't that make it impossible to trace? Pang Ji was troubled, but if such a person really exists, their swimming skills would be too good, right? Yeah. Do they not need to breathe? Zhou Pu wondered. They can use a self-made airbag, Bai Yutong replied. My fourth brother is a great swimmer. He learned to use sheep intestines as an airbag from some coastal fishermen, allowing him to stay underwater for a long time. That's easy then, Zhao Pu said. Just make a few more. As long as we can breathe, we can also go down. The sheep intestine airbag isn't that easy to make, Zhang Zhao said. You need to know how to blow air. Xiao Siji tilted his face up and blew air. It's not just ordinary blowing. The air goes in through the nose and comes out through the mouth directly, without passing through the lungs, Zhang Zhao explained, noticing everyone looking at him with curiosity. Bao Zheng then asked, Isn't it true that you, Garjon, can't swim? Zhang Zhao looked up at the sky. I have an uncle who can. Everyone understood and didn't delve deeper, and Zhang Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yutong looked at him and said, You're so loose-lipped, sooner or later, someone will expose you. Zhang Zhao's eyelids twitched in fear. It wasn't the first or second time he had slipped up. Anyway, he could always find a way to cover it up and get away with it. Bai Yutong nodded in appreciation. Zhang Zhao continued to look up at the sky without saying a word, and he understood. The group had found clues, but didn't know how to proceed. Just as one case was not yet solved, another incident occurred. The little disciple who had gone to persuade Lu Feng to mediate the fight came running in, crying, Master, something terrible has happened. Lu Feng shuddered. He had been worried that the senior brothers were fighting, but now the disciple was crying. What's wrong? Uncle Cheng has died. The little disciple cried. He's just dead. The body is still warm. How could this happen? Lu Feng stamped his foot. Didn't I tell him to stay in his room and reflect? He died in his room. The little disciple wiped his face. Before he went in, he told me to get him a pot of chrysanthemum tea to calm down. I took the tea over, but the door was locked. I knocked for a long time, but there was no response. I went around to the window and heard strange, coughing sounds from inside. I poked a hole in the window paper and looked in. Oh my God. Uncle Cheng was lying in the chair with a big cut on his neck, blood gushing out. Lu Feng's face turned pale, and he hurried to check on Cheng Ji. Cheng Ji was already dead. Bai Yutong stopped Lu Feng and asked the little disciple, What about you? Yes. I called for help, and when everyone broke in, Uncle Cheng had just breathed his last, the little disciple replied. Everyone frowned slightly. Then we really shouldn't go look for Cheng Ji right now. Zhang Zhao glanced at Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong nodded and asked Lu Feng, Where does Wang Lao live? Lu Feng was taken aback, then slapped his forehead. Do you think he might be the next victim? He hurriedly said. Longing Pond. Lu Feng pointed eastward, but was immediately lifted by Bai Yutong and Zhang Zhao, who used their lightness skills to head in the direction he pointed. Their movements were so swift that Bao Zheng and the others were left unprepared. Gongsun was anxious and exclaimed, Take me with you. Zhao Pu waved his hand. What are you going for? It's a dangerous place. If Wang Lao gets hurt and still has a breath left, I can save him. Gongsun cut through the chaos, and Zhao Pu quickly reached out to grab him, chasing after Bai Yutong and the others. Gongsun moved. Why are you holding me so tightly? Zhao Pu found him unreasonable. Are you suggesting I just let you go? The others exchanged glances, and Ouyang Shaojing picked up the anxious little Siji and followed along. A shadow carried the beloved Bao Derun, who felt a sense of familiarity due to the color, and they disappeared in a flash. In the end, only Ziying and Jiaying remained, each helplessly carrying the large Master Pang and also pursued after them. Upon arriving at Longing Pond, the group didn't have time to ponder why it was called Longing Pond and rushed into the side courtyard. A little disciple who was sweeping the floor said that Wang Lao had gone into the study to sulk after returning and had taken a few jars of wine to drink inside. He usually couldn't hold his liquor, so he might have already gotten drunk. As they spoke, Zhang Zhao and the others heard a loud crash from inside, as if a wine jar had shattered. The little disciples all shrank back. Wang Lao had a notoriously irritable temperament, and they hoped he wouldn't get drunk and start hitting people. Zhang Zhao stepped forward and kicked open the door. The scene before him was eerie and terrifying. Several young disciples gasped in shock, their legs going weak as they sat on the ground. At this moment, Wang Lao was leaning against a chair, his face tilted back, mouth agape, eyes bulging as if they might pop out. His hands were flailing around, and there was a large gash in his neck from which blood was gushing out like a spring. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, no one would believe that a person could bleed so much. Gongsun shouted and quickly covered his wound, while opening the bag at his waist to pull out a needle pouch and a medicine pouch. At Gongsun's words, everyone froze for a moment, unsure of how to cover the wound. It was Xiao Cici who rushed forward to try to cover the wound, but unfortunately, he was too short to reach. Just as he was jumping, someone pulled on his collar and threw him away, and it landed perfectly in Ziying's arms. Ziying quickly caught it, while Zhang Zhao frowned slightly, seeing Bai Yutong pressing down on Wang Lao's wound. Blood continued to gush out, and in no time his hands and white clothing were covered in blood, with his sleeves almost completely dyed red. Coincidentally, Bai Yutong was dressed in white, and the combination of red and white was simply blinding. Bai Yutong supported Wang Lao's neck with one hand while pressing down on the gruesome wound with the other, asking Gong Sun if he could save him. Yes, but you mustn't let go, Gong Sun said, but before he could finish, Bai Yutong's face suddenly changed. Zhao Pu shouted, "Be careful." Gong Sun felt someone behind him yank his collar and pull him back hard, just as something whizzed past his eyes. He watched in shock as a flash of cold light cut through, severing a strand of his hair. At the same time, Zhang Zhao leaped out through the window, and everyone saw him chase after a shadow that leaped over the courtyard wall. Zhao Pu gestured to the 3 shadow guards, who chased after Zhang Zhao to surround the man in black, who was likely the murderer. Zhao Pu steadied Gong Sun and noticed a half piece of scale nailed to the wall nearby. Gong Sun didn't have time to feel afraid or to consider what had just happened, because if they delayed any longer, Wang Lao would truly be dead. Gong Sun quickly took out a needle, and in the blink of an eye, 36 golden needles were almost fully embedded in Wang Lao's chest. He then pulled out a large pouch of silver needles. Bai Yutong couldn't even count how many there were. But Gongsuin's technique was astonishingly fast. In no time, Wang Lao was almost poked full of needles like a hedgehog. Gong Sun opened the medicine pouch and called for Xiao Cixi. At that moment, Xiao Cixi came in holding a small bowl with half a bowl of water, saying half a bowl of water, 1 spoon of white vinegar, 1 spoon of sugar. Zhao Pu was puzzled. Cooking? Gong Sun poured the medicinal powder into the bowl and stirred it slightly with his finger, causing the powder to congeal into a paste, filling the bowl with a thick white substance that seemed to become more viscous. Gong Sun turned around and told Bai Yutong he could let go. Before Bai Yutong released his grip, he glanced at Wang Lao. He actually didn't quite believe that Wang Lao could survive like this. But strangely, although Wang Lao's face was still pale, he no longer had the near-death appearance from before. At this moment, he looked at Bai Yutong with eyes full of the determination to live. Bai Yutong slowly withdrew his hand, afraid that blood would spill, but it didn't. Zhao Pu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in admiration of Gongsuin's miraculous skills. The hundreds of needles he had just inserted truly stopped the bleeding. Zhao Pu suddenly felt a bit regretful. His earlier dismissal of the scholar's abilities was rather ignorant. There are always greater talents and people beyond one's own experience. If even Wang Lao could be saved, this scholar was practically a living bodhisattva against death. If he had been recruited early into the military, who knows how many lives he could have saved. Zhao Pu couldn't help but sigh, realizing how foolish it was to have kept him at arm's length. Gong Sun handed the bowl of medicine to Bai Yutong to hold temporarily, then pulled out another package. Zhao Pu and Bai Yutong both broke into a cold sweat at the sight of the package filled with needles, threads, and knives. Wang Lao saw the glaring row of instruments and broke into a cold sweat as well. But he couldn't move or speak, only looking to Bai Yutong for help. Bai Yutong remained calm and simply said, "Don't move." Wang Lao looked up at the sky, resigned to his fate. Then, Gong Sun did something that made everyone frown. He lowered his head and started working with the needles and threads, as if he were sewing clothes. Zhao Pu looked at Xiao Cixi and crouched down to ask quietly, "Is your father okay?" Xiao Cixi, busy folding a handkerchief in his hands, glanced at Zhao Pu and replied, "Of course." Zhao Pu rolled his eyes. Xiao Cixi handed him the handkerchief, saying, "Wipe the sweat off for Dad." Zhao Pu was surprised. Gong Sun was still standing and hadn't moved, yet he was sweating. But when he leaned in closer to look, he saw Gongsuin's face was drenched in sweat, beads of it everywhere, but he had no time to wipe it off. Zhao Pu quickly moved in to gently pat Gongsuin's face, not even knowing why he was being so gentle. After Gong Sun finished sewing, he took the bowl of thick medicinal paste from Bai Yutong's hands, grabbed a handful, and smeared it on Wang Lao's neck. After a while, Wang Lao felt something solidify around his neck. It turned out that the paste had hardened into something like stone. Wang Lao straightened his neck, but his eyes could still move, feeling a bit dizzy. Gong Sun started to pull out the needles from his body, saying with a few days of rest, "The wound will heal. You're lucky. There's a fracture in your neck. This brace will have to stay on for 3 months. Once the bone heals, it can be removed. But your voice may be a bit hoarse afterwards, and there's nothing that can be done about it." Wang Lao was astonished. Who cares about the voice? Just surviving was a miracle. Lu Feng was nearby, reciting Amitabha Buddha. Once all the needles were removed, Wang Lao could move again. He opened his mouth, but Gong Sun shot him a glare, "Don't speak for these few days." Wang Lao quickly shut his mouth, thinking, wow, he's really fierce, even scarier than Bai Yutong. Thinking of Bai Yutong, Wang Lao glanced sideways at him. Bai Yutong remained calm, using a wet handkerchief to wipe his hands. a large stain of blood on his snow-white clothing. Wang Lao pursed his lips. Earlier, he had been inside, drinking and cursing, insulting Bai Yutong's ancestors. And now he felt guilty. Just as he was about to apologize to Bai Yutong and express his gratitude, he saw Bai Yutong suddenly raise his head and quickly walk to the window. At the same time, there was a loud bang as a man in black flew in from outside the courtyard, crashing heavily to the ground. On the wall above, Zhang Zhao stood with his hands behind his back, holding a treasured sword, seemingly just returning from stroll, raising an eyebrow and muttering, "I told you not to run. Where do you think you're going?" Zhao Pu came over to take a look and found that the man in black was neither tied up nor had his acupoint sealed. But he lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, eyes glazed over, his legs cramping as if in a spasm, his whole body convulsing. Zhao Pu and Bai Yutong exchanged glances, puzzled about the situation. At that moment, they saw Ouyang Shaojing struggling to climb up the courtyard wall, panting heavily, as if he had just marched 800 miles on foot. "Heh heh," Ouyang Shaojing waved at Xiao Sitsi. "Xiao Sitsi, bring me a cup of water." Xiao Sitsi hurriedly brought the cup over. The wall wasn't too high, and Ouyang Shaojing reached out to take the water, when suddenly, a scream pierced the air from outside. "I also want it. Damn it, my legs are cramping." Zhao Pu and Bai Yutong were confused. These people had only been out for a short while. How could they be so exhausted? Zhang Zhao looked at Ouyang Shaojing beside him with confusion. Seeing him drenched in sweat, he handed him a handkerchief and said, "Wipe it off. Why are you running so much?" Ouyang opened his mouth wide, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Zhang Zhao. "Are you even human? Can you fly? I've never been this tired in my life." Zhang Zhao jumped down from the wall and approached the man in black, poking him with his toes. Noticing no reaction, he realized he had fainted. After Gong Sun checked his pulse, he widened his mouth in surprise, wondering how someone could be this exhausted. Everyone looked at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao looked innocent, saying he hadn't done anything, just cornered him in the woods to play for a while. Who knew he kept running nonstop? And when I told him to stop running, he ended up exhausting himself. At this point, Bai Yutong suddenly spoke up, saying it was like drawing a cage on the ground, a cat catching a mouse. Zhang Zhao raised the corner of his mouth and nodded to Bai Yutong, confirming that he was indeed a disciple of the Heavenly Lord. Bai Yutong sighed. This technique could only be performed using superior lightness skills and was a unique creation of Lord Yin, specifically designed to tease others. First, one draws a circle on the ground, not too small, preferably about an acre in size, and then leads the target into that circle. The person will inevitably run in one direction, using lightness skills to block him. If he changes direction to continue running, one keeps blocking him. And this continues in a cycle. No matter how he runs, the goal is to block him as if drawing a prison on the ground. Once inside this circle, no one can expect to get out again. To execute this technique, one must possess lightness skills 100 times greater than the opponent's, with speed that is fast, deep internal strength, and a malicious character, much like a cat teasing a mouse. In short, the result of this technique often leaves the captured person exhausted. Ouyang Shaojing and the others probably had little experience, wanting to chase after Zhang Zhao or help him. They likely ended up worn out themselves, drawing a prison on the ground, like a cat catching a mouse. Lu Feng tilted his head and stroked his beard. This technique sounded familiar. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong were both taken aback. Zhang Zhao quickly waved his hand, saying that in script. There were two performances. One was drawing a cage to imprison, and the other was the cat catching a mouse. He mentioned that they would go watch the play later. Lu Feng scratched his head and asked, "Is that so?" Zhang Zhao nodded, and Lu Feng also nodded, realizing that was the case. Isn't it that the young master uncle doesn't like watching plays? Bai Yutong looked at Zhang Zhao with admiration. Indeed, the skill of deceiving others is the best in the world. Zhang Zhao felt a bit pleased and thought to himself, how could he possibly know that this rat would definitely have ventriloquism skills? The black-clothed man was caught by Zhang Zhao, and he was still alive, but unfortunately, he had fainted from exhaustion and couldn't move at all. Gong Sun had no choice but to have someone carry him to a chair to sit for a while. Also looking weakly at Zhang Zhao, Zhao Pu glanced over and clicked his tongue, thinking that the man was barely hanging on to life. When would he wake up? Gong Sun shook his head. At least 4 or 5 more hours. No way, Ouyang Shaojing said with a grin. That long? Exactly, that long. Zhang Zhao also seemed puzzled. Everyone turned to look at him, as if to ask if he had ever slipped away like this before. Zhang Zhao muttered, "Just drink some water to feel better." Zhao Pu shook his head, saying that only fairy water could help him recover. Bai Yutong looked at the nearly lifeless man in black, reached for a cup of water from the edge of the table, held it to his mouth, and said, "Get up and drink some water." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black really reached out, grabbed the cup, and gulped it down, clearly very thirsty. Zhang Zhao nodded and said that a sip of water would wake him up, as he had always done before. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. The man coughed for a long time before finally catching his breath, while Lu Feng tilted his head to look at him. This person was quite peculiar. With a brownish-black complexion, everyone subconsciously glanced at Judge Bao, who had a more uniform dark complexion. Seeing Lu Feng's gaze, the man in black lowered his head, seemingly intent on avoiding it. This action made Lu Feng frown. He took out a handkerchief, poured some water into it, and reached out to wipe the face of the man in black. After wiping, a patch of his face turned white. Only then did everyone realize that this brother was not naturally dark, but had painted himself black. "Chengping, is that you?" Lu Feng said angrily after cleaning most of the man's face and seeing his appearance. "How could you harm your senior brother?" "I didn't." Chengping quickly shook his head. "I just came to take a look." "Then why were you sneaking around?" Zhang Zhao frowned. Could he be from the Tianshan sect? If he had nothing to hide, why did he run when we chased him just now? Chengping by Yutong frowned and thought for a moment, seemingly recognizing the name, and asked, "Is he one of the top 10 masters of the Tianshan sect?" Lu Feng helplessly nodded. Chengping was the youngest among the top 10 masters of the Tianshan sect. He didn't know what had happened to his senior brothers. One by one, they were getting into trouble. In the blink of an eye, 2 had died. 1 was severely injured, and another was a suspect. Out of the remaining 6, 2 had gone off to establish their own sect. Yao Xiling was rarely in Tianshan, leaving only 3. 2 of them were mysterious and elusive. The other 2 had strange personalities and disliked interacting with others. Just now, while the 2 brothers were fighting fiercely, they didn't even come to mediate. It made him think that the Tianshan sect could really only be described as a scattered sand, and, as the sect leader, he felt quite a failure. As soon as Zhang Zhao saw this, it turned into an internal issue of the Tianshan sect again, and he couldn't help but sigh. Everyone silently glanced at Bai Yutong, and the meaning was clear. Your sect is in real chaos. Bai Yutong simply crossed his arms and stood aside, waiting to see what was going on. "Chengping, what are you doing?" Lu Feng's temper flared, and his voice rose a few decibels. Everyone looked at Chengping. After wiping his face clean, appeared quite fair-skinned and decent-looking, in his 20s and very young, with a wrinkled nose and pursed lips, looking quite conflicted and a bit embarrassed. Bao Zheng and Peng Ji exchanged glances. This young man didn't seem like a ruthless murderer. Chengping scratched his head for a long time, muttering softly, "I just came to take a look." Everyone frowned at him. Was this really too insincere for a lie? Did he think he could get away with it like this? Lu Feng looked at Chengping and shook his head, seemingly knowing something. Bao Zheng then asked, "Master Lu, if this young man cannot prove his innocence, we may have to treat him as a suspect and arrest him." Well, Lu Feng sighed helplessly and said to Chengping, "Why don't you speak up?" Chengping frowned, hesitated for a while, and finally spoke, I came to see." Everyone blinked, looking at each other, not hearing clearly, and asked, "See what?" Chengping looked like he wanted to say something, but hesitated greatly. In the end, Lu Feng helplessly said, "Let me help you say it." Chengping blushed and nodded awkwardly. "He came to see the great hero Zhang," Lu Feng said, and everyone was taken aback. Zhang Zhao was even more puzzled and took a closer look at the person, confirming that he did not recognize him. Bai Yutong frowned and looked at Zhang Zhao. Lu Feng glanced at Chengping and said, Chengping pouted and said, "I'm from the Lu family village in Jiaqing. When I was very young, I went to Tianshan to learn skills and had the fortune of being taught a couple of moves by the Heavenly Master. The reason I came to learn martial arts is because there's a bully near my home who is very skilled and has claimed the mountain as his own. Even the authorities can't do anything about him. The people in our village have to keep paying silver and grain to those bandits in the mountains. I just want to learn martial arts well, kill those mountain bandits, and wipe out their lair." Zhang Zhao blinked, and his motivation seemed quite pure. "However, I originally planned to learn from the age of 15 to 25, hoping to defeat that bully. But unexpectedly, shortly after I left the village, a 15-year-old boy wiped out that mountain stronghold." Chengping said excitedly, "I heard from my mother and the others that one day the Mountain King's son came down to play and seemed to have a dispute with the village children. As a result, he was accidentally pushed down by one of the kids and injured his leg. The young king returned home and told his father, who immediately brought mountain bandits down the hill that night, demanding the village hand over that child so he could break his leg for revenge on behalf of his son. The villagers refused, so he threatened to kill everyone in the village and then set fire to the village. At that moment, a stranger boy from outside, who appeared out of nowhere, came to the edge of the melon field carrying 2 watermelons and asked the village chief how much the watermelons cost. Upon hearing this, Everyone silently glanced at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao is quite innocent. It just so happened that he was passing by the melon field and saw the watermelons were ripe. So there was no reason not to buy a couple. However, he often passes by the melon field to sell melons. So he couldn't quite remember what Chengping was talking about. When the boy ran over, he saw the child who had injured the Mountain King's son coming out, saying that one person does the deed and one person should take the responsibility, that he broke his leg and shouldn't trouble the villagers. Everyone nodded. The child had courage. That child is my nephew, the precious son of my elder brother and sister-in-law. Chengping said seriously that at that time, the Mountain King wanted to take out a knife to break my nephew's leg, and my brother and sister-in-law stepped up to protect him. They said they would kill my whole family. And it was at that moment that the boy threw a watermelon at the Mountain King, splattering watermelon pulp all over his face. Everyone silently glanced at Zhang Zhao, and it was indeed his style. Later, that boy single-handedly defeated all the Mountain King's men. And then hearing from the villagers that there was a bandit stronghold on the mountain, he took his sword and went up the mountain alone, leveling the entire stronghold. And all the bandits were subdued and handed over to the authorities, and the stronghold was set ablaze. Chengping looked on with admiration, saying that my nephew later told me that the boy had exceptional skills, acted chivalrously, and when he was leaving, the villagers wanted to reward him, but he refused, only asking for 2 watermelons. Everyone felt a bit of an impulse to facepalm, and Bai Yutong looked at Zhang Zhao, who liked to eat watermelons. Zhang Zhao felt awkward. Just okay. Bai Yutong was curious about what he liked to eat the most. Zhang Zhao thought about the grapes a bit more. Bai Yutong nodded. Grapes, huh? Zhang Zhao wanted to thump his chest, but why couldn't he communicate like this? How did he see the grapes? My nephew was persistent, which is why that little benefactor left the name. He said he was called Zhang Zhao. Chengping sighed. My family invited him to stay for a few days before leaving, but he said he sneaked out to play and couldn't stay long. Otherwise his parents would scold him. Everyone nodded, and Bao Zheng looked at Zhang Zhao with approval, truly capable, helping the righteous at such a young age. Pang Ji looked at Zhang Zhao with admiration. It seems that one can see a person's character from a young age. He had already started to stir up trouble and meddle in others' affairs. Zhao Pu was rather curious about what kind of yamen couldn't even handle a group of bandits. Gong Sun and Xiao Sitzi were curious about what kind of watermelon it was, probably tastes good. Zhang Zhao glanced over and could only see the bewildered expressions of the people around him, completely unaware of what they were thinking. The only exception was Bai Yutong. When he glanced at him, his eyes seemed to ask if he had been scolded when he went back later. Zhang Zhao raised an eyebrow, seemingly in disbelief. Then, he glanced at Chengping and tilted his head, asking, "Is this true?" Bai Yutong frowned, completely unfazed. Zhang Zhao shook his head. Bai Yutong nodded, and the two exchanged a silent glance. Zhang Zhao sighed, feeling something was off. Bai Yutong, curious, asked him what is off. Zhang Zhao looked up at the sky, feeling that something was off. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to know everything. Bai Yutong looked at Zhang Zhao in confusion. Zhang Zhao thought it would be better not to think about anything at all, to avoid having any chaotic thoughts that this person might see. Truly, he lived up to his name, the Jin Mao rat, very cunning indeed. Bai Yutong chuckled. Zhang Zhao's eyelids twitched as he laughed. What are you laughing at? Aren't you supposed to be expressionless? Bai Yutong, with a blank expression, couldn't even smile, yet you still say I'm expressionless. Zhang Zhao was sharpening his teeth. At that moment, I thought this young man would surely achieve great things in the future. Sure enough, within a few years, the great hero Zhang had made a name for himself. Chengping sighed helplessly. What a pity. I've been practicing on the mountain and had no chance to see it. By the way, I would like to thank him for saving my family back then. Just now, I returned to Baiwa Pond and heard my disciples say that my granduncle had brought friends with him, one of whom was Zhang Zhao. I hurriedly asked where he was, but he said he didn't know. Apparently, Wang Lao and the others had just been fighting, causing quite a commotion. So you came to find Zhang Hu Wei to express your gratitude? Bao Zheng didn't quite understand. Why did you paint your face and then run away when you saw him? Chengping awkwardly replied, because he and Wang Lao have always been at odds, and they've been avoiding each other for quite some time. Lu Feng shook his head. Chengping forced a smile. I only planned to see if you were here. If you were, I would wait for you to come out of Longyin Pond. If not, I would look elsewhere. Who knew that as soon as I reached the courtyard, I heard someone talking inside. I heard something about be careful, you want to die, and there's a smell of blood. So I thought it was better to leave first to avoid trouble. After saying this, he looked at Zhang Zhao with some dissatisfaction. That kid keeps chasing me relentlessly. It's exhausting. Everyone exchanged glances, seemingly analyzing the credibility of Cheng Ping's words. Lu Feng whispered to Bai Yutang, Cheng Ping is very honest, and his skills are the lowest among the top 10 masters, so it's unlikely he could use that scale knife with such internal power. Moreover, he happened to be out of town when Yu Chengshi was murdered and just returned a few days ago, so the possibility of him being the murderer is quite low. Bai Yutang glanced at Zhang Zhao, seemingly asking for his opinion. Zhang Zhao shook his head, looking at the skills of the person, which were indeed average. At that moment, Wang Lao, who was wearing a neck brace, came out of the room. He tilted his head, which made it inconvenient for him, and walked to Lu Feng's side, pointing at Cheng Ping and waving his hand, indicating with his lips that it was not his business. Since Wang Lao had difficulty speaking, Lu Feng sent someone to get paper and pen to let him write down what happened. Wang Lao began to write. Through his writing, everyone learned that the person who attacked him today was a black-clad figure, and it was a child. Zhang Zhao was surprised. How old was the child? Wang Lao wrote that the child was about 11 or 12 years old, very short, and could also possibly be a small woman. When he entered the room, he didn't notice anything unusual, but as soon as he sat down and tilted his head back, he discovered a black-clad person sticking to the ceiling. Everyone was slightly taken aback and instinctively looked up at the ceiling, but there was no one there anymore. Bai Yutang jumped onto the beam and looked around the roof, finding traces of something having been lifted, indicating that someone had escaped from the roof. Additionally, there were some fine marks on the beams, seemingly made by very fine threads. After jumping down from the roof, Bai Yutang pondered for a moment and asked Wang Lao if the person used threads to control blades. Wang Lao wanted to nod, but couldn't move his neck. Any movement caused pain, so he could only give a thumbs up to Bai Yutang. Zhao Pu understood at once. No wonder they couldn't find the person. It turned out to be like a shadow play, with hidden weapons controlled by threads from behind, which was quite a clever trick. Ouyang nodded, but must be quite difficult, right? Are there such people in the martial world? Zhang Zhao stroked his chin, controlling the blade with silk thread. The blade was round. How could there be such a person in the martial world? TCH, how old are you? How long have you been in the martial world? Cheng Ping seemed to hold a grudge against Zhang Zhao for making him look foolish in public. He crossed his arms and said, You need to ask my benefactor to know. Lu Feng shook his head helplessly and asked, Who is your benefactor? Cheng Ping raised an eyebrow and replied, The South Hero. Zhang Zhao. Lu Feng tapped him on the head and pointed at Zhang Zhao, saying, Isn't that him? Cheng Ping was taken aback, turned to look at Zhang Zhao, then turned back, shaking his head vigorously. No. Everyone was stunned, and Zhang Zhao's mouth twitched. I told you this is Zhang Zhao, and that is Lord Bao. Lu Feng felt Cheng Ping was being rude and reminded him, Aren't you going to pay your respects? Cheng Ping was stunned for a long time, then suddenly stood up, pointed at Zhang Zhao, and exclaimed, He is Zhang Zhao. Everyone nodded. How could that be? Cheng Ping had a look of disbelief. How could he be so young? You're confused. Lu Feng glared at him. You also said he was 15 or 16 when he saved your family a few years ago. Of course. He is still very young now. But why is he so thin? Cheng Ping seemed to be quite affected. Not to mention his height of 8 feet and waist of 8 feet. That's like a pig. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang spoke in unison. How could it be that their waistlines and heights were the same? Even the fourth son didn't believe it. Seriously, that's just a dumpling. Jing couldn't help but pinch his face. No, that's not right. Cheng Ping shouted. Didn't they say that the southern hero Zhang Zhao is a contemporary hero? A hero should look like a hero. What does a hero look like? Zhang Zhao's face darkened, and his gaze turned icy. Everyone instinctively swallowed hard. This time it was colder than Bai Yutang. Bai Yutang, on the other hand, found it amusing. This is a weakness. Cheng Ping thought for a moment. A hero, then at least should be broad-shouldered and strong, right? A great hero? Zhang Zhao coldly smiled and said, Who says that a hero has to be a fat man? He pointed at Master Pang. According to your logic, he is a hero. The crowd blinked in surprise. Master Zhang was clearly angered. Bang Qi innocently swallowed. Noticing that Bao Zheng was also struck by an arrow while lying down. Bao Zheng comfortingly patted him, saying, Being a hero is much better than being a rice bucket. Just bear with it. Cheng Ping seemed to realize he had misspoken and mumbled, but he should at least have a majestic appearance, right? How come he looks so delicate? Zhang Zhao pointed at Bai Yutang and said, What about your master uncle? Is he a hero or a coward? Cheng Ping pouted and said, Of course he's a hero. Who would dare say otherwise? Just being handsome doesn't count, Zhang Zhao retorted fiercely. Everyone gasped and turned to look at Bai Yutang, who slightly moved the corner of his mouth and squinted his eyes a little. Zhang Zhao had lost his reason. Cheng Ping scratched his head, feeling a lot less confident. At least he's a bit more robust. Lu Feng quickly covered Cheng Ping's mouth and said to Zhang Zhao, Please don't mind, Lord Zhang. He's just a child and doesn't understand. Cheng Ping was pulled aside by Lu Feng, still mumbling as if unwilling to accept it. His dreams were shattered. He turned out to be a young master, not at all imposing, definitely someone who eats with a small bowl. Zhang Zhao felt a surge of anger, thinking that his appetite was definitely not inferior to Bai Yutong's. Turning around, he saw Bai Yutong raising his eyebrows slightly, looking at him with an air of indifference, as if to say that during the meal later, they should compare their appetites and show him what true heroes are like. Zhang Zhao looks up at the sky and thinks, what is this all about? 29 mood is okay. Since Cheng Ping is not the murderer, everyone has stopped making things difficult for him. Bao Zheng still asks Zhang Zhao to continue investigating the clues about the black-clad person hiding on the roof. This person clearly comes from the martial arts world, and with such a unique weapon, they should not be hard to find. However, while everyone is not making things difficult for Cheng Ping, he himself is having a tough time, feeling quite dejected. It's understandable. Cheng Ping has been thinking about his lifesaver, the southern hero Zhang Zhao, who is a great hero with the strength to break the heavens when standing and crush the earth when sitting. He never expected that such a refined young man would look more like a scholar or a tutor in a private school, completely unlike a martial artist, not even sporting a mustache. However, he glanced at Bai Yutong and thought it might be better to endure it. Perhaps martial arts experts have changed their styles these days. Moreover, although Zhang Zhao appears refined, he is not to be underestimated in a fight. The earlier incident where he was easily subdued is the best proof of that, making him seem unfathomable. With these thoughts, Cheng Ping cast a resentful glance at Zhao Pu not far away. In fact, at first, he thought Zhao Pu was Zhang Zhao. Although Zhao Pu is also young, he is much more rugged, exuding a certain heroic spirit. Cheng Ping thought of this and shot another resentful look at Zhang Zhao. When Zhang Zhao caught his gaze, there was a fleeting illusion that he was guilty. He looked too refined. Bao Zheng instructed everyone to investigate the clues separately, and he and Peng Ji went to the Yamen to talk to the governor. In the evening, everyone would regroup at the Bai residence. Bao Zheng's suggestion for them to act separately had its purpose. This incident seemed to involve some conflicts from the martial arts world, so it would be better to let Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong explore those connections while the officials held back from intervening rashly. Seeing everyone with furrowed brows, Zhao Pu invited them to have a meal together, and so, a group of people headed to the inn. The Shizhou prefecture had been bustling these days, with many people from the martial arts world arriving. 2 masters and 2 guests from the Tianshan sect had died recently, which had already caused a stir in the martial arts community. Many were there to watch the commotion, wondering if this would lead to a significant upheaval in the martial arts world. It would be best if they could draw out the heavenly sovereign, allowing them to witness the unrivaled prowess firsthand. Zhang Zhao and the others went up to the 2nd floor, and as soon as the waiter saw Bai Yutong, he gestured for them to go to a private room, being very polite. Everyone took their seats, and Ziying and Jing glanced at Cheng Ping, who was following behind and preparing to eat. Seeing the 2 of them sizing him up, Cheng Ping raised an eyebrow. I say, this expert. Ziying found him quite displeasing, not because Cheng Ping looked down on Zhang Zhao, but because Ziying had an affinity for Zhang Zhao and resented Cheng Ping for having sunk Zhang Zhao's entire crew. Cheng Ping also had a refined appearance similar to that of Zhang Zhao, and he was on that sunken ship too, so he felt quite resentful. Cheng Ping naturally picked up on the sarcasm in the term expert and shot Ziying a sideways glance. Ziying found it amusing and asked, "What are you following us for? To repay a favor?" Cheng Ping felt embarrassed, glancing at Zhang Zhao, who was seriously discussing which dishes were good with Xiao Cici. Inside that his benefactor not only didn't he look like a hero, but was also a foodie, with a face full of disdain. Cheng Ping turned back and saw that Bai Yutong seemed to have glanced at him. Cheng Ping was not familiar with Bai Yutong, but among the top 10 experts of the Tianshan sect, there were complex feelings towards Bai Yutong. First of all, there was jealousy. Those who could catch the attention of the Heavenly Master and learn a few moves were not just ordinary people, so most were quite proud. However, the Heavenly Master's favoritism was too obvious. Aside from Bai Yutong, he recognized no one else as his disciple. Everyone felt dissatisfied. No matter how high Bai Yutong's talent was, he was just a young man in his 20s. How much difference could there be between people? Moreover, the top 10 experts had all seen the Heavenly Master and could say that their looks were on par with Bai Yutong's, astonishing everyone. They felt that perhaps the Heavenly Master favored Bai Yutong precisely because of his extraordinary appearance. After all, it all came down to looks. Additionally, with various conditions combined, Bai Yutong was thriving, had a good family background, and became famous at a young age, which made his fellow brothers feel resentful. However, they all knew that their skills were not as good as his, so they had no choice but to accept it. The top 10 experts of the Tian Shan sect never admitted that it was because of Bai Yutong's high talent, but rather that he was favored by the heavenly master, and thus taught more. Cheng Ping saw that Bai Yutong and Zhang Zhao were of similar age and fame, and both had outstanding appearances. So he estimated that their experiences might be somewhat similar. They could be powerful, but perhaps not to an extraordinary degree. He was quite interested in Zhao Pu. This person looked quite heroic and seemed very impressive. Xiao Cixi sat next to Zhang Zhao and noticed Cheng Ping across the table, whose eyes were darting around with a rich expression. Cheng Ping turned his head just as he was about to sip his tea, and saw a plump little child staring at him with a round face like a dumpling and big eyes, but the gaze seemed a bit disdainful. Cheng Ping touched his chin, thinking, the child is glaring at me. Xiao Cixi silently followed Cheng Ping's gaze to confirm, and indeed, that person was looking at him. What a nuisance. Zhang Zhao pinched his cheek and asked, hey, want some snacks? Xiao Cixi immediately forgot all about Zhao Pu. Zhang Zhao picked him up. Let's go to the kitchen and take a look. Xiao Cixi went out with Zhang Zhao. Cheng Ping was almost wrinkling his nose, wondering what kind of hero he was coaxing a child, without any spirit at all. Bai Yutong leisurely sipped his wine, glancing at the menu around him. This restaurant was one he frequented, and the second-floor private room had a menu that covered an entire wall. Zhang Zhao could just order whatever he wanted. Why did he have to specifically bring Xiao Cixi to the kitchen to take a look? Clearly, it wasn't just Bai Yutong who found this suspicious. Zhao Pu also curiously glanced at the menu nearby, and then looked at Bai Yutong, as if asking what was going on. Bai Yutong thought for a moment, put down his cup, stood up, and walked out of the room. At this time, Zhang Zhao was running with Xiao Cixi and reached the vicinity of the kitchen. Xiao Cixi was a bit puzzled. After Zhang Zhao put him down, he took out a small bottle from his sleeve, shook it, and a golden beetle fell out. Oh, Xiao Cixi blinked, his attention fully on the beetle that flapped its wings a few times and flew away with a swoosh. However, the beetle flew away so quickly that it vanished in an instant, leaving Xiao Cixi unsure if he had really seen it. Zhang Zhao put away the bottle, reached out to pick up Little CZ, and continued towards the kitchen. Little CZ's interest in the bugs was once again distracted by the desserts. By the time Zhang Zhao was holding him and had 2 strings of soft, sticky tonghalu in his hands, Little CZ had basically forgotten about the bugs. The two of them encountered Bai Yutang at the stairway. Bai Yutang leaned against a pillar with his arms crossed, watching Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao approached him and whispered, you need to tone it down a bit, or someone might get hurt. Bai Yutang raised an eyebrow, not quite understanding the meaning. Zhang Zhao pointed to the maidservants around them who were holding trays and turning their heads every 3 steps. Several of them had fainted. Bai Yutang was momentarily stunned, but then reacted. The phrase national beauty and heavenly fragrance popped into his mind. The so-called old grievances and new resentments came together, and his eyebrows raised slightly. Wow. Xiao Cixi hugged Zhang Zhao's neck, his eyebrows moved. Zhang Zhao nodded seriously. The one on the left seemed to be getting angry. Run quickly, Xiao Cixi, he said, taking a bite of candy without care. Zhang Zhao picked him up and dashed away, disappearing in an instant. Bai Yutang stood at the back with his arms crossed, watching the two of them rush upstairs. Suddenly, he realized that if he were Cheng Ping, he probably wouldn't be able to accept such a cheerful benefactor either. Bai Yutang headed back, but he didn't quite understand why Zhang Zhao had run down. Was there enough time in such a short while? Just as he reached the upstairs, he noticed that the entrance to the elegant room on the 2nd floor was quite lively. It seemed that the room opposite their elegant room had just received guests for dinner, and there were quite a few people. A tall, big man walked in from the back. Bai Yutang took a quick look at his massive silhouette. The big man had a loud voice and seemed to be chatting casually with the people in front of him. One sentence floated into Bai Yutang's ears. The Tian Shan sect's luck is probably running out soon. Bai Yutang found it a bit jarring, but since he had little to do with the Tian Shan sect, he pretended not to hear. The big man said another sentence. Is the heavenly sovereign dead? I heard he's over 100 years old. At this, Zhang Zhao paused for a moment and turned to look at Bai Yutang. Xiao Cixi leaned on Zhang Zhao's shoulder and whispered in his ear, the left eyebrow. Zhang Zhao looked at the big man with sympathy. Bai Yutang had previously mentioned that he disliked many people, and the reason was that he had many taboos. For example, he was most averse to others insulting his 4 brothers and sisters-in-law. He could not tolerate it. Another example was any insult to the heavenly sovereign or any act of disrespect towards the heavenly sovereign, which was completely unforgivable. Yet another example was when people complimented his looks or praised him for being handsome. Zhang Zhao rubbed his chin, feeling it was strange. This morning, he had said something nonsensical in a hurry, seemingly mentioning something about national beauty and fragrance. Yet Bai Yutong didn't draw his sword. However, that big fellow clearly didn't realize the danger approaching and asked his companion beside him if people usually didn't live past 100 years. As if there was no such longevity. Some came a voice. At that moment, Zhang Zhao was holding Xiao Cixi, running not far behind them. Hearing this, Xiao Cixi said, if one has deep internal strength and pays attention to health cultivation, it's quite easy to live past 100. Xiao Cixi's voice sounded to Zhang Zhao as soft as the glutinous rice dumplings he held in his hand, yet it was still clear. The big fellow turned around and saw Zhang Zhao and Xiao Cixi. He noticed the speaker seemed to be a child and paid no mind. But then Xiao Cixi suddenly said, "Ah, your Yintang is dark, your lips are purple, and there's a black line on your philtrum. Your life is not long." With that one sentence, the big man was stunned. Bai Yutong behind him was also taken aback, while Zhang Zhao blinked, thinking this child wasn't just venting Bai Yutong's frustrations or avenging the heavens. He might be speaking the truth. Upon closer inspection, the big man's complexion really wasn't good. "Damn it, you little brat, what are you saying?" The big man bellowed, and his voice was already loud. This shout shook the roof. Xiao Cixi covered his head and tried to burrow into Zhang Zhao's armpit to hide. As the big man's words fell, the door to the private room was kicked open, and Gong Sun rushed out, yelling, "Which turtle bastard is scaring my son?" Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong stood silently on the stairs. They had seen Gong Sun before, who had a sharp tongue and was quite sensitive, and they had also witnessed his explosive temper. Today was the first time they saw him in a roaring state, which was quite fierce. When a burly man saw that it was a delicate scholar rushing out, he sneered, "With a figure like yours, how can you have such a big son?" Gong Sun raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course, unlike you, your son isn't even your biological child. Your forehead is all green." There was a moment of silence. Then, with a puff, Zhao Pu, who had followed to the door with a cup in hand to watch the excitement, sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong exchanged a silent glance. Xiao Cizi quietly poked his head out a little and asked Zhang Zhao if the son with the green forehead wasn't his biological child. Zhang Zhao awkwardly smiled, pushed Xiao Cizi back down, and took 2 steps upstairs, handing the ball-shaped Xiao Cizi back to Gong Sun. Gong Sun comforted him, feeling distressed and worried about how to deal with the scared little one. That big, dark man took a moment to understand what Gong Sun really meant, and he got so angry that his nose twisted. He shouted, "You're looking for death." After saying that, he was about to slap Gong Sun. Gong Sun wasn't he afraid. There were so many experts here, and you still dared to act tough. Sure enough, before the big man's hand could reach Gong Sun, Zhang Zhao gently raised his hand to block it. The big man was stunned for a moment, then stepped back and retaliated with a palm strike. Zhang Zhao lifted his leg and kicked the back of his hand, then stepped down. With a loud bang, the big guy was pressed to the ground by the internal force from his hand, causing the floor to shake twice. Zhang Zhao stepped on his wrist and looked at him. Oh, it turns out he is a member of the Blue Fox gang. The big man was startled and looked up. Zhang Zhao slightly raised the corner of his mouth, lifted his foot, and kicked directly at the big black face of the man, sending him straight into the open door of the adjacent room. The big guy turned in the air and landed on the ground with a thud, sliding several feet further and knocking over tables and chairs. Zhang Zhao kept his hands behind his back, glanced around at his tall companions, smiled lightly, and said, "Go back and tell the Blue Fox to manage his subordinates well." Everyone exchanged glances, and Zhang Zhao turned to enter the house. At this moment, Xiao Sizai had already poked his head out, clapping his hands and exclaiming how impressive and formidable Zhang Zhao was. "Who are you?" The Blue Fox's subordinates are asking about Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao suddenly laughed and pointed at the big man who had just managed to get up, with a shoe print on his face. Does your gang leader recognize this shoe print? After saying that, he went inside to eat. The members of the Blue Fox gang exchanged glances, and at the same time, they felt a chill in the air. Looking up, they saw Bai Yutong in white clothes passing by them. As he turned to enter the house, he casually waved his sleeve, and this action, coupled with his white attire, looked so natural and graceful. However, with his movement, the big man who had just stood up heard 2 loud slaps, followed by a burning sensation on his face. He hadn't even figured out what was happening when a force propelled him forward, crashing through the window and tumbling down from the 2nd floor, landing in a sprawled position. The big man lay on the ground with a shoe print right in the center of his face, and on either side, the imprints of his hands resembled a pair of wings. At that moment, a woman in a blue long dress was getting out of a carriage beside him. She stared at the person lying on the ground for a long time, and then exclaimed, "Hey Hu, what are you doing?" The big man, known as Hey Hu, reached out for help. The woman in blue suddenly squatted down, focusing on the shoe print on Heihu's face. That shoe print looks so familiar. After a long while of staring, she suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Wow, little master. Heihu didn't tea here," clearly, and responded, "Huh?" The woman in blue cradled Heihu's head, admiring the shoe print, saying, "Ah, the shoe print is so handsome, so gentle, so elegant, and so polite." Heihu felt dizzy and was unsure she was really talking about the shoe print. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong had already entered the house, and Gongsun also carried Xiao Cixi inside. When Zhao Pu closed the door, he asked Jiying beside him, "What is the Blue Fox Gang?" Although Jiying wasn't part of the martial world, he knew quite a bit about it, and told Zhao Pu. The Blue Fox Gang belongs to the Lower Nine Gates. It is a branch that originally belonged to the Demon Palace. The gang leader is called Blue Fox, and she is a woman with high martial arts skills and an unclear background. Zhao Pu stroked his chin and said, "Oh, the Lower Nine Gates, huh?" Zhang Zhao took his seat and saw Cheng Ping across from him staring blankly at him. Zhang Zhao ignored him, casually picked up Xiao Sizai, stuffed food into his mouth, and ate some himself. The two discussed a lot about food. Their actions of picking vegetables were very synchronized, and their tastes were quite similar. Bai Yutong gently lifted his hem and elegantly sat down like the wind, glancing at Cheng Ping across the table before lowering his head to continue drinking. At this moment, Cheng Ping's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Just now, Zhang Zhao had been so handsome, so imposing, and full of heroic spirit when he taught the black man a lesson, but now he was suddenly in sync with that little dumpling. Why was that? Why? Zhang Zhao and Xiao Cixi both noticed Cheng Ping across from them scratching his ears and rubbing his cheeks, and they couldn't help but think to themselves that he looked foolish. Bai Yutong, sitting beside them, silently shook his head and supported his forehead. The anger from the big man's earlier insults to the heavenly master had subsided, and his mood was decent. At that moment, Zhang Zhao suddenly handed him a bowl of hot soup, which contained 2 4-happiness meatballs. Bai Yutong was slightly taken aback, then saw Zhang Zhao chewing on a meatball and saying, "If your mood is decent, you should eat more." During the meal, everyone initially discussed the case, but soon began chatting aimlessly. Gongsun seemed to want to take a walk nearby to see if there were any medicinal herbs to buy, and Zhao Pu said he would go with him. Xiao Cixi, munching on a piece of osmanthus cake, looked up at Zhang Zhao and asked John, "Let's go out and play later." Zhang Zhao asked Xiao Cixi where to play. "There are many waterfalls in Tianshan. Shall we go hiking?" Xiao Cixi was in great spirits and decided to exercise after a good meal. Zhang Zhao had only a few weaknesses in his life, and he truly didn't know how to refuse a child's request. Gongsun took Xiao Cixi into his arms and said, "Xiao Cixi, Brother Zhang has important matters to attend to. It's not good to pester him to play with you." Xiao Cixi mumbled, "Oh, are you going to climb the mountain?" Gongsun smiled, pinching Xiao Cixi's chubby cheeks. "Daddy will take you, all right?" Xiao Cixi thought for a moment and replied, "Let us go buy medicinal herbs instead." Gongsun's heart melted with sweetness. What a sensible child. But then Xiao Cixi muttered again, "Daddy can't even carry me properly. If we go mountain climbing, I'd be at a disadvantage." Gongsun took a deep breath, flipped Xiao Cixi over onto his lap, and gave him a light smack on the bottom. Rubbing his backside, Xiao Cixi crawled over to Zhao Pu's side instead. Seeing Xiao Cixi so dejected, Zhang Zhao hesitated. Bai Yutong glanced at him. Zhang Zhao seemed preoccupied, as if he had something important to do. After the meal, everyone went their separate ways. Of course, no one paid any attention to Cheng Ping, leaving him to go wherever he pleased. Ouyang Xiaozheng and 2 shadow guards took Xiao Cixi to climb the mountain for fun. Gongsun and Zhao Pu went to buy medicinal herbs. Gongsun didn't quite understand why Zhao Pu insisted on accompanying him to buy medicine, and Zhao Pu himself wasn't sure why he felt compelled to follow Gongsun either. But in the end, they went, just the two of them, alone, having shooed away anyone unrelated. Zhang Zhao stepped out of the inn and glanced at Bai Yutong beside him. Bai Yutong, with his hands behind his back holding a knife, remained relaxed and asked Zhang Zhao where they were going next. Zhang Zhao looked at him and said, "Aren't you going back to the Bai residence?" Bai Yutong was puzzled and asked, "What are we going back to the Bai residence for?" Zhang Zhao frowned, saying there was no need to go to the Tianshan sect to handle any matters. Bai Yutong shook his head, saying he usually didn't get involved in such things. Zhang Zhao stroked his chin, looking around, trying to find a clever way to slip away. Bai Yutong then asked him if he wanted to send him away and act on his own. Zhang Zhao felt awkward and said, "It's not like that at all. If you mind, I could go back to the Bai residence first." Bai Yutong said this and was about to turn around and leave. Zhang Zhao reached out and pulled him, saying, "Actually, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just fear it will cause trouble later." Bai Yutong raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "Aren't you the one who is least afraid of trouble?" Zhang Zhao sighed, "That's true." Just as he spoke, the two of them heard a clear buzzing sound. Bai Yutong looked around and saw a golden beetle flying over, landing in the palm of Zhang Zhao's hand. Zhang Zhao gently released the bug, and the beetle began to fly slowly ahead, as if it were leading the way. Zhang Zhao walked forward with Bai Yutong, following the beetle. "What kind of bug is this?" Bai Yutong asked curiously. "This is called a golden shell. It's used by my magic palace for communication," Zhang Zhao replied, shaking a jade pendant on his body. "This is a fragrant jade, one piece for each person in the magic palace, totaling over 300 pieces. Each expert has one. If you need help, just release the golden shell, and it will quickly find the nearest person. Of course, the golden shell is very obedient. You can also send it far away to find someone you're looking for. So, is there a blue fox nearby?" Bai Yutong asked curiously. Zhang Zhao nodded. "It should be. Actually, many of the top experts in the Demon Palace are unknown even to their subordinates. So we need to meet in a more secluded place to avoid trouble." Bai Yutong nodded in understanding, expressing his eagerness to meet those legendary old demons. The two meandered their way to the southeastern outskirts. A beetle landed on a tree, fluttering its wings and emitting a rhythmic buzzing sound. Bai Yutong glanced around. There was no one in sight, but he could sense someone hiding in the shadows. Their presence was faint yet steady, a clear sign of profound internal strength. Zhang Zhao looked around and called out, "Antlon." After calling out, he heard a sound, meow, which still carried a hint of human flavor. Bai Yutong glanced at the sky and immediately knew it was someone imitating a cat's meow. Zhang Zhao felt a bit helpless and said to Bai Yutang, "Well, you cover your ears." Bai Yutang looked at Zhang Zhao in confusion, not understanding what that meant. Zhang Zhao felt embarrassed and covered his ears. Bai Yutong raised his hand to cover his ears as well, but it was obviously feigned. However, just as he covered them, Zhang Zhao came over and added both hands, pressing down hard so that Bai Yutong couldn't hear anything. He quickly glanced at Zhang Zhao, whose lips formed the shape of a meow. Bai Yutong regretted not hearing it. As for why he regretted it, he didn't think too much about it. In any case, Zhang Zhao's meow should have been quite standard. After a while, a charming young girl in her 20s with a round face peeked out from behind a nearby tree. Bai Yutong then whispered, "Is meow the secret code for the rendezvous?" Zhang Zhao's mouth twitched. Who hasn't had a time of youthful ignorance and naivety? "It's tough for me." The young master. Bai Yutong suppressed a laugh, realizing it was Annie Meow. Zhang Zhao called out to the girl in front. Bai Yutong felt a bit of dissonance. The girl looked about the same age as Zhang Zhao, but her petite stature made her seem even younger. Why was Zhang Zhao calling her Annie? At that moment, the girl, holding onto a tree trunk, squinted her eyes and stared up and down at Zhang Zhao before cupping her face and exclaiming, "Wow. You're getting more handsome, Annie." Seeing she didn't come out, Zhang Zhao thought she might have concerns about Bai Yutong and said, "It's okay, this is my friend." "Oh, getting more polite, Annie," she said to herself while still cupping her face, looking graceful and charming. Bai Yutong noticed that the so-called anti-S gaze had been fixed on Zhang Zhao the whole time, without even glancing at him. This kind of treatment was a first for him, and he found it somewhat amusing. If this person was the legendary leader of the Blue Fox gang, Blue Fox, then she must be at least 50 years old. How could she look so youthful? Just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard a whoosh. Looking again, Blue Fox had vanished. Bai Yutong suddenly raised a hand to block a palm that swept towards him, revealing a pair of snow-white fingers with sharp blue nails. It was indeed Blue Fox. "Oh, not bad at martial arts," he remarked as Blue Fox withdrew her hand and appeared right in front of Bai Yutong, sizing him up. Perhaps from a distance she hadn't seen clearly, but up close. Blue Fox opened her mouth and fell silent for a moment before grabbing Zhang Zhao, saying, "This one is quite impressive." Zhang Zhao looked up at the sky, regardless of what she said about whether it was okay or not, and simply asked, "How did you get here? Did your grandfather call you?" The Blue Fox crossed her arms and looked around. "I was doing some business nearby and heard rumors that the Tianshan sect had some issues. Since you came with Lord Bao to investigate the case, I thought I might come and see if I could help." Zhang Zhao nodded and, seeing that the Blue Fox was still examining Bai Yutong, introduced him, saying, "This is Bai Yutong." The Blue Fox blinked and suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Who is Bai Yutong?" Zhang Zhao moved closer to Bai Yutong, trying to shield him a bit, as everyone in the Demon Palace knew that Bai Yutong was the disciple of the Celestial Master. The relationship between the Celestial Master and his grandfather, Lord Yin, was quite complicated, with entangled grievances that were hard to unravel. The people in the Demon Palace might have unknown feelings towards Bai Yutong, and he hoped there wouldn't be a conflict later. However, The blue fox started circling around Bai Yutong, examining him closely, making Bai Yutong's hair almost stand on end, and he looked at Zhang Zhao with some confusion. Zhang Zhao stopped the still-spinning blue fox. "Any Blue, what are you looking at?" Blue fox touched her chin. "It actually suits you quite well." "Suit what?" Zhang Zhao didn't quite understand. Blue fox momentarily lost her train of thought, but quickly covered it up. "It really befits the identity of a disciple of the Celestial Master." Zhang Zhao nodded slightly, while Bai Yutong was full of confusion about his hesitance. The young master, Aunt Lan, after looking at Bai Yutong, suddenly rushed over to hug Zhang Zhao's arm and rubbed his shoulder, asking, "Why don't you ever go home? Is the money enough for you out here? How come you haven't grown taller or gained weight? You're just getting more handsome, but there's no flesh on your face. Don't just focus on being handsome and forget to eat." Zhang Zhao curled his lips, not knowing how much he could eat. Bai Yutong nodded, indicating that he could testify. Aunt Bai chattered on while stuffing silver coins into Zhang Zhao's hands, and after the silver, she continued to pile on snacks. No wonder she had such a big bundle. It turned out to be all money and food. Bai Yutong leaned against a nearby tree with a half-smile, watching this strange scene. Zhang Zhao awkwardly held a handful of silver, trying to stuff it back into the blue fox's hands, of course keeping the food. He then asked Aunt Lan, "I want to ask you something. About that black tiger who just provoked you." The blue fox replied seriously, "I gave him a beating." Zhang Zhao quickly waved his hand. "No need, I've already taught him a lesson. I want to ask something else." "What do you want to ask?" The blue fox asked while pinching Zhang Zhao's arm. "Have you lost a little weight?" "I just said the shoe print hasn't gotten any bigger." Zhang Zhao helplessly looked towards Bai Yutang, who was watching the commotion, seeking help. Bai Yutang took out the scale knife and handed it to Zhang Zhao, who showed it to the blue fox. The blue fox happily accepted it, saying it was a gift for Aunt Blue, and that Aunt Blue also had a gift for him. While speaking, he pulled out a large handful of gold, silver, and jewels to give to Zhang Zhao, and casually shoved a jade pendant to Bai Yutang, saying it was a meeting gift. Bai Yutang took the jade pendant and saw that it was a small mouse carved from white jade, which was quite fitting. "Aunt Blue, that's not a gift." Zhang Zhao brought the scale knife over to show the blue fox. "Have you seen this kind of scale knife before?" The blue fox stared at the scale knife for a long time and shook his head. "Never seen it." "You haven't seen it either?" Zhang Zhao sighed. "Looks like I need to find Old Feng. Old Feng is in the Demon Palace, and he moves so slowly that by the time he arrives, the food will be cold." The blue fox took a closer look at the scale knife. "How do you use this kind of knife?" "It's not a hidden weapon. It's controlled by fine threads," Bai Yutang interjected. The blue fox paused slightly. "Fine threads, shredded meat, shredded green pepper, fish-flavored shredded pork, vinegar stir-fried, shredded potatoes." Bai Yutang pressed his lips, realizing that indeed, not a single family enters the same door. Zhang Zhao's ears turned red. It was so embarrassing. "Aunt Lan, oh." Suddenly the blue fox of the silk web clapped her hands, took the knife, and began to carefully explore the edge of the scale knife. After a while, it seemed like she had caught something and gently pulled it out. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong were both taken aback, as they saw that the incredibly hard scale had actually been pulled out into a thin thread. The blue fox shook its head in disbelief, reaching out to gently pinch Zhang Zhao's jaw, a gesture similar to when Zhang Zhao would pinch Xiao Siji on ordinary days. "This is not some scale knife that scared you to death. This thing should be called a silk thread." Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang were stunned for a moment and expressed their confusion together. Pansy explained that the silk thread was just ordinary silk, but the silkworm cocoons had been soaked in a special potion before the silk was drawn out. After the silk was extracted, it became incredibly hard and elastic. Pulling on one end with internal energy could stretch it out, and releasing it would cause it to retract back into a disc. Because the silk was very fine, once it transformed into a disc, it became extremely sharp. This was one of the 10 hidden weapons that had either been lost or had never appeared in the martial world, very insidious and hard to guard against. However, it had never appeared before, so how could it be in your hands? The blue fox stroked its chin, pondering. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang were both questioning the blue fox. "Since you've never appeared in the martial world, how do you know?" Many from the older generation are aware. The blue fox clasped her hands behind her back and began to reminisce about the past. At this moment, her age could be somewhat discerned, although the weariness was only in her eyes, not on her smooth and radiant skin. It was probably around 20 years ago that there was a family that specialized in weapons, with the surname Wang. Mr. Wang was skilled at crafting hidden weapons, and many people in the martial world sought him out for his unique and clever designs. Mrs. Wang, on the other hand, was an ordinary silkworm farmer who, by chance, created a spinning silk device. Unfortunately, before the spinning silk device could be widely known, that family got embroiled in a lawsuit that caused quite a stir in the martial world. Your Lord Bao might have heard about it as well. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang exchanged a glance, puzzled. Why would Judge Bao know about the matters of the martial world? Back then, the hidden weapons from a Wang family were implicated in an assassination case against the late emperor, resulting in the extermination of the entire Lan Fox family. Zhang Zhao winked at Bai Yutang, saying, since the establishment of our Song dynasty, there have only been a few assassination cases. This particular one caused an uproar in the entire martial arts community. Although the Wang family was not directly involved in the assassination of the emperor, the assassins used weapons made in their workshop. The key point is that the assassins managed to escape, leading to their family's destruction. Isn't that an undeserved calamity? Zhang Zhao frowned and shook his head, feeling it was a pity. What does this have to do with the silk spinning? Bai Yutang asked in confusion. The officials handling the case at that time believed that the hidden weapons from the Wang family posed too much of a danger in the martial world. So they sent people to seal them. Based on Mr. Wang's usual notes, they checked all kinds of hidden weapons one by one, collecting and melting them down for destruction. However, they found every weapon except for the silk spinning. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang exchanged a glance. No wonder it had been lost in the martial world due to its absence. Those officers and soldiers couldn't find the plate that Mr. Wang referred to as the most poisonous hidden weapon, the Pansi Zhuanlan Hu, to return the scale blade to Zhang Zhao. You release the golden shell and call for Old Master Feng. I only know a little about what happened back then. If it really is the Pansi Zhuan, your Tian Shan sect might be in big trouble. Bai Yutang was slightly taken aback. The Blue Fox had originally been speaking to Zhang Zhao, but suddenly turned to him and said this very seriously. Why was Zhang Zhao more anxious than Bai Yutang? The Tian Shan sect was the culprit behind the Wang sect's massacre back then. The Blue Fox's words astonished Bai Yutang. What? Or rather, it was the Heavenly Sovereign. The Blue Fox pouted, but I only heard it from others, so I can't be sure. This matter still needs to be asked of Old Feng. Or simply ask the Heavenly Sovereign. Then you tell me what you heard. Bai Yutang stared at the Blue Fox. The Blue Fox leaned closer to Zhang Zhao's back and whispered, Young master, can you handle him? Zhang Zhao shook his head, saying he had never fought. The Blue Fox looked at Bai Yutang and spoke. The rumor I heard is that the Heavenly Lord was jealous of Mr. Wang's talent. It was the Heavenly Lord who reported Wang men back then, so that their hidden weapons would disappear from the world. After the Blue Fox finished speaking, Zhang Zhao was stunned. Looking at Bai Yutang again, he saw him standing there with a blank expression, unsure if he was shocked or unable to accept it. Annie Lan, are you sure Zhang Zhao can't believe it? The Heavenly Lord is a saint of the martial world. Why would he be jealous of someone who makes weapons? Don't you know? Annie Lan glanced at Zhang Zhao and pointed at the silent Bai Yutang. Haven't you seen how good he is at using hidden weapons? Zhang Zhao knew that Bai Yutang liked to use ink, jade, locust stones, and he indeed had a skill in using hidden weapons. However, he couldn't see how well Bai Yutang could use hidden weapons, as he only used round stones. On the other hand, he himself had a few hidden arrows in his sleeves, crafted by a master from the Demon Palace, which were exceptionally exquisite. Bai Yutang was not only proficient in using and making hidden weapons, but also skilled in various formations and mechanisms, which were all unique skills of the Celestial Sovereign. As Lan Huzi spoke, he smiled and asked Bai Yutang, What do you think? How credible is this matter? Bai Yutang raised his head, his expression showing little fluctuation, which seemed worlds apart from his usual behavior of staunchly defending the Celestial Sovereign and not tolerating others speaking ill of him. Zhang Zhao thought he was overly stimulated and said, It's just a rumor in the martial world. I don't believe the Heavenly Sovereign would be jealous of talented people. Bai Yutang shook his head and calmly said, This matter definitely has nothing to do with my master. The Blue Fox smiled slightly and said, TSK, truly filial. Standing up for your master. Bai Yutang waved his hand and replied, I'm not standing up for him. His mind is rather simple, so he probably wouldn't be able to handle such a complicated matter. With that, Zhang Zhao almost spat out his drink, while the Blue Fox, stroking his chin, looked at Bai Yutang in surprise and said, Wow, it's just like what the Palace Master said. Zhang Zhao was curious about what was the same. Oh, when the rumors were the most rampant before, everyone was waiting for the Celestial Lord to explain, but the Celestial Lord was nowhere to be seen. So many people said he was hiding. The Blue Fox said that was when the rumors started to become more and more bizarre. Bai Yutang thought for a moment. It should have been 20 years ago when he had just been taken in by the Celestial Lord. In order to give him a solid foundation, the Celestial Lord took him to the true peak of Tian Shan, a place isolated from the world, to teach him internal strength. And he was almost in seclusion for 3 years, without asking about any matters of the martial world. However, someone had asked the Palace Master about it. The Blue Fox said, I remember the palace master's response back then was that with his wooden fish brain, he definitely wouldn't remember anything that took more than 3 steps to accomplish. He couldn't handle something as complicated as framing and sabotaging someone out of jealousy for talent. He wouldn't be able to do it even if he tried. Bai Yutong nodded, absolutely. Zhang Zhao began to doubt the attributes of the heavenly sovereign. How could someone so foolish become the #1 martial arts sage in the world? It's not foolishness. Bai Yutong once again accurately received Zhang Zhao's thoughts and casually replied, it's laziness. Zhang Zhao deeply admired how lazy he had become. The blue fox provided very important clues. While he was rubbing against Zhang Zhao, Bai Yutong's fingers explored the scale knife and asked, what happened to that spinning silk? It disappeared later and hasn't appeared in the martial world again. Zhang Zhao thought carefully, and it seemed that there had never been an incident where silk was used to control a knife. In other words, the story of the silk thread was merely a rumor. No one had truly seen Bai Yutong confront the blue fox. The blue fox held Zhang Zhao's hand, analyzing whether he had gained weight or lost it, nodding and saying, yes, I'm just speculating. I'm not sure if it's true, but it said that this weapon can instantly take the heads of dozens or even hundreds of people. As soon as the blue fox finished speaking, Bai Yutong suddenly raised his hand with a swoosh, and the silk thread was flung out. Then, Bai Yutong retracted his hand, startling the blue fox, who immediately leaped to hide behind Zhang Zhao. However, the silk thread moved too quickly to be controlled. Bai Yutong slightly tilted his face back, allowing the uncontrollable silk thread to pass, and after a few movements, it seemed he had grasped a certain pattern. Finally, he managed to pull the silk back into his hand. Bai Yutong frowned slightly, and Zhang Zhao noticed a red line appearing on his palm, as if it had been cut. The blue fox was still confused about what had happened, and Zhang Zhao, who had been pinned down, had already vanished without a trace. When he looked back, he saw that Zhang Zhao had somehow appeared beside Bai Yutong, vigorously sprinkling golden wound medicine onto his hand, causing the powder to pile up in Bai Yutong's palm. The blue fox felt heartbroken. This powder was an invaluable treasure from his magical palace, made from top-grade herbs. And the exclusive golden wound medicine was even more expensive than gold. The young master is wasting such precious medicine on Bai Yutong's hand. Seeing the pile of powder in his hand, Bai Yutong extended a finger to block the mouth of the medicine bottle, saying somewhat helplessly, it's not a very serious injury. It will be fine in a moment. Zhang Zhao let out a sigh of relief as he took the rolled-up silk thread, which had already returned to the shape of a scale knife. Bai Yutong reminded him from the side that this hidden weapon was very difficult to control, and if he wasn't careful, he might end up losing his own life first. Zhang Zhao noticed that he seemed to have something to imply, so he asked, did you discover something? Bai Yutong smiled faintly and said, why didn't the murderer take such a rare scale knife away, but instead left it at the scene of the attack? Zhang Zhao was taken aback for a moment, stroking his chin. Right, if nothing was left behind. Wouldn't that greatly reduce the chances of being discovered? It would be like directly giving us a piece of evidence. Could it be that he wanted to draw us into the game? There is also a possibility that his skills weren't good enough, so he was powerless. Bai Yutong said, just now when I retracted the knife, I found that it required a very strong internal force to make the silk stop. I was injured in the process. If his internal strength isn't greater than mine, then retracting it could very likely cost me my life. After saying this, he raised his hand and pointed towards the woods ahead. With Bai Yutong's movement, there was a rustling sound. Suddenly, on one side of the 2 rows of trees in the woods, the branches snapped in unison and fell, revealing 2 bare pathways. Zhang Zhao was astonished, pointing at the silk thread, which truly had remarkable power. Bai Yutong nodded, noting that Wang Luo was fortunate this time to only have his throat cut without losing his head. Otherwise, Gongsun would have had to press his entire head back on, which would likely be quite difficult. Zhang Zhao nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that this hidden weapon could indeed easily take many lives, almost impossible to evade. After finishing, he continued to hold Bai Yutong's hand and sprinkle the powder. Lan Huzi watched from behind, squinting and stroking his chin, making a sound of contemplation. In the evening, the Bai residence's courtyard was piled high with files. Gongsun carefully searched through them, looking for clues about the Wangmin hidden weapons from 20 years ago. Although the governor of Shizhou was overly enthusiastic, the files were organized very clearly, and he usually paid attention to their protection, preventing them from being eaten by insects. Gongsun appreciated this about him. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang were waiting on the side, while Xiao Cizi was lying on a pile of documents, flipping through them with great interest while propping up his little feet. Wang's surname, Gongsun, seemed to have found a relevant scroll and asked Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang, Both of them nodded. Gongsun flipped through it and estimated that this was the scroll. Zhang Zhao took it over, slightly furrowing his brow. Many pages of the remnant document had been torn out. Gongsun had also noticed something suspicious long ago. All the files here were neat and clearly organized, except for this particular volume, from which several pages had been ripped out. Zhang Zhao took a closer look and saw that it was a family genealogy, a thick stack of names. He was surprised at how thick it was. The Wang family was a prominent family in the area, very prosperous in earlier years. Bao Zheng walked over, but later on, their fortunes declined, and the family started to dwindle until Wang Youqing's generation was exterminated. Bai Yutong murmured, Wang Yucheng, a man of no achievements. Zhang Zhao also remembered that if Wang Yuqing was mentioned, he wasn't unknown in the martial world. But it seemed he was famous not for his ability to craft hidden weapons, but rather for being afraid of his wife. Bai Yutong slightly nodded, indicating he had heard similar rumors. Gongsun didn't quite understand what was so noteworthy about being afraid of one's wife. There were many men in the world who were afraid of their wives. Why label him as a man of no achievements? This seemed a bit special. Zhang Zhao said, many in the martial world are afraid of their wives, but Wang Yucheng, besides being afraid of his wife, also relies on her. Zhao Pu, listening nearby, found it quite interesting. What does it mean to rely on his wife? Is he someone who lives off her? It was said that Wang Yucheng was very honest by nature, and although the weapons he made were exquisitely crafted, they had almost no lethality. They could serve as decorations, but not as weapons. His ancestors were all masters of hidden weapons, yet by his generation, he nearly ruined the family business and became a laughingstock. Bai Yutong said, but fortunately, he married a formidable wife. Oh, Ouyang Xiaojing understood. Could it be that his wife is even better at making weapons than he is? Not at all. Zhang Zhao shook his head. His wife is not skilled at making weapons. Rather, she has a vicious character and is extremely cunning. She adds poison to the hidden weapons made by Wang Yucheng or sets up some treacherous traps, significantly enhancing the lethality of his hidden weapons. So famous. And you said you hadn't heard of him before? Ouyang asked curiously. Zhang Zhao shook his head, but he had indeed never heard of the incident involving the assassination and the subsequent extermination of the family. Bai Yutong also nodded, noting that Wang Youqing's low status in the Jianghu was nothing more than a joke. He truly had no more fame than that. It was indeed strange that such a significant event as an assassination and the extermination of a family hadn't spread. Zhang Zhao carefully reviewed the case files of Wang Yuqing and was surprised to find that the torn pages seemed to be related to Wang Youqing's wife. Bai Yutong took the files and flipped through them, noting that even the surname and genealogy of his wife had been ripped out. Bao Zheng had someone summon the governor of Shizhou to inquire why this particular file was damaged. The governor was also surprised, stating that he always ensured the files were well preserved and checked them every 6 months. During the most recent repair of old books and files, he even patched up insect holes and had not noticed any books missing so many pages. Implicitly, the governor suggested that this file had been torn apart within the last 6 months. This was puzzling. Why specifically were the contents related to Wang Youqing's wife torn out? Could there be some hidden secrets? Additionally, with the current case involving the Tianshan sect, as the Blue Fox had mentioned, it was due to past grievances. Bao Zheng immediately dispatched someone to investigate the Wang family's leads from that year. In the evening, someone from the Tianshan sect came to find Bai Yutong. Tomorrow's martial arts competition was the reason for the visit, but Bai Yutong was somewhat confused about why they wanted him. The young disciple from the Tianshan sect quietly explained that sect leader Lu Feng said the Tianshan sect had recently suffered heavy losses and that there might be trouble. So they wanted to invite the Grandmaster to oversee things. Bai Yutong frowned and remained silent. Zhang Zhao listened nearby, quite curious. No matter how one looked at it, the Tianshan sect was the #1 sect in the martial world. Even if several of the top 10 masters were lost, there was still more than half left. Who would be bold enough to provoke them? The young apprentice seemed a bit hesitant. Bai Yutong sensed something was off and spoke up to clarify. The young apprentice then told Bai Yutong that recently, many enemies of the Tianshan sect had appeared, seemingly wanting to take advantage of this crisis to join forces against the sect. Additionally, many of the top martial arts factions had come, apparently hoping to see the Tianshan sect defeated and then seize the position of the #1 sect in the world. Master Lu Feng expressed that the situation was quite critical and feared that if something major happened, he wouldn't be able to handle it, and the Tianshan sect's long-standing achievements would be ruined under his watch. Bai Yutong listened, feeling a bit of a toothache. What long-standing achievements? It was just a sect, not a matter of saving the world. Zhao Pu was amused on the side. The young apprentice felt awkward, saying, but if we lose... Won't that be a disgrace to the heavenly sovereign? Bai Yutong frowned, finding the constant conflicts in the martial world bothersome. Zhang Zhao gently touched his arm and asked, "Do you think the murderer is here?" Bai Yutong was slightly taken aback. "When does the competition start tomorrow?" Bai Yutong asked. His young apprentice breathed a sigh of relief. "It starts early tomorrow. Originally, it was just our own competition with very few spectators. But it's uncertain whether those sects will come to provoke us and when they will arrive." Bai Yutong signaled that he understood and let the apprentice go back. At this moment, Zhao Pu leaned against the table, muttering to himself, "Should I go to Bai Shui Tan to catch the Qilin or watch the competition?" Gongsun glanced at him. "You're still thinking about that Qilin?" "Of course." Zhao Pu stroked his chin. "But the scale blade is already proven to be just a hidden weapon. The Qilin may not even exist. It could just be a big fish." Gongsun poured cold water on him. "TSK, TSK." Zhao Pu shook his head, implying that there must be something in the water. Gongsun and Xiao Sitsi exchanged glances, while Zhao Pu seemed mysterious, as if he was plotting something. Bai Yutong suddenly asked Zhang Zhao in a low voice, "Who has the best water skills in the Demon Palace?" Zhang Zhao thought for a moment. "That's quite a lot. But the best should be what I said here." He suddenly paused. Bai Yutong raised an eyebrow and said, "Which of your predecessors looks like someone who can swim?" Zhang Zhao looked dejected, and Bai Yutong couldn't help but chuckle, as cats have never been good at swimming. Zhang Zhao was slightly taken aback by the term cat, and Bai Yutong was puzzled as well. However, it was true that Zhang Zhao had been bestowed the title of Imperial Cat, so calling him cat was quite fitting. With this thought in mind, Bai Yutong silently glanced at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao's eyes are squinting. "Dare you to call out and try?" "Grandpa, what does the white tiger star mean?" Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong were staring at each other when they suddenly heard Xiao Sizai speak up, asking Gongsun a question. Gongsun frowned slightly and asked, "Where did you learn that?" Xiao Sizai raised his hand and waved the book he was reading, saying, "It's written here about the Chun family's wronged woman, the reincarnation of the white tiger star, who caused the deaths of her husband's family and was drowned in a pig cage." Gongsun was taken aback, tilting his head to look at the document in Xiao Sizai's hands. Indeed, he was reading a case file, not a local gazetteer or folklore. What kind of court ruled on this case? And how could they judge someone based on the white tiger star? Zhao Pu took the file and examined it closely. Since it was a case involving the Wang family, all the documents here were from 20 years ago. Xiao Sizai was reading about an old woman who accused her daughter-in-law of being the white tiger star, claiming she had caused the deaths of her son and nearly half the village. And in the end, the court actually sentenced her to death by drowning in a pig cage. Absurd. After reading the file handed to him by Zhao Pu, Bao Zheng frowned and asked, "How could such an absurd, heavy sentence be made?" Bao Zheng summoned the governor of Shizhou for a stern inquiry. The old governor remembered the case and was quite helpless. "My lord, it's not that I judged it wrongly. In fact, this village woman was first drowned by the villagers, who reported that she was the reincarnation of the white tiger star, claiming that if she wasn't drowned, she would cause the deaths of the entire village." Bao Zheng found this increasingly ridiculous, asking, "You didn't punish them severely?" The governor lowered his voice slightly, saying, "My lord, you didn't read the entire case file. This woman had previously married 3 husbands, all of whom died within a year, and their families suffered great disasters, either plagues or droughts, leading to the death of everyone in the village. It could just be a coincidence," Bai Yutong said lazily. "What does it have to do with one woman?" The governor replied seriously. At that time, there were already signs of plague in the village. But after the woman was drowned, the disasters disappeared overnight. This case is hard to judge. Either we imprison the entire village for murder, or we suppress the case. At that time, the government was unstable, and when I reported it to the higher provincial government, I was ordered to amend the documents and issued the following sentence. After hearing this, Bao Zheng had a general understanding of the situation. Although he felt helpless, it had been so long ago, and it wasn't his current concern. Yet, he felt a thorn in his heart, uncomfortable. This village woman was truly pitiful. Losing her husband, remarrying, being called a white tiger star, and suffering a death sentence by drowning in a pig cage. Xiao Sizai still didn't understand what the white tiger star was, so he leaned closer to Gongsun, saying, "Father." Gongsun put a piece of tangerine pulp in his mouth to silence him, saying, "It's not good to talk about this. You mustn't say it again." MMM. Xiao Sizai chewed on the tangerine pulp and nodded, turning to look at Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu rested his chin on his hand, seemingly disapproving of Gongsun's way of teaching the child, but he didn't say much. The skies soon darkened, and Zhang Zhao lay alone in the room, staring blankly at the ceiling. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a low humming sound. Zhang Zhao sat up and saw a golden beetle resting on the candlestick by the bed. Zhang Zhao leaned over to take a look, frowning as it wasn't the one he had let go earlier. Whose could this be? Could it be Aunt Lan's? Finding it strange, Zhang Zhao reached out to lift the insect and saw that beneath the golden shell there was a pair of black wings. Zhang Zhao was startled, jumped up, put on his outer garment, and rushed out of the room. He looked around in the courtyard but found nothing unusual, so he quickly climbed up the wall. The bug was flying up behind him, and Zhang Zhao hurriedly chased after it. At that moment, coincidentally, Bai Yutong was also unable to sleep, staring blankly at the starry sky in the courtyard. He saw Zhang Zhao swiftly leap over the wall and found it somewhat strange. Bai Yutong hesitated, wondering whether to follow him. While he was thinking, he had already jumped up to the wall and saw that under the dark night sky, the street was shrouded in mist, with Zhang Zhao quickly running towards Biyu Mountain, then heading up the mountain. Bai Yutong frowned slightly. Zhang Zhao was unfamiliar with the path. And what was he doing at Tianshan in the middle of the night? After thinking it over, he decided to follow, not so much to track him, but with the thought that he should not get lost in the mountains later. Bai Yutong was at a distance, and couldn't he see that Zhang Zhao was not just running around aimlessly, but was actually being led by a golden beetle. He was quite puzzled as the bug led him up the mountain, running all the way in what seemed to be the direction of Biyu Pool. What was someone doing at Biyu Pool in Tianshan in the middle of the night? The place where the bug stopped was indeed on a tree opposite Biyu Pool. At this moment, Zhang Zhao had already spotted two people sitting in the pavilion not far away. One was in a striking blue dress, very noticeable, the blue fox he had seen that morning, and the other was tall and slender, dressed in black, sitting next to the blue fox, supporting his chin with one hand while looking in Zhang Zhao's direction, although in the darkness of night. That person was sitting in the pavilion in a corner not illuminated by the moonlight. His pair of eyes were still exceptionally clear. Without supreme inner strength, it would be impossible to achieve that. Zhang Zhao didn't say a word and directly pounced towards the pavilion. The man in black laughed heartily, spreading his arms as if to catch him. However, Zhang Zhao didn't leap into his embrace. Instead, he darted behind him and grabbed both of his ears. "What are you doing?" The man in black, caught by his ears, grimaced in pain. "It hurts, it hurts." Zhang Zhao loosened his grip, squinted at him, and said, "What are you doing here?" The man in black pouted and replied, "You didn't even call me." Zhang Zhao pretended to strangle him by the neck. But the man in black grabbed his wrist, felt it, frowned, and said, "You've lost weight. Baozheng doesn't he feed you enough?" "I don't know how much is enough," Zhang Zhao replied, pulling back his hand and grabbing the black-clad man's hair to take a look before sitting down beside him. "You should go home, it gets light. Don't stay here. Why are you dissatisfied?" The man in black asked. "You're in the way." Zhang Zhao picked up the teacup in front of him to drink tea. "Why do you dislike your grandpa?" The man in black leaned his head against Zhang Zhao's arm, looking pitiful as he cuddled and rubbed against him. In the moonlight, it was clear that this grandpa not only did not have a head full of white hair or a face full of wrinkles or crow's feet, but instead had hair like a waterfall and a smooth, handsome face that looked no older than in his 30s. He just had a rather sinister and domineering appearance, especially those hawk-like eyes, sharp and deep, although they were relatively gentle at the moment. Zhang Zhao reached out to push his face away, then sat up properly. The man in black sat up as well, grinning and looking at Zhang Zhao with an expression full of meaning. Zhang Zhao was confused, wondering what was so funny. "Oh." The black-clothed person's lips curled up at the corners, and the white-clothed boy who had just run over with you glanced at him and then left. Zhang Zhao was slightly taken aback and looked up the mountain path at the person in white. If anyone could keep up with him using lightness skill without being detected, it would only be Bai Yutong. However, he should be keeping a distance to avoid being discovered. "Who is it?" the person in black asked, not bad at martial arts. Zhang Zhao hesitated for a moment, then immediately glanced at the blue fox, who shrugged slightly to indicate that he hadn't mentioned anything about Bai Yutong to him. Zhang Zhao immediately smiled dismissively. "Oh, a friend. What's the friend's name?" The man in black continued to press. Zhang Zhao waved his hand to change the subject. "What exactly are you doing in Tianshan?" The other party smiled slightly. "Aren't you looking for old foam? He went out and isn't home. Besides, with his speed, by the time he gets here, the food will have gone cold. I haven't seen you in a long time, so I came to his place." Zhang Zhao frowned. "What are you here for?" "I'm asking old Master Feng about something." The man in black smiled faintly. "I know more than old Feng does. This matter is complicated." Zhang Zhao looked surprised and said, "Then let's talk." The man in black nodded in agreement. "But I need to stay by your side for a few days." Zhang Zhao looked unwilling. "When I was leaving, Blind Chun said you would encounter peach blossoms recently, and your grandfather will keep an eye on you." The man in black stood up and said, But to avoid trouble for you, don't call me grandfather in front of others. Just call me cousin. Zhang Zhao spat out a mouthful of tea. You're over 100 years old. Why are you acting so young? The man in black waved his sleeves and swaggered down the mountain, calling out to Zhang Zhao, Zhao, I'm hungry. Let's go have a midnight snack. Zhang Zhao quickly tugged at the blue fox's sleeve, asking what was going on. The blue fox, feeling helpless, replied, I don't know either. The master suddenly came in the middle of the night and said to release the insects to find you. Zhang Zhao was anxious. The person in black who had come was none other than the famous Lord Yin of the Demon Palace, known as the #1 old demon in the world. Lord Yin, like the Heavenly Lord, was a rare talent who had reached the levels of demonic and immortal cultivation. Although they were both quite old, they still looked youthful and vibrant. Zhang Zhao didn't know much about the Heavenly Lord, but he was very familiar with his grandfather's temperament. His grandfather wouldn't come down the mountain without a good reason. He wouldn't descend unless there was something amusing to do. From childhood to adulthood, Zhang Zhao had been the only pet of many old demons in the Demon Palace, and his grandfather, being the leader of all demons, found joy and ultimate pleasure in teasing Zhang Zhao. The various tricks and schemes he employed were countless and bizarre. Zhang Zhao's remarkable patience and astute character were all cultivated by his grandfather. Thinking back on the little memories from his upbringing, Zhang Zhao often sighed. His grandfather had tricked him into doing countless embarrassing things when he was young and naive. Now, those memories were still vivid and fresh. Just by looking at Lord Yin casually walking down the mountain, Zhang Zhao knew he had to be extra cautious this time, as he probably had some underhanded tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, at the Bai residence, the little fourth son, who had eaten too much at dinner and couldn't fall asleep, ran to the yard to stroll around and rub his belly. He saw a white figure lightly floating in from outside the wall. The little fourth son was about to call out Ah Piao, but the words that came out of his mouth turned into bye-bye, as the person who jumped over the wall and landed right in front of him was Bai Yutong. At this moment, Bai Yutong's beautiful brows were slightly furrowed. He was different from others. Usually when people frowned, the creases would be in the middle of their brows, but Bai Yutong's were at the brow ridge. Looking somewhat troubled, yet not entirely so. In any case, the little fourth son could tell he had something on his mind. What's wrong? The little fourth son tugged at Bai Yutong's sleeve and sat down on a nearby stone bench. Bai Yutong shook his head slightly and didn't speak. Seeing that Bai Yutong seemed heavy-hearted, the little fourth son climbed up on the bench, wrapped his arms around his shoulder, and asked, What's wrong? Speaking of which, everyone in the entire Tianshan sect and the large patrol team of Kaifeng Prefecture were afraid of two people. One was Bai Yutong, and the other was Zhao Pu. Compared to Zhao Pu, Bai Yutong was a bit more frightening because he was cold and silent. However, the little fourth son particularly liked these two people, feeling completely at ease with them. Bai Yutong glanced at the little fourth son, who was rubbing against his arm, and quietly asked, What does this mean? The little fourth son, not quite understanding, looked puzzled. Bai Yutong pointed at him, indicating that action. After thinking for a moment, the little fourth son smiled and said, Kiss. Bai Yutong stroked his chin and mused, Kiss? Most people don't do that. The little fourth son nodded, I like it this way. Bai Yutong was slightly taken aback, staring at the little fourth son in a daze, his expression even more confused. Like it? The next morning, before dawn, the little fourth son got up early, crawled out of bed, and pounced onto the still sleeping Gongsun. Daddy. Gongsun, having read documents until late into the night, groggily reached out to grab the little fourth son and tucked him back under the covers. The little fourth son twisted around for a while before poking his head out and hugging Gongsun's neck. Daddy. Gongsun pulled the blanket higher to cover him and pressed him down. Seeing that Gongsun was ignoring him, the little fourth son ultimately decided to use his ultimate move and pounced to bear hug him. Daddy. 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 Gongsun pinched the little fourth son's cheeks, helplessly opening his eyes to see his chubby son lying on his chest, eyes wide and smiling like a little bunny. He was no longer sleepy. Yawning, Gongsun rubbed the little fourth son's face. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Nope. The little fourth son leaned forward and rubbed his cheeks against Gongsun's face. First, a morning kiss. Aren't we having a martial arts competition today? Gongsun laughed. You can't fight, so why are you so eager? Daddy, can we see Jiao and the others compete later? The little fourth son was very excited. Well, Zhao Pu probably won't take action, at most. Bai Yutong will go out to fight, since it's a matter for the Tianshan sect. Gongsun reached out to help him get dressed. Jiao won't compete? The little fourth son pouted, looking very disappointed. Are you really eager to see Zhao Pu fight? Gongsun was quite surprised, pinching the little fourth son's nose. Aren't you the one who hates fighting the most? Jiao seems really strong. The little fourth son smiled brightly. Aren't Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong strong? Gongsun asked as he put socks on his chubby feet. Well, I've never seen them really fight. The little fourth son suddenly remembered. Oh, right, Daddy. When I went back to my room yesterday, I saw Zhang Zhao pulling a guy into his room. Gongsun paused slightly. A guy? Bai Yutong? No. Bai came back early. I passed by the yard and saw Zhang Zhao dragging a guy who was about as tall as Jiu Jiu and Whoosh. They rushed into the room and closed the door, looking sneaky. Gongsun frowned, thinking Zhaopu? Of course not. Didn't Jiu Jiu watch the documents with you yesterday? That person was also wearing black clothes. It felt. Felt what? Gongsun was curious. Felt really strong. You can feel that they're strong? Gongsun got up to dress himself, grabbing a comb to tidy his hair. But he was also somewhat puzzled about why Zhang Zhao brought a stranger back so late at night. What do you want for breakfast? Gongsun asked the little fourth son. Wontons, said the little fourth son, full of energy. Gongsun took a hot towel to wash his face. Okay, we'll have wonton soon. And at that moment, in Zhang Zhao's room, Zhang Zhao stood by the bed, having already washed up and changed into his clothes, with his hands on his hips, looking at the large figure of Lord Yin sleeping on his bed, still snoring, unable to help but rub his neck. Zhang Zhao felt frustrated that his bed had been taken over by his grandfather last night, leaving him to sleep on the floor. It wouldn't be right to make someone over 100 years old sleep on the ground. Although his grandfather's lightness skill allowed him to float in midair, he still insisted on fighting for the bed. Tilting his neck left and right, Zhang Zhao touched his chin and began to ponder how to make his grandfather disappear instantly. Just as Zhang Zhao was troubled, Lord Yin yawned, stretched, scratched his belly, and woke up. Zhang Zhao glanced at him sideways. Inho opened one eye to take a look, saw Zhang Zhao beside him, and smiled. Good morning, Zhao Zhao. Zhang Zhao bent down and poked him twice. You're awake. Hurry back to the demon palace. Inho squinted his eyes, wrapped himself in the blanket. I'm not leaving. I want to stay here. You go back first. Zhang Zhao tugged at him. It's so inconvenient to stay here. Inconvenient for what? Inho hugged the blanket. If you don't say anything, I won't say anything. Who would know who I am? You will always be exposed. Exposed as what? I'm your cousin. Inho refused to leave while holding the blanket. My name is Zhang Demao. Zhang Zhao was so angry that he was panting, grabbing his collar and shaking him vigorously. Don't mess with me. Go back to the demon palace first. Inho was puzzled. How am I messing with you? I'm here to help. Hearing some commotion outside, Zhang Zhao realized that everyone seemed to be awake and needed to hurry to chase Inho away. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if too many people gathered. Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I won't recognize you, Zhang Zhao threatened. Inho was taken aback, gasping in shock, and suddenly started to cry loudly. Oh, you unfilial one. Before he could finish, Zhang Zhao quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had encountered a rogue. Inho chuckled, reached up to scratch his chin, and said, Don't be afraid. Grandpa won't cause you any trouble. Besides, there's so many fun things here. You do your thing, and I'll naturally find someone to play with. Zhang Zhao's expression darkened. Who do you want to play with? Inho sat up. If we want to play, we need to eat first. Treat me to a meal. What do you want to eat? Zhang Zhao thought about luring him out for a meal, preferably ordering a table full of dishes at the restaurant, and then making him eat for 3 days and 3 nights without moving. Wontons, Inho said with a smile. Extending his hand, help me get dressed. Zhang Zhao sighed, picked up the clothes and put them on him, then rubbed his face with a hot towel. Pressing hard a couple of times, as if to vent his frustration, Inho washed his face and felt refreshed as he stepped out of the courtyard. Just as he opened the courtyard door, he heard a series of footsteps, and then an unidentified spherical object rushed over and hugged his calf. Zhang, do you want to eat wontons? Inho looked down and raised an eyebrow, seeing a 4 or 5-year-old child hugging his leg, looking up at the round face, resembling a dumpling. The child's face was quite comparable to a young Zhang Zhao's, though his grandson was a bit more spirited and cute, while this one appeared a bit duller and chubbier. The corners of Inho's mouth turned up at the sight of the chubby child. Xiao Cixi had originally come to find Zhang Zhao to eat wontons. Seeing the door open, he assumed it was Zhang Zhao who had come out, so he rushed over and hugged the person, only to realize he had hugged the wrong person. Xiao Cixi stared blankly at the tall man who was also looking down at him, thinking that this man was the most handsome among all the bearded men he had seen. The man appeared to be in his 30s, looking quite different from everyone else, somewhat resembling Jiu Jiu, yet not entirely. They shared a similar physique, both tall and slender, giving off a sense of security. This man had skin that was neither too pale nor too dark, with deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and a thin face with a light stubble on his chin, exuding a strong masculine charm. Seeing the little chubby boy staring at him with a dazed expression, the man tilted his head, seemingly amused. In Ho smirked, and Xiao Cixi blinked, noticing that when this person smiled, there were 2 lines on his cheeks, making him even more handsome. In Ho found the changing expressions on the round face of the child quite interesting, so he reached out to poke his cheek and asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Cixi felt a bit shy and replied, "I am Xiao Cixi." In Ho raised an eyebrow and squinted at him. "Who is Xiao Cixi?" Xiao Cixi widened his eyes, feeling that this person spoke similarly to him. "Xiao Cixi, don't mind him." At that moment, Zhang Zhao walked out of the room, reached out to pick up Xiao Cixi, and glanced outside the courtyard, asking, "Where's your father?" "Father said he was waiting for me at the door, and told me to ask if anyone wants to go eat wontons together," Xiao Cixi said, while stealing another glance at In Ho, and then quietly asked Zhang Zhao, "Who is he?" "Oh, I." Zhang Zhao started, but couldn't bring himself to say cousin, especially since that fake name was too unreliable. "I am his cousin," In Ho said, appearing quite thick-skinned and showing no embarrassment at all, calling Zhang Zhao Big Cat. "Big Cat?" Xiao Cixi was taken aback. Zhang Zhao glared fiercely at In Ho and corrected himself, saying he misheard. "It's actually Zhang Domao." In Ho's eyelids twitched. Little Cixi tilted his head, thinking the name sounded unpleasant, so he said, "That's a nickname. His real name is Zhang Yin. Since Zhao's nickname is Little Cat, I am Big Cat." Little Cixi clapped his hands and understood. "Oh, so Zhang's nickname is Little Cat, just like my full name is Gong Sun Jin, and my nickname is Little Cixi." Gong Sun Jin. In Ho nodded. "Good name." Little Cixi was happy. "Cat Cat." Zhang Zhao was taken aback for a moment. Little Four pointed happily at Zhang Zhao, saying Cat Cat, and then pointed at In Ho, saying Big Cat Cat. In Ho raised an eyebrow and gently patted Little Four's forehead, saying, "This child is smart and clever, with a bright future." Zhang Zhao was so frustrated. Lord Yin said he wasn't here to cause trouble, but as soon as he ran into Xiao Cixi, he ended up with a cat nickname. Speaking of which, Zhang Zhao had a special resentment towards cats. When he was young, because he had big, clever eyes and excellent lightness skills, everyone in the Magic Palace treated him like a cat, even using meow as a code word for communication. After finally escaping from the Magic Palace, he ended up following Lord Bao, only to encounter a somewhat foolish emperor. As soon as Zhao Zhan saw his impressive lightness skills, he blurted out a title for him as the Imperial Cat. Now, this cat title was stuck to him again. Could it be that he offended some cat demon in his past life? Just then, a voice came from the doorway. Zhang Zhao felt a bit nervous, and Zhao Pu listened carefully. There was only the sound of one person's footsteps, so it seemed that he had come alone. Zhao Pu walked to the entrance of the courtyard and saw Xiao Cixi being held by Zhang Zhao. So he asked, "Aren't you going to have breakfast? Your father is already waiting anxiously." While speaking, Zhao Pu noticed In Ho. He was slightly taken aback, curious about who this person was. "Jiu Jiu. He is the cousin of Cat Cat," said the Mao Mao Xiao Cixi happily as he turned to introduce In Ho to Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu was puzzled. "What cat?" Zhang Zhao felt awkward and said, "I still can't say the 2 words my cousin." Zhang Zhao was so uncomfortable that he wanted to pound the ground. In Ho smiled slightly and said, "You are Zhao Pu." Zhang Zhao glanced at him sideways and said, "What's with that tone?" In Ho raised an eyebrow and replied, "What else? I'm so many generations older than him." Zhang Zhao felt disheartened. Zhao Pu, who was originally not one to fuss over small details, noticed that this person also seemed unconcerned with trivialities. He nodded and said, "I am Zhao Pu. What do you go by?" "Zhang Yin." The Marquis Yin smiled, looked Zhao Pu up and down, and thought he was quite good, a rare talent for martial arts. No wonder that madman took him as a disciple. Zhao Pu was also used to grand occasions and prominent figures, but the first impression given by the Marquis Yin was overwhelmingly strong. This man was dressed in black, and his aura was different from that of ordinary people, so strong that Zhao Pu felt somewhat overwhelmed. Goodness, what kind of background does this cousin Zhang Zhao have? Moreover, Zhao Pu couldn't gauge his depth. He couldn't tell whether he was skilled in martial arts or not. What was going on? After observing enough, the Marquis Yin walked out and to eat wontons. As he passed by Zhao Pu furrowed his brow a little more. This person had a strong sense of oppression as he walked by. After leading troops in a battle for so long, it was the first time he felt suppressed by someone. "Hey!" Zhao Pu gently patted the troubled Zhang Zhao walking behind him. "What kind of person is your cousin?" Zhang Zhao's mouth twitched, and he sighed and shook his head, not wanting to talk about it. Zhao Pu was confused. "What about Bai Yutong?" Zhang Zhao asked in a lowered voice. Zhao Pu shrugged. "I didn't see him this morning." "Is he on Tianshan Mountain?" Zhang Zhao suddenly remembered that today the Tianshan sect was holding a martial arts competition, which was a big deal. Perhaps Bai Yutong had already gone early. Well, Zhang Zhao felt relaxed and thought it would be better to accompany Lord Yin around for a while, preventing him from going to Tianshan, so he wouldn't run into Bai Yutong. But Zhang Zhao was also reluctant. He wanted to go to Tianshan as well to see if he could help Bai Yutong. What should he do? Zhang Zhao muttered to himself. Zhao Pu frowned at him and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so worried?" Zhang Zhao thought for a moment. "Are you going to Tianshan later? If so, I want to go catch a Qilin." Zhao Pu curled his lip. "This time we're bringing 500 people. And we VE set up a copper net. What Qilin are you going to catch? You should go to Tianshan to help." Zhao Pu frowned. "Why don't you just go? With you and Bai Yutong, you can handle any sex experts. And don't forget your cousin." Zhang Zhao's face turned black. "Your cousin knows martial arts, right?" Zhao Pu probed. Zhang Zhao's face is darker. Zhao Pu is confused. Why can't he see Bai Yutong? Zhang Zhao is serious about why Zhao Pu is curious. In short, Bai Yutong cannot be allowed to see him. I can't let him do anything. Zhang Zhao was in a dilemma when he suddenly heard a voice coming from behind. Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu were startled and turned around to see Bai Yutong, who had just gotten out of bed, standing behind them with a confused expression. Last night, Bai Wuye had a rough time. He didn't know why he couldn't sleep and only managed to doze off for a short while at dawn, having also had a strange dream, so he didn't have much energy this morning. After getting up late, he walked out of the courtyard and saw Zhang Zhao and the others ahead, so he hurried to catch up. However, he heard Zhang Zhao anxiously telling Zhao Pu that they couldn't let Bai Yutong. "You didn't go to Tianshan?" Zhang Zhao asked, glancing back to see if Yin Ho had gone far. The priority was to stall Bai Yutong. If his grandfather encountered a disciple of the Celestial Master, he would definitely tease him to death. "I'll go after breakfast." Bai Yutong, with his hands behind his back, looking lackluster, asked the two, "Where are you going for breakfast?" "We're going to the kitchen," Zhang Zhao said, pulling Bai Yutong toward the kitchen. "Let's make some noodles." Zhao Pu was puzzled. "Aren't we going out for wontons?" Bai Yutong was being pulled toward the kitchen by Zhang Zhao and wanted to turn back to see why Zhang Zhao was acting strangely. But just as he turned his head, Zhang Zhao immediately reached out to press his face back, not allowing him to look toward the entrance, insisting, "I want to eat beef noodles." Bai Yutong then said Bai Fu and the others should have gone to Tianshan sect early to help. "We should still eat outside today. If you want noodles, the place across the street." "Not across the street. Let's go to the back door," Zhang Zhao insisted seriously. Bai Yutong fell silent for a moment. The back door led to the river. Zhang Zhao continued to point to the back door and suggested they go check the river first. Bai Yutong was somewhat amused and speechless, standing still. Just as he was about to ask, he heard someone behind him calling, "Zhao, didn't you say you wanted to eat wontons?" "The wontons are across the street." Zhang Zhao stopped in his tracks and thought to himself, "This cousin is not simple." Zhang Zhao wanted to pretend he didn't hear anything, but it was no use, because Bai Yutong heard it clearly. He turned back and glanced at Bai Yutong, momentarily stunned. He had seen this person last night, the one who was very close to Zhang Zhao. However, he didn't get a good look at his face in the dark. Seeing him clearly during the day, he had a good demeanor. Yet, Bai Yutong inexplicably felt a sense of DJVU. Had he met this person before? But someone with such a strong presence. If they had crossed paths before, even if it was a long time ago, he was sure he would remember him. Why couldn't he recall who it was? As soon as Zhang Zhao mentioned the words cousin, he automatically fell silent. "I am his cousin." Bai Yutong was slightly taken aback, and when he turned around, Yin Ho had already arrived behind him. Zhang Zhao shot him a glare. Bai Yutong's heart skipped a beat. When did he arrive? Zhao Pu stood at the door with a furrowed brow. This cousin of Zhang Zhao's had quite the background and impressive speed. Xiao Cici was even more curious, peering around Zhao Pu's leg to look inside. Just now, that big cat had dashed away in a flash, almost like it could fly. Bai Yutong glanced at Lord Yin. Their eyes met, and he knew this person was definitely not an ordinary individual, deep and unfathomable. Bai Yutong wasn't foolish either, but he had some doubts about his identity. He had never heard of Zhang Zhao having a cousin, and given his age, how could he possess such high martial arts skills yet remain unknown in the Jianghu? Meanwhile, Lord Yin was carefully sizing up Bai Yutong from head to toe. As he observed, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Indeed, he was a disciple of the Heavenly Master, and he resembled him. Of course, he seemed a bit more honest than that old ghost, with no expression. Cold and unapproachable. Wasn't that rather dull? Lord Yin could see Zhang Zhao getting angry and pushed him slightly, warning him to stop staring for so long. Lord Yin raised an eyebrow. Of course, he had to look a bit longer, as it was a matter of great importance. Bai Yutong nodded slightly in greeting, but didn't react much. Although he was Zhang Zhao's relative, he couldn't muster much enthusiasm, perhaps due to his personality. Plus, He hadn't slept well last night, and there were many matters to attend to today, so he felt lazy and was preparing to go out for breakfast. Seeing Bai Yutong nod, he left. Zhang Zhao was puzzled about why he seemed to be in a bad mood. Inho crossed his arms and squinted his eyes, saying, "Hey, why are you so indifferent?" Inho then quietly asked Zhang Zhao, "Are you a closed-off person?" Zhang Zhao frowned, probably worrying about the matters of the Tianshan sect. Inho was puzzled. What was going on with the Tianshan sect? Zhang Zhao roughly mentioned how several masters had died and about the disturbances caused by outsiders during the martial arts competition. Lord Yin smiled and said, "Well, I'll go with you to Mount Tian to see the excitement in a bit." Zhang Zhao was alert. "You're going to cause trouble too? How could that be?" "I'm going to help." After saying this, Inho quickly stepped forward, "Brother Bai." Zhang Zhao almost choked on his saliva and was no longer allowed to call him younger brother. Inho caught up with Bai Yutang, reached over with one hand, and gently patted him on the shoulder, asking, "What sect are you from, younger brother?" Bai Yutang glanced at his hand on his shoulder, slightly turned to the side to make way, and replied, "Tianshan sect." "Oh, a disciple of Lu Feng," Inho smiled. Bai Yutang didn't say much more, only asked, "Do you know Lu Feng?" "No, but I've heard of him." Inho secretly laughed at this kid, clearly an elder of Lu Feng, yet being referred to as a junior without any explanation. His personality is quite interesting. Zhao Pu and Gong Sun were carrying little CZ and walking behind, exchanging glances at their cousin Zhang Zhao, who looked oddly at Bai Yutang. The two turned back to look at Zhang Zhao, only to find him with a serious expression, seemingly thinking of a strategy. When they reached the restaurant opposite the Bai residence, everyone ordered the signature wontons. Bai Yutang saw Zhang Zhao eating wontons and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be eating noodles?" Cough, cough. Zhang Zhao, lost in thought, choked on the wonton soup. Inho sat on the other side of Zhang Zhao, reached out, and wiped the soup stains from the corner of his mouth, commenting, "How come your chin has always been leaking since you were a child when you eat holding a bowl?" Zhang Zhao instinctively picked up the bowl. Xiao Xizhi quickly followed suit, thinking that this cousin sounded a lot like his father when he was scolding him. Bai Yutang watched as Lord Yin ate while scooping wontons from his bowl to Zhang Zhao and picking out the mushrooms from Zhang Zhao's bowl, feeling an indescribable intimacy. Zhang Zhao, eating wontons, glanced at Inho helplessly and asked, "What do you want?" Inho, with a spoon in his mouth, was observing Bai Yutang's expression nearby, smiling as if he was having quite a bit of fun, completely unprepared for Zhang Zhao to step hard on his foot. Inho pouted and looked at Zhang Zhao, saying, "Why did you step on Grandpa?" Zhang Zhao glared at him fiercely, warning, "If you keep causing trouble, I'll step on you." Xiao Xizhi blinked with half a wonton in his mouth, while the cat exchanged glances with people other than Bai Bai. Zhao Pu and Gong Sun focused on eating wontons, casually praising the chef's skills at the restaurant and the pleasant weather today. Bai Yutang had eaten half a bowl of wontons when Inho suddenly poured vinegar from a bottle in his bowl, saying, "Eating like this has no flavor. You need to add more vinegar and spice for it to taste good." Zhang Zhao bumped into him, and he ate lightly. However, at this moment, Lord Yin had already poured half a bottle of vinegar and half a jar of hot sauce into Bai Yutang's bowl. Bai Yutang's bowl of wontons presented a colorful array, and Xiao Xizhi frowned, saying the flavor was too strong. Zhang Zhao felt awkward and pushed Bai Yutang's bowl away, saying, "I'll get you another bowl." Bai Yutang waved his hand, saying, "No need. Just eat from my bowl." Zhang Zhao then pushed his own bowl over to Bai Yutang. Inho pushed his bowl to Zhang Zhao, saying, "Eat from my bowl." Zhang Zhao looked down at his bowl, then placed the colorful wontons with a thud in front of Lord Yin, saying, "You eat this." Lord Yin twitched the corner of his mouth and nudged his elbow outward. Zhang Zhao sneered, "You brought this on yourself. Why bully others?" Inho pouted and ate half a wonton, suddenly lunging forward to lean on Zhang Zhao's shoulder. "Oh, my tooth hurts." Zhang Zhao is feeling angry. Inho is getting excited again, leaning over with half of his cheek, saying, "My tooth hurts, rub it for me." Zhang Zhao wanted to pull out all his beard to see if he would act up again. Xiao Xizhi widened his eyes, watching with great curiosity. Zhao Pu and Gong Sun continued to eat wontons without looking away, facing the chaotic scene. Zhang Zhao awkwardly looked at the hot and clingy Inho resting on his shoulder, wondering why he was sticking so close. Bai Yutang occasionally glanced at the two of them, his face still showing little expression. Zhang Zhao reached out and grabbed Inho's arm, warning him not to make a scene. Inho secretly glanced at Bai Yutang, wondering why he wasn't reacting, looking so dazed. At that moment, a young disciple from the Tianshan sect hurriedly ran over and whispered a few words in Bai Yutang's ear. Bai Yutang nodded to indicate he understood, put down his spoon, and said to everyone, "You all take your time eating. I will head to Tianshan first." Zhang Zhao threw down the spoon. "I'll go with you." In Ho grabbed Zhang Zhao's arm. I haven't finished eating yet. Zhang Zhao was angry. Bai Yutong gently patted Zhang Zhao's shoulder, saying, I can handle it. You haven't even had half of what you usually do. After saying that, Bai Yutong followed the little apprentice downstairs. Zhang Zhao stood there in a daze. Suddenly, In Ho pointed at the wonton Zhang Zhao had just eaten, half of which made Zhang Zhao a bit angry. Your appetite seems to have grown, In Ho said, and Zhang Zhao angrily stuffed a wonton into his mouth. Still the same sour and spicy one. After finishing the wonton, Zhang Zhao quickly finished the food in his bowl, exchanged a glance with Zhao Pu and Gong Sun, and hurried downstairs to chase after Bai Yutong. In Ho, holding a spoon and stroking his chin, watched Zhang Zhao walk away, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, several groups of people passed by not far away, seemingly heading in the same direction as Zhang Zhao, also towards the Tianshan sect. In Ho seemed slightly surprised. The bald monks from Shaolin Temple and the bull-nosed ones from Wudong Mountain were one thing. But how come there were also people from the Changdong sect and the Huangmen? I've heard of the Changdong sect. Haven't they been in hiding in the Jianghu for many years? Zhao Pu asked curiously. What is the Huangmen sect? In Ho crossed his arms and looked at the groups of people passing below. The Changdong sect, Huangmen, Lufu Tower, and Sikong village were the four major sects 100 years ago, with their leaders all around 80 years old, having vanished from the Jianghu and not inquiring about worldly matters. It's strange that those four old ghosts have come to the Tianshan sect to watch the battle. Zhao Pu and Gong Sun exchanged glances, and he said, I haven't heard of any of them. Just then, two huge birds flew across the sky, casting two elongated shadows on the ground. Little Tsitsi pointed, Daddy, is that a crane? Gong Sun nodded. How could there be cranes flying in a place like this? In Ho slightly raised an eyebrow. Koma Valley. Zhao Pu was puzzled. What is that place? At that moment, In Ho's smile faded, his eyes deep and carrying a hint of understanding. He thought, taking advantage of the old ghosts being willing to go, would they swallow the Tianshan sect in one go? That group of old immortals clearly bullied the younger generation. Zhao Pu, hearing In Ho muttering to himself, asked, cousin? In Ho turned to look at him. Cousin? Actually, Zhao Pu had forgotten In Ho's name, reminding him, the wontons are finished. In Ho looked down at the wontons on the table. Just then, Ouyang Xiaozheng and the others rushed upstairs with several bundles of copper nets. Your Highness, it's all ready. After we eat, we'll catch the qilin. In Ho leaned over curiously. Catch what qilin? The qilin from Bishi Pond, Zhao Pu replied. In Ho was taken aback, then frowned. What qilin is in Bishi Pond? Everyone looked at him. How do you know there isn't one? Isn't it just a big turtle? In Ho frowned at the crowd. Don't set your sights on that turtle. It's the brother of the Heavenly Master. If it disappears, it'll bite people. The crowd fell silent, looking at In Ho with strange eyes. In Ho glanced at the bundles of copper nets and suddenly beckoned Zhao Pu, little ghost. Zhao Pu raised an eyebrow. Ouyang Xiaozheng and Gong Sun exchanged glances, surprised that he called Zhao Pu little ghost, as he looked to be only in his 30s. Zhao Pu was also puzzled, but for some reason, he instinctively moved closer. The term little ghost sounded quite amicable. How far have you practiced your ice-breaking palm? In Ho suddenly asked, startling Zhao Pu, who frowned. How do you know I can do the ice-breaking palm? In Ho waved his hand. That old madman only has you as a disciple. If he doesn't teach you, who will he teach? Zhao Pu widened his eyes, staring at In Ho. How do you know? Ouyang Xiaozheng and the figures behind him, Ji Ying and Jia Ying, exchanged glances, wondering what kind of person he was. Zhao Pu had always kept his sex secrets, and even his closest brothers were unaware. Yet this person knew. How far? In Ho pressed. 70%. Wow. In Ho nodded in approval. Not bad. Reaching 70% at 30 years old. Zhao Pu's mouth twitched. I'm not yet 30. In Ho nodded. Same difference. Zhao Pu's nose crinkled in annoyance. How is it the same? In Ho beckoned to the crowd. How many people do you have on hand? 500 or 600, I guess, Zhao Pu said, but they're not that capable. That's about right. In Ho nodded. Anyway, you're good at deploying troops. Those people are planning to level the Tianshan sect today. I'll go protect those two youngsters. You all stay back and catch those old ghosts. Zhao Pu was increasingly puzzled. What youngsters? What old ghosts? Anyway, soon you'll throw your copper nets into Bishi Pond, and the people I throw down from the mountain, don't let any of them escape. You use your ice-breaking palm. It's the most effective. After saying that, without waiting for Zhao Pu to agree or disagree, he turned and left. Zhao Pu blinked. Ouyang Xiaozheng rubbed his eyes. Where did he go? When he looked again, In Ho had vanished, and no one could see how he disappeared. Wow, little Tsitsi clapped, faster than bye-bye. Your Highness, Ji Ying asked Zhao Pu. Who is that person? Zhao Pu was silent for a moment. He might not be a cousin. Then who is he? Gong Sun asked curiously. Zhao Pu frowned, now that I think about it. The Heavenly Master's age looks like he's only in his 30s. Is that the Heavenly Master? Ji Ying tilted his head. Dumb. Ji Ying slapped him. It's the Heavenly Master Bai Yutong. How could you not recognize him? If that's not the Heavenly Master, who has such good martial arts? Ouyang pondered, unable to figure it out. He's also Zhang Zhao's cousin. At this moment, Zhao Pu's frown relaxed. Then let's call him cousin. After saying that, Zhao Pu stood up, shaking his head. This cousin is not simple. Good job, Zhang Zhao. It turns out you have such a big background. The crowd exchanged glances. Zhao Pu rubbed his neck. Why is it a turtle and not a qilin? That's boring. At this time, at the foot of Bishi Mountain, various sects gathered, blocking the road up the mountain tightly. The people on the mountain were completely unaware, and there were few spectators for the martial arts competition. The internal martial arts competition of the Tianshan sect, presided over by Lu Feng, began somewhat blandly. Bai Yutong was currently standing at the highest point of the mountain gate, hands behind his back, turning back to see the vast number of people heading up the mountain below. Young Master, Chun Xing'er and Yu Yuter landed beside him. There are problems with those coming up the mountain. Their background is not small. Bai Yutong coldly gazed down the mountain and nodded. Are they trying to take advantage of the situation to swallow the Tianshan sect? Young Master, Yu Yuter said with some concern. Bai Yutong waved his hand. No matter who they are, just treat them well. Yu Yuter and Chun Xing'er exchanged a glance, understanding, and said, yes, then vanished. Zhang Zhao ran to the mountainside and looked up at Bai Yutong on the gate, dressed in white with black hair, moving gracefully in the wind, yet strangely still. He felt a bit emotional, wondering if the Heavenly Sovereign also had such a demeanor. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Lord Ying crossed his arms and nodded with a smile, acknowledging that this kid was indeed no ordinary talent. It seemed there would be quite a show to watch this time. The internal competition of the Tianshan sect was rather lively. The atmosphere not as tense as one might imagine. The main reason was that several of the top 10 experts had been injured or were absent, leaving the remaining members disinterested in fighting, while a group of disciples enjoyed their sparring sessions. Lu Feng was usually amiable, and seeing the Tianshan sect suffer such heavy losses, he hoped everyone could unite to revitalize the sect, avoiding the deadly rivalries of previous years. Aside from some acquaintances of Lu Feng and old friends of the Tianshan sect, there were also envoys from several major sects attending the event. The Shaolin and other big sects sent representatives, but they were merely routine attendees and not particularly significant figures. Perhaps there were notable characters, but they hadn't followed the Tianshan sect, likely to avoid trouble, choosing not to hinder their efforts, and of course, not to help them either. After all, if the Tianshan sect fell, it would benefit their own sections. The atmosphere during the morning's competition was harmonious, but as noon approached, several young disciples waiting at the foot of the mountain hurriedly ran up to whisper something in Lu Feng's ear. Lu Feng's expression darkened, and at that moment, a shadow passed overhead, blocking out a patch of sunlight, accompanied by the sharp cry of cranes. The members of the Tianshan sect looked up to see two celestial cranes soaring above, many of them seeing such large and close cranes for the first time, all gazing up in wonder. Bai Yutong stood at the mountain gate, also surprised to see the celestial cranes, wondering why they were here. Zhang Zhao had just run halfway up the mountain when he wanted to head towards the mountain gate, but he was grabbed by the collar from behind. When he turned around, he found that only Lord Ying could grab him by the collar. Looking at the crowd of people marching up the slope, Zhang Zhao couldn't help but ask Lord Ying, who are those people? Lord Ying yawned and pointed to a middle-aged, scruffy-looking fat man walking in front. That fat man was Xue Changdong, an elder of the Changdong sect. Zhang Zhao was shocked and opened his mouth wide. Isn't it a sect from the western regions? Moreover, it has been reclusive for many years. Xue Changdong should be quite old by now. Lord Ying then pointed to a nearby skinny old man, who looked like he had just one layer of skin over his bones, and said, that is Huang Feitian from the Huangmen. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Is he still alive? This kid is known as the Centipede. Even if he's chopped into pieces, he can still come back to life. Lord Ying scoffed, then pointed at a woman in red who was following the two of them. That woman is Lu Sanyang from the Lufu building. The scholar following behind is Sima Kong from Xikong village. Zhang Zhao opened his mouth for a long time, wondering if the four great sects had already withdrawn from the martial world. Aren't these people quite old by now? Probably a bit younger than me and the Heavenly Sovereign? Inho scratched his chin and waved his hand at Zhang Zhao, saying that these four weren't the main characters. That little white mouse was quite clever. Aside from being a bit dull, It resembled the heavenly sovereign perfectly and could probably handle these four. Zhang Zhao frowned. These four, if not the leaders of the martial arts world, could at least be considered the top figures among the martial arts scoundrels. If Bai Yutong could handle all four of them at once, that would be incredibly impressive. Do you have confidence in that? In-ho smiled at him, saying, I only saw him once this morning. Anyway, judging by that score, he looks quite similar to the Heavenly Master, so I guess there shouldn't be a problem. Wait a minute. Zhang Zhao recalled. You just said those four aren't the main ones. So who is the main one? In-ho pointed to the two cranes circling above and asked Zhang Zhao, have you heard of the Empty Crane Valley? Zhang Zhao was slightly taken aback, then immediately astonished. The old man of the empty crane, who could vanish into thin air and strike the heavens to stabilize the world, was at the Empty Crane Valley. Lord Yin smiled faintly, saying that Bai Yutong was quite lucky. It just so happened that he was passing by. Otherwise, today could have been dangerous for him. Zhang Zhao frowned. Wasn't the old man Kong, he already dead? How could he still be alive? These bastards didn't die. They were just taught a lesson by the Heavenly Lord before, and after being seriously injured, they hid away to recuperate for 30 or 40 years. Now that they knew the Heavenly Lord was not around, they came out to cause trouble. In-ho crossed his arms and shook his head, saying, that's why I said that old ghost has a terrible personality. He offends people all day long, and, in the end, he has to make his disciples pay off his debts, forcing Bai Yutong, a junior, to deal with so many old ghosts. Aren't they afraid the Heavenly Lord will suddenly return? Zhang Zhao asked curiously. The old man Kong, he was quite clear that the Heavenly Lord definitely had no time these days. In-ho tilted his head, thinking, no wonder he wrote me such a strange letter. It turns out he wanted me to help his precious disciple. What letter? Zhang Zhao asked curiously. Cough, cough. In-ho coughed, but didn't. Zhang Zhao squinted his eyes and could tell that there was something hidden. But let's not worry about that. Lord Yin pointed to Bai Yutong, who was standing with his hands behind his back at the mountain gate, looking down at the large troop passing below. TSK, truly. Like father, like son. He loves to pose just like that old ghost. If he changed his hair to white, he would look just like him from behind. Zhang Zhao pushed him, saying the key point. Lord Yin, feeling wronged, covered his shoulder and said, you pushed my grandfather for an outsider. Zhang Zhao was anxious and rushed up to grab him, saying, are you going to talk? In-ho, feeling helpless, stopped joking and said, you go first and hold off those four old men with Bai Yutong. I'll see if your skills have improved lately. Zhang Zhao is not unwilling. He genuinely wants to help, but this is after all a matter of the Tianshan sect, and I am an outsider. If I help, will he be unhappy? You're not an outsider. You're one of us. In-ho scoffed. Zhang Zhao widened his eyes, realizing that In-ho seemed to be concealing something as he suddenly stroked his chin, a hint of an inexplicable smile flashing in his eyes, leaving Zhang Zhao puzzled. Ahem. In-ho said, immediately coughing, aren't you two good brothers? That's true. Zhang Zhao nodded, feeling quite compatible. Bai Yutong had a good character, excellent skills, meticulous thoughts, and was very intelligent and calm. All right. In-ho couldn't listen any longer, waving his hand, hurry up and help out. You two team up to deal with those four old men. And as for He Kong, leave him for me to play with for a while. Zhang Zhao raised his eyebrows high. Are you going to make a move? What if someone finds out your identity? What does identity matter? In-ho raised an eyebrow. Is your cousin Zhang Damao? Zhang Zhao took a deep breath and endured. Your grandfather knows what to do. Go on. In-ho pushed Zhang Zhao. Hurry. Bai Yutong can't handle alone. But you just said he can handle it. Zhang Zhao frowned. How can you be so uncertain? He can handle it in terms of skills, but he might not be able to handle it verbally. In-ho shook his head. This kid is as reticent as a gourd, not at all like the sharp-tongued Tianzun. In a fight, aside from having the upper hand in skills, you can't lose verbally either. Zhang Zhao frowned, thinking that he should have called Ouyang up earlier. He wasn't good at scolding people, as you know. He had been an honest child since he was young. In-ho raised his hand and gave him a light tap on the back of the head, saying, if you're honest, then there are no honest children left. Zhang Zhao covered his back head and leaped away like a hawk, sliding towards the distance. Lord Yin raised an eyebrow. Don't embarrass me by losing. Zhang Zhao stretched out his hand and waved. How could it be possible? In-ho stood behind and saw Zhang Zhao walking away. Turning around, he saw Zhao Pu bringing people to the Bai Shui Tan. In-ho smiled slightly, turned around, and flew down the mountain with a movement similar to Zhang Zhao's. In the distance, on a tree, Chun Xing nudged Yu Yer. Who is that handsome uncle with Zhang Derun? Yu Yer, who was looking down at the terrain map, casually replied, no matter how handsome. He can't compare to the young master. That's different, Chun Xinger whispered. He feels somewhat like Tianzun. Yu Yer suddenly raised her head and looked around. Where is there anyone as handsome as Tianzun? I love handsome uncles the most. Chun Shinger looked up at the sky and tugged at her. So many experts came this time. Will the young master be in danger alone? Yer thought for a moment. Let's add 2 more layers of traps. Chun Shinger nodded. There's so many people on the other side. Let's add more traps, but we need to inform Prince Yu later to avoid hurting our own people. Okay. The 2 girls went off to busy themselves. Meanwhile, Zhao Pu really brought a big net and 500 constables to the edge of Bai Shui Tan. Just as he set down the big net, he felt someone pat him on the shoulder from behind. Ouyang Shaojin was taken aback and instinctively tried to pull Zhao Pu away. The 2 shadow guards turned nervous, their expressions changing, as they had not seen anyone approaching and felt no unusual aura. Yet, someone was already standing beside Zhao Pu, having patted his shoulder. Zhao Pu, however, appeared relaxed, waved to the 3, and turned around with a smile. Cousin, all set. Seeing Zhao Pu smile at him, Inho also smiled back. Prince Jiao, indeed a clever person. Zhao Pu grinned even more mischievously, cupping his hands in salute to Inho. Flattery, flattery, I've long admired you. Gong Sun, who was holding little CZ to watch the excitement, was somewhat puzzled. Zhao Pu seemed particularly polite to this Jianin. Everyone set up the fishing net. And suddenly Inho strolled over to a protruding rock under the waterfall at Bai Shui Tan, rolled up his sleeves, and reached into the water, gently tapping on the rock wall a few times while calling out, Adi. The others looked at each other, and suddenly a series of bubbles emerged from the water. Inho laughed, patted the water's surface, and continuously called, Adi, Adi, it's me. After a while, a round head suddenly popped up. Litle CZ exclaimed, so round and so big. Then, the water's surface rippled, brushing against the edge of the fishing net, and a gigantic round object swam towards Inho. Inho reached out and patted its head. As the object gradually surfaced, everyone saw a towering, angular turtle shell, along with a raised round head and a hooked mouth. Wow, little CZ is so happy. Such a big turtle. Indeed, this turtle was quite large. Zhao Pu estimated it to be about the size of 7 or 8 water buffaloes. What kind of turtle is this? Ouyang Shaojing realized. The one we caught in the net last time must be it. No wonder we couldn't carry it back. It's so huge. Gong Sun couldn't help but exclaim. This is a bishi. Calling it a turtle is too disrespectful. Little CZ struggled to get down to see the turtle, and Gong Sun was a bit worried but still let him go. Seeing little CZ run over, Inho reached out and lifted him onto the back of the big turtle. Little CZ touched the turtle shell and noticed there were words carved on it. A small poem that read, I am Tianzun, you are Dizun, the heavens are vast, the earth is vast, only I am supreme. The writing had a somewhat childish quality, but was very clear and boldly written, as if it had experienced many years and had almost grown into the turtle shell. Who carved this? Little CZ asked curiously. Tianzun carved it. Inho smiled slightly. It was 100 years ago. Wow. Little CZ counted with his fingers. How long is 100 years? Inho teased him. This turtle is called Dizun. Tianzun calls him Old D. So this fellow is Tianzun's brother. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. So that's how the brotherhood came about. Old D and Old D sound alike. Tianzun is quite casual, calling a turtle brother. Little CZ was jubilant on the turtle's back, and the turtle remained still, proudly allowing Inho to pet it, as if they were old friends reminiscing. From its wrinkled, aged body and the calmness in its eyes, it was evident that this turtle was at least hundreds of years old. One could say it had already become a spirit. Gong Sun couldn't help but ask Zhao Pu, who exactly is Jianin? Why does it seem like he is very familiar with Tianzun? Zhao Pu crossed his arms. In short, he is a remarkable person. Little CZ was touching the turtle shell, spinning around on the turtle's back. While feeling around, he found a round object at the tail end of the turtle shell, submerged in the water. He reached out to grab it, pulled it out, and ended up sitting down on the turtle shell, staring blankly at the circular piece in his hand. Zhao Pu and Gong Sun noticed and walked over. Gong Sun took the greenish, scale-like thin piece and looked at it in surprise. Isn't this the Pan Si Zhu that was previously mistaken for a scale knife? How did it end up on the turtle shell? Zhao Pu took it and frowned. Could it be the one that cut the fishing net last time? If it was intentionally cut to release the turtle, why leave behind a piece of Pan Si Zhu? Gong Sun disagreed, moving closer to inspect the turtle's back, frowning. There's a seam beside it too. Zhao Pu and the others looked over and discovered there were 2 seams on the turtle's back, meaning there should be 2 pieces of Pan Si Zhu inserted there. Could it be that the piece we caught in the fishing net last time was supposed to be inserted in the turtle shell? Gong Sun muttered to himself. It's not that someone released the turtle, but rather when the turtle struggled, the sharp parts of the Pan Si Zhu on its back accidentally tore the fishing net, which is why it was damaged irregularly. Zhao Pu nodded. It's possible, but we don't know when the Pansy Zhu was inserted into the turtle shell. Saying this, he glanced at Inho. Inho remained silent and did not interrupt, seemingly engaged in some form of communication with the turtle, which was somewhat amusing. After bringing little CZ back, Zhao Pu saw that the soldiers around had set everything up and asked Tianzun, cousin, shall we go take a look at the excitement? Inho joked, I heard there's someone here who can curse. Everyone fell silent for a moment and all pointed at Ouyang Shao. Ouyang scoffed, I can't show my face, you all go ahead. After saying that, Inho vanished in a flash. Zi Ying and the others simultaneously marveled. A remarkable person. Gongsun nodded, truly unfathomable. Little CZ didn't care about any remarkable person. He was busy waving goodbye to the big turtle that was slowly sinking into the water, shouting, see you next time, Dizun. After saying that, Gongsun pinched him. That is not your brother. At the Tianshan sect competition arena, a match had just concluded. Lu Feng looked at the sky and wanted to call the disciples for a break when he heard a laughter. Lu Feng, my old brother, long time no see. Upon hearing that voice, Lu Feng frowned slightly and looked towards a narrow path, where a group of people was approaching, led by a big fat man with a bald head, a big beard, and a stout build. Lu Feng frowned again. Xue Changdong had personally come, which seemed troublesome. Fortunately, Bai Yutong was here. Ah, the Tianshan sect truly has successors. After Xue Changdong, Lu Sanyang walked out with a twist, glancing at the many disciples of the Tianshan sect, shaking her head and clicking her tongue. Doesn't the celestial master prefer handsome young men? Why are there so few bearded ones in your Tianshan sect? All I see are delicate young scholars. Lu Feng found her words grating. The Tianshan sect also had female disciples, and upon hearing her disrespectful remarks about the celestial master, one clever and mischievous girl retorted, Annie, where are you from? How old are you? What's wrong with delicate young scholars? Upon hearing this, Lu Sanyang sneered twice. Ah, youth is indeed wonderful. Tear your face apart, and you'll see that being young isn't necessarily good. As she spoke, she flicked her sleeve and raised her hand. However, before she could make a move, a knife blocked her hand. A young man in a yellow shirt stood in front, slightly waving his hand to signal the startled Tianshan female disciple to step back. Everyone looked over. The young man in the yellow shirt was in his 20s, with a refined appearance, holding a 3-foot-long square knife. The square knife was a rare type, different from ordinary knives, with a blade tip that was square-shaped, resembling an unrefined piece of metal. This was Fang Jun, one of the top 10 experts of the Tianshan sect, usually quiet, but considered the most decent among the 10, with a good relationship with Lu Feng and great respect for the celestial master. Lu Sanyang was blocked, and an internal force brushed past, leaving a deep claw mark on a nearby tree. The girl who had just been saved touched her face nervously, glaring, old venomous woman. Lu Sanyang's eyes turned cold, and her hand gripping Fang Jun's knife suddenly tightened, making a cracking sound. Fang Jun quickly withdrew his knife and sidestepped to avoid being injured by the internal force transmitted through the blade. Lu Sanyang swept her palm, not intending to take his life, just forcing him to move aside, and with one hand clawing towards the Tianshan female, disciple hiding behind, she moved extremely quickly. This series of actions showed that Lu Sanyang was vengeful, narrow-minded, and ruthless. However, before she could reach the girl, 2 Tianshan disciples blocked her path, joining their palms together in a very coordinated manner, and they looked quite similar, seemingly twins. Lu Sanyang sidestepped, her eyes darting, seemingly weighing how much internal force to use. This hesitation made the twin disciples hesitate slightly as well. But in that moment of hesitation, Lu Sanyang, evidently more experienced, slipped past the 2 and headed straight for the female disciple behind them. The disciple naturally wanted to block, but upon seeing Lu Sanyang's imposing aura, she realized she couldn't stop her. In a moment of crisis, she instinctively raised her hand to shield her face. However, Lu Sanyang's movements were extremely fast, and before anyone could react to help, it was already too late. Just as the girl was about to be seriously injured, Lu Feng furrowed his brows and then relaxed them again in an instant. Lu Sanyang suddenly felt that her grasp did not catch the girl's face, but rather a cold, hard object. Looking up, she felt a shock of internal force reverberate through her hand. Lu Feng's strength was well known to her. The Tianshan disciples were all juniors, and this time, they had anticipated that they would be able to create trouble with a high degree of certainty and should not encounter resistance. But unexpectedly, this collision of internal forces caused the unprepared Lu Sanyang's tiger mouth to sting painfully, forcing her to release her grip and retreat a few steps, focusing her gaze. Not only Lu Sanyang, but also the three behind her, including Shui Changdong, were surprised, thinking who was strong enough to shake Lu Sanyang away with a single palm. Lu Feng originally thought it was Bai Yutong who had come to help, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was not. The person before him was dressed in red. Tall and spirited, it was Zhang Zhao. At this moment, Zhang Zhao, with his hands behind his back holding a black long sword, was observing Lu Sanyang. Lu Sanyang locked eyes with him for a moment, surprised at how young he looked, at most in his 20s, fair-skinned and refined, with a pair of truly spirited eyes. Yet his internal force was robust and profound, unexpectedly unfathomable. Zhang Zhao also scrutinized Lu Sanyang for a while. This Lu Sanyang was renowned in the martial world, but that was decades ago. Her Lufu Lu was an assassin's den, specializing in hiring killers. Back then, she had committed all sorts of heinous acts, taking money to collect lives. Not only common folks, but even royal relatives and nobles were not spared by her. A few old seniors exchanged glances, and Sima Kong suddenly said, "I heard that the Celestial Master has a single recognized disciple, the golden-furred rat Bai Yutong. Could it be that you are?" Impossible. Lu Sanyang sneered. His inner strength is not even from the Tianshan sect. Zhang Zhao smiled slightly. "I just happened to pass by." Everyone was taken aback. "Lu Feng, your Tianshan sect is indeed lacking, needing an outsider to step in and help." Huang Feitian sneered repeatedly, his tone full of disdain. "Ah." Zhang Zhao waved his hand. "They just don't want to hit women." Everyone was stunned. Shui Changdong looked Zhang Zhao up and down. "Little brother, who are you? They won't hit women or take action. Yet you do. Do you specialize in hitting women?" Zhang Zhao smiled slightly and looked at Lu Sanyang. "Oh no, it's just that I know you are actually not a woman." Zhang Zhao's words left everyone stunned for a moment, and they instinctively turned to look at Lu Sanyang. Lu Sanyang was so angry that she put her hands on her hips and stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Who dares to say that I'm not a woman?" Zhang Zhao said seriously, "No, you clearly used to call him Lu Sanbao." Lu Sanyang gasped, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Zhao squinted his eyes and said, "Lu Sanbao, little Luzi, used to work in the palace." Oh, everyone suddenly realized, it turns out he is a eunuch. Bah! Lu Sanyang stomped her feet, pointing at Zhang Zhao. "You little brat, talking nonsense. I'll tear your mouth apart." Zhang Zhao sidestepped and began to maneuver with her. Lu Sanyang chased for half a day and felt as if she was up against a spirit cat. How could its movements be so quick and increasingly perplexing? Where did this little ghost learn such skills? They were chaotic yet incredibly high level. Zhang Zhao had a bit of scuffle with her and probably got a clear understanding of her martial art style. In fact, the reason Zhang Zhao referred to him as Lu Sanbao was not the truth, but something he heard from a senior in the Demon Palace, Hong Junyang. Hong Junyang is also one of the top experts in the Demon Palace. She had taught Zhang Zhao martial arts and specifically instructed him on how to deal with women who possess high martial skills. In the martial world, there is often an unwritten rule that good men do not fight women, especially high-skilled men who do not strike women, as it would bring ridicule. However, some women are not ordinary. They possess extraordinary skills and are ruthless. If one encounters such a woman and does not act to stop her, it could be harmful to others or oneself. Thus, among the famous ruthless and highly skilled women in the martial world, Hong Junyang, who could rank first, taught Zhang Zhao a set of special moves. The first move is called Sanbao, where no matter who the opponent is, one adds the word Sanbao after her surname and states that she used to serve in the palace. Although Zhang Zhao found this move a bit demeaning, he also thought it was quite amusing and it really worked. The second move is a smaller version of drawing the ground as a prison, where he would engage her in lightness skill, tiring her out and causing her to lose her composure. Zhang Zhao had successfully used the drawing the ground as a prison technique once before with great effect, and this time it was even simpler. Previously, he had to make the opponent chase him, but this time he could simply turn in circles, making it impossible for the enemy to retaliate. Zhang Zhao surrounded Lu Sanyang with a flurry of movements, so dazzling that Lu Sanyang felt dizzy, and the mountains and rivers she saw were all swirling. Thirdly, and this is the key to victory, is how to subdue the opponent without being accused of bullying a woman, which is, Zhang Zhao suddenly reached out and grabbed the sleeve of the female disciple who had just escaped a scare and was now in a daze. The girl stumbled, feeling the gentle press of Zhang Zhao's sword hilt against her shoulder. Instinctively, she raised her hand to strike, and Zhang Zhao also gave her back a light pat. The combined force of their internal energy then landed on Lu Sanyang's shoulder. Lu Sanyang should have been able to dodge, but Zhang Zhao's extraordinary lightness skill left her disoriented, and she momentarily failed to evade the attack, resulting in a strike to her shoulder that injured her. Originally, the female disciple had little internal power, but Zhang Zhao's palm was incredibly powerful, causing Lu Sanyang to stumble and sit down on the ground, losing her temper. She was somewhat puzzled about the background of this young man, who seemed to know her very well. "Sanyang, there's no need to be upset. I'll help you take revenge." As he spoke, Huang Feitian suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Zhao, raising his hand to deliver a palm strike directly at Zhang Zhao's crown. Zhang Zhao raised his eyes and indeed saw that there was a problem with Huang Feitian's arm. This Huang Feitian was called the centipede that never dies because he had two sets of bones in his body, one that was natural and the other forged from adamant. Zhang Zhao noticed that there was a sawtooth-like protrusion close to the skin at the base of his thin arm. Huang Feitian had also made armor from steel and iron, so he didn't use weapons. Instead, he used his two pairs of hands as weapons. Huang Feitian's martial arts were domineering and ruthless, and his steel and iron bones were indestructible. Ordinary people who encountered him would either end up with broken arms or legs, a sight too tragic to behold. Zhang Zhao naturally wouldn't forcefully meet his palm. He sidestepped, but at the same time, a shadow suddenly approached from behind, raising a hand to intercept, colliding elbow to elbow with Huang Feitian, and everyone heard a clear crack. Zhang Zhao hissed as the black-clothed person behind him kept shaking his wrist. "Wow, what kind of bones are that hard?" Lu Feng then saw that the one who approached was a tall figure in black, who could be described as a bit rogue or very imposing, rubbing his arms and shaking his hands, shaking his head. "That's tough." The person was none other than Zhao Pu. Gong Sun heard the crack just now and knew a bone must have broken. So he was startled and threw Little Four to Xing, rushing up to check Zhao Pu's arm. Little Four felt himself flying through the air with a swoosh, and then was caught by Xing. Blinking, Little Four pouted. His father really tossed him away without hesitation. Gong Sun checked Zhao Pu's arm and found it was perfectly fine. It was probably just a painful bump, and after squeezing the bone, he realized it was okay, feeling a bit puzzled. If Zhao Pu's arm wasn't broken, then it should have been. Turning around, they heard a cry. They saw Huang Feitian covering a hand that was bleeding profusely, with a severed hand that had been sawed off, looking at Zhao Pu in disbelief. Zhao Pu smirked. "You think your bones are harder than mine?" In the distance at the mountain gate, the observing Lord Yin was originally pleased to see Zhang Zhao easily deal with Lu Sanyang and was curious to see how he would handle Huang Feitian. But unexpectedly, Zhao Pu intervened. Lord Yin couldn't help but nod. This kid truly has extraordinary talent. Zhang Zhao was quite unhappy that Zhao Pu was stealing his thunder. Seeing Zhang Zhao squinting his eyes in complaint, Zhao Pu laughed and said, "There's still two left, one for each of us." Zhang Zhao found it feasible, but Xue Changdong across from him seemed unable to stand it. He swayed his hefty body and sneered, "Kid, you're just taking shortcuts and relying on luck." His voice was like a bell, and both Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu raised their eyebrows at his strong internal energy. The two quickly exchanged a glance, silently communicating yours and mine. However, before they had the chance to sit down and divide the spoils, a white figure flashed before them. Before Xue Changdong could get close, a palm flew out and struck the air. Xue Changdong was slightly taken aback, feeling a force penetrate his body. And then he felt a concave sensation in his abdomen as the backlash hit him. He thought to himself that it was bad, and hurriedly adjusted his internal energy to retract his strength, bracing himself in a horse stance. Yet he still took the hit solidly, feeling a dull pain in his abdomen, which made him so angry that he ground his teeth and howled. Beside him, Sima Kong looked at the exceptionally handsome young man in front of him, who could injure an opponent with a palm strike from a distance. Coupled with his pure white attire and his indifferent, aloof attitude, Sima Kong couldn't help but gasp. "Who are you?" Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu exchanged glances and made a face at each other. Bai Yutong arrived, and it seemed that there would be no fight coming up. Bai Yutong turned to look at the two of them and said lightly, "You're so meddlesome." Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu looked up at the sky. In fact, Bai Yutong was already planning to come down to save the female disciple. But who would have thought that Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu were so eager to compete with each other? Fortunately, he arrived just a step earlier. Otherwise, it seemed that the Tianshan sect's reputation would have been tarnished by these two. Xue Changdong finally calmed his breath and realized he wasn't seriously injured. He asked Bai Yutong, filled with resentment and unwillingness, "Who are you, and what is your relationship with the Heavenly Master?" Bai Yutong looked at Xue Changdong and frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. Xue Changdong narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm asking you a question. Bai Yutong appeared to be in a daze for a moment before replying. Let's just fight. I don't want to talk to you. Everyone was taken aback. Shui Changdong was confused. Why? Bai Yutong looked at him with disdain and said, You're too ugly. I can't stand the sight of you. Puffed. Zhang Zhao was the first to let out a sound, followed by Zhao Pu and Gong Sun Shun in sync. Then Xiao Siji came third, and after that, the disciples of the Tianshan sect. Indeed, facing Bai Yutong, Shui Changdong looked like a monk, extremely ugly. Shui Changdong was furious. You must be a disciple of the Heavenly Master. Bai Yutong dazedly stared for a while, then slowly spoke. Your voice is so unpleasant, it's better to say less. Don't you have any good qualities? How unfortunate. After finishing, Zhang Zhao couldn't help but glance back at the direction of the mountain gate. Lord Yin stroked his chin, clicking his tongue and shaking his head, realizing that it was indeed taught by that old ghost. Looking so sullen, yet the words were so sharp. One should not judge by appearances. Lu Feng felt relieved when Bai Yutong finally arrived. The remaining masters of the Tianshan sect, along with a group of disciples, were all watching Bai Yutong. The crowd exchanged glances, their feelings somewhat complicated. Everyone knew that the Tianshan sect was like a scattered sand, but the young disciples of the sect knew it best. The Tianshan sect was like a holy land for martial artists, yet when everyone desperately squeezed in, they found it to be a place devoid of any aspirations, far from their dreams. The Heavenly Master was a distant cloud on the horizon. A chance to meet him might only happen once in a lifetime, while the sect leader was a peacemaker whose skills were even inferior to those of ordinary sect elders. The several senior brothers were all drifting apart, and no one knew what the true essence of the Tianshan sect's martial arts was. The inner strength was rich, but the external skills were terrifyingly scattered. Every day was spent practicing the basics. Progress was very slow, and when they hit a bottleneck, no one was there to guide them, making it impossible to find the true path forward. Many apprentices who came with high hopes left within half a year, and those who stayed were also lost in confusion. Bai Yutong was the only one who could represent the Heavenly Master. Everyone knew he had high skills, but no one knew exactly how high they were, and amidst the vast martial arts classics of the Tianshan sect, no one knew where the essence truly lay. Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu stepped back, giving way for Bai Yutong to deal with the formidable enemy from the Tianshan sect. Zhao Pu crossed his arms and quietly asked Zhang Zhao, by the way, what exactly is the Tianshan sect's ultimate skill? Zhang Zhao was slightly taken aback, like a shadow following. Zhao Pu raised an eyebrow at him. Who would use lightness skill as a signature move? Zhang Zhao pointed to his own nose. Zhao Pu looked up at the sky and said, You will gain more. Zhang Zhao touched his chin with an air palm technique, demonstrating his swordsmanship. Zhao Pu crossed his arms and said, I don't really understand what the skills of the Tianshan sect are like, but to be honest, after watching many young disciples of the Tianshan sect practice, apart from their inner strength being quite pure, I really can't see that they belong to the same sect. Zhang Zhao frowned. This point he had noticed early on, and it seemed that everyone was at a standstill, with no clear direction. Shui Changdong and Sima Kong stood in front of Bai Yutong, sizing up this high disciple of the Heavenly Master, one of the most mysterious figures in the martial world. How did he, at such a young age, become the favored disciple of the Heavenly Master? In the distance, at the mountain gate, Lord Yin stood quietly, hands behind his back, watching Bai Yutong standing in front of Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu with a slight frown. Palace Master, the Blue Fox, who didn't know when it had come to join the excitement, climbed up the mountain gate and stood beside Lord Yin. Observing the battle situation ahead, it remarked, Speaking of which, Bai Yutong really doesn't know the depths of his own abilities. Lord Yin smiled faintly. His internal energy is absolutely sufficient, just like that old ghost. The purest internal force in the martial world. However, what? The Blue Fox asked curiously. Let's see if he can comprehend the essence of the Tianshan sect's martial arts. No, to be precise, let's see if he understands his master, the Heavenly Master. Lord Yin raised the corner of his mouth. If he doesn't comprehend, then he's just an ordinary expert. If he does, what then? Lord Yin fell silent for a moment, and then spoke. It's not that easy to understand. To grasp the old madman's teachings at just over 20 years of age is quite difficult. Not necessarily. The young master has already mastered the essence of your martial arts. The Blue Fox mumbled softly. I think Bai Yutong has a very clever face. That is not the same. Lord Yin sighed gently, crossing his arms. Zhao is my grandson. I've raised him since he was little, chatting with him every day. The Heavenly Master is an old ghost. He can't even produce a dull fart with 3 sticks. Similar to this Bai Yutong, and he is incredibly impatient. I find it a bit mysterious. I wonder how those two dullards get along. Do they exchange sharp words? Seeing Bai Yutong easily injure Xue Changdong just now, Sima Kong realized this kid must have substance. However, the three young people couldn't truly claim victory. The fight hadn't even started yet, and they had only won by a clever move. In terms of internal energy and martial arts, the three old masters shouldn't lose to such young newcomers. Seeing Xue Changdong eager to try again, Sima Kong had a sudden idea and waved his hand, saying, "Old man, why don't you go take a break? I'll help you teach this kid a lesson." Xue Changdong frowned and glanced at Sima Kong. He wasn't foolish. Even if he had been defeated by Bai Yutong just now, trying to fight again seemed a bit shameless. But if he didn't fight, word might spread that he could really retire in the future. Meanwhile, Sima Kong had a good plan. If he fought seriously against Bai Yutong, he would at least have a 50% chance of winning. If he won, not only would he take revenge by surpassing the Tianshan sect, but he could also directly take down the three of them. Truly a cunning old fox. Sima Kong seemed to think he had gained a great advantage. Quickly pushing Xue Changdong aside, he said to Bai Yutong, "Come, let me exchange a few moves with you." Unexpectedly, Bai Yutong didn't move or look at him, but instead furrowed his brow slightly and muttered to himself, "The wind has changed." Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu exchanged a glance at the sound of the wind. Little Four was behind them, holding Zi Ying and curiously asking, "What wind sound?" Zi Ying and Zhe Ying looked at each other, confused. Meanwhile, in the distance, the blue fox tilted his head to look at Lord Yin beside him. Noticing a strange expression on his face, a mix of joy and surprise, as he muttered to himself, "Zhao, be careful not to get overwhelmed. This kid is for real." At that moment, Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu were watching the back of Bai Yutong. Originally, his slightly raised hair was blowing towards the east, but now it had changed to blowing towards the west, despite the mountain wind remaining unchanged. "What are you talking about?" Sima Kong saw Bai Yutong suddenly acting mysteriously and wondered if he was about to use some trick. But then he heard Bai Yutong suddenly speak, "Stand back." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw Bai Yutong suddenly draw his sword with a strange sound that echoed throughout the valley. Because Bai Yutong's cloud sword was very long, his drawing posture was quite unique. He basically drew it with his back turned. Unlike the usual way of drawing a sword from the front, he drew it vertically from behind, and a long white light created a halo around him. Coupled with his flowing black hair and his snow-white attire, it was a striking sight. Zhang Zhao saw that several female disciples of the Tianshan sect were so excited that their eyes were nearly popping out, completely in a daze. Sima Kong thought to himself that it was bad. This kid's knife held some secrets. However, before he could figure it out, Bai Yutong's knife, infused with powerful internal energy, came at him like an unstoppable force, stirring up dust all around. Zhao Pu couldn't help but exclaim, "What a domineering knife." Sima Kong instinctively took 2 steps back upon seeing the astonishing move, but then realized that Bai Yutong wasn't aiming at him at all. He made a feigned attack with a downward slash, gripping the knife handle with both hands, and struck down toward the ground. The powerful internal force released from the tip of the knife shot out far, creating a noticeable crack in the ground that extended into the distant forest, followed by the sounds of branches snapping, trees falling, and rocks cracking. Deep in the forest, a large rock directly facing the crowd was struck violently, producing a tremendous noise. Xiao Cixi couldn't help but cover his ears, exclaiming how loud it was. However, despite such a fierce strike, the rock did not crack open. This was because the internal energy released by Bai Yutong's knife did not hit the rock, but rather struck a person who had appeared out of nowhere in front of the rock. That person held a strange, crimson weapon in his hand, blocking the knife's force. And when their energies collided, it produced a deafening sound. The crowd fell silent, all astonished as they looked at the suddenly appearing figure and the impressive knife strike, until the cries of 2 circling cranes in the air jolted everyone back to reality. The thin dust gradually dissipated with the mountain breeze, revealing an old man standing in front of the rock with gray hair, dressed in a white robe with a black belt and hem, and 3 strands of gray and white beard on his chin. He was slender, holding a crimson weapon that turned out to be a beautifully crafted cane, with a crane head and phoenix tail, and a dragon carving winding around it. The old man calmly and composedly jabbed the cane into the ground to block Bai Yutong's knife wind. Behind him, 2 cranes descended gracefully, raising their heads to survey the surroundings. Xiao Cixi suddenly leaned over and whispered into Ziying's ear, "The fat one looks like a longevity star." Ziying couldn't help but chuckle, and everyone snapped out of their astonishment. Bai Yutong ignored Sima Kong beside him, declaring, "You're not worthy. Let him come." Sima Kong's face turned awkward, but he secretly felt relieved. If that last knife had been aimed at him, he wasn't sure he could have blocked it. It was clear that anyone valued by the Celestial Master was definitely a monster. In the distance, Inho couldn't help but laugh. What a kid, ha ha ha. Lan Huzi crossed her arms and asked, Palace Master, are you still laughing? Can he defeat Konghe? Inho thought for a moment and replied, not necessarily in a head-on confrontation, but what? Lan Huzi looked at Inho. This kid is somewhat interesting. Let's wait and see. Inho squatted down at the corner of the mountain gate to watch the excitement. After watching for a while, he suddenly looked up at the sky and then glanced at the western horizon, revealing a look of surprise. The Palace Master, Lan Huzi, followed Inho's gaze but found nothing. Inho frowned slightly. Is this the plan? If it is, then it would be quite extraordinary. Palace Master, what are you talking about? Lan Huzi, not understanding, ran over to squat beside Inho and asked. Inho pointed at the ongoing battle and asked, should we place a bet? Bet on what? Whether Bai Yutong can handle Konghe. Lan Huzi considered for a moment and shook his head. Probably not. After all, there's a gap in strength. Inho smiled and took out 10 taels of silver, placing on the roof of the mountain gate. I bet this kid can win. How can he win? Lan Huzi couldn't think of a way. Inho raised one side of his mouth. It's not hard to win. He has never lost. Huh? Lan Huzi was curious. Who are you talking about? Inho smiled slightly. I haven't seen this kind of fighting style in many years. I can't wait to see it. Bai Yutong completely ignored the 4 old men and instead pointed his spear at the last mysterious old man he had forced out. Zhao Pu quietly asked Zhang Zhao. Who is that? Zhang Zhao spoke up. Konghe. Oh, Zhao Pu shook his head. I don't know him. Is he powerful? As far as I know, yes, he's powerful. Zhang Zhao spoke lightly, but inside he was sweating for Bai Yutong. Old man Konghe was known as a master, and his status could actually be on par with Inho and Tianzun. Such a tough opponent. How could Bai Yutong handle it? Was he going to rely on skill? Konghe raised his eyes to size up Bai Yutong, sneering as he spoke in a hoarse voice that sounded very old. It turned out he was a high-ranking disciple of Tianzun, but one didn't know if he was just for show and not for use. Let me ask you, what is the essence of the Tian Shan School's martial arts? The many disciples of the Tian Shan School were just shocked by the power of Bai Yutong's knife. But upon hearing this question, they all perked up their ears. Konghe waited for Bai Yutong's answer, but it never came. Konghe smiled and asked, why haven't you figured it out yet? Bai Yutong still wore his unchanging iceberg face, silent and unperturbed. One could say he was dull, or one could say he was calm, or perhaps he simply didn't want to pay attention to him. Konghe frowned slightly. Do you know who I am? Bai Yutong nodded slightly. So, do you have confidence in defeating me? Bai Yutong finally relaxed his brow, showing a hint of impatience on his face, really verbose. Zhao Pu rubbed his ear and said to Zhang Zhao, he really isn't suited for military campaigns. Ouyang is always chatting while fighting. Zhang Zhao knew that Zhao Pu had noticed he was a bit nervous, so he deliberately told a joke to lighten the mood. He looked up to see Zhao Pu giving him a knowing glance, as if to say that no matter who they were dealing with today, even if it was the esteemed Inho Tianzun, the 3 of them could easily handle him, and they shouldn't be afraid of an old man who just raised birds. Zhang Zhao sighed, acknowledging that being born with Zhao Pu's temperament could also be considered a form of luck. However, he was well aware that old man Konghe's skills were very close to the Void Palm. He could gather internal energy from nothingness, catching people off guard, and was also proficient in stealth techniques, cunning like a demon, often disappearing after a strike and reappearing behind you for a sneak attack, making him quite difficult to deal with. Bai Yutong slightly turned his head and said to Lu Feng, everyone step back. Lu Feng immediately led the disciples of the Tianshan sect to retreat, seeing that Bai Yutong was indeed going to make a move. Konghe could only secretly laugh at the boy's ignorance, not knowing the heights of heaven and earth. In the distance, the blue fox was also sweating and asked Inho, Palace Master, can we really win? Should we go help? However, Inho calmly waved his hand and pointed to his own ears. The blue fox was puzzled. Bai Yutong is right. The wind has changed. Inho smiled slightly. To defeat this old guy, there's only one opportunity, and it is today. As Inho's words fell, a thunderous rumble was heard from the northwest, as if rain was about to fall. The sound of thunder grew clearer, and the mountain winds suddenly picked up. Everyone retreated to the back, leaving only Bai Yutong and Konghe standing in the wind, their hair disheveled and clothes billowing. Konghe's expression shifted from disdain to seriousness and surprise, realizing that this was indeed a rare opportunity. Aren't you curious about the essence of the Tianshan sect? Bai Yutong finally spoke, his voice cold as before, extending his hand to hold the knife upright before his eyes. The dazzling cold light of the knife almost split his extraordinarily handsome face in two, looking fierce like a Rakshasa. Let me tell you, just as Bai Yutong's words left his mouth, dark clouds suddenly gathered, and a violent wind arose. The distant sky was filled with rolling clouds like a stampede of horses, and the ground was a chaotic swirl of sand and stones. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed from above. Blue lightning pierced through the clouds, and an overwhelming darkness enveloped everything. Obscuring the clear sky, a storm was brewing. Your Highness, Ouyang Xiaozheng pulled Zhao Pu. With this kind of weather, are we really going to fight? Zhao Pu smiled and waved his hand. We must fight today. Zhang Zhao looked at Bai Yu Tang's silhouette against the north, tightening his grip on the giant sword in his hand. So that is how it is. The essence of the Tianshan sect is all laid out. The disciples of the Tianshan sect were busy shielding themselves from the flying sand and stones, trying not to squint their eyes, when suddenly, Lu Feng spoke up from behind. Devoid of his usual gentleness and smile, his demeanor calm, yet uncharacteristically serious, mixed with a genuine admiration and awe that wasn't easily seen. The true disciple of the Heavenly Master, don't blink. Under the raging wind, a severe change in the weather loomed. Dark clouds pressed down, making the atmosphere feel exceptionally heavy. Connie smiled faintly. Kid, you really have guts, not knowing the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Bai Yu Tang Zipli? You have my master. Connie was taken aback, amused, using your master to pressure me, but he is not here. Nonsense, Bai Yu Tang shot back. If he is here, dare you come? Then today, I'll help him teach his disciple. Kong He's brows shot up, his figure suddenly swaying, moving with the wind. And in a whoosh, he vanished. Little Fourth rubbed his eyes, hugging Zi Ying and shaking. Ah, the person is gone. Zi Ying felt her palms sweat. This old man's inner strength was astonishing. At that moment, amidst the howling wind, Bai Yu Tang stood still in the wind, his hair gently lifted by the breeze. Suddenly, a lock of hair changed direction, and he swiftly dodged to a certain position, sweeping out with his sword horizontally. A heavy clang echoed, the sound of metal colliding. In the wind, Kong He's figure was nowhere to be seen, but every time Bai Yu Tang adjusted his position and swept his sword, he could always block the incoming staff attack. Zhao Pu's lips curled slightly. When it came to cleverness, Bai Yu Tang was truly top-notch. As he spoke, he noticed Zhang Zhao's expression. At this moment, Zhang Zhao appeared somewhat strange. His expression was unique. It wasn't quite nervous, but rather very quiet. Zhao Pu stroked his chin. Although Zhang Zhao and Bai Yu Tang had known each other almost simultaneously, it was evident that as fellow Jianghu people, they resonated more with each other. Bai Yu Tang's half-dead personality still allowed him to sometimes fool around with Zhang Zhao, even telling a joke. It had to be said that they truly clicked. Here, without mentioning others, the three of them were all experts. Bai Yu Tang's inner strength was indeed somewhat inferior to Kong He's. This battle could be attributed to Bai Yu Tang's character or his vow to protect the Heavenly Master's reputation, fighting to the death, fraught with danger. Bai Yu Tang cleverly used the weather to defeat Kong He's stealth techniques, but success was still 50-50. Zhang Zhao was not unhappy, nor excited. He simply watched silently, his expression revealing a hint of confusion that Zhao Pu couldn't quite understand what it represented. On the distant mountain gate, the blue fox rested her chin. Watching Bai Yu Tang and Kong, he evenly matched, unable to help but exclaim, "Ah, this kid is really impressive," she said, but Inho beside her didn't respond. The blue fox looked up. Inho stood at a high corner of the mountain gate, his expression calm, watching the fierce battle in the distance. The corner of his brow slightly raised, seemingly carrying a hint of a bitter smile. The palace master, the blue fox, didn't quite understand the meaning of Inho's expression. Inho let out a long sigh. The Heavenly Master only takes him as a disciple for a reason. Indeed, his talent is very high. He can compete with the young master. The blue fox nodded. Inho shook his head. There are many with high talents. But he is different. Bai Yu Tang carries the essence within him, like the Heavenly Master. What does that mean? The blue fox didn't understand. Inho was silent for a moment before speaking. It's loneliness. The blue fox stared blankly. Is the Heavenly Master very lonely? Why doesn't he gather more people to liven things up? Inho chuckled, not answering. There are so many people in the Tianshan sect. Isn't that lively enough? He insists on living in the Tianshan where even birds can't fly up. Of course, it's lonely. The blue fox shook her head. It's not that having someone around means one isn't lonely. Inho smiled. I met him when I was 5. Over 100 years later. He is still alone. Wow. The blue fox frowned. Then Bai Yu Tang is very similar to him. Doesn't that mean he'll end up lonely too? What a pity for such a handsome guy. That is not necessarily the case. Inho glanced at Zhang Zhao, who stood quietly at the edge of the battlefield, watching intently. As long as someone understands, it's not lonely. The blue fox looked up at the sky, not comprehending. Inho smiled, but just understanding this isn't enough to defeat Kong He. As he spoke, he looked up at the increasingly thick dark clouds. What to do next? After several rounds of electric clashes, Kong He was unable to gain the upper hand and was somewhat annoyed. The disciples of the Tianshan sect watched in astonishment, wondering how Bai Yutang had determined Kong He's location. Seeing that he couldn't easily succeed, Kong He's expression turned cold, secretly thinking, Heavenly Master. Then I'm sorry. It seems your precious disciple's life is going to end in my hands today. With that thought, Kong He suddenly leaped into the air, and then his figure swayed, disappearing from sight. The scene immediately fell silent, leaving only the rumbling thunder and the howling wind. Everyone's gaze fell upon Bai Yutang. There he stood in the middle of the open ground, his eyes suddenly looking up, holding his sword horizontally. He suddenly bent down and stepped forward, swinging his long knife in a massive arc. Zhang Zhao slightly frowned as a sharp sound echoed with Bai Yutang's movement, which was extremely piercing. Little Four quickly covered his ears, and many people present also did the same. Bai Yutang's knife drew a clear arc in the air, with sparks flying everywhere. Kong He leaped to the ground, and upon looking at the scepter in his hand, he clenched his teeth in anger, glaring at Bai Yutang, seemingly very unwilling to accept it. That little rascal is indeed clever and opportunistic. Bai Yutang's lips moved slightly, and it was unclear if he sneered, thinking, You're the foolish one. Ouyang Shaojing couldn't help but ask Zhao Pu if that old man could become invisible, how he suddenly disappeared, and how Bai Yutang could still find him. It's the wind. Zhao Pu smiled slightly. Ouyang didn't quite understand. Kong He was skilled in the art of concealment, utilizing his swift movement and techniques to obscure sight, which required a high level of internal power to master. Zhang Zhao explained, on a sunny day, once he conceals himself, he can even hide his breath, making it impossible to know where he appears from. It's simply indefensible. When fighting him, you might not see him at all. Ouyang nodded, realizing that one could still conceal themselves in strong winds. At this point, Ouyang understood why today was said to have the perfect timing and conditions. Little Four didn't understand and tilted his head to ask Ziying what was going on. Ziying, Jiaying, and most of the martial artists present understood that although the concealment technique can hide one's form from the naked eye, it doesn't mean one has truly disappeared. Once a strong wind arises, if someone approaches, whether they can see or not, one thing remains unchanged. The wind will be blocked. In a strong wind, if you can't feel it, or if the wind weakens, you can still judge the opponent's position and the timing of their attack, determining the moment to counter. Everything happens in an instant. The ability to perceive external changes and react is a testament to Bai Yutang's immense talent. However, the members of the Tianshan sect couldn't figure out what kind of skill Bai Yutang was using after watching for a long time, because it was too fast, seeming to be just the basic skills they usually used. Kong He was not merely capable of concealment. His true skills had yet to be revealed. Inho seemed to be sweating for Bai Yutang. Zhao Pu, observing the battlefield, felt a cold raindrop on his face. Zhang Zhao raised his face, watching the raindrops that were getting bigger and falling down like a curtain. The opportunity that Bai Yutang wanted had come, but how would he use it? In a moment, thunder rumbled and heavy rain poured down. The blue fox quickly pulled down Inho, who was still standing at the mountain gate, to hide in the woods to avoid being struck by lightning. Many disciples of the Tianshan sect seemed to have predicted that it would rain today, carrying umbrellas, which they opened to shield themselves from the rain. Ziying and the others first sheltered Xiao Cici, leaving the rest unattended, while Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu stood in the downpour. Yet neither of them got wet, seemingly using their internal energy to block the rain. Ahead, Bai Yutang and the confronting Kong, he also stood in the increasingly heavy rain. Kong He evidently had strong internal energy, as he remained dry, seemingly unaffected by the downpour, while Bai Yutang's clothes and hair were already starting to get wet. Zhao Pu observed this scene, somewhat puzzled, raising his eyebrows to look at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao gently touched his chin with one hand, seemingly puzzled about what Bai Yutang was planning. Palace Master, Bai Yutang is wet, the blue fox asked Lord Eno. Even though I enjoy seeing such a handsome man drenched, with his internal strength, he shouldn't need to be caught in the rain. Lord Yin frowned slightly, as if he was also considering this issue. Kong had a faint feeling that something was off with this kid and planned to do something. Sima Kong whispered to Xue Changdong, "Why does this kid want to get drenched?" Perhaps he knows his internal strength is insufficient and wants to use all his power to deal with Kong He, Xue Changdong speculated. The crowd exchanged glances. Kong He suddenly laughed. Kid, your courage is commendable, and your talent is not bad. But unfortunately, if the Celestial Master could teach you for a few more years, I wouldn't have to be so ruthless today. As his words fell, everyone watched him throw aside the scepter that Bai Yutong had cut a large gash into. No weapon? The Blue Fox was surprised. Kong He's strongest weapon isn't a scepter, but his Kong He palm, Lord Yin said softly. The Kong He palm is very similar to the Void palm, both being formless from a distance. Even if Bai Yutong can see through Kong He's stealth technique, he cannot avoid the combination of the stealth technique and the Kong He palm. Together, it's like the person is unseen and the palm is also unseen. The Blue Fox frowned. That's right, but it might be difficult for the person to be unseen because of the rain, right? The Blue Fox clapped his hands. No wonder Bai Yutong said today is the best opportunity to defeat Kong He. The stealth technique has already been broken, leaving only the Kong He palm. It's not that simple, Lord Yin frowned. Just as Lord Yin finished speaking, they saw Kong He suddenly flash and disappear. Isn't this move already broken? Ziying frowned. Now with such heavy rain, I can still see where he is. Not quite. Zhao Pu slightly frowned. Rain and wind are different. Zhang Zhao also nodded indeed. Contrary to what everyone imagined, the empty crane that had hidden in the heavy rain did not leave a single obvious human shape, but instead left many, many wow. Little Forzy exclaimed. Zhe Ying understood. The empty crane's concealment was inherently illusory, and because it was real itself, it could be virtual. The wind is shapeless and can be utilized, but the rain is still real. When the rain and the empty crane's concealment technique were combined, the power not only didn't diminish but doubled instead. Zi Ying was worried, wondering if Bai Yutong had made a miscalculation. Zhe Ying frowned and remained silent, while everyone held their breath, watching Bai Yutong. At this moment, Bai Yutong still stood quietly in the heavy rain, with the rain soaking his white clothes and black hair. He still wore his eternally unchanged iceberg face, but at this moment, he quietly looked at the raindrops smashing to the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Zhao Pu couldn't help but frown and asked Zhang Zhao, what does he want to do? Zhang Zhao looked uncertainly at Bai Yutong's back, and a thought flashed through his mind. Just as everyone was puzzled, suddenly, two sharp sounds echoed. The sound was strange, resembling the cry of a crane. However, the two white cranes of the empty crane remained obediently under the tree beside the rocks, grooming themselves and sheltering from the rain. Completely silent. It's coming. Zhang Zhao's heart tightened. This was the characteristic of the empty crane palm. Although it was elusive and intangible, with chaotic internal energy and immense power, the empty crane palm had sound. It was precisely because of this crane-like cry that it was named. At this moment, the rain had turned into a torrential downpour. The raindrops suddenly became chaotic due to the disturbance of the internal energy, which caused the originally uniform rain to start splattering in all directions, influenced by the internal force. Be careful. Zhang Zhao was startled. His eyesight was extraordinary, and just as the chaotic internal energy was surging everywhere, he noticed that the rain behind Bai Yutong had suddenly stagnated, as if a figure had paused. The empty crane suddenly appeared behind Bai Yutong, raising a palm to fiercely strike down at his Tianling point. When Zhang Zhao called out softly, Juk was already ready to draw its sword, but he saw Bai Yutong, who had his back to the empty crane, suddenly turn his face to the side. At that moment, the rain was pouring heavily, soaking his hair and nearly obscuring his brows and eyes. From the side, only his high nose bridge and beautifully curved chin were visible, along with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Zhao was startled, and the words put to death and then reborn suddenly came to mind. Just as Bai Yutong had expected, Zhang Zhao slightly opened his mouth, and Zhao Pu couldn't help but secretly praise him. It turned out to be just a layout, as Kong He thought he had succeeded and was about to use all his strength to eliminate this promising young man. Suddenly, he found himself facing emptiness, and the palm he had dropped also struck air. A drop of sweat slid down Kong He's forehead, not from rain, which couldn't reach him at all, but cold sweat. Kong He could hardly believe it. Bai Yutong had disappeared, and the movement technique just now was clearly his own hidden escape skill. How could it be that martial arts from all over the world return to one? Kong He was slightly stunned, and a voice came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Bai Yutong right behind him, almost in the same position where he had just launched a sneak attack. Kong He suddenly turned around, and Bai Yutong took a few steps back, facing him directly. As he moved, the damp hairband dripped water, creating a somewhat hazy effect. Martial arts from all over the world returned to one. Kong He frowned slightly, sneering, and arrogantly declared that the essence of all martial arts was from his Tianshan sect. Bai Yutong snorted coldly, just like Kong He raised his hand to discard his knife. Just as the cloud knife had sunk half a foot into the ground, Bai Yutong's figure vanished, becoming formless in the heavy rain, his internal energy surging everywhere, completely mirroring the technique Kong He had just used. A trace of doubt and disbelief flickered in Kong He's brows. Although Bai Yutong was a disciple of the Heavenly Master and might possess extraordinary comprehension abilities, there was no reason for him to learn the hidden escape and Kong He palm just by glancing at them. This was a skill he had perfected over decades. While Kong He was puzzled, others were equally confused. The disciples of the Tianshan sect were dumbfounded. Could it be that what Bai Yutong referred to as martial arts from all over the world returned to one was the essence of the Tianshan sect? Only Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu exchanged knowing glances. Bai Yutong's previous move was a desperate gamble, a strategy to confuse Kong He. In reality, Kong He's martial arts were extremely sophisticated and couldn't be learned just by glance. However, Bai Yutong, besides having remarkable comprehension, also mastered the techniques of shadowing and the air palm. These two skills had similarities to Kong He's techniques. Under normal circumstances, they could be distinguished, but now, in the pouring rain, the illusions created made them appear identical. This, combined with Bai Yutong's earlier cryptic statement about martial arts returning to one, was enough to fluster Kong He and throw him into disarray. However, just now, Bai Yutong had the opportunity to sneak attack Kong He, but he didn't. Instead, he used this second strategy to draw out the third one, which was the ultimate method to eliminate Kong He in one breath. Zhao Pu raised his eyebrows, admiring the talented strategist. Zhang Zhao patted him on the shoulder and praised him, saying, "You're not bad either." Zhao Pu politely clasped his hands in return, expressing admiration. Gong Sun, standing behind, watched as Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu went from being worried to suddenly relaxing, guessing that Bai Yutong must have the victory in hand. Feeling a bit more at ease. However, he suddenly heard Xing ask Zhai Cizi from behind, "Why are you trembling? Are you cold?" Zhai Cizi shook his head, seriously puffing out his cheeks as he focused on the battle ahead, feeling very nervous. Everyone was reminded by him and realized that without noticing, they had all gotten goosebumps from the masters clashing. Bai Yutong's composure brought out a sharpness and killing intent that indeed made people shudder, although most did not know how he managed it. Or to be precise, aside from Zhang Zhao, Zhao Pu, and the distant Yin Ho, no one knew what his next move would be, including the furious Kong He. The little devil, Amo, relying on his talent, arrogantly thought to himself, "No matter how clever you are, no matter how unified your techniques, let me show you what a century of internal energy looks like." After speaking, he once again used the Kong He palm, this time choosing not to hide, but to confront Bai Yutong head-on, intending to win with internal strength and strike him down with the palm. However, Bai Yutong clearly would not give him that opportunity. At the moment Kong He struck, Bai Yutong vanished again. Kong He sneered, thinking, "You think you can trick me? You're still too inexperienced." After saying this, he struck out at an empty direction, and everyone saw the curtain of rain being blown apart by internal energy, a clear sweep passing through. However, a cold laugh came from behind him. Kong He was slightly stunned, unable to believe that Bai Yutong was not in that direction. How could this be? Upon thinking of this, he suddenly understood. Zhang Zhao and Zhao Pu exchanged knowing smiles in the rain. Bai Yutong chose to get soaked instead of using his internal energy to keep the rain at bay like them, as he didn't want Kong He to sense his internal energy and deduce his location. This way, he could use the air palm technique to project his internal energy and create a false location for himself, misleading Kong He into attacking the wrong spot and exposing himself from behind. However, once Kong He realized he had fallen into a trap, he couldn't see Bai Yutong launching a sneak attack. Kong He quickly jumped away, feeling puzzled as to why Bai Yutong hadn't acted despite having two opportunities to do so. At that moment, Bai Yutong had also disappeared. Kong He was irritated but couldn't make a judgment, as the figure before him could be real or fake. It might be Bai Yutong's true form, as he had just been unprotected by internal energy from the rain. Or it could be another illusion created by the air palm technique. If he attacked, he would expose himself again. In combat, it's easy to deal with an opponent who is either entirely real or entirely fake. The challenge lies in facing one that can be both. In a moment of indecision, Kong He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought, "This little trickster thinks he can fool me. I've been through countless battles. I won't be afraid." He began to unleash the Kong He palm indiscriminately around him. The internal energy of the Kong He palm was astonishing, and its force lingered in the air, causing the rain to swirl and a fierce wind to rise. Just as Kong He thought it better to mistakenly strike than to let someone escape. Bai Yutong appeared right in front of him, clear as day. Kong He raised his hand, but didn't strike. Instead, he coldly laughed, thinking to himself that he wouldn't be fooled again. As he turned, he saw Bai Yutong gathering internal energy and preparing to strike him with a palm. Kong He was overjoyed and thought, is this kid stupid? He thinks he can match my Kong He palm with his Kong He palm? Even if he has half the internal energy of a celestial, he wouldn't stand a chance. Coming at me head-on is just asking for death. Kong He also prepared for a head-on confrontation, retracting his internal energy and raising his hand to unleash a full-powered Kong He palm against Bai Yutong. However, he saw Bai Yutong suddenly stop, retract his hand, and withdraw his internal energy, quietly watching him in the rain. Kong He was momentarily stunned, realizing that there was another trick at play. Just as he was confused, he was suddenly struck hard from behind. The force was so immense that he almost thought a celestial had come to strike him, causing him excruciating pain and making him spit out blood. He turned to look, managing to utter 2 words, despicable. But as he spoke, he found no one behind him. The place he stood was in front of the camp of Sima Kong and others. Behind him, there were no opponents, only his own people, let alone a celestial. Even Sima Kong and the others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who had struck Kong He. Injured and unable to bear the pain, Kong He half kneeled on the ground, one hand pressed against his chest and the other supporting himself. He looked up at Bai Yutong and asked, how could your internal energy be so profound? Bai Yutong stood right before him and replied, it's not my internal energy. Then whose is it? Who ambushed me? Kong He couldn't believe it. Bai Yutong pointed at him, saying, it's your own. Kong He was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing that everything Bai Yutong had done was to provoke him into wildly using his internal energy. In the end, he had been led back to the very spot where he had struck with his Kong He palm. Because his internal energy had lingered in the air and collided chaotically, Bai Yutong had used his air palm technique to subtly redirect the trajectory of Kong He's palm strike, turning him into a living target, struck down by his own energy. Kong He looked at Bai Yutong in disbelief, pondering when the kid had started plotting against him, from the weather to the timing of the rain, leading him step by step into a trap that resulted in his own demise. Indeed, just as the blue fox admired Bai Yutong's cleverness, Inho spoke softly beside her. No wonder that old Ghost only recognizes him. It's too fitting. Is the celestial so cunning? The blue fox couldn't help but ask. It's not cunning. Inho shook his head with a faint smile. This is the simplest form of intelligence, innate. In the end, the blue fox sighed, realizing that the essence of the Tianshan sect's martial arts was this extraordinary talent. It seemed that those little disciples had no hope at all. Competing with Bai Yutong would only lead to feelings of inferiority. Inho glanced at her and shook his head with a smile. You still have some growing up to do. Now that the excitement is over, go to Bishui Tan and prepare to clean up. With that, Inho swayed away, and the blue fox followed behind, lifting her skirt, thinking how the sect leader praised her for being youthful and that her back looked very handsome. Kong He had injured himself with his own internal energy because he had been too ruthless when attacking Bai Yutong, wanting to kill him, which led to an excessive use of energy. When he was struck, he was completely unprepared, causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood and ultimately unable to hold on any longer. Thus, a legendary master, a figure of myth, perished in a single encounter. This battle later became a legend in the martial world, and Bai Yutong's unpredictable skills and meticulous mind left everyone in awe. The scene fell into silence. The few disciples of the Tianshan sect were at a loss as to how to breathe. The remaining 10 masters suddenly understood why the Celestial only accepted Bai Yutong and not them. They had previously thought they were not much different from Bai Yutong, revealing their ignorance and leaving them inexplicably deflated. Lu Feng was anxious. He had initially thought that showing them Bai Yutong's skills would reignite their fighting spirit, but he hadn't expected their morale to be utterly crushed. Just as he was worried, someone suddenly shouted, "This kid must be eliminated, or he will be a future threat." As soon as the words were spoken, Sima Kong and Xue Changdong leaped up simultaneously, joining forces to strike Bai Yutong with a palm, fierce and sinister, seemingly intent on taking advantage of Bai Yutong's unpreparedness to kill him. However, before they could reach Bai Yutong, a dragon's roar echoed, and a flash of cold light burst forth, causing blood to splatter. Everyone was left dumbfounded. They saw Zhang Zhao, who had been standing far away, suddenly soar into the air, appearing above Bai Yutong just as the two launched their sneak attack. His swift sword-drawing action was so fast that no one could see it clearly. In the pouring rain, the sword drew an arc. Its technique unique and different from any other, displaying a decisiveness and ferocity unlike Zhang Zhao's usual demeanor. This strike directly severed Sima Kong and Xue Changdong, leaving their bodies to fall heavily to the ground, splashing blood and water everywhere. Zhang Zhao landed, with one hand behind his back and swinging his long sword with the other, splattering blood in front of the four elders and the disciples brought by Kong He. Shocking to the eye, Zhang Zhao slightly raised his head, and the killing intent that was completely different from his usual demeanor was something even Gong Sun and Xiao Cici had never seen before. Zhao Pu smiled faintly. Has his true nature come out? I said a chivalrous man wouldn't be as simple as just a cheerful foodie. Zhang Zhao casually said, "Get lost." The group immediately turned and fled. Zhao Pu exchanged a glance with Ouyang behind him, signaling him to help capture the Yin Ho. Ouyang left with the shadow guards. Most of these people were notorious criminals who had been hiding for many years without a trace. Since they had voluntarily walked into the trap this time, they would be captured and dealt with according to the law to prevent them from causing harm again in the future. Yin Ho had originally planned to fight with Kong He, but unexpectedly, the two youngsters had asserted their authority, and he didn't even need to lift a finger. He could just watch the show. Bai Yutong glanced at Zhang Zhao beside him. Zhang Zhao brought his hand from behind to the front, holding his cloud blade. Bai Yutong sheathed his hand blade and felt the rainwater obstructing his vision. Just as he was about to raise his hand to wipe it away, something pressed against his eye. Bai Yutong looked up. Zhang Zhao was wiping his face with the clean sleeve. Bai Yutong was slightly surprised. Zhang Zhao smiled and said, "So, what is the essence of the Tianshan sect?" Bai Yutong didn't notice the downcast disciples of the Tianshan sect, who were all looking up at him at that moment. After thinking for a moment, he spoke. "It seems my master once said it is supreme and invincible." Everyone tilted their heads in confusion, wondering what that meant. Zhang Zhao changed his sleeve to wipe his neck. "What does it mean?" Bai Yutong shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe it's just a way to avoid losing." The members of the Tianshan sect looked at each other, wondering what to make of Lu Feng's essence. Zhang Zhao nodded, understanding that skills and techniques were not important. What truly mattered was not losing to any strong opponent when it came to fighting. That was the essence of being truly invincible, right? Bai Yutong, with his face tilted up by Zhang Zhao's words, casually replied, probably in agreement. Lu Feng smiled slightly and offered a salute to Zhang Zhao, who turned back to look at him. Zhang Zhao was meticulous in thought, kind-hearted, and enjoyed helping others out of difficulties. Truly deserving of being called a great hero of the present age. He probably noticed the confusion among the disciples of the Tianshan school and intentionally offered a reminder. Looking at those disciples, they seemed to be deep in thought and gaining insights. Indeed, no matter how profound the martial arts or internal strength, it was all about personal pursuit. Bai Yutong's skills might not really surpass those of Kong He, but he won beautifully. The true way to learn martial arts is to integrate and apply knowledge practically. To achieve invincibility, one must never lose in any encounter. This is the endless path of martial arts practice. Zhang Zhao saw that the problem seemed to have been resolved, and he smiled, reaching out to point at Bai Yutong's back. Bai Yutong turned around, and Zhang Zhao grabbed his wet hair, rubbing it with both sleeves. Bai Yutong stood there, not understanding, letting Zhang Zhao have his way with his hair, without a cold expression, his demeanor gentle. The group led by Kong, he was completely caught off guard. Lord Bao was responsible for thoroughly investigating their backgrounds and discovered that there were indeed many rogues among them. These sects had committed significant offenses in the past, causing irreparable disasters, which led them to hide their identities. Now that they had been captured, they were all punished according to the law, with no leniency. Bao Zheng and Pang Ji wrote a letter to the capital, and Zhao Zhan was very pleased to hear about the resolution of such a major case. Additionally, he sent a letter to Bao Zheng, mentioning that next month was the time for the vassal states to come to the capital. Zhao Zhan instructed Bao Zheng and the others to finish their current matters and return within a month. Furthermore, Zhao Zhan added a note, asking Bao Zheng to bring Zhao Pu back as well. Zhao Pu frowned at the letter, wondering what the point of returning to Kaifeng was, as he felt it would be pointless. However, since the imperial edict had been issued, Zhao Pu had no choice but to go back. Zhang Zhao calculated the days and realized that it would take at least half a month to rush back to Kaifeng. Wouldn't that mean he had to solve the case within half a month? However, so far, there were no clues regarding the case. Nevertheless, what troubled Zhang Zhao the most was not the case itself, but the kitten. "Siu, pass me the vinegar," he said, sitting at the stone table in the yard. Inho was sitting at the table eating soup dumplings, pointing at a vinegar jar not far away, and smiling at Zhang Zhao, who was looking at him with squinted eyes. Zhang Zhao, feeling angry, picked up the vinegar jar and placed it in front of Lord Yin. In fact, Zhang Zhao was not unfilial towards Lord Yin, having grown up in the Demon Palace and always being by Lord Yin's side. The bond between the grandfather and grandson was incredibly strong. However, it was clear that Lord Yin was here to cause trouble for Zhang Zhao, and it seemed he had some other purpose as well. This morning, Zhang Zhao woke up and rubbed his neck, after sleeping on a makeshift bed for 3 days. He felt quite uncomfortable. He was even thinking about going to Bai Yutong's place to borrow a bed tonight, since Bai Yutong's room was big, and the bed was also large enough to accommodate 2 people without any issues. Sure enough, just as Zhang Zhao was about to sneak out for breakfast, Lord Yin woke up, yawned, and called out, "Good kitty, I want to eat soup dumplings." Zhang Zhao silently turned to look at him. The kitten in Inho propped his chin with one hand and beckoned Zhang Zhao with the other, saying that Grandpa wanted to eat soup dumplings. Zhang Zhao ground his teeth and thought about hitting you with 100 small steam buns to knock you out and then throw you back into the Demon Palace, hoping you'd behave. However, despite his anger, Zhang Zhao reluctantly went out to buy the buns. As soon as he reached the door, he ran into Bai Fu. When Bai Fu heard that Zhang Zhao was going to buy small steam buns, he insisted that Zhang Zhao wait at home while he went to buy them instead. So, when everyone got up and walked to the courtyard, Bai Fu came back with several large bamboo steamers of small steam buns. Zhang Zhao roughly calculated that there were indeed hundreds, enough to knock Lord Yin out. While Lord Yin enjoyed the buns, he teased Zhang Zhao, and everyone else took their seats. Little CZ cheerfully ran out, climbed onto the table, and called out, "Good morning, little cat." "Good morning, big cat." Zhang Zhao's mouth twitched as Inho reached out to stuff a soup dumpling into Xiao Sizai's mouth. "Good boy." Xiao Sizai pouted his cheeks, eating the dumpling while turning to look back. He saw Gongsun rubbing his neck, looking a bit lackluster as he walked out, followed by the energetic Zhao Pu. Gongsun sat down at the table, and Xiao Sizai began to feed him tofu pudding, while also shoving dumplings into his mouth. Zhang Zhao looked at Gongsun and said, "You didn't sleep well last night, such dark circles under your eyes." Gongsun yawned. "I was reading the case files last night, my head is spinning." Zhao Pu scoffed. "You bookworm are quite enthusiastic. Did you find anything after reading all night?" "Nothing at all," Gongsun sighed. "There are indeed many people in the rivers and lakes, and quite a few cases, but it seems like none of them are related." "Mr. Gongsun." At this moment, Yuya came over with a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Gongsun. Gongsun looked puzzled and opened it to find chicken soup with cordyceps. Gongsun looked at Yuya in surprise. Yuya smiled and said, "I saw you stayed up late last night. This is my master's secret recipe. It's great for refreshing the mind." Gongsun thanked her with a smile and took out 2 jade-like items from his waist pouch, handing them to Yuya. "This is medicinal jade. Hang it around your neck to ward off insects. It's for you and your sister." Yuya happily accepted it and thanked him, then ran off to find Qingqing. Zhao Pu glanced at the chicken soup with cordyceps and scoffed. "You bookworm are quite the ladiesman." Gongsun shot him a glare. "What nonsense are you talking?" "She's just a girl. Be careful not to ruin her reputation, or you'll be eating raw rice for lunch." Zhao Pu's mouth twitched, while Little Four handed him a steamer of soup dumplings. Zhao Pu opened his mouth. "You feed them one by one? Why do I only get a steamer to eat by myself? I want to feed them too." Jiying and Jiying looked up at the marshal, feeling speechless about his integrity. Little Four crawled over from Gongsun's side and fed Zhao Pu's soup dumplings one by one, mumbling, "Jiu is a rice bucket. My hands are so sore from feeding them all." Gongsun felt sorry and pulled Little Four back, glaring at Zhao Pu. "My son hasn't even eaten yet." Zhao Pu pulled Little Four over to feed him dumplings while teasing him. "Are you going to play after you're full? I want to see the big turtle." Little Four kept thinking about the big turtle. Zhao Pu had no interest in the big turtle, if only it were a Qilin. "This turtle can't show off on the battlefield." "Prince," Ouyang Shaozhong reminded him, "don't just think about playing. How about doing something serious?" Zhao Pu was conflicted, and while speaking, he looked around and asked, "Where's Bai Yutong?" Bai Xiao went to Tianshan this morning. Bai Fu answered Zhao Pu while bringing tofu pudding. Zhang Zhao was curious. This morning, Bai Fu nodded, saying that the Tianshan sect was going to bury 2 deceased disciples today. Everyone nodded in understanding, no wonder. Lord Bao and Master Pang also went out. Gongsun asked, "Did the Lord and the Master go to the Yamen?" "They said for you to wait for them. They will be back shortly." Bai Fu replied, "The 3 of them have already had breakfast." Everyone nodded. Bai Fu was indeed a good steward, handling things properly. Bai Fu went down to continue his busy work. Zhang Zhao felt he needed to actively look for clues. Otherwise, it would be impossible to solve the case within half a month. He looked at Lord Yin, who seemed to know the grudges between the Wang family and the heavenly sovereign. He wondered if he could be of help. Sigh. Jean, Zhao nudged his arm. How about we find a place to chat for a while? Sure, Lord Yin replied with a smile. Let's go chat at Tianshan. Zhang Zhao was surprised and asked, what are you going to Tianshan for? I made an appointment with Bai Yutong, and he will take me to visit the Tianshan school later. Inho smiled and said, after the visit, please let me treat you to a meal. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. When did you two agree on this? Last night. Zhang Zhao was taken aback, but you were sleeping the whole time last night. Oh, it was in the middle of the night. Inho chuckled. You were asleep? I got up to use the bathroom and happened to pass by his room, so I went in and chatted with him for a bit. Zhang Zhao opened his mouth wide. What's the problem with you going into someone's room in the middle of the night and chatting for a bit? Inho asked knowingly. Oh, Bai Yutong's bed is much bigger than ours. Why don't you sleep there tomorrow? That way, I won't have to fight you for the bed and you can avoid sleeping on the floor. The others at the table silently lowered their heads to eat soup dumplings. Not interjecting, Xiao Cixi curiously watched the two, while Zhang Zhao was clearly anxious and his cousin was taking his time. What was he doing when you went in? Zhang Zhao asked through gritted teeth. Sleeping, but not very deeply. He woke up when I got to his bedside, Inho praised. Indeed, his internal strength is profound, and he has a decent sleeping posture, quite refined, unlike you, who practices martial arts even in your sleep. Zhang Zhao's face turned red with embarrassment. Little Four curiously asked Zhao Pu, are you still practicing boxing while sleeping? Zhao Pu poked him on the nose and replied, of course, it's the Duke Zhou's boxing. The crowd fell silent, and Gongsun looked at Zhao Pu in speechless disbelief, wondering if he could be any more boring. However, Inho and Little Four suddenly seemed to understand and both chuckled. Zhang Zhao quickly stuffed 2 buns into his mouth, then grabbed Inho and dragged him to the back. The others exchanged glances, looking mysterious. Zhang Zhao dragged Inho to a deserted area in the backyard, where Inho was chewing on a toothpick while looking at his own grandson. It's very rude of you to sneak into someone else's room in the middle of the night and wake them up, Zhang Zhao said. Inho picked at his teeth. What's the big deal? He's not a stranger anyway. Who said he's not a stranger? Zhang Zhao frowned. You didn't expose your identity, did you? Inho chuckled. What are you afraid of? He knows who you are. He just doesn't know who I am. Zhang Zhao crossed his arms and thought for a moment, right? If Zhao Pu can guess who you are, why can't Bai Yutong figure out? Inho smiled knowingly. Of course he can't guess, because the heavenly sovereign must have said in front of him that I look old and ugly or something like that. Zhang Zhao blinked and said, just like you mentioned about the heavenly lord. Inho turned his face to the side. Indeed, I am more handsome than him. Zhang Zhao shook his head and sighed, asking Inho, what did you say to him last night? Inho recalled the events. Last night, he entered Bai Yutang's room and arrived at the bedside. Bai Yutang woke up, saw Inho, and was slightly surprised. The two looked at each other for a moment. Inho asked, are you awake? Bai Yutang nodded. Do you have time tomorrow? Bai Yutang thought for a moment, saying he was busy in the morning but free in the afternoon. In the afternoon, take me to visit the Tianshan sect, Bai Yutang added, nodding again. Inho was satisfied, saying, then you can keep sleeping. After saying that, he turned and left the room. Bai Yutang lay down and went back to sleep. Inho closed the door and returned to his own room. That was the sequence of events. Inho took a sip of tea and said, I heard that the heavenly master hid 2 jars of 100-year-old vintage under the bed in the Tianshan sect's room. Hee. Zhang Zhao furrowed his brows and said, I told you it's unreasonable to visit the Tianshan sect for no reason. It turns out you want to steal some wine. After we get up the mountain, you distract Bai Yutong, and I'll go steal wine. It's all planned out perfectly. I want to help you. Zhang Zhao refused, saying it was very unethical. You weren't going to help Inho, and we're about to speak, unfilial descendant. Zhang Zhao covered his mouth with one hand, and at the door, Chen Xing'er was passing by with a plate of grapes, only to see Zhang Zhao embracing Lord Yin. Chen Xing'er blinked and silently took the grapes back. As soon as she reached the backyard, she quickly grabbed Yuya, who was washing grapes. Yuya, what is the relationship between Lord Zhang and that cousin? Yuya was taken aback. Aren't they cousins? But they're so close, Chen Xing'er said while chewing. They sleep in the same room at night. So what? You didn't think there was anything wrong. Maybe the brotherly bond was just stronger. How good can it be? They aren't even real brothers, Chen Xing'er whispered. Have you seen how well the young master gets along with the 4 brothers? It's not like their parents. Yuya thought for a moment and realized there might be a bit of a problem. Chen Xing'er frowned, seemingly disappointed. What's wrong? Yuya asked curiously. That cousin is my type, not yours, Chen Xing'er replied. Do you like Lord John's type? Aren't you loyal to the young master? Chen Xing'er shot her a glance. Of course not. I just thought it could be something to look forward to, but forget it. Look forward to what? Yuya asked curiously. Chen Xing'er smiled. The young master. Yu Yu was taken aback. The young master and Lord John? Chen Xing'er nodded. They match. Yu Yu tilted her head and thought for a while. Just about to speak when a soft voice interrupted them. Match. The two looked down to see Xiao Si standing between them. Looking up. Where are you going? Yu Yu squatted down to ask him. I'm going to find big cats and small cats. Xiao Si pointed to the yard behind. Daddy said I need to continue looking at the files. Jiu said, it's never-ending and I need to do serious business. I want to go to Tianshan to see the land. After greeting the two sisters, Xiao Si went to find Zhang Zhao. Chen Xing'er lightly nudged Yu Yu with her arm. See, even Xiao Si said they match. Yu Yu stroked her chin. Does the young master have this kind of nerve? Regardless, Chen Xing'er felt it was inappropriate. We need to find out what the relationship between that cousin and Lord John really is. Yu Yu nodded. When they go to Tianshan later, let's sneak into the house and take a look. The two girls decided to investigate the background of this mysterious cousin for the happiness of their young master. Zhang Zhao had no way to deal with Lord Yin. To prevent him from getting into trouble alone in Tianshan, Zhang Zhao had no choice but to go with him, and of course he had to bring along Xiao Sizi. Zhang Zhao held Xiao Sizai in one arm, while using the other hand to keep an eye on the troublesome Inho who was harassing the roadside vendors. With the only thought in his mind being the four characters support the elderly and care for the young. When the two arrived at the foot of Tianshan Mountain, they saw that both sides of the road were adorned with long white drapes. Zhang Zhao checked the attire of the three people and found that they were all dressed in plain clothes. Lord Yin was already dressed in all black, and he himself had changed into black before leaving. Xiao Sizai was in all white. When they reached the mountain gate, a young disciple from the Tianshan sect recognized Zhang Zhao and handed each of them a white cotton flower and a black gauze wrapped around their arms. Zhang Zhao was wrapping black silk around Xiao Sizi while watching the people from the martial world continuously going up and down the mountain. Is this funeral a big deal? Zhang Zhao frowned, having heard it was simple before. In Ho smiled faintly. This kid by Yutong is quite obedient. ISNT, a promising young man. Zhang Zhao was puzzled, wondering what a child worthy of teaching had to do with him. In Ho laughed and said, I spoke to him about it this morning, and he actually listened. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened even more. When did you see him this morning? Don't you wake up later than I do? In-Ho scoffed. Would an old man get up early? I once got up before dawn and then happened to pass by Yutong's courtyard, where he was getting up early to go up the mountain for a funeral. Zhang Zhao looked at him speechlessly. You really know how to pass by. In-Ho smiled proudly. Fate brings us together from thousands of miles apart. Zhang Zhao continued to grind his teeth. And what did you say to him? Lord Yin rubbed his chin and said, here's the situation. This morning, Lord Yin happened to pass by Yutong's courtyard again. Since he got up so early, he saw Bai Yutong with black gauze wrapped around his arm and asked if he was handling a funeral. Bai Yutong nodded. Curious about whether it was a grand or simple affair, Lord Yin inquired. Everything is simple, Bai Yutong replied, while also feeling that Lord Yin was quite gossipy. Why keep it simple? Lord Yin laughed and said, the bigger the event, the better. You don't lack money. Bai Yutong looked at Lord Yin, remained silent for a moment, then nodded, agreeing that it made sense. Satisfied, Lord Yin continued back to his room to sleep. Zhang Zhao listened to what Lord Yin said, thought for a moment, and realized it was indeed a good idea. Zhang Zhao understood that Lord Yin wanted Bai Yutong to hold a grand funeral, as many people from the martial world had recently come, originally intending to watch the Tianshan sect's good show. However, they didn't expect the Tianshan sect to eliminate Kong, He, and the others all at once, making these martial artists feel particularly awkward. If they left at this moment, it would be an unspoken agreement that they were no longer friends. The martial artists would harbor grudges, and offending the Tianshan sect would likely lead to them making many enemies. Better to offend a gentleman than a petty person. But if they held a grand funeral at this time, those martial artists receiving invitations to mourn would shift from enemies to friends. They would come not to watch the fun, but to pay their respects, providing a way out for both sides, which would be beneficial for everyone. Although Bai Yutong, with his character, would certainly look down on such things, it was ultimately advantageous for the Tianshan sect, so he accepted Lord Yin's suggestion. Lord Yin poked Zhang Zhao's forehead, saying, you're smart, and you're not stupid either. Your reaction is quite quick. Zhang Zhao was puzzled, wondering who he really was. Lord Yin nodded, of course. I've hidden myself so well. How could he possibly find out? Zhang Zhao frowned, feeling that it didn't make sense. How could he listen to you? While saying this, Zhang Zhao also secretly muttered to himself that he didn't even hit you when you sneaked into the room at midnight. Lord Yin grinned mischievously and said, oh, does your grandfather have a charming personality? Zhang Zhao glanced at him, then turned around and saw a pair of big eyes curiously looking at him, then at Lord Yin. Zhang Zhao was startled, realizing he had forgotten that Xiao Cizi was still in his hands. Xiao Cizi touched his round chin, looking at Zhang Zhao and then at Yin Ho, and, after a long pause, finally blurted out, "Grandpa?" Zhang Zhao quickly remedied the situation. "It's a nickname, a nickname." Xiao Cizi squinted. "Isn't the nickname Big Cat?" Zhang Zhao insisted. "There are two." Xiao Cizi was skeptical, feeling a sense of being deceived. "No, Grandpa is the nickname." "Not Grandpa, it's Crooked Grandpa." "Look," Zhang Zhao pointed at Yin Ho, whose mouth was twitching. Xiao Cizi still looked doubtful, feeling as if he had been tricked. Zhang Zhao slowly walked up the mountain under the suspicious gaze of Xiao Cizi. Yin Ho, with his hands behind his back, admired the scenery along the way of the Tianshan sect. A few people from other sects happened to pass by and quickly greeted Zhang Zhao upon seeing him. Zhang Zhao returned the greetings to everyone and casually exchanged a few pleasantries. Xiao Cizi hugged Zhang Zhao's neck and called out to people, while the martial artists praised him for being adorable. After a few polite laughs, they hurried down the mountain. The heroes of the martial arts world were quite relieved that Bai Yutong's grand funeral provided them with an excuse to back down. Otherwise, they would have offended both the Tianshan sect and Bai Yutong, and possibly even Zhang Zhao and the Kaifeng prefecture. However, it must be said that the people in the martial arts world were somewhat puzzled. Both Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong were considered outstanding figures of the new generation. So why were they not adversaries, but instead reportedly had a deep friendship? Zhang Zhao was also granted the title of Imperial Cat and joined the government, while Bai Yutong was a person from the Jianghu, known by the nickname Jin Mao Shua, Golden Fur Rat. This somewhat suggests that he was somewhat oppressed. Yet he didn't get angry. Lord Yin walked ahead with his hands behind his back, noticing the puzzled or awkward expressions of the Jianghu people, as well as their insincere compliments, and couldn't help but shake his head. Sigh. Lord Yin sighed. No matter how much time passed, the true faces of these prestigious righteous sects still made one want to vomit up last night's meal. Zhang Zhao walked over to him, holding Xiao Cizi, and seizing the moment, suddenly shoved Xiao Cizi into his hands. Lord Yin was slightly taken aback, looking at Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao said to Xiao Cizi, "Watch him, don't let him talk nonsense, don't let him steal, don't let him hit people, and don't let him do bad things." Xiao Cizi blinked and turned to look at Yin Ho, his little eyes showing a bit of disdain for how bad he was. Yin Ho also blinked, and the big one and the small one stared at each other for a while before both looking at Zhang Zhao. Xiao Cizi didn't quite understand what counted as talking nonsense, stealing, hitting people, and doing bad things, but he did know it was wrong. Yin Ho curled his lips in a smirk. "Ha, you little rascal, with your elbows sticking out." Zhang Zhao gave a glance to Xiao Cizi. Xiao Cizi stretched out his hand, and a chubby little white hand perfectly covered Yin Ho's mouth, but the stubble pricked his palm. Xiao Cizi held back a laugh, feeling a bit ticklish. Yin Ho looked at Xiao Cizi speechlessly, while Zhang Zhao stood with his hands behind his back, saying, "Hey, cousin, don't bully him. Do you know how many years younger he is than you?" Yin Ho's mouth twitched. "It must be over 100 years. And also," Zhang Zhao said with a slightly smug smile, "be careful, he might cry." Yin Ho was momentarily dumbfounded, after staring at Xiao Cizi for a moment. Xiao Cizi puffed out his cheeks and seriously told Yin Ho, "If you cry." Yin Ho looked up at the sky, realizing that this little guy was quite good at cooperating with Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao poked Yin Ho and said, "You continue to enjoy the scenery along the way. I'll go to the spirit hall to light some incense. Don't take Xiao Cizi with you." After saying that, without waiting for Yin Ho to respond, Zhang Zhao strolled away. Now it was Yin Ho's turn to be dumbfounded, holding Xiao Cizi on the mountainside. If there were two people, they could have returned Xiao Cizi to Zhang Zhao, but now he was the only one left. He couldn't just leave the child on the road. What if something happened? Xiao Cizi removed the hand that was covering Yin Ho's mouth and asked with a smile, "Are we going to see the ground?" Yin Ho looked at him and inexplicably thought of Zhang Zhao as a child. Once upon a time, Zhang Zhao was just a little dumpling in his arms, calling him Grandpa, but in the blink of an eye, he had grown to be as tall as him, and it was getting harder to manage him. Seeing Yin Ho lost in thought, Xiao Cizi asked, "Big Cat?" Yin Ho replied, leading him toward the Bai Shui Tan. "Are you the older cousin of the little cat, or Grandpa?" Xiao Cizi asked. Yin Ho was slightly taken aback and countered, "Do you think I'm that old?" Xiao Cizi shook his head, "Not old." "Of course not." Yin Ho laughed. "If I were Zhang Zhao's grandpa, how old would I have to be?" Xiao Cizi tilted his head and looked at him. "Are you 100 years old?" Yin Ho was taken aback and stared at Xiao Cizi. Xiao Cizi clapped his little hands, indeed. Yin Ho was curious. "How did you figure that out?" Xiao Cizi proudly said, "There's an old grandpa in my village who's over 100 years old, and he looks at me like that too." "How does he look at you?" Yin Ho asked curiously. Xiao CZ raised his face and thought for a moment. Well, he's just different from Daddy and Jojo. Inho squinted at Xiao CZ and said, you little guy, you don't show your true self. Not bad. Xiao CZ smiled with pursed lips. That's right. Hey. Inho winked at him. Don't tell anyone about this, okay? Xiao CZ covered his mouth with one hand and nodded, extending his pinky finger to make a pinky promise with Inho. Inho cheerfully made the pinky promise with him and happily carried him to Bai Shui Tan to see the turtles. To be honest, although Xiao CZ was not as smart and clever as Zhang Zhao was as a child, he was naturally pure-hearted, well-behaved, empathetic, and quite unique. Zhang Zhao jogged up to Tianshan and saw a monk chanting sutras at the entrance of the morning hall, where the atmosphere was very solemn. At the entrance, the disciples of the Tianshan school were each performing their duties, their expressions quite serious. Wang Luo, wearing a neck brace, spotted Zhang Zhao and quickly approached him, saying, Master Zhang, you are here. Zhang Zhao clasped his hands and expressed his condolences to him. Wang Luo then invited him inside. Zhang Zhao entered, and along the way, he was received by disciples of the Tianshan sect. After he completed his greetings and offered incense, he took a turn but did not see the trace of Bai Yutong. Zhang Zhao felt a bit helpless. He was really quite stubborn. How could Bai Yutong's personality possibly wait in the Tianshan sect's morning hall to greet every wandering hero? It was likely that his grandfather would find him before he did. Zhang Zhao quickly ran out of the morning hall and asked Wang Luo, Where's Bai Yutong? Oh, the Grandmaster just left, as if he had an appointment with someone. Which way did he go? Wang Luo was about to answer, but Zhang Zhao had already disappeared. Wang Luo clicked his tongue. It's different, isn't it? Both Zhang Zhao and the Grandmaster are extraordinary. At that moment, Lu Feng happened to come out of the morning hall and heard Wang Luo talking to himself, which made him quite pleased. Ever since Bai Yutong's battle with Kong, the atmosphere in the Tianshan sect had changed. Even the relationships among the disciples had become more harmonious, and they began to help each other. It seemed that everyone had indeed gained a lot from this competition. The Heavenly Sovereign sending Bai Yutong to resolve this matter was truly a clever move. And it didn't feel forced or abrupt at all. Rather, it was a subtle and gentle influence. It seemed that the Tianshan sect would end its internal strife from now on, becoming more united and revitalizing the sect. Master, at this moment, Lu Feng heard Wang Luo running over to ask him, Where did junior brother Qiu go? Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. Qiu Yang? Wang Luo nodded. All the senior brothers have paid their respects, but he hasn't come. Lu Feng frowned and thought carefully. Something was off. Had he seen him come this morning at all? Wang Luo, holding his neck, also thought for a moment and felt a bit worried. What if something happened? Lu Feng quickly sent someone to look for him, feeling a vague sense of worry. Qiu Yang was a relatively obedient disciple and had a good relationship with the two deceased senior brothers. He wouldn't skip the funeral. There must be something wrong. Meanwhile, Inho, carrying little CZ, arrived at Bai Shui Tan and saw a white figure standing on a rock by the pond with a wooden bucket beside him. The figure had a more graceful demeanor than the average person, exuding charm effortlessly. It was Bai Yutong. Inho couldn't help but shake his head. The Heavenly Sovereign really knows how to choose disciples. This kid with the surname Bai can't possibly be his illegitimate son, right? The wooden bucket at Bai Yutong's feet was filled with small fish, and he was casually grabbing one and throwing it into Bai Shui Tan. A large turtle, a D, with its head sticking out of the pond, was eagerly trying to catch the small fish, appearing to have already become familiar with Bai Yutong. Inho walked over to Bai Yutong and finally set little CZ down. Little CZ grabbed a fish and tossed it to a D. Seeing Bai Yutong here, Inho couldn't help but show a mischievous smile as he approached, clasping his hands together. My condolences. Bai Yutong also returned the gesture, feeling considerate. Inho casually placed a hand on Bai Yutong's shoulder. I've long heard about the Heavenly Sovereign's great name, but never had the chance to meet you. Bai Yutong didn't get upset. He was just puzzled about whether this cousin really knew martial arts. He seemed deep and unfathomable. But the hand on his shoulder and the way he spoke made it feel like he had no internal power at all. To achieve such a demeanor, one would need profound and pure internal strength. Yet this person looked very young. Bai Yutong had briefly considered that this person might be Inho, but quickly dismissed the thought because the Heavenly Sovereign had told him that Inho was extremely ugly. With red eyes, green eyebrows, messy, straw-colored hair, dark skin, a skinny frame, ragged clothes, yellowed teeth, and a crooked face. Bai Yutong had indeed heard people in the martial world describe Inho as a Rakshasa, a fierce god. So he basically pictured Inho as a thinner version of Zhang Fei or a leaner version of Zhang Kuei. and he really couldn't connect his cousin to that image. My master will probably be back in half a month. If you have nothing to do, you can wait in Tianshan. Bai Yutong was quite polite, not sure if it was because this person was Zhang Zhao's cousin. Inho was also puzzled. This little guy can't have guessed my identity, right? Why is he so polite? The heavenly sovereign said he doesn't have a good temper. A half a month? Inho pretended to be troubled, but half a month later, I have to go back to Kaifeng with Zhao. After hearing this, Bai Yutong fell silent, looking down at Adi, who had somehow swum to the shore. Little CZ was feeding it fish while patting its head, and Adi appeared very docile. By the way, Inho asked Bai Yutong, are you going to Kaifeng in half a month? Bai Yutong was slightly taken aback and didn't respond. Why would I go? Zhao and I are planning to treat you to a big meal. Inho laughed heartily. Bai Yutong smiled faintly. If there is a chance. Opportunities are rare. Inho shook his head. Don't underestimate me. Zhao has been a foodie since childhood, and I can cook really well. Besides Zhao, few others can enjoy my food. Bai Yutong looked at him and nodded. By the way, can you cook? Inho asked curiously. And little CZ looked up at him, wondering whether he should cover his mouth, but it seemed he couldn't reach. Bai Yutong shook his head. At first glance, you seem like the type who keeps away from the kitchen. Inho clicked his tongue. I must let you try Zhao's favorite dish, the sauce-flavored duck tongue. Bai Yutong was somewhat puzzled. He hadn't seen Zhang Zhao order duck tongue before. Don't be fooled by that little cat's greed. He is quite picky. That tongue is delicate and only eats the best. Inho spread his hands, counting off the dishes Bai Yutong should know he loves, such as steamed crabs, Westlake vinegar fish, spicy duck necks, stir-fried snails, huaidiao shrimp, and candied taro. Inho listed about 100 dishes he was familiar with. Bai Yutong listened without much expression, seemingly lost in thought as he stared at little CZ, who was playing with the turtle. By the way, Inho suddenly asked again, do you have any hobbies? Bai Yutong was taken aback. Hobbies? For example, Zhao likes playing kuju, chess, watching plays, listening to stories, fishing, hunting. And he also likes watching people cook. Bai Yutong stared at Inho. And you? Inho continued to ask about hobbies. Bai Yutong was silent for a while. Looking up at the sky, what do I like? Inho stroked his chin. Ah, how boring. You don't have anything you like? Bai Yutong's personality was still relatively reserved. He felt Inho was meddling in his business. Even if he had hobbies, he didn't need to tell you. According to Bai Yutong's character, if it were someone else, he would have dismissed them with a none of your business long ago. But in front of this cousin, Bai Yutong still gave him some face. For some reason, he felt that no matter who he was very familiar with Zhang Zhao. As for whether Bai Yutong's lack of anger was due to considering a friend or a subtle unwillingness to lose face, only heaven and earth know. Inho frowned. This kid was a closed book. If he remained this way, wouldn't he suffocate his well-behaved grandson? Seeing Bai Yutong still not reacting, Inho decided to add fuel to the fire. He squatted down. Little CZ. Little CZ looked up at Inho. Does your dad have any ointment for sprains? Inho asked the little one. Yes. Can you give me a jar? Little CZ was curious. Did you sprain yourself? Not me. Inho shook his head as a Zhao. His neck is sprained. I'll apply the medicine for him tonight and see if it gets better by morning. A neck sprain can be serious or minor. Little CZ hurriedly asked, how did he sprain it? Did he twist it or sleep wrong or have a sore back? Inho stroked his chin and shook his head. He must not sleep well at night. While speaking, Inho glanced at Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong remained expressionless, but he was listening attentively, seemingly puzzled about how Zhang Zhao had sprained his neck. Inho was secretly anxious about why the celestial master chose a fool as a disciple. Oh, it must be a stiff neck or a sprain. I need to let Dad take a look. It's not good to use ointment carelessly, Xiao Siji replied. The best thing to do is to help with a massage. It's more effective than ointment. Is that so? Inho seemed very interested. Oh, a massage? Why don't you let your dad teach me a few moves so I can give him a massage anytime? Xiao Siji nodded, sure. Usually just a few techniques for the neck. I know them too. Saying this, Xiao Siji pulled Inho down a squat, then stood on a stone, just high enough to reach his neck, using both small hands to press on either side of Inho's neck. Like this, need this muscle. Inho tilted his neck. Which one? This one. Hiss. Inho suddenly raised an eyebrow. Feels good, press harder. Oh, Xiao Siji nodded and pressed harder twice. Ah, feels good, feels good. Inho asked, are there any more techniques? Another one is using the elbow to press, like this. Xiao Siji used his elbow to press on Inho's neck, and Inho called out that it felt good again. Bai Yutong stood by watching, finding the scene a bit strange. Ah, feels good, press harder. Inho let Xiao Siji press for quite a while, looking intoxicated. Xiao Siji's hands were sore, pouting, still need to press harder, I'm exhausted. Inho patted his hand. Then take a break. Speaking of which, I haven't been sleeping well on this bed these past few days. He looked at Bai Yutong beside him. I say, Xiao Bai, why don't you give me a massage? You're strong. Xiao Siji's mouth dropped open. Big Cat is so bold, actually asking Bai for a massage. Bai Yutong was taken aback, looking at Yin Ho, who was leaning his neck towards him. Just as he was feeling awkward, suddenly a voice came over. Your neck hurts, right? I'll give you a massage. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Zhao suddenly sprang out from the woods, pouncing on Yin Ho and gripping his neck tightly. Should I press harder? Yin Ho was startled and tried to escape, but Zhang Zhao held him tightly, muttering, should I press harder to make you behave badly? Yin Ho spun around with Zhang Zhao on his back. Xiao Siji gaped as he watched the little cat and the big cat fight. While the commotion was happening over there, Bai Yutong picked the last fish from the wooden bucket and tossed it to the turtle, then carried the bucket away. Xiao Siji tugged at his clothes. Bye, are you going to eat soon? Bai Yutong nodded. I'll put the bucket back first. After saying that, he went straight up the mountain. Yin Ho stopped, watching Bai Yutong's back as he went up the mountain, stroking his chin. Finally there's a bit of a reaction. What reaction? Zhang Zhao glared at him. Yin Ho thought for a moment, but the reaction isn't big enough. I'll think of a way to get him drunk later. You'll get drunk first. Zhang Zhao tightened his grip on Yin Ho's neck. Why aren't you going home and causing trouble here? I'm doing this for your own good. Yin Ho is still not convinced. What do you know? Right now, we need to be careful with the inspection, or else it'll be too late in the future. I can't understand what you're saying at all. Zhang Zhao pressed him down hard. You'll drive me crazy. Xiao Siji continued to stroke his round chin, watching Zhang Zhao and Yin Ho making a fuss, then turned to look at Bai Yutong, who had quickly disappeared up the mountain. Not sure if it was a wrong sentence, but anyway, Xiao Siji felt that Bai Yutong seemed to be just a little unhappy. After severely teaching Yin Ho a lesson, Zhang Zhao warned him not to cause any more trouble for Bai Yutong. Yin Ho tilted his head and ignored Zhang Zhao, saying that he was turning his elbow outward to show his protest. Zhang Zhao found Bai Yutong in a pavilion halfway up the mountain, but Bai Yutong was looking down, seemingly examining something on the stone table in the pavilion. Zhang Zhao leaned closer and asked, what's wrong? Bai Yutong pointed at the stone pillar of the pavilion. Zhang Zhao turned around and frowned as he saw a streak of blood on the stone pillar, which flowed down to the ground and formed a small puddle. Zhang Zhao frowned and asked, what happened? Bai Yutong looked at the table and then walked over to the handrail area, saying, Lu Feng said that Xiao Liang is missing and hasn't been found. I heard one of his disciples say that he didn't return after going out last night. Then I found this place. The bloodstains are fresh and probably got here this morning. Zhang Zhao walked to the table and saw scratches on its surface. He also noticed fine scratch marks on the railing, seemingly caused by metal wire. He understood what Bai Yutong was looking at and thinking. He suspected that the murderer who used the thread to attack had targeted Qiuyang. Who is Qiuyang? He asked. He is one of the top 10 masters. Bai Yutong turned to Zhang Zhao and asked, why specifically target the top 10 masters? Zhang Zhao thought for a moment, and remembering the connection between the silk spinning and the hidden weapons of the Wang family, he became angry. Yin Ho didn't even tell him what was going on. Looking back, he saw Yin Ho and Xiao Sizai standing far off by the roadside. Yin Ho deliberately turned his face away from Zhang Zhao, clearly still angry, while Xiao Sizai looked innocently from side to side. TSK. Zhang Zhao stroked his chin and muttered to himself, what a miscalculation. What miscalculation? Bai Yutong asked. Zhang Zhao chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself that he should have asked about the Wang family matter before provoking Yin Ho. Now he would have to coax him back to ask again, otherwise he definitely wouldn't speak. The murderer had previously eliminated the top 10 masters completely, but this time, there wasn't as much blood. In my opinion, Qiuyang might just be injured. Zhang Zhao looked around, but if he had run away, there should be bloodstains nearby. The problem is, there was no blood. Bai Yutong gazed at a pool of water in the distance. Could he have been captured? That would be strange. Why kill everyone else but capture Qiuyang? Zhang Zhao didn't understand. Let's look around some more, Bai Yutong suggested. But from a distance, Yin Ho leisurely remarked, no need to look, there's no one within 10 miles. Bai Yutong was slightly taken aback, noticing that Zhang Zhao and the others were speaking softly. How could this person hear them? Does he have such profound inner strength? Zhang Zhao frowned and turned back to glare at Yin Ho, telling him to tone it down or they would be exposed. Yin Ho pouted and squinted at Zhang Zhao, seemingly stubbornly wanting to reveal it, just to infuriate him. Zhang Zhao was speechless, wondering if he was really getting angry. He realized that the older a person got, the smaller their heart became. Bai Yutong was incredibly clever, but based on Yin Ho's internal strength, he should be on par with his master, the Heavenly Master. In the world, aside from that person, there was no one else like him. Thinking of this, Bai Yutong suddenly said to Zhang Zhao, My master said your grandfather always lost to him in fights. Before Zhang Zhao could respond, he heard In Ho scoff lightly and say, nonsense. Bai Yutong raised his eyebrows, as expected. Zhang Zhao scratched his head and turned to look at In Ho with a sidelong glance, as if to say, you're so foolish. In Ho also scratched his head, mirroring Zhang Zhao's actions perfectly. Bai Yutang couldn't help but chuckle. For some reason, the earlier feeling of displeasure suddenly vanished into thin air. Xiao Zizi looked up at In Ho for a long time and uttered one word, fool. In Ho grinned. Zhang Zhao awkwardly glanced at Bai Yutong. Bai Yutong, with his hand behind his back, said, indeed, what you said is correct. Zhang Zhao was slightly taken aback. In Ho perked up his ears to listen. My master previously said that In Ho was incredibly ugly, but you said he was not only handsome, but also had an extraordinary demeanor. Bai Yutong had no expression, neither heavy nor light, neither hurried nor slow. At that time, I thought you were favoring your friend over reason, but now it seems you were quite modest. Zhang Zhao reached out to touch his chin, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Bai Yutong was actually flattering his grandfather? Turning to look at In Ho, he saw him smiling, gazing up at the clouds in the sky, looking so happy. Bai Yutong's flattery was not only spot on, but also killed two birds with one stone. On one hand, it told In Ho that Zhang Zhao was always praising him behind his back, so he shouldn't be angry. On the other hand, it also complimented In Ho's demeanor and looks, which was quite pleasing to hear. In Ho felt so comfortable all over. This disciple was much more lovable than the master. Coughing, In Ho composed himself, but his eyes still clearly held a smile. He turned back to Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong and said they should go eat something. They couldn't just work without eating. Zhang Zhao originally wanted to take Xiao Sizai with him, but it seemed that someone from the Tianshan sect might have died again, and Bai Yutong had no time to eat. However, Bai Yutong turned around and said, I have already reserved a table. After saying that, he told Zhang Zhao, let's go. Zhang Zhao saw Bai Yutong leaving the courtyard, looking as if he was about to head down the mountain, and quickly caught up to him. Aren't you going to look for anyone? Bai Yutong glanced back at him and said, haven't I already told you? There's no one within a 10-mile radius. What else is there to look for? Zhang Zhao blinked. So you don't care about the missing people from the Tianshan sect? Bai Yutong shrugged indifferently. The Tianshan sect belongs to Lu Feng, not me. I can't help with everything. What if I leave in a while? As they spoke, they reached Yin Ho's side. Bai Yutong said, my master has 2 jars of century-old brew. I'll bring it out to entertain the seniors. Yin Ho smiled and patted Bai Yutong's shoulder. You're not afraid of your master getting angry? Bai Yutong raised an eyebrow. He said to save it for entertaining distinguished guests. Since the guests are here, how can I not bring it out to entertain them? Yin Ho pointed at him. You have a bright future. Bai Yutong raised his hand, please. Yin Ho happily walked alongside Bai Yutong. Zhang Zhao stood behind, watching the 2 old friends walk side by side down mountain. For a moment, he was a bit puzzled. After a while, the little 4th son tugged at his hem, calling him like a little cat. Zhang Zhao lowered his head to look at him. He saw Xiao Sizai smiling and reaching out for a hug. Zhang Zhao was so amused by him that he forgot everything and quickly reached out to pick him up, chasing after In Ho and Bai Yutang. Along the way, Zhang Zhao followed behind the 2, completely unable to join the conversation. Bai Yutang and In Ho exchanged remarks back and forth, chatting about everything under the sun, leaving Xiao Zizi feeling dizzy. Zhang Zhao still didn't realize that Bai Yutong was actually so knowledgeable. Although he spoke little, every sentence he said was perfectly in line with In Ho's thoughts. What was even more surprising was that whatever In Ho knew, he also knew, and whatever interested In Ho, he could chat about for a couple of sentences. In the end, even In Ho's small interest in collecting ancient coins was brought out by him, and coincidentally, Bai Yutong happened to have a pre-Qin knife coin with him, so ancient that he didn't even know which dynasty it came from. He casually gave it to In Ho, as if he were handing over a copper coin. Zhang Zhao was holding Xiao Zizi and watching from behind. Zhang Zhao couldn't help but ask Xiao Zizi, what do you think Bai Yutong is doing? Xiao Zizi blinked and said, isn't it obvious? Zhang Zhao was curious. Xiao Zizi covered Zhang Zhao's ear and whispered, flattering. Zhang Zhao was puzzled and asked, so, is the big cat your grandfather? Zhang Zhao was slightly taken aback, wondering why he was flattering my grandfather. Xiao Zizi smiled and said, isn't it what should be done? Xiao Zizi's friends would also want to please their fathers. Zhang Zhao thought for a moment and realized that Bai Yutong probably wanted to build a good relationship with In Ho either because of the connection with his master or simply because they were good friends. Although this reason seemed rather forced in Zhang Zhao's eyes, Bai Yutong treated everyone to a meal, naturally in a lavish manner, choosing the largest restaurant in Shizhou Prefecture and reserving a private room for convenience in conversation. Once everyone was seated, Bai Yutong began to order. The restaurant staff was very familiar with Bai Yutong and came over to ask, "Fifth master, same as usual?" Bai Yutong gently waved his hand and said, "In addition to the previous dishes, let's add steamed crab, Westlake vinegar fish, spicy duck neck, stir-fried snail, huadiao shrimp, and candy taro." Zhang Zhao stroked his chin and said, Shao Sizai clapped his hands. "These are all my favorites." Lord Yin smiled and replied, "Really? They have the same taste as Zhao." Zhang Zhao felt awkward. As the dishes and drinks were served, everyone began to eat. After a few rounds of drinks, Bai Yutong asked, "Senior Sai, why so distant?" Yin Ho, having had a couple more drinks, was in an even better mood and joined Zhang Zhao in calling out. Zhang Zhao was speechless, no longer hiding his feelings. It was definitely not a good thing. Bai Yutong understood and said generously, "Grandfather." Yin Ho laughed heartily, in a very good mood. This time, Zhang Zhao shot a sideways glance at Bai Yutong, who had no principles. Bai Yutong looked innocent, and, anyway, he wasn't a loss. Zhang Zhao expressed his doubts about not suffering losses. At this moment, Lord Yin casually handed over an item and placed it in front of Bai Yutong as a meeting gift. Bai Yutong, curious, took it and saw that it was a bracelet similar to the celestial pearl chain on Zhang Zhao's wrist. Zhang Zhao's mouth twitched as he looked at the celestial pearl, which was no less impressive than the one in his hand. Celestial pearls are not comparable to gemstones and jade. They are priceless treasures with spiritual essence. The celestial pearls in Lord Yin's possession are all of exceptional quality, especially the two nine-eyed celestial pearls, which are supreme masterpieces. One of them is on Zhang Zhao's wrist, and now he is giving this one to Bai Yutong, which is the other one. Zhang Zhao looked at Lord Yin in surprise, seeing how generous he was. Lord Yin smiled faintly, as if he had been prepared for this all along. Bai Yutong glanced at Zhang Zhao, as if asking whether to take it or not. Zhang Zhao knew very well his grandfather's temper. If Bai Yutong was given something and didn't take it, that would be troublesome, so he quickly nodded. Bai Yutong accepted it and thanked Lord Yin. Lord Yin continued to drink happily and also gave a string of three-eyed heavenly beads to Xiao Cizi, saying it was for protection. Bai Yutong looked at Zhang Zhao with some confusion, wondering if his grandfather was dealing in heavenly beads. Zhang Zhao glared at him fiercely, but Bai Yutong smiled knowingly, put it on, and looked at Zhang Zhao's expression as if to say, "As expected, it's worth it." Zhang Zhao rested his chin on his hand, feeling helpless about his grandfather's good opinion of Bai Yutong. He had thought they wouldn't get along. After all, one was a disciple of the Celestial Lord. However, Zhang Zhao sensed something was off. Was his grandfather being too kind to Bai Yutong, even allowing him to call him grandfather? It was known that his grandfather had no disciples aside from him, and people in the Demon Palace could only address him as Palace Master or Master. No one could be that close. Was this considered recognizing Bai Yutong as a god-grandson? Zhang Zhao had heard of godfathers and godmothers before, but this was the first time he heard of a god-grandson, and he was the young master of the Tianshan sect, the sworn enemy of the Demon Palace. The generational hierarchy was completely mixed up. Seeing that Lord Yin had nearly finished eating, Zhang Zhao asked him, "Grandfather, you haven't mentioned the grievances between the Wang sect and the Tianshan sect." Lord Yin smiled and said, "I've already said it. It's the grievance between the Celestial Lord and the Wang sect." After speaking, he suddenly asked Bai Yutong, "Do you believe that the Celestial Lord reported the Wang sect?" Bai Yutong was silent for a moment and replied, "I don't believe it." "Oh," Lord Yin countered, "why not? Your master has strong principles, whether or not he reported them. There must be a reason." Bai Yutong shook his head, not agreeing. If the result of the report is a massacre, my master wouldn't do it, right or wrong. Lord Yin smiled with satisfaction, clearly understanding him. Zhang Zhao tugged on Yin Ho's sleeve, emphasizing that the problem actually did not lie with the Wang family, but rather with that lady. Just as Yin Ho finished speaking, a commotion was heard outside. At the same time, the main door was slammed open, and a young man stumbled in. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong were taken aback as they saw the young man covered in blood and water, his clothes and hair completely drenched, as if he had just come out of the water. He managed to speak upon entering, but then collapsed at the doorstep. Bai Yutong felt he looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he helped him up. The man's eyes were tightly shut, his face as pale as paper, covered in bruises and seemingly having soaked in water for a while, with some wounds beginning to fester. "Who is it?" Zhang Zhao asked. Qiu Yang came to reply. Zhang Zhao was surprised. How could he be here? Lord Yin also curiously came over to take a look and realized that the young man was on the verge of death. Little Four extended his chubby little hand to check his pulse and told Bai Yutong and Zhang Zhao, "He is about to die. Hurry and find Dad." Bai Yutong and Zhang Zhao wasted no time, pulling him up and rushing back to the Bai residence. Lord Yin picked up little Four and followed them back. As they descended the stairs, he specifically asked the servant how the person had managed to get up there. The servant said the guest rushed in a sorry state, all the way up to the second floor, saying something. Lord Yin, anxious, pressed. What did he say? The servant hesitated. I didn't quite catch it, but it seemed like he said something about being underwater. Lord Yin was taken aback and looked at little Four. Little Four tilted his head, stroking his chin. What is underwater? Lord Yin shook his head and asked the servant a few more questions, but the servant was unaware of any details. He didn't pursue it further and returned with little Four. By the time Qiu Yang was brought to the Bai residence by Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong, he had already passed away. Gongsun touched his neck, shook his head helplessly. He is already dead. Bai Yutong frowned. Another one of the top 10 masters from the Tianshan sect has died. Zhang Zhao asked Gongsun if it was possible to save the person who was just alive. Gongsun shook his head, saying that the person would die not because of the knife wound, but because all his internal organs had been shattered. Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang were taken aback. Zhao Pu reached out and tugged at the man's collar, revealing a clear palm print on his chest. The handprint was small, seemingly belonging to a woman, and this woman must have been quite petite. Bai Yutang and Zhang Zhao exchanged glances, recalling what Wang Luo had said earlier about the small-statured black-clad figure who manipulated the spinning silk to kill and create illusions. The external injuries looked very much like those caused by the spinning silk. Bai Yutang frowned. Just a moment ago, there was no blood around, which might be because he was struck out of the pavilion and fell directly into the pond. The person who struck him must have had profound internal strength. It was possible that his body got soaked, but why did he rush to the wine house and find us? Zhang Zhao was confused. It didn't make sense. Bai Yutang couldn't figure it out either. Inho recounted what he had heard in the wine house about Qiu Yang's muttering in the water and shared it with Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang. What is in the water? Zhang Zhao wondered. Bai Yutang also felt puzzled. Could it be that there was really some secret in those ponds? Among the many disciples of the Tianshan sect, Qiu Yang was the best swimmer. He might have discovered something after falling into the water, which led to him wanting to say something before he died. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed to do so. The string of consecutive deaths among the top 10 masters of the Tianshan sect raised numerous suspicions, and coupled with Qiu Yang's last words about in the water, the situation became even more perplexing. With only 15 days to solve the case, lacking any clues or leads, what should they do? Zhang Zhao grabbed Inho, asking who the murderer really was. Inho shrugged, saying, I don't know who the murderer is, but I can guess it's likely related to the grievances between Tianzun and Wang Yucheng. Bai Yutong listened carefully, saying, I don't remember my master mentioning any grievances with Wang Yucheng. Inho continued, as I said before, the problem isn't with Wang Yucheng, but with his wife. After thinking for a moment, Inho added, don't underestimate Wang Yucheng. Although he doesn't make weapons well and brings shame to his ancestors, he actually has great craftsmanship. He may not be able to make weapons, but he excels at creating interesting things, especially boxes with locks. That's truly exceptional. His swordsmanship is also superb, and his carvings are exquisite. Bai Yutong thought for a moment and recalled that his master indeed liked to collect small gadgets, especially those with mechanisms. Tianzun himself was quite skilled and had taught him how to make them. Tianzun and Wang Yucheng had a friendship that transcended age, often visiting each other because Wang Yucheng always created new and interesting items for entertainment. While the world mocked him, only Tianzun praised him. And since the Wang family was close to the Tianshan sect, they interacted frequently. I've also had drinks with Wang Yucheng. He's quite honest and simple, Inho said, frowning, until he married that wife of his. Is she the infamous silkworm woman? Zhang Zhao asked. Inho nodded. She's not just any silkworm woman. This woman has a significant background. Zhao Pu pulled out a document, realizing why only the information related to his wife had been torn away. Inho glanced at the document and asked, have you heard of the ghost woman? Everyone looked confused. The ghost woman? Gongsun explained, the ghost woman is a legend. It is said that women who do not uphold their duties as wives or who harm their husbands are drowned in a pig cage, and after death, their vengeful spirits become water ghosts, known as ghost women. Once a ghost woman comes ashore, those who have wronged her will meet a terrible fate. Isn't that just a legend? Bai Yutong inquired. It is. Zhao Pu raised an eyebrow, but there really is a ghost woman in the martial world, and she's quite old. Inho leisurely rested his chin on his hand, saying, this ghost woman is a habitual thief, skilled in disguise. No one knows her true identity. They only know she resembles a ghost woman. Once provoked, it's certain that families will be destroyed. The wife of Wang Yucheng is the ghost woman? Zhang Zhao was surprised. Although Wang Yucheng comes from a prestigious family, He doesn't have much money. Why would such a skilled ghost woman marry him? Inho smiled faintly. What the ghost woman likes is craftsmen. A wealthy person usually only has the wealth of one household. Even if you're rich, stealing or robbing only targets one household, which is easy to expose and hard to escape from. But craftsmen are different. Everyone furrowed their brows. Wang Yucheng helps various martial sects make weapons and also assists wealthy officials and merchants in creating lockboxes. He interacts with many people, making it easy for the ghost woman to find her targets. Inho continued, this poisonous woman has done evil all her life without encountering a rival. She originally thought she had found a good deal with Wang Yucheng, but unexpectedly ran into Tianzun. Zhang Zhao understood. She had been seen through by the Celestial Master. And not only that, but she had also been severely injured by the Celestial Master. If it weren't for her good swimming skills allowing her to escape into the Baishui Pond, she would likely have had no place to be buried. Lord Yin said, regretfully, that the Celestial Master not killing the ghost woman was probably a lifelong regret. Everyone recalled that ancient tortoise, Adi, whose back bore the ancient silk spinning threads. Could it be that it was left behind during the battle between the ghost woman and the Celestial Master? After the ghost woman fled, she held a grudge. Lord Yin sneered and spread rumors that it was she who caused the death of Wang Youcheng's entire family. Bai Yutong frowned. 20 years ago, when his master had just taken him as an apprentice, he brought him to the Tian Shan Mountains to hide away for 3 years to practice internal energy, during which time he hardly moved in the Jianghu and rarely inquired about worldly affairs. I know, Lord Yin nodded. So when he came out 3 years later and heard about Wang Youcheng's incident, he was unhappy for quite a while. Bai Yutong recalled that indeed. When the Celestial Master first took him down the mountain to the Tianshan sect, he seemed to have heard something that made him unhappy for several days. The ghost woman wanted revenge on the Celestial Master, so she used Wang's hidden weapons to assassinate him, leaving evidence that ultimately led to the Wang family suffering a massacre. Zhang Zhao asked. Lord Yin nodded. What a malicious woman, Zhao Pu frowned. Wang Yucheng never harmed her. Why be so cruel? The ghost woman never leaves survivors, otherwise. She wouldn't be the ghost woman, Lord Yin replied. Moreover, she was severely injured, and fully healing would be difficult, so after that, it would be hard for her to use the same tricks again. Thus, it's understandable that the Celestial Master would cut off her escape route. So now he's here to kill the Tianshan sect's experts as revenge against the Celestial Master, Gong Sun once said. The others exchanged glances. Realizing why it was said that one should not offend women, she held grudges for too long. Just then, Zhang Zhao suddenly stroked his chin and hummed, as if he had thought of something. Bai Yutong looked at him. Do you have a clue? There is a clue, but I'm not sure if it's right. Zhang Zhao said, looking at Bai Yutong. Aside from us, no one should know that Xiao Yang is dead. Oh, Bai Yutong nodded. That's perfect. Zhang Zhao smiled slightly, suggesting a tactic to draw the snake out of its hole. The group exchanged glances, wondering what drawing the snake out of its hole meant. Zhao Pu leaned over to ask Bai Yutong what his plan was. Bai Yutong shrugged, indicating that he wasn't quite sure what Zhang Zhao was up to, but he seemed very confident, so it was worth a try. They began to implement Zhang Zhao's plan at a leisurely pace. First, Lu Feng received the news and hurriedly went to the Bai residence. Then, Tianshan sect members went back to the mountain to retrieve clothes exchanged for Qiu Yang. And people were discussing that Gong Sun was truly a divine doctor. Last time it was Wang Lao, and this time Qiu Yang, who clearly was dead, could be saved. Next, Zhao Pu brought a large number of soldiers to the vicinity of the Baishui Pond, seemingly testing the waters. A few good swimmers submerged but soon came back up, indicating it wasn't deep enough. Zhao Pu had them guard the Baishui Pond, and Bao Zheng sent people to investigate Wang Youcheng's wife and the ghost woman. Thus, such a grand commotion stirred at least half the city, and the people of Shizhou Prefecture speculated whether the Tianshan sect case was about to break. That night, Little Four stood on the stone table in the courtyard, pouting and gazing up at the moon. Gong Sun sat beside him, tilting his head to look at him, finding it rather amusing, and poked him, asking, "What are you doing?" Little Four pointed at the moon. It's so round. Gong Sun chuckled, standing up to give him a light pat on the backside. So what if it's round? You want to recite a poem? Little Four rubbed his bottom, saying, "The cats said we could catch the murderer tonight." Gong Sun sat back down, flipping a page of his book. Zhang Zhao is always clever. He probably has a plan in mind to come up with this idea. Dad, Little Four squatted next to Gong Sun and asked, after they catch the murderer, "Where'll they go?" Lord Bao said they will return to Kai Feng, Gong Sun replied. Then what about Jiu? Little Four asked again. Zhao Pu should probably go with them. This time of year is when the vassal states come to pay their respects, and Zhao Pu is a royal relative, so he naturally has to be in Kai Feng. Gongsun noticed little four pouting and tilting his head, seemingly wanting to say something, and asked, "What is it?" Little four looked at Gongsun. "What about us?" "Us?" Gongsun pinched him. "We've been wandering outside for 2 months. Don't you want to go home?" Little four pouted, "But I've never been to Kaifeng." Gongsun laughed. "What's so fun about Kaifeng? Shizhou Prefecture is so lively. Kaifeng is even more lively." Little four grabbed Gongsun's sleeve. "Dad, let's not go back. It's so boring." Gongsun looked up at the sky and flicked Little Four's nose. "You want to run all the way to Kaifeng? But don't you miss Jiu and the others?" Little Four said unhappily. "If we go back, there's no one to play with Little Four, no stories to hear, no excitement to watch, no bad guys to catch, and no one to protect Dad. There's nothing at all. Who raised you so big?" Gongsun rubbed his face. "Be good. Come home with Dad. Lord Bao and the others have serious matters to attend to. We can't always follow them around and be a hindrance." "Hey, who said the teacher is a hindrance?" Gongsun turned around and saw Bao Zheng walking in with his hands behind his back. In the dark night, Gongsun could clearly see Bao Zheng's crescent-shaped white teeth as he smiled. The teacher has helped a lot. Both Gongsun and Little Four instinctively clenched their teeth. It was too impolite to smile at this moment. Bao Zheng walked up. "Gongsun, do you still remember the matter I mentioned to you before?" Gongsun was taken aback, but recalled that Bao Zheng had previously told him he wanted him to be an official, thinking that being a wandering doctor hidden in the countryside was a waste of talent. However, Gongsun had no interest in that and didn't want to reject Bao Zheng. So he could only helplessly say, "I won't hide it from you, my lord. I only want to treat the sick and save people, and I don't want to be a royal physician. As for being an official, my mouth and habits are really not suitable for the officialdom, and I still have to take care of Little Four. I can't handle it. This office understands." Bao Zheng waved his hand and sat down beside Gongsun. "Has the teacher ever thought about helping this office?" Gongsun was slightly taken aback. "The teacher is a straightforward person. I won't beat around the bush," Bao Zheng said seriously. "I want you to be my assistant." Gongsun was stunned. "Assistant?" "Gongsun is skilled in medicine and knowledgeable. I want you and Zhan Huwei to be my right and left arms," Bao Zheng said. "The teacher's medical skills are for saving people. I, as an official, also aim to save people and punish the wicked. As for Zhan Huwei, I believe his intention is also to punish evil and save people. We share common interests. So why can't we work together?" Gongsun stroked his chin, seeming a bit tempted. Additionally, Bao Zheng said, "There are people in Kaifeng to take care of Little Four. As an assistant, you can receive a salary. My Kaifeng has a benevolent hall and a pharmacy. You can hold consultations. Many people come and go in Kaifeng, and there are many various difficult and complicated diseases. Furthermore, Little Four has been influenced by Zhan Huwei and others, which will benefit him in the future." Gongsun touched his chin, feeling even more swayed. It sounded very tempting. Bao Zheng smiled. "The teacher should consider it carefully." Before Bao Zheng finished speaking, Little Four patted his chest. "I agree." Bao Zheng smiled, and Gongsun reached out to pinch Little Four. Xiao Sizai tugged at Gongsun. "Father, please agree." At this moment, Gongsun's heart was already alive. Following Lord Bao was indeed a good thing. Moreover, being a secretary in the Kaifeng Prefecture, helping to solve cases while also serving as a doctor, was beneficial in every way. He truly had an interest in this area. And the people in the Kaifeng Prefecture all had compatible personalities, so Xiao Sizai wouldn't be lonely. "Sir," Lord Bao added the final touch. "Kaifeng has the most books and the most medicinal materials in the world." Gongsun stood up to bow to Lord Bao, hoping for his guidance in the future. Lord Bao quickly got up to support him, smiling broadly. "Very good, very good." Xiao Sizai clapped his hands in satisfaction, thinking that this time he could really be with everyone forever. In the courtyard, Peng Ji, who was watching the excitement, stroked his beard and nodded. With Zhang Zhao and Gongsun's assistance, Bao Haizi was practically gaining wings. This old sly fox was quick, accurate, and ruthless. But it was also good, Mr. Gongsun had excellent medical skills, comparable to a divine being, and could help him settle in Kaifeng. Establishing a good relationship with him would surely be helpful in the future. On this side, Lord Bao was delighted to have such talent, and Xiao Sizai got his wish. Both were very happy. However, the situation was different elsewhere. In the woods by the Baishui pond, Zhang Zhao crouched behind a shrub, scratching his arm. He had been feeding mosquitoes for almost 2 hours, and the Baishui pond remained calm as ever, without a sound. Bai Yutong leaned against a tree with a knife in his arms. Zhao Pu squatted by the tree, resting his chin on his hand, and Ouyang Xiaozhong was yawning beside them. Several shadow guards were squinting from the trees, looking into the distance. Inho squatted beside his granddaughter, asking, "Is it going well?" Zhang Zhao felt uncertain at this moment. It should be feasible, right? Yan Ho gently poked his shoulder. If it doesn't work, it would be embarrassing. Zhang Zhao felt awkward and instinctively glanced at Bai Yutong, who was still expressionless, leaning against a tree in a daze. After waiting for about half an hour, it was already the third watch of the night. The forest was pitch black, filled with mosquitoes, and for some reason, the mosquitoes seemed to favor Zhang Zhao, leaving him with several bites. Yin Ho was heartbroken and tried to swat the mosquitoes away. But being such a large figure, he was still ineffective against them. Just as everyone was having a hard time, amidst the sound of the wind, some movement was heard. "They're here," Yin Ho said, and everyone immediately perked up. Zhao Pu quickly signaled to a few guards stationed by the pond. The soldiers understood and pretended to be asleep, leaning in various directions. The surroundings fell silent instantly. Before long, a dark figure quietly approached, and from the silhouette, it didn't seem to be a woman. The group exchanged glances but remained silent, waiting in the forest. Seeing that the guards by the Bai Shui pond were asleep, the figure swiftly darted into the water without making a sound. Yin Ho gently nudged Zhang Zhao with his elbow, signaling that they had succeeded. Zhang Zhao smiled slightly, only halfway, still waiting for him to come up. Everyone continued to patiently wait. Zhang Zhao continued to scratch his ears and swat mosquitoes. After about the time it takes to burn a joss stick, Zhao Pu wondered if he would suffocate underwater. He should have hidden an airbag down there. Bai Yutong spoke up. At that moment, several bubbles surfaced on the water. Everyone quickly fell silent and stared at the water surface. After a while, a head appeared above the water, looking around. The soldiers were still sleeping. The person quietly swam to the shore, lifted a large box, and struggled to push it onto the bank. It might not sink in the water, but once the box was out, it became heavy. He moved very slowly, trying not to make any noise. The few soldiers seemed to be sleeping soundly, still snoring. After successfully moving the box onto the shore, the figure in black leaped out of the water, clutching the box and ready to run. However, just a few steps into his escape, there was a loud bang as a signal arrow shot up into the air and exploded, illuminating the surroundings brightly. The man in black was startled and instinctively wanted to jump back into the water to escape, but with a few gusts of wind, Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutong stood on either side at the edge of the Bai Shui Tan, blocking his way. The man in black turned around to escape, but Zhao Pu and Ouyang Shaojing cut off his retreat. Not far away, Duke Yin leaned against a tree, arms crossed, nodding in satisfaction, pleased that his grandson had done well this time, catching a thief red-handed. As the soldiers hidden around the area rushed in, lanterns and torches lit up the Bai Shui Tan as bright as day. Everyone looked at the black-clad man surrounded in the middle, surprised to see that it was him. Zhang Zhao smiled knowingly and lightly pointed at the man in black, saying, "It really is you. The author has something to say. Guess who the killer is? It's someone who has appeared before. 43, the poisonous ghost woman." With the light of the torch, everyone could see the figure of the man in black who was surrounded in the middle. It was none other than Cheng Ping, one of the top 10 masters of the Tianshan sect, known for being the most honest. Cheng Ping was carrying a box, looking at the people around him, a hint of tension flashing in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. He looked back at Lu Feng, who was rushing over with the others, and asked, "Master, what's going on?" Lu Feng sneered and shook his head. "At this point, you still want to deceive us? You're not Cheng Ping at all." "Master, what are you talking about? If I'm not Cheng Ping, then who am I?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Yutong lightly flicked his wrist, and with a whoosh, a glint of cold light, something that looked like a silk thread was pulled over. Bai Yutong then raised his hand to retract it, revealing a round spinning silk disc. Zhang Zhao looked at his hand where he had been injured before. It had long since healed. Meanwhile, the silk twister had already been mastered by Bai Yutong. This person was indeed exceptionally talented. As Bai Yutong retracted the silk twister, everyone heard a hissing sound, like air leaking. Then, they saw Cheng Ping's figure starting to shrink, seemingly losing weight in an instant. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that the bottom of Cheng Ping's clothes was where the airbag had been punctured by the silk twister. No wonder he was able to dive for so long. He had indeed made preparations. With his figure exposed, the person no longer needed to pretend. He casually ripped off his disguise with a tearing sound, and the altered face along with the black clothing was all pulled off. At this moment, everyone finally saw the true face of this person. Standing before them was a very short woman, her face wrinkled and at least 50 years old, bald, dressed in a tight black outfit, which was indeed the most suitable attire for disguise, exceedingly ugly. "You are the ghost granny?" Zhang Zhao asked. The old woman was silent for a moment. then heavily threw the box down to the ground, squinting her eyes with a fierce glint in them, staring at Zhang Zhao. How did you know I was a fake? Zhang Zhao smiled faintly. You're obviously pretending, little ghost. Stop being so smug. The old witch is surrounded by so many people. Yet she doesn't seem nervous at all. My disguise technique is unparalleled, without any flaws. You can't possibly see through it. Lu Feng frowned. Indeed, the old witch's disguise was simply top-notch. Not only that, but even her tone of speech, her usual small gestures, and habits were mimicked so perfectly that even their fellow disciples who often interacted with Changping didn't notice a thing. Thinking back, Changping must have been swapped when he was out on an errand. Who knows where he is now? This old witch is ruthless and vicious. Who knows if she imitated someone else's appearance and plotted against Changping? He might already be dead, buried somewhere, and no one would know. The more Lu Feng thought about it, the angrier he became. This malicious woman was simply unforgivable. Without any flaws? Zhang Zhao chuckled. Not necessarily. After all, didn't the celestial master see through it at a glance back then? Everyone silently nodded in agreement. This person is usually gentle, but when it matters, his words can be sharp. The old witch didn't like what he said, and it was exactly because the celestial master saw through it. Sure enough, when the old witch heard the words celestial master, anger spread across her face. Don't mention that old monster to me. Ouyang Shaozhen couldn't help but exclaim. You dare call someone else an old monster? Please take a look in the mirror when you have the time. Zhao Pu glanced at Ouyang Shaozhen. This person really got fired up during a quarrel. The old witch took the opportunity to sit on the box and asked Zhang Zhao, how did you know I was fake? You didn't even know Changping, so when did you start doubting me? From the very beginning, Zhang Zhao replied easily. The old witch didn't believe it. You are indeed Changping's lifesaver. I'm not making this up. Lu Feng nodded at Zhang Zhao. Everyone in the Tianshan sect knew about Changping's admiration for Zhang Zhao. This kid bragged about it to everyone he met. Zhang Zhao's mouth twitched in anger at the thought. Ouyang whispered to Zhao Pu that Zhang Zhao was still upset about Changping, saying he lacked heroism. Zhao Pu nodded in agreement, clearly. Ahem. Bai Yutong lightly cleared his throat. Zhang Zhao quickly kicked the annoyance away and returned to the main topic. No matter the facts, you slipped up on one point, which is why I felt something was off about you. The ghost woman frowned slightly, asking, what did I say to decline their invitation after I saved your brother and sister-in-law? Zhang Zhao countered. The ghost woman was taken aback, and the others seemed puzzled, as it didn't seem related. Zhang Zhao had figured out the ghost woman's identity through a seemingly offhand comment. The ghost woman appeared to be recalling what she had said. I snuck out to play and can't stay long. I need to get back home, or my parents will scold me. Bai Yutong recited the ghost woman's exact words from that time. Zhao Pu and the others also remembered and nodded, acknowledging Bai Yutong's good memory. The ghost woman frowned, asking, what's the problem with that? Zhang Zhao laughed, saying that this was definitely not something he would say. In the distance, the Marquis by the trees couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head at the ghostly woman's presumptuous words, which indeed warranted Zhang Zhao's suspicion. The ghostly woman did not understand what it meant. Zhang Zhao raised an eyebrow and said, since the day I was born, no one in my family has ever scolded me. Zhang Zhao's words were delivered with great confidence. Lordine nodded from a distance. Who would dare to criticize his grandson? After all, Zhang Zhao was raised in the demon palace since childhood, surrounded by 300 demon lords, and his mother was a formidable figure, doting on him to the point that he could ask for stars and be denied the moon. Bai Yutong sighed inwardly. Zhang Zhao had not been spoiled and was indeed exceptionally gifted, likely due to his father's remarkable character. Lordine, recalling the past, felt a deep sense of regret. How had the demon sect, with its 300 powerful demons, produced such a renowned hero? Where had things gone wrong? Was it the manner of indulgence that led to such issues? Just from this one statement, the ghostly woman frowned slightly, her expression revealing a hint of unwillingness. Wasn't it precisely this statement? Zhang Zhao smiled, saying that he had thought about it for a long time after lying in bed and finally remembered that past event. Everyone looked at Zhang Zhao, waiting for his explanation. That day, I was indeed struck by a sudden desire to eat watermelon, which is why I went to the melon field to pick some. Zhang Zhao continued, as I was about to leave. Changping's siblings did indeed try to keep me there, and the villagers wanted to raise money to thank me. My exact words should have been, it's too late. My family will worry. As for expressing thanks, there's no need for money. Just give me 2 sweet honey sand watermelons. The crowd couldn't help but twitch their lips at the foodie comment, while the ghostly woman's expression had already darkened. Zhang Zhao smiled. Sweet watermelons are easy to find, but honey sand watermelons are hard to come by. At that time, the villagers picked several for me, but they couldn't guarantee if they were honey sand ones. Cheng Ping's little nephew told me that it was a pity his uncle wasn't around. He was great at picking watermelons. As long as he tapped a couple of times, he could immediately tell which one was a honey sand watermelon. When he returns, I'll tell him to pick watermelons for you whenever he sees you. Everyone understood. So that's how it was. The ghostly woman could imitate people's appearance, speech, tone, and habits, but she couldn't mimic their skills, especially when it came to picking watermelons, which relied on years of experience in growing melons. The ghostly woman didn't dare to speak the truth and hastily made up a sentence to stop there, fearing Zhang Zhao would ask her to pick watermelons. She probably heard Cheng Ping mention this. Indeed, he had sneak-attacked Wang Luo and couldn't escape, which is why she appeared in Cheng Ping's identity. After being caught by Zhang Zhao, to avoid being exposed, she quickly came up with an excuse to divert everyone's attention, claiming that Zhang Zhao lacked heroism. However, the ghostly woman couldn't say Cheng Ping's exact words. What if Zhang Zhao really asked her to pick watermelons? That would expose her. Truly a case of a flaw in an otherwise perfect plan. Ouyang Xiaojing sighed. It really was because of watermelons. Zhao Pu nodded. Yes, it really was because of watermelons. Bai Yutong inexplicably felt that the few watermelons Zhang Zhao brought back that day were definitely not honey sand ones, so he regretted it until now. Ji Ying muttered to herself, so scary. Zhou Ying nodded. Yes, this is the resentment of foodies. Pei Ying stroked his chin. Zhang Zhao is truly remarkable. The ghostly woman's identity was thus seen through by Zhang Zhao. Although everyone admired her, they also couldn't help but laugh, feeling that the situation was quite humorous. The ghostly woman stood up. Zhang Zhao, everything is just your guess. It's true that I can change my appearance, and I did impersonate Cheng Ping, but that doesn't count as a crime. Can you find any evidence? Ouyang shook his head, expressing his speechlessness. The evidence is in that box, Bai Yutong said coldly. For so many years, you have gathered treasures. The stolen goods must have a place to hide, and the area under the Bai Shui Tan is the best hiding spot. Besides, you were severely injured by my master back then. Where else would be the best hiding place than beneath the Bai Shui Tan? With its intricate ravines and many empty caves to conceal yourself? You killed Yu Qingxi not to take revenge on Tianzuan, but because he discovered your existence. Zhang Zhao said. Qilin, it was you. Everyone was stunned. Oh, at this moment, Wang Luo, who had been following Lu Feng, suddenly shouted, his voice still a bit hoarse. But speaking was no longer a problem. I remembered. Previously, Chengxi mentioned that he found several broken sheep's stomach air sacs by the pond that day and found it suspicious. So he discussed it with us brothers.